Rise of the family begins with daily intelligence. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 331: Double Happiness, Secret, and Help. Master, Chunyang's voice was pleading and urgent. Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate, slowly bringing the elixir bottle, filled with the miraculous spiritual fluid, closer to the five elements cave heaven mark. The next moment, a powerful suction force erupted from the five elements cave heaven mark. Then, the elixir bottle vanished, and Chunyang seemed to have fallen back into deep sleep. Based on the 6 years he'd spent in the training room, the evolution of the five elements cave heaven should be nearing its end. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He took a deep breath, patted his storage bag, and a flash of light revealed a box. The box opened, a delicate fragrance filling the air, revealing a sea lotus. The sea lotus's petals were delicate and tender, each one radiating a subtle spiritual charm. As expected of a top-grade, third-grade spiritual object, Fu Changsheng took a deep breath. His right hand formed hand seals with lightning speed. In an instant, the red lotus earth core fire erupted violently from his palm, instantly transforming into a blazing storm of flames that completely enveloped the sea lotus. Boom! Engulfed by the flames, the sea lotus showed no signs of being burned. The spiritual light on its petals grew ever stronger, and strands of pure essence slowly seeped out from within. With a ticking sound, a drop of essence-like liquid slowly formed under the refinement of the flames. A flicker of joy flashed across Fu Changsheng's eyes. But this was only the beginning. His gaze held no trace of slackness as he meticulously controlled the temperature and intensity of the red lotus earth core fire, controlling every fluctuation of the flames as if he were one with the flame, ensuring the maximum possible extraction of the sea lotus's essence. Tick-tick. Tick-tick. As time slowly passed, the second drop, the third. Like a shimmering curtain of beads, the sea lotus essence was gradually refined. The petals of the sea lotus gradually became transparent during this process, their essence being fully extracted. Fu Changsheng seized the opportunity, suddenly shifted his hand seal, and shouted, "Refine!" Instantly, the red lotus earth core fire, engulfed in the sea lotus essence, surged towards the third-rank treasure lotus lantern like a roaring fire beast, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The treasure lotus lantern trembled slightly, as if feeling the impact of this powerful force. As Fu Changsheng's refining spell entered the air, the runes on the lantern instantly shone brightly, frantically absorbing the flame imbued with the sea lotus essence. Buzz! Fueled by the flames, the third-rank treasure lotus lantern began to undergo a miraculous transformation. Originally emitting a soft red glow, the treasure lotus lantern now shone ever more intensely, its glow faintly mingled with the phantom light of the sea lotus, the two intertwining in a dreamlike, ethereal glow. Boom! As the last trace of essence was absorbed by the treasure lotus lantern, the third-rank treasure lotus lantern erupted in a dazzling burst of light. A circle of mysterious runes suddenly appeared on the lamp base. At that moment, the third-rank treasure lotus lantern had successfully upgraded from a third-grade, superior quality to third-grade, ultimate quality. Success! Fu Changsheng beamed with relief. After nearly 9 months of hard work, he had finally succeeded in upgrading the third-rank treasure lotus lantern to third-grade, ultimate quality. Now, this innate spiritual artifact would truly unleash its mighty power and be put to good use. I wonder how powerful this treasure lotus lantern is. Fu Changsheng's heart raced, eager to test it out. As he slowly channeled his magical power into the treasure lotus lantern, it trembled violently, and the circle of mysterious runes instantly came to life, radiating a brilliant light. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Within the flame of the treasure lotus lantern, a phantom sea lotus slowly materialized. As he shifted his magical seal, a bang rang out. The sea lotus instantly exploded. Boom! A terrifying explosion of force instantly spread, and the surrounding space seemed to be shaken by a massive impact, becoming unstable and fatally shattering. This power, it was actually comparable to a full-strength attack from a peak purple mansion cultivator. Fu Changsheng was deeply pleased. His painstaking efforts, meticulously upgrading the precious lotus lantern from a magical instrument to a spiritual weapon, had paid off. If a third-grade, top-grade spiritual weapon is this powerful, wouldn't it be even more powerful if it were upgraded to a magical treasure? Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. However, to upgrade the precious lotus lantern to a magical weapon, he would need to find the fire-attributed 4th-rank azure lotus. However, he had no idea where this 4th-rank azure lotus was located. With a thought, Fu Changsheng instantly exited the training room. 9 months had passed inside, while only 3 months had passed outside. At that moment, the panel trembled slightly. The family contribution value instantly changed to 11,600. I wonder how Qiuxiu's refining of the underground poison gas is going. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the secret chamber's magic circle. A curtain of light rose, and he flashed out of the chamber. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed Yao Iao and Fairy Xian'an on the mountaintop, deducing the formation. The surroundings were silent, with no signs of any intrusion. A yellow light surged from his body. It instantly transformed into a rainbow beam, plunging into the ground. At a depth of almost 10,000 feet, his speed slowed. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that the swirling black gas beneath the ground had been completely swept away. Instead, a human-shaped cocoon remained at the original entrance to the barrier. Runes flowed across the cocoon, and a powerful heartbeat echoed from within. Who is this? Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that within the cocoon was none other than Niu Qiuxiu. Over 3 months had passed, and her aura had unexpectedly reached the foundation establishment stage. Before this, Niu Qiuxiu was still a mid-stage key training cultivator. Not only had she leapt through several levels in succession, she had also achieved the foundation establishment stage without even a single elixir. Is this the true power of the 10 great spiritual bodies? Fu Changsheng would be lying if he wasn't shocked. But he was also quite knowledgeable. Yongxun, then a mere infant, had already reached the foundation establishment stage, which was even more terrifying. Fu Changsheng smiled with satisfaction. It seems the day of breaking into the joyful sect won't be long. With Niu Qiuxiu's breakthrough speed, she could condense a golden core in less than 100 years. If she encountered such an opportunity again, she might even reach the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Master Yun was only at the golden core stage. Once the clan had a few more high-level cultivators, he could go out and search for his parents without worry. As he thought this, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his sea of consciousness. Ling, your clan member has successfully established their foundation, earning 100 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 11,700. Noticing the cessation of the poisonous gas below, Fu Changsheng suddenly descended, landing at the entrance to the barrier. At that moment, the cocoon behind him crackled. Then, a delicate hand emerged from it. The next moment, the reborn Niu Qiuxiu emerged from her cocoon like the 9 heavens mysterious lady, clad in nothing. Fu Changsheng quickly turned around. A moment later, Niu Qiuxiu's voice rang from behind. Greetings, Patriarch. Perhaps influenced by the all-poison body, her voice had become somewhat more indifferent. Fu Changsheng turned around and saw a new mark between Niu Qiuxiu's eyebrows, resembling the outline of the spider in the barrier. Seeing Fu Changsheng staring at her, Niu Qiuxiu explained, Patriarch, the poisonous gas at the barrier's entrance is the result of the unsealing of the ancient all-poison spider. Fu Changsheng was lost in thought. If so, this ancient myriad poison's black spider was supposed to be guarding the cave. Qiuxiu, do you have any memories of this ancient myriad poison's black spider? It only has grief over its master's death and the despair of being trapped here. It doesn't have a complete memory. The only fragment is that the myriad poison's black spider's master terminated their contract before his death. However, the master must have died before he could open the barrier, leaving the myriad poison's black spider unable to escape and trapped here. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. If this myriad poison's black spider hadn't attained immortality, it surely wouldn't have survived that long. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Qiuxiu, activate the secret technique I taught you earlier and control your cultivation to your original aura. Yes, Patriarch. Although Niu Qiuxiu's personality had grown somewhat more aloof, she remained obedient to Fu Changsheng. Once her aura had been brought down to the middle stage of key training, Fu Changsheng summoned Yao Iao and Fairy Xian'an to descend. Yao Iao looked at the now cleared poison gas, assuming it was Fu Changsheng's doing. She smiled and said, "Father, you still have a solution." She glanced up at the barrier entrance, vaguely eager to try, but with a previous experience with a poison gas, she became much more composed, simply watching without moving. Fu Changsheng said, "Yao Iao, follow me. Qi Uxiu stays here to guard." He gave Zhao King instructions. The green dragon transformed into a streak of green light and darted into the barrier. The long passage, eroded by the poison gas for years, had turned the granite walls into something poisonous. Everyone held their breath, intently watching. Passing through the dimly lit passage, their vision suddenly brightened. A vast dojo came into view. In each of the 18 directions of this dojo, a long vine, like a woven talisman array, pierced the void. Strands of star power flowed from the void along these vines into the dojo. At the center, a divine artifact, like a funnel, hovered within, channeling all the star power into the artifact. As the runes on the artifact circulated, the star power drawn from the void seemed to be tempered, sinking into the array platform, and then from the array platform into the land below. Fu Changsheng scanned the seemingly ordinary land beneath the array platform, discovering that after countless millennia of nurturing star power, it had transformed into a vein of starstone. Though only a tiny vein, the reserves, if mined, could reach 100,000. Starstone is incredibly hard to come by in the outside world. Yet, they possess 100,000 of them. Yao Iao also grew excited. "Father, with these starstones, we'll have no shortage of resources for practicing the 9 heavens star art. Furthermore, as long as this formation continues to operate, starstones will be produced endlessly. This will undoubtedly become a significant asset for our Fu family." Fu Changsheng also smiled broadly. However, he remained rational. Hundreds of thousands of years passed to form this small vein. Judging from this, it would take tens of thousands of years, or even longer, for an ordinary rock to transform into starstone. Therefore, after the starstones are mined here, this place would be more suitable for practicing the 9 heavens star art. Rather than absorbing the star power within the starstones, it would be better to meditate directly beneath the artifact and absorb it. This would eliminate the need to refine the impurities within the starstones, saving considerable time. "Father, you're truly thoughtful," he said. Yao Iao glanced at the intricate ancient formations around her, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Father, the senior who could set up this formation to refine the power of the stars must have reached at least the golden core stage, right?" However, there was no sign of a cultivator who had passed away in meditation within the cave. This contradicted the memory fragments Niuki Uxiu had retrieved from the 10,000 poison spider. Fu Changsheng, instantly alert, said, "Yao Iao, check the surroundings. There seems to be a hidden chamber, such a vast Taoist temple, yet not a single secret chamber was visible." Fu Changsheng's reminder also made Yao Iao feel something was amiss. "Yes, Father." Yao Iao patted her storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a detection array disc appeared in her hand. As a series of incantations were injected, a humming sound emanated from the disc. After searching the surroundings, nothing was found. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng's mind fell on the panel in his sea of consciousness. "Exchange for information." Buzz! The panel trembled, a surge of yellow light surged in, and then, lines of text appeared. "There is a hidden secret chamber northwest of your dojo. The dojo's master sat in meditation within it." "Found it?" Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. A seemingly casual incantation was cast across the dojo. Then, as it reached the northwest side, a humming sound and a silver light illuminated, followed by a formation screen. "Yao Iao, there is a hidden secret chamber here." Yao Iao, who was studying elsewhere, looked back, his eyes lighting up. A spiritual light from the detection array disc fell into the formation screen, causing it to violently surge. "Father, this formation is easy to break. It's the same arrangement as the one at the entrance," he spoke. He slapped his storage bag. Formation flags fell one after another, accompanied by incantations. Buzz! The northwest formation screen trembled violently and collapsed. Rumble! A stone door, sealed for years, slowly opened. "Yao Iao, stand behind me." Fu Changsheng stepped forward, and as the stone door opened, he saw a corpse seated on a cushion, ablaze with starlight. Judging by its vital signs, it was a female cultivator. Yao peeked in. Father, this corpse has survived hundreds of thousands of years without decay. Could it be a physical cultivator? Most likely. Furthermore, the cultivation technique draws upon the power of the stars. To achieve such a state of incorruption, one must have unknown attainments. Fu Changsheng didn't advance. First, his spiritual sense swept the area, finding nothing unusual. Then, upon entering the secret chamber, he saw a cloud of black energy emanating from the previously uncorrupted corpse. Then, with a loud bang, it disintegrated. Fu Changsheng quickly stepped back. A closer look revealed that the black energy wasn't a fragmented soul, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been possessed by a 1,000-year-old monster, that would be troublesome. Looking at the corpse reduced to ash, Fu Changsheng murmured, "What a pity." At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have discovered a starry land and a microscopic starstone mine for the family, earning 10,000 family contribution points." Then, the family contribution value on the control panel instantly changed to 21,700. Fu Changsheng and Yao inspected the area and found nothing unusual. Fu Changsheng said, "Yao, you will remain here in seclusion for the time being and complete the tendon refining stage of the 9 heavens star art. Once you collect the soul guiding pill, Yao will be able to begin the purple mansion breakthrough." Yao nodded. "Father, who will be responsible for the exploitation of this starstone mine? This place is a secret, so the fewer people who know about it, the better." Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. Dozens of bean soldiers and puppets instantly fell to the ground. "This vein doesn't have much, or let them mine it. You can have the 4-winged red python protect you." "Yes, father." As the father and daughter discussed matters in the cave, Niukiuxiu, who remained at the entrance to the barrier, showed a flicker of hesitation. "Senior, the Patriarch saved my life. Now that we are one, I think this matter cannot be concealed from the Patriarch. Even if the Patriarch knew your identity, he certainly wouldn't." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a cold voice. "It was because I trusted others too much back then that I fell for that evil disciple's scheme. You'll be right if you listen to me. I'm counting on you to help me kill that evil disciple. I won't harm you. Besides, do you still want to avenge your father's blood feud?" Niukiuxiu bit her lip. In the end, he gave up trying to persuade her, but still added, "Senior, I can conceal your identity, but you have to promise me not to do anything detrimental to the Fu family and the Patriarch." "HMPH, you think too highly of the Fu family. I don't have the time to spare for a few crooked melons and jujubes. By the way, you are practicing the Supreme Merciless technique, so don't be tempted by your Patriarch. Otherwise, when the time comes, you want to kill him to prove your Dao? Don't blame me for not warning you." Niukiuxiu blushed when she heard this. She only regarded the Patriarch as her savior, so how could she have any improper thoughts? Besides, how could a hero like the Patriarch look down on her? After Fu Changsheng emerged from the secret room, he was quite satisfied to see Niukiuxiu obediently guarding the barrier. He patted his storage bag, and instantly a forgetfulness pill flew towards Niukiuxiu. "Qiuxiu, this place involves some secrets. It's safer for you to be unaware of them. Take this forgetfulness pill. It will only make you forget your memories of this place, without any side effects." "Yes, master." Niukiuxiu took it without hesitation, opened her mouth, and swallowed it. However, after swallowing it, she was enveloped by another strange energy within her body. After the two emerged from underground, Fairy Changsheng noticed Yao hadn't emerged yet. She wanted to ask a question, but the words were on the tip of her tongue. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and several boxes floated toward Fairy Changsheng. He said, "Fairy Changsheng, you will help guard this Xinguang mountain for the time being. The items in the boxes are enough for you to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. In your spare time, there are also formation manuals you can comprehend. Thank you for your hard work." "Thank you, Patriarch." For the reward, Fairy Changsheng excitedly accepted the box. Fu Changsheng gave a few more instructions, then left Xinguang Mountain and returned to Yangang Mountain. On his way back to Yangang Mountain, Fu Changsheng stopped by Qiuaya Mountain. The formations outside Qiuaya Mountain were still operating at full speed, and the Yu family cultivators entering and leaving were still subject to strict inspections, their vigilance having not been lowered by the end of the war. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng, the Yu family guards hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, master." "Yes, Fu Changsheng explained his purpose, saying he wanted to meet Yu Qingru, and the gatekeepers quickly made way. They longed for Fu Changsheng to visit more often, hoping that only if Yu Qingru and Fu Changsheng were on good terms would the Yu family seize this opportunity to ascend to the status of an 8th-rank family. At the Yu family patriarch's residence, Yu Qingru was studying formations in a secret room. She was quite surprised to see Fu Changsheng arrive. Noticing that his aura had broken through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion, she congratulated him, but a hint of dejection crossed her eyes. The gap between her and Fu Changsheng was widening, and with age, the signs of aging were slowly showing on her face. After all, she was now nearly 90 years old. Fu Changsheng glanced at the incomplete formation deduction diagram on the ground that Yu Qingru had not had time to pick up. He cast a spell on the formation in the secret room, and a light curtain rose up. Then he said, "Qingru, is this deduction diagram the barrier in the cave?" "It is," Yu Qingru nodded. With the current financial resources of the Yu family, she wanted to obtain the resources of the Purple Mansion, and most of them were pinned on the ruins of the Broken Bone Cliff Cave Mansion. So after the war was over and the mountain protection formation in Kiui Mountain was restored, she devoted herself to studying how to break the barrier of the Broken Bone Cliff Cave Mansion ruins. This has been 2 years, husband. You came at the right time. After several years of thinking, I have found another more convenient way to break the barrier. I wonder if Yao and fellow Taoist Changlui have come out of retreat. If they can help verify it, I believe the time to break the barrier of the Broken Bone Cliff Cave Mansion ruins can be shortened by half. Yu Qingru had good attainments in formations and was willing to work hard, so Fu Changsheng was not surprised by this progress. Yao is still in retreat and has been busy in recent years. He paused. Fu Changsheng continued, "Qingru, go to the Broken Bone Cliff Cave ruins first. I'll send a message to Changlui to join you soon after he emerges from retreat. Changlui will be at the half-step Purple Mansion this time, so the two of you should be pretty close together." Yu Qingru had no objection. However, from Fu Changsheng's words, she guessed Yao had likely already reached the half-step Purple Mansion and was continuing her retreat to connect her upper and lower dimensions. This way, with the soul guiding pill, she could achieve the Purple Mansion breakthrough in one fell swoop. She congratulated him, but a hint of envy remained within her. Seeing all of Liu Mizhan's children reach the Purple Mansion, she saw that, with the exception of Annan, who had some talent for cultivation, her own 6 children were mediocre and couldn't even compare to Mizhan's children. Only she, as their mother, could achieve the Purple Mansion breakthrough, perhaps even helping a few others. Naturally, she wouldn't reveal such thoughts to Fu Changsheng. She braced herself and said, "Husband, you just said you'd leave a message for fellow Taoist Changlui. Are you going on a long journey?" "Yes, I'm going to Jingzhou." Fu Changsheng took Yu Qingru's hand and said firmly, "We've found Ningning. She's currently in the 7th Prince's fiefdom." "What?" Yu Qingru was stunned for a moment. Then, she hurriedly asked, "Is Ningning injured? How did this child get to the 7th Prince's fiefdom alone?" "Qingru, don't worry. Ningning is fine." Fu Changsheng patted her hand, and after arranging his words, he explained that Ningning and the 7th Prince's bastard son, Zhou Zuanming, had secretly conceived a child. Yu Qingru frowned at this. Ningning is so naive, there were many people she couldn't have messed with, but it had to be Zhou Zuanming, the 7th Prince's bastard son. Since ancient times, bastards in royal families have always suffered a bad fate. Yu Qingru said, "Husband, I'll go with you to the 7th Prince's fiefdom. No matter what, I'll bring that damned girl back. She ran away at such a young age. Even better, she could have gotten pregnant straight away. How could we possibly enter this palace?" Deep down, Yu Qingru still felt she came from a humble background. Fu Changsheng, however, shook his head and said, "Qingru, you know Ningning's temper. She's audacious and bold. She's already an adult, and we can't just bring her back. After all, if she ran away once, there's always a chance she'd run away again. Just be patient. I'll go to the 7th Prince's fiefdom and meet the guy who provoked Ningning. If he's someone I can trust for life, that's fine. But if he's not my soulmate, I'll find a way to make Ningning see his true colors and change her mind." Now, there was no other way. Yu Qingru's face flushed with embarrassment. Yao had braved countless dangers for the Fu family's development, now even reaching the half-step Purple Mansion stage. But look at Ningning, a child who couldn't even compare to Yao, and yet had caused such a huge mess. "Husband, It's my fault for not raising her well. I shouldn't have spoiled her when she was little, Fu Changsheng said soothingly. Seeing that Yu Qingru was still furious, he slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, a white box with peony patterns floated towards her. Yu Qingru was stunned for a moment. Husband, what is this? Open it and see. Yu Qingru was in no mood for it, but she cooperated and cast a spell. The box opened, revealing a three-colored elixir in a white tiger leaf-patterned elixir bottle. The elixir was obviously extraordinary, and Yu Qingru immediately perked up. Husband, what is this elixir? Anti-rejuvenation pill. Anti-rejuvenation pill. Yu Qingru was stunned for a moment, then a flash of ecstasy flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously took the elixir bottle in her hands, staring intently. Husband, this is truly the legendary elixir that can grant eternal youth, of course. When has my husband ever lied to you? Fu Changsheng smiled and pulled Yu Qingru into his arms. Yu Qingru collapsed onto his chest, her hands tightly gripping the elixir bottle, her eyes welling. If she hadn't been married, she wouldn't have cared so much about her appearance. But now that she was married and a mistress, she naturally felt anxious about her appearance. With this rejuvenating pill, even if she didn't break through to the Purple Mansion, she could still be with her husband for over 100 years. By then, even if her offspring weren't talented, she could still support one or two of them to support the family. I knew my husband had me in his heart, she said. It was a rare moment for Yu Qingru to take the initiative. Fu Changsheng gestured. Qingru, don't you want to try the pill's effects? The rejuvenating pill didn't take long to refine. Yu Qingru was naturally curious. Since Fu Changsheng didn't mind wasting a little time, she immediately went to the secret room to the side. After closing the door, she immediately sat cross-legged and swallowed the elixir. As her cultivation technique was activated, the elixir's medicinal properties were refined. However, a foul odor emanated from Yu Qingru's body. After a short while, a thick layer of filth formed on her body. Buzz! The next moment, the stench dissipated, and a refreshing fragrance filled her nostrils. Boom! Yu Qingru retracted her cultivation technique, and the filth on her body instantly turned to ash. Her once wrinkled skin became smooth again, like that of a young girl, and her beauty even better than before. It really is the anti-aging elixir. Yu Qingru waved her sleeves, shedding her clothes. Confidently, she walked out of the secret room toward Fu Changsheng, who lay sprawled on the bed. Fu Changsheng saw Yu Qingru appear before him, a newborn. A flicker of surprise and delight flashed in his eyes, and his voice grew hoarse and raspy. Qingru, for a moment, the room was filled with the shimmering beauty of spring. Several days passed like this. Finally, the two of them called it a day. Yu Qingru lazily lay in Fu Changsheng's arms, saying with regret, Husband, if only I could bear you a child of exceptional talent, that wouldn't be easy. Fu Changsheng said, pressing forward. The two engaged in another fierce battle. Finally, after Fu Changsheng had dressed, he got down to business. Qingru, what are the requirements for the Yu family to be promoted to the 8th rank? At this mention, Yu Qingru perked up and said, whether it's imperial merit points, second-level technicians, the number of foundation-building masters, or the level of spiritual veins, we meet all the requirements. Now we just need to support a 9th-rank family to ascend. For the Fu family to ascend to the 7th rank, 2 9th-rank families within their jurisdiction had to be promoted to the 8th rank. Fu Changsheng said, have Anyan quickly find and support another 9th-rank family. As for the foundation establishment pill, you can have Anyan discuss it with Brother Fan. The Fu family currently possessed dozens of foundation establishment pills. Selling a few to the Yu family would more than suffice, allowing them to quickly ascend to the 7th rank. Fu Changsheng gave Yu Qingru a copy of the formation manual he had transcribed from the campaign and a 3rd grade, lower grade spiritual weapon for protection. Yu Qingru quickly declined. My dear, a 3rd grade spiritual weapon is too valuable, take it. We might find it useful when we survey the enchantment at the Broken Bone Cliff Cave ruins. We're a couple, so why be so polite? He then handed her 2 life-saving talismans. After leaving Kiuaya Mountain, Fu Changsheng returned to the Great Zhou territory and immediately went to the Yu family. Seeing Fu Changsheng had already broken through to the next level after only 3 or 4 years, clan leader Yu repeatedly exclaimed inwardly that he was a freak, yet beamed with joy. He asked, Master, what are your instructions? In the war with the Xianzhen tribe, the Yu clan profited the most among the 9th-rank aristocratic families. Before the war even began, The Yu clan had already pre-ordered foundation establishment corpses from the other aristocratic families at low prices. After the war, the Yu clan's strength surged. They had already successfully refined over 20 second-rank corpse puppets alone. To this end, the Yu clan even promoted a subordinate key refining clan to the 9th rank. In a few years, once the Yu clan had refined all the remaining foundation establishment corpses, advancement to the 8th rank would be just around the corner. Clan leader Yu was, therefore, in high spirits. Fu Changsheng didn't waste time, getting straight to the point. I've come to ask for your help in raising another near 3rd rank corpse puppets to the 3rd rank. Clan leader Yu winked. He said in disbelief, Master, you've obtained another Zuanine pearl. Yes, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the Yu clan leader was both shocked and envious. The master's mobility was incredible. It had only been so long since they'd upgraded a 3rd-level corpse puppet, and they'd already found a 2nd Zuanine pearl. Such an opportunity. It would be absurd for the Fu clan not to rise. Compared to the masters, their progress was barely noticeable. The Yu clan leader immediately became even more respectful. Master, please come this way. Arriving at the Yu clan's corpse refining grounds once again, Fu Changsheng still couldn't get used to the stench of corpses. In the corpse refining pool, the entire Yu clan was bustling with activity. However, upon seeing Fu Changsheng arrive and hearing that another nearly 3rd-level corpse puppet had been upgraded to the 3rd level, everyone immediately stopped their work. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn from him. Yu Fihong made no attempt to avoid him. They also had a recording pod prepared to record the entire upgrade process. The last time they were rushed, nothing was recorded. This was a rare opportunity, and now that only one was left, they naturally wouldn't miss such a good lesson. With the experience gained from the previous one, and the Yu family members making further improvements based on the original, the time it took for the corpse puppet to upgrade was reduced to 1/3 of the original time. Moreover, this new corpse puppet seemed to have a bit more spirituality than the first one. Fu Changsheng glanced at it, very satisfied. At the same time, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a purple mansion warrior to your family, gaining 1,000 family contribution points. The next moment, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 22,700. This was significantly closer to the 50,000 required for the system upgrade. However, the secret technique of the 5 decays of heaven and man flashed through Fu Changsheng's mind, and he was torn between whether to invest in it and master it before entering the Kunlun world ruins. After all, once mastered, it might still come in handy. In the Kunlun world, there were Jindans Henrin who had gone there, and they were all from the Donghuang tribe. Hesitating for a moment, Fu Changsheng muttered, let's wait a little longer. After all, the Kunlun world would still open for 7 or 8 years. If that didn't work out, he would just add some 5 degenerations of heaven and man before entering. After leaving the Yu family, Fu Changsheng returned to his fiefdom in Yuncheng County. Upon hearing the news, Yang Fei immediately rushed over. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, Uncle Fei, I haven't had time to congratulate you on your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Congratulations, Yang Fei said with a smile. His breakthrough was thanks to the 2 soul-guiding pills Fu Changsheng later gifted him. Patriarch, before Yangsheng left for Jingzhou, he specifically mentioned to me that he wanted to build an ownerless city in the Donghuang. Is this true? Yes, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. He was supportive of this matter. Uncle Fei, you need to discuss with Yangsheng how to build this ownerless city. As long as our Fu family doesn't lose money, we'll build it. In the long run, if an ownerless city truly stands between the eastern wasteland and the Yunnan mountains, we'll have a line of defense. At least, their Fu family would no longer be the first to bear the brunt of the damage. Yang Fei glanced around and cast a spell on the meeting hall. After the formation closed, he spoke, Patriarch, I'd like to propose this to the Shadow Sect. Let them be the driving force behind this. What do you think? The Shadow Sect was mysterious. They weren't even outer disciples. How could they possibly meet with the upper echelons? Uncle Fei, have you had any contact with the higher-ups of the Shadow Sect? Not really, but on my last mission, I happened to rescue a widow. She said I could ask her anything I wanted, saying she had someone higher up in the Shadow Sect who could pass on the message, a widow. Fu Changsheng said. Well, in that case, Uncle Fei will take care of this matter. Do what you can, but don't force it. Normally, Yang Fei's points were enough to advance to the rank of Shadow Sect's outer disciple. However, perhaps because he, the leader, hadn't yet been promoted to an outer disciple, Uncle Fei's path to advancement was cut off. Find some free time to research the shadow sect's promotion pathways. Because Ouyang Fei was heading to Yunnan Mountain, Fu Changsheng placed the refined third-level corpse puppet in the fiefdom to guard it. Combined with the two mountain protection formations, it was more than enough to maintain the fiefdom. Before leaving, Fu Changsheng went to Pingshan County to bring the skeleton demon vine with him. Chirp, the skeleton demon vine cheered like a child upon seeing Fu Changsheng. A flash of white light appeared, and it transformed itself into a button, hanging upside down from his clothes, precariously. A master wouldn't have noticed the skeleton demon vine had already reached the quasi-third stage. Little one, it seems next time there's a corpse, you'll have to devour it first. Hiss, the green dragon responded with a hint of displeasure. Fu Changsheng nodded its head. Zhaoqing, you go first. You're already in the late third stage. Let the little skeleton take over. When it reaches the third stage, the corpse will still belong to you. Hiss. The green dragon finally nestled contentedly in Fu Changsheng's sleeve and fell asleep. In sanguine manner, Jing Zhao, Fu Molan sat in the meeting hall. After a while, she saw Liu Mizhen approaching from outside and quickly stood up and saluted. Greetings, madam. She had recently received news of Liu Mizhen's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. With a Patriarch's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, Mei Zhen became the second member of the Fu family to do so. Thinking that she, despite possessing a powerful ice spiritual root, was still stuck at the half-step Purple Mansion, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Previously, she had been obsessed with climbing the ladder, believing that joining the Zhenshi division would grant her access to far more resources than within her clan. However, upon entering, she discovered that within the vast institution of the dynasty, the Zhenshi division alone was teeming with talented individuals, almost all of whom were prominent figures, relying on numerous connections. For someone like her, coming from the lower ranks, it was incredibly difficult to be noticed by those above her, and the resources available to her were even fewer. Therefore, this time, in order to achieve the Purple Mansion breakthrough, she had no choice but to take this risk and accept this mission. After Liu Meizhen sat down, tea was served. Seeing that Molan was no longer speaking directly, as she usually did in her clan, she weighed every word carefully. With a slight sigh, she spoke. Molan, we're not strangers. Why are we being so polite? I've come here to help you, but how can I be of assistance? Having already delivered the message, Fu Molan didn't mince words, but spoke directly. Madam, to be honest, I've received a mission from the Zhenshi division to locate a Purple Mansion faction planted by Master Yun in Jingzhou and eradicate it completely. Success will earn me 2 soul guiding pills. So, I've come here to seek your assistance in eliminating Master Yun's spies. Upon hearing this, Liu Mizhen calmly put down her teacup and said slowly, Molan, have you investigated this Purple Mansion faction? How many are there? What are their strengths? Madam, I haven't found any. This was where Fu Molan was at a loss. She finally understood why no one took on this task. It was obviously not because no one took it, but because no one before had been able to complete this task. Let alone eliminating him, even just digging out this spy was extremely difficult. Chapter 332. Upon hearing this, Liu Mizhen took a sip of Wuling tea and pondered, Molan, since that's the case, you and I will each begin our own investigations. If we find any relevant clues, don't act rashly. My husband recently sent a message saying he'll be coming to Jingzhou. Since he's from the Purple Mansion, with my husband's help, our chances of success will be much greater. The Patriarch is coming to Jingzhou. Fu Molan, who had been at a loss, smiled upon hearing this. With the Patriarch's intervention, her soul-calling pill had a 60-70 chance of success. She immediately shared the rest of the information she had with Liu Mizhen before taking her leave. Liu Mizhen escorted them out of the mulberry garden. Zhou Zuanming, dressed in gorgeous clothes, had been waiting there for some time. Seeing Liu Mizhen emerge, he hurried forward and bowed. How are you, Aunt Fu? Ever since Liu Mizhen brought Ningning back to the mulberry garden, Zhou Zuanming had followed, buying up the vineyards near the garden and visiting her frequently. Liu Mizhen frowned and waved her hand, saying, Young Master Zhou, if you have the time, why not go home and try to convince your birth mother? Ningning said she won't agree to this marriage until she agrees. Zhou Zuanming's birth mother was a daughter of the Jin family. The Jin family was an 8th-rank aristocratic family. As soon as Zhou Zuanming was born, he was betrothed to a Jin girl. Just as the marriage was about to begin, Zhou Zuanming suddenly insisted on marrying only a girl from the Fu family. Naturally, his birth mother, Jin, disapproved of the match. Zhou Zuanming held little sway in the prince's mansion, unable even to convince his own birth mother. His only advantage was that he seemed to have genuine feelings for Ningning. Seeing that Liu Mizhen had no intention of letting him in, Zhou Zuanming quickly handed her the sour grapes in his hand. Aunt Fu, Ningning wanted some sour grapes from Huaiyu's family. Please help bring them to Ningning. Liu Mizhen gestured for Qizhi to take them. Halfway through the walk, turning back, she said, Ningning's father will be in Jingzhou soon. If you don't want Ningning to have the child in the Fu family, then you'll have to find a way yourself. With that, Liu Mizhen entered the mulberry garden. Qizhi, who was following her, muttered, Mother, judging by Mr. Zhou's behavior, he's clearly a playboy. It'll be hard for him to convince Mrs. Jin. After a pause, Qizhi continued, besides, I think even if Ningning did marry into the prince's mansion, with a mother-in-law who dislikes her, her life would be difficult. It would be better for her not to marry at all. There are many single mothers among us women in the mulberry garden, and they live more freely. Liu Mizhen simply smiled. Zhou Zuanming, upon hearing that his future father-in-law was about to arrive, returned to his own garden and immediately summoned his staff. Although he was a bastard son of a prince, he was of royal blood, so he was accompanied by purple mansion bodyguards and naturally had a staff of advisors. Ningning's father will be arriving in Jingzhou soon. What are your thoughts? Everyone present exchanged glances. Liu Rusheng on the left stroked his beard and said, Second young master, you asked us to go to Jingzhou to inquire about the Fu family. The spies have already reported back. Zhou Zuanming straightened his posture immediately. Liu Rusheng continued. 70 years ago, the Fu family was invaded by the southern barbarians, leaving only 4 cultivators. The current head of the Fu family was appointed to the position of head in a time of crisis. Under Fu Changsheng's leadership, the Fu family has risen from a small, low-ranking key refining family to the current 8th rank. They have also performed well in many major events, most notably turning the tide during the Beast Tide years ago. Not long ago, Fu Changsheng single-handedly destroyed the Yangang tribe and the Changsheng tribe in the eastern wilderness. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Zuanming, sipping tea, felt his hand tremble. He blinked. Mr. Liu, are you sure you're not telling a story? If so, then his future father-in-law was a rare talent. He himself was nothing compared to him. Liu Rusheng nodded and said, Second young master, this information is absolutely true. Furthermore, I've heard that the Fu family is only a hair's breadth away from achieving 7th rank status. Young master, if you can marry Miss Fu, not only will it fulfill your wish, but it will also make the Fu family a significant asset to you. We need to consider this carefully. After all, Zhou Zuanming's biological mother was from the Jin family, and the marriage was originally an alliance. There was no need to compromise this prime opportunity. Compared to the Jin family, the Fu family was rising even faster. The Fu family was the first choice. Zhou Zuanming hadn't anticipated his unintended consequences. This is all very well, but my daughter has been raised by my mother since she was little. She treats her better than I do. I'm afraid she won't agree. Both her parents were deceased. His mother had been brought up in the prince's mansion, pampered and brought up like the apple of his eye. Every time he brought up the idea of marrying Ningning, his mother would threaten to commit suicide. Liu Rusheng narrowed his eyes and said, Sir, this is easy. As long as you can convince the prince to grant you a marriage, no one can stop you. Jin was only a concubine, not a mistress. If it weren't for her favor, she wouldn't have had a say in the prince's marriage. Since she couldn't consider her son's future, it wasn't their fault for being unfilial and skipping over her to go straight to the prince. When Zhou Zuanming heard that they were going to look for his father, a hint of desolation crossed his eyes, and he murmured, Father has always only had eyes for my eldest brother. I'm afraid even if I beg him, he won't agree. Normally, if it weren't for his mother's favor, his father probably wouldn't even look at him. Young master, how will you know if you don't try? Liu Rusheng hurriedly advised. Even the palms and backs of your hands are made of flesh. The fact that the prince is so harsh on you proves that he still cares for you. He should consider the Buddha's favor. Given the prince's fondness for Jinchi's concubine, he wouldn't allow his son to face any difficulties. Zhou Zuanming was a man of his own, a man who was in a difficult position. Liu Rusheng and the others persuaded him until their voices were hoarse. Zhou Zuanming finally nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say, Uncle Liu. When Uncle Fu arrives in Jingzhou and meets him, I'll go and ask father for help. Second young master, I suggest you meet the prince first. Once we have confirmation, we can discuss this matter with the Fu clan leader. After all, the Fu family might not necessarily favor their own son. Especially since Miss Fu seemed quite talented, having already reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. Although she had used secret techniques to conceal her strength, she couldn't escape the discerning eyes of a purple mansion master. Furthermore, the Fu family was thriving. Their son would only hold the title of royal heir in vain. If the prince of the county passed away, the crown prince would undoubtedly inherit the throne. The princess of the county would unlikely settle old scores, and the second young master's family would undoubtedly suffer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zuanming, determined to risk it all for the sake of his beloved woman, mustered up the courage to say, "Okay, let's go back to the prince of the county mansion and ask father to approve this marriage." He immediately produced a jade communication talisman and sent a message to Ningning. The group hurried back to the prince of the county mansion. Fu Changsheng, without an attendant, rode the Qingjiao at great speed. Whenever the Qingjiao needed to rest, he would fly on his own. Traveling day and night, they were significantly faster than their previous journey, crossing the border between the two states in just a month, arriving at the mulberry garden. Liu Mizhan and Kizzy, having received the message long ago, had been waiting for a long time. A King Hong was spotted approaching in the distance. She hurried over to greet him. "Husband, you've had a long journey." Seeing that Fu Changsheng had indeed broken through to the third level of the purple mansion, Liu Mizhan's eyes flashed with joy. Kizzy, standing beside her, also hurried forward to pay her respects. "Greetings, father. Well, it's been a few years since we last met. Kizzy, you've made rapid progress in your cultivation. It's all thanks to mother's guidance." After a few pleasantries, they entered the mulberry garden. Fu Changsheng didn't see Ningning and turned to look at Liu Mizhan. Liu Mizhan said, "When Ningning first came back, Zhou Zuanming kidnapped her several times, so I simply let her stay in the backyard to rest and recuperate. Husband, you must go and see her now." Yes, the sole purpose of this trip was to deal with Ningning's delicate situation. When they reached the backyard, Liu Mizhan produced her pass token and cast a spell. The formation ahead rippled, and a gap appeared. They entered the courtyard. Beneath the towering catalpa tree, Ningning lay dejectedly slumped over a stone table. Mu Fishu was playing with a small green ball to amuse her. Seeing Fu Changsheng and the others enter, Mu Fishu dodged and hid in Ningning's sleeve. "Father," Ningning was stunned upon seeing Fu Changsheng. She hadn't expected her father, despite his busy schedule, to travel all the way from Jingzhou to Jingzhou. Touched and mortified, she said, "It's all my fault for being unfilial and causing you so much worry." Fu Changsheng had 1,000 words to say, but seeing his daughter's aggrieved expression, he swallowed them back and pulled her to sit on a stool. Liu Mizhan tactfully withdrew, leaving only Fu Changsheng and his daughter alone in the backyard. Fu Changsheng softened his tone and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Ningning shook her head. Then he whispered, "It's just that I have a poor appetite, and I always want sour food for a boy, spicy food for a girl." "You might be pregnant with a boy." Fu Changsheng had already been a grandfather, but this was the first time his maternal grandfather had given him such worried words of advice. Finally, he said, "I told your mother about your situation. She wanted to come to Jingzhou with me to see you, but the war between Huainan Prefecture and the Eastern Wilderness has just ended, and your mother couldn't leave, so I told her to stay in Jingzhou." Mother, are you really angry?" "If she were really angry with you, she wouldn't have said she was coming to Jingzhou to see you." Fu Changsheng glanced at the wooden flying squirrel hidden in Ningning's sleeve. It was this little creature who had instigated Ningning to run away from home. Squeak! The wooden flying squirrel now emerged from Ningning's sleeve and bowed to Fu Changsheng. "You're quite clever," Fu Changsheng glared, then said solemnly, "Ningning, answer me honestly. Are you truly sincere about that brat Zhou Zuanming? If so, your father will certainly make sure you get what you want." Ningning bowed her head. She whispered, "Although Mr. Zhou doesn't seem particularly ambitious, he has good intentions for me. I ask for nothing more than a lifelong companionship." She was truly moved. Fu Changsheng thought of Zhou Zuanming's future as the heir to the prince's mansion. Even without ambition, Ningning could still enjoy a comfortable life. Moreover, with the prince's mansion as a support, collecting discarded treasures would be much easier and more plentiful, greatly benefiting Ningning's future cultivation. With royal status, even if the rare wood-flying squirrel's identity were to be confirmed, the others would think twice before taking action, out of respect for the great Zhou royal family. Okay, in that case, I'll arrange everything for you. Rest assured, take care of your pregnancy and wait for good news. She emerged from the backyard. Liu Mizhen was still attending to chores in the meeting hall. After waiting for a moment in the gardener's residence, she handed the chores to Kizzy, who had long since become capable of handling them independently. Inside the residence, after all the maids had left, only the couple remained. Liu Mizhen said, "Husband, I have something good for you." With a pat of her hand, she slapped her storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, a packaged box floated toward Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng smiled and patted the bag. "What a coincidence. I have a gift for you too." The two exchanged a glance. Liu Mizhen urged Fu Changsheng to open the box. Once it opened, she revealed 3 elixirs filled with the same Kingguan pills she had previously cultivated. "Husband, these pills will be enough to help you reach the peak of the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion." However, there was a significant gap between the early and middle stages of the Purple Mansion. To achieve this breakthrough, one needed to consume the barrier-breaking pill. Of course, for those with exceptional talent, this was a different matter. Fu Changsheng had already guessed the answer, but he was still overjoyed to see so many pills being made. "Mizhen, your alchemy skills have improved since your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Open it and see what my gift is for you." Liu Mizhen smiled and cast a spell. A rejuvenating pill came into view. "It's the rejuvenating pill." "Thank you, husband." Compared to Yu Qingru's excitement, Liu Mizhen didn't seem overly excited. Fu Changsheng figured that Mizhen, having already reached the Purple Mansion, had a lifespan of 500 years and had taken good care of herself, so she wasn't too concerned about her appearance. Liu Mizhen was just about to bring up Ningning and Mulan when Fu Changsheng flipped his hand and a jade pendant appeared, emblazoned with Kunlun runes. Liu Mizhen glanced at it, her eyes flashing. "Husband, this is, during this campaign against the East Wasteland tribe, I've obtained 3 entrance tokens to the East Wasteland tribe's Kunlun world." A hint of pride flashed in Liu Mizhen's eyes. She said happily, "Husband, I'm so relieved that you thought of me first, even though I've come so far." "Husband, who are you going to give the other guiding token to?" "I haven't decided yet, but it's said that this Kunlun small world is only accessible to those in the Purple Mansion. There will also be golden core true immortals there, so entering it will be extremely dangerous. However, we still have 7 or 8 years until this small world opens, so there's no rush, husband. We need to plan ahead. Since we still have 7 or 8 years, what do you think of Yao? If we work hard and collect a soul guiding pill for her in the next few years, she'll have no problem breaking through to the Purple Mansion. Besides, she's a 3rd level formation master herself, so she could be of help even if she enters the ruins. Currently, Yao is the only 3rd level formation master in the clan. Fu Changlai is a 3rd level talisman formation master, but his experience in breaking formations is still not as extensive as Yao's. Of course, Yu Qingru is also a 3rd level formation master, but she's unlikely to break through to the Purple Mansion in the short term. Fu Changsheng pondered, Yao is a good choice, but the people entering the small world this time are all from the East Wasteland tribe. I'm afraid that when Yao is teleported in, it will be too dangerous for her to face the East Wasteland tribe alone. Dangers and opportunities coexist. Yao is old enough and needs to make her own way. Besides, in the small world, with the 2 of us protecting her, she'll be fine." Liu Mizhen's tone was a little urgent. Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment. "Let's discuss this later. It's more important to resolve Ningning's marriage first. If we don't hurry, her unborn child will be born soon. Unlike us ordinary families, this is the royal family after all. If the child is born before entering the family, it will be settled later. Even if there is an heir to the title of prince, it is unlikely to be his." Chapter 333 Marriage, Background, and Planning. At the prince's mansion, Kangming Hall, Zhou Zuanming waited anxiously outside the closed doors. Inside, the 7th prince sat upright on a luxurious chair, rapidly flipping through the various memorials from his fiefdom. In a blink, he had annotated a thick stack. Rubbing his brow, the 7th prince closed his eyes wearily. Despite the years of fully developing the fiefdom's resources, the prince's mansion still incurred heavy expenses, seemingly struggling to make ends meet. "Prince, have some Cheyenne tea to refresh yourself," Steward Zhou, who is accompanying him, thoughtfully presented the prepared cups. Waiting for the seventh prince's frown to ease slightly, he then bowed and said, "Prince, the second young master is just outside the hall. He said he has something important to discuss with you. Do you think we should meet?" Upon hearing this, the seventh prince frowned. Mentioning this son, his already unhappy mood became even more impatient. He wanted to avoid seeing him, but when he thought of Jin, he changed his words and said, "Uncle Joe, do you know why he came here this time?" Butler Joe had watched the seventh prince grow up. Since he could be respectfully addressed as uncle, he naturally had a few words to say. "Prince, the second young master is here for his own marriage. Marriage is a big deal? Jin has taken care of his marriage to Yangang. Why should he intervene?" Reporting to the prince, several years ago, the second young master fell in love with a Miss Fu from Jingzhou. Now she is pregnant. It seems that the second young master is deeply in love with this Miss Fu. He and his concubine have had several quarrels over this. He even declared that he will not marry anyone but a girl from the Fu family in this life. This is simply nonsense. His wedding to Yangyang will be held in half a month, and the invitations have been sent out everywhere. If he makes such a fuss, won't the prince's mansion lose face? Tell him that no matter Miss Fu or Miss Yang, he wants to marry in the future. I have no objection. He must make this marriage a success right now. The prince is absolutely right. Butler Joe agreed with the seventh prince. After the seventh prince vented his anger, he saw that Steward Joe was hesitant to speak. "Uncle Joe, we're not strangers. Just say whatever you want to say." Steward Joe, noting that the seventh prince had clearly calmed down, nodded in agreement and then explained Ningning's life story. A flicker of surprise crossed the seventh prince's brows. Seeing this, Steward Joe hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I think the second young master has struck gold this time. The Fu family's rise is unstoppable. Meanwhile, we've secretly nurtured the Jin family for years, but it hasn't seen any improvement. Furthermore, the concubine's father is nearing his death, and the future successor to the Jin family will be far less related to the concubine. With their bond weakened, it's unlikely they'll be able to assist the second young master in the future. Besides, forgive me for saying this, the concubine's young daughter is incredibly spoiled. Once they move into separate residences, she won't be able to help the second young master with either personal interactions or major matters. And the second young master himself, the second young master was another mediocre individual. If the two of them were together, their lives would only get worse." The seventh prince, a brilliant mind, understood this perfectly. He wasn't happy with the Jin family's marriage proposal to begin with, but he couldn't resist the whispers and couldn't bear to see Jin cry, so he didn't have the heart to call it off. The seventh prince knocked on the table, still clearly undecided. Steward Joe added, "Your Highness, I've heard the Fu family's patriarch will arrive in Jingzhou soon. If you're undecided, you could meet your future-in-law first. With your mastery of the dragon-watching technique, you'll know his luck." Fu Changsheng was the one who held the Fu family together. If he wasn't, there was no need to go to such lengths. The seventh prince nodded. "Okay, Uncle Joe, you'll take care of everything. Remember, don't let the Jin family know until things are settled." "Yes, Your Highness." Steward Joe emerged from the hall. Zhou Zuanming immediately came forward, taking Steward Joe's arm as usual, and anxiously asked, "Grandpa Joe, how is it?" Steward Joe gestured to a side hall. Once inside, Zhou Zuanming expertly poured tea for Steward Joe, clearly indicating a good personal relationship between the two. Zhou Zuanming may seem ordinary, but he's naturally approachable. He doesn't let his royal blood lead him to arrogance, nor does he flaunt his mother's favor. He often addresses Butler Joe as Grandpa, who has no children. He watched over the prince's upbringing. Because of Jin's favor, he had frequent contact with Zhou Zuanming. When Zhou Zuanming was young, the prince, eager for his son to succeed, personally brought him up, but later, realizing he couldn't be helped, abandoned the plan. Butler Joe cast a spell on the formation. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat, he said, "The prince has agreed to meet with clan leader Fu first." "Really? When has your Grandpa Joe ever lied to you?" "Great. I can finally marry Ningning, Grandpa Joe. I knew you could do it. When Ningning's child is born, I'll make sure he calls you great-grandfather first." "You're just a mouthful of words," Butler Joe scoffed, but he felt immensely pleased. After a pause, he put down the teacup and said solemnly, "Although the prince has agreed, the success or failure depends on a meeting between the prince and the head of the Fu clan. When the time comes, you can call Miss Fu along." By the way, remember not to make this matter public. If your mother finds out, don't blame me for not reminding you, Grandpa Joe. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I will keep it secret." After he finished speaking, Zhou Zuanming couldn't wait to send a message to Ningning in front of Zhou's housekeeper. Seeing that he didn't regard himself as an outsider at all, Zhou's housekeeper smiled and shook his head. When he heard Ningning say that Fu Changsheng had arrived in Jingzhou, Zhou's eyes lit up and he quickly gave Zhou Zuanming a few instructions. Fu's mulberry garden. Fu Changsheng learned from Ningning that Zhou Zuanming had asked the 7th prince to agree to meet him, which surprised him a little. Ningning, however, was brimming with excitement. "Father, look, I told you I wasn't wrong about him. Zhou Lang promised to marry me, and I'll definitely keep his promise. This child being overly affectionate is definitely not a good thing. If it weren't for the intelligence suggesting Zhou Zuanming would inherit the title of prince, he would never have agreed to this marriage." Fu Changsheng waited for Ningning's excitement to subside before speaking. "Please ask your Zhou Lang if there's anything he should be aware of when meeting the 7th prince. Besides being a member of the royal family, the 7th prince was also a giant in Tenrun." Ningning nodded quickly. After some inquiries, she finally gained a general understanding of the 7th prince's life. After his birth, the 7th prince was raised in the Xianji pavilion for a considerable period of time. However, the eldest princess later gave birth to a son. Upon his birth, strange phenomena appeared in the pavilion, and it was rumored that he was the undisputed heir to the pavilion. Consequently, the eldest princess expelled the 7th prince, originally a backup candidate, from the pavilion. The son born to the eldest princess later reached adulthood and was granted the title of Prince of An by the Emperor of Zhou. After his marriage, he was allowed to remain in the imperial capital, free from the need to travel to his fiefdom. It was said that the relationship between the 7th prince and the eldest princess had always been strained. Therefore, the names of the eldest princess and Prince of An were taboo in the 7th prince's presence. Fu Changsheng muttered to himself, since the 7th prince's mother is the eldest princess and in charge of the Xianji pavilion, she should have given some warning if something bad happened to the 7th prince. The meeting place was next to the mulberry garden, in the vineyard purchased by Zhou Zuanming. A few days later, Fu Changsheng and Ningning arrived as scheduled. Zhou Zuanming, guarding the main gate, had specially dressed in a dark, elegant suit. Upon seeing Fu Changsheng, he was slightly taken aback. Fu Changsheng looked to be around 20, and without a beard, one might mistake him for a handsome young man. Zhou Zuanming quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Uncle Fu." "Yes." Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. Zhou Zuanming saw that, though the man looked young, his every move exuded the authority of a clan leader, and he couldn't help but feel even more nervous. Fortunately, Liu Rushan, a purple mansion cultivator, had also come to greet him and escorted him all the way to the council hall. Zhou Zuanming lagged behind, standing with Ningning. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Seeing Ningning's belly starting to show, Zhou Zuanming was both curious and excited. "Ningning, you've been so tired. Is the little one behaving well in there?" The two exchanged glances from behind. Fu Changsheng glanced at the garden and saw that the pavilions and waterside terraces were extremely ingeniously designed. While seemingly unostentatious, every detail was meticulously crafted. A centuries-old Taiyan pine tree had even been transplanted in front of the council hall. As expected of a royal descendant, arriving at the council hall, Liu Rushan hurriedly stepped forward to introduce Steward Zhou, Mr. Zhou, this is the Fu clan leader, Steward Zhou, though a steward, was a late purple mansion cultivator. Fu Changsheng didn't want to be overly arrogant and bowed in greeting. Steward Zhou casually glanced at Fu Changsheng. Seeing that, despite his origins in the remote eastern wilderness, he possessed a handsome demeanor and an extraordinary bearing, he felt his plan was halfway settled. "Patriarch Fu, our prince awaits you within. Please." The palace doors swung open. An overwhelming pressure erupted. Fu Changsheng looked up to see a middle-aged man wearing a feathered crown seated within. A royal bloodline mark rested between his brows, lending a touch of mystery to his otherwise ordinary features. He bowed and said, "Changsheng, I greet the prince." The 7th prince remained silent. When he glanced at Fu Changsheng, a mysterious aura swirled in his eyes. When he looked back again, the scene before him was different. A thin layer of mist enveloped Fu Changsheng, making it difficult to discern his destiny. He was looking at the inheritance of the dragon technique from the Xianji pavilion. Although he hadn't reached the pinnacle of cultivation, He was still unable to discern the fate of a cultivator one rank below him. This was the second time he had encountered such a situation, the first being his younger brother. A flash of shock passed through his eyes. The seventh prince quickly recovered. The Fu clan leader had been able to raise the Fu family from a family of only 4 cultivators, facing internal and external troubles, to become the 8th-rank family it is today. This was clearly due to good fortune. His foolish son had stumbled upon a good match. He immediately smiled. "My dear, there's no need for such formalities. Please sit down." Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected the prince to agree to the marriage proposal upon their first meeting. He felt a slight joy in his heart. After taking his seat, the 7th prince met Ningning again, gave her a greeting gift, and then, when only he and Fu Changsheng were left in the meeting room, he said, "Patriarch Fu, to be honest, Zuanming has another engagement. The ceremony was originally scheduled for 10 days from now. The invitations have been sent out, and all matters at the mansion are ready. If you don't mind, Ningning and Zuanming will get married in 10 days. How about that? As for the betrothal, I will instruct Uncle Joe to complete all the procedures within these 10 days. Otherwise, if we want to get married, we'll have to wait until next year or later." By the next year, Ningning's children were all born outside the family. Fu Changsheng was somewhat surprised by the 7th prince's straightforwardness. He wasn't one to fret over such trivial matters, so he immediately bowed and said, "Everything shall be done as the prince wishes." The 7th prince was very pleased with this. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "My dear, regarding Ningning's background, don't worry, Your Majesty. My daughter has been registered under my first wife's name and has acknowledged her ancestral roots." "Very good, very good." The 7th prince was delighted to see Fu Changsheng so perceptive. After all, he couldn't let his son marry an illegitimate daughter. Although he had already left the royal family, he still had to consider the royal family's reputation. The 7th prince patted his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A white box with a dragon pattern floated towards Fu Changsheng. "This is my special betrothal gift to my dear. As for the actual betrothal gifts, Uncle Joe will help arrange them later." "A special betrothal gift?" Fu Changsheng was a little surprised and quickly bowed his hands in thanks. After the two discussed the wedding ceremony, the 7th prince took his leave. As he was escorted to the garden gate, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. "Ling, your marriage into the royal family adds a powerful force to your family, earning you 1,000 family contribution points." The next moment, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 23,007. This was quite a pleasant surprise. Returning from the vineyard, Liu Mizan, who had been waiting for a long time, heard that the wedding would take place in 10 days. She smiled and said, "Thank goodness I prepared the dowry in advance. Otherwise, 10 days wouldn't have been enough time." Even so, organizing a wedding requires many tasks. Liu Mizan gathered all the staff from the mulberry garden and systematically assigned tasks. After Fu Changsheng returned to his room, a spell was cast into the formation, and a light curtain rose. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a box with a white background and dragon pattern landed in his palm. "I wonder what this special betrothal gift is." With a hint of anticipation, spells were cast into the box. The restrictions were lifted. Then, a flash of yellow light caught his eye, revealing a talisman within. "It's actually a talisman." Fu Changsheng's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected the 7th prince to be so generous. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the talisman had 5 uses, each activation equivalent to a full-strength attack from an early giant and cultivator. Not bad, not bad. With this talisman, he later encountered Jinden from the Donghuang tribe upon entering the Kunlun small world, which gave him some self-preservation. In that case, Ningning's dowry can't be too shabby. After all, marrying into the royal family, sisters-in-law inevitably compare themselves, and servants often choose their own gifts accordingly. In the Wutuang garden, the prince's mansion, Jin was in Yaonyang's room, instructing her on the proper etiquette of intercourse. Nanny Jin hurried in, her face flustered. Jin frowned. The older Nanny Jin got, the less effective she seemed. "Why are you so flustered, madam? Can you please speak to me?" Nanny Jin glanced at Yaonyang. Jin didn't take it seriously, figuring that something had gone wrong during Yaonyang and Zuanming's wedding. She smiled and said to Yaonyang, "Yaonyang, think about what I just said. I'll explain it to you when it is done." After leaving Yaonyang's boudoir, Jin's face immediately turned cold. Mammy, you're so old, yet you're still so alarmed. Yangyang's wedding is imminent, and she's already uneasy. I'm afraid this has only made her even more uneasy, madam. If it were a trivial matter, I wouldn't have been so rash. It's really, Mammy. Jin glanced around and quickly sent a message to Jin. Jin shuddered. Her phoenix eyes glared at her. Mammy, where did you hear these rumors? If Zuanming's marriage was to be changed, wouldn't the prince have consulted with me first? Go and kick that gossipy woman out of the palace. Jin was utterly incredulous. Nanny Jin was nearly crying with anxiety, repeatedly saying, Madam, I saw with my own eyes Steward Joe ordering people to carry out the betrothal gifts from the warehouse, amidst music and fanfare, all the way to the Fu family's mulberry garden. The eldest lady, who had been in seclusion for years, suddenly emerged, saying that the prince had ordered the wedding banquet, and that she would be the one to organize it. News spread throughout the palace, Madam. The second young master is really marrying that woman from the Fu family. And the wedding date is the same day that my cousin and the second young master were originally planning to marry. Jin's face changed. How could this be? Her husband had actually agreed to mingle over her. And hadn't he always disliked mingle? Why would he just give in, and even then, without asking for permission? Nanny Jin saw her wife's face darken to a frightening degree. She cautiously said, Madam, I think the betrothal gifts are still on their way. Look, if she went to the prince now to plead for him, perhaps she still had time. Jin had been the prince's favorite for years, relying on more than just her beauty. Though shocked, she quickly calmed down, her mind working remarkably quickly. She said calmly, Madam, send Minger home immediately, and send someone to investigate the Fu family thoroughly. Madam, do you agree to this marriage? Madam Jin was stunned. She had expected Madam to argue. But Jin understood that since the prince had promised the Fu family, there must be a reason she hadn't previously perceived. As a concubine, even if she was favored, she knew she couldn't challenge the prince's authority. Now that the matter was settled, she had to plan carefully how to maximize the prince's debt to her and Yangyang. The commotion at the prince's mansion quickly caught wind of the major families in Jingzhou. The meeting hall of the 7th-rank Yun family. Patriarch Yun sat at the head of the table, while the elders on either side were discussing the matter. The Fu family is truly blessed with good fortune to have been favored by the 7th prince. Although the second young master isn't a legitimate son, his food, clothing, and resources are comparable to those of a crown prince. With the support of the prince's mansion, the Fu family will surely rise to prominence in the future. That's right, what a pity. When I sent Sanyang over, the Jin family repeatedly instructed us. If we had known this, we would have found a way to make it a done deal. By the way, what gifts should we prepare for this celebration? Everyone was talking in high spirits. Patriarch Yun, who was at the head of the table, seemed to have fallen asleep. After everyone had left, Patriarch Yu finally opened his tightly closed eyes, his eyes blazing with anger. He snorted coldly, You, the Fu family. He flicked his sleeves and returned to the secret room. After closing the magic circle, he took out a triangular mirror and cast a spell into it. The mirror rippled, and then the face of Yun's Henrin of the joyful sect appeared. Patriarch Yun hurriedly bowed and saluted. Father, I just received news that Fu Changsheng, who killed my second brother, is planning to marry into the 7th Commandery Palace soon. In the future, if we want to move against the Fu family, I'm afraid it was impossible. After all, the 7th Commandery Palace was far away from the imperial family. But he was still the eldest son of the powerful princess. In the spiritual mirror. Upon hearing this, Yun's Henrin's eyes narrowed slightly. This Fu family cannot be allowed to continue to grow. It was unclear what Yun's Henrin said. Patriarch Yun was stunned for a moment, hesitant. Father, based on our investigation, this Fu Changsheng is very cunning and extremely cautious. I'm afraid a fake cave will not be enough to lure him into the trap. HMPH. Who told you it was a fake cave? I've been there since I was in the Purple Mansion. After all these years, the fruit of that Shineling tree should be ripe. Shineling fruit is crucial for spiritual pets to reach the 3rd level. I heard the Fu family created a Spirit Beast Valley specifically for this purpose. He knew there was a Shineling tree in the cave, so even if he knew it was a trap, he would still jump in. Then the two discussed for a long time. Finally, Patriarch Yun, full of confidence, bowed and said, Father, rest assured. I will successfully complete this mission. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Master Yun's body slowly faded. Patriarch Yun sat in the room for a while, then took out a jade communication talisman and sent a message: "I will personally attend the Fu family's wedding banquet." The wedding day arrived in a flash. According to Jingzhou custom, parents cannot accompany their daughters when they marry, and only siblings can escort them. However, when the groom arrives to welcome the bride's family will also hold a wedding banquet. The scale of the event is certainly not as grand as that of the prince's mansion. Plus, the mulberry garden was full of women. So, after some discussion, Fu Changsheng and Liu Mizhen decided to book Ziyui Xianglu in the market town. Since their Fu family didn't have many relatives, the entire Ziyui Xianglu had nearly 100 tables, more than enough for them. Fu Changsheng and Liu Mizhen had also gone to the backyard of their own shop in the market town beforehand. They figured that the major families in Jingzhou were all flocking to the prince's mansion and wouldn't likely come to their place, so Fu Changsheng had no intention of rewarding them and simply planned to show up at the opening of the banquet. As the sounds of suona and drums began to blare, Kizzy happily relayed, "Father, Mother, the wedding procession has entered the city. They're sending people all over the streets handing out wedding candy. We estimate they'll be here in half a cup of tea." Ningning, already dressed, was visibly nervous. Liu Mizhen offered some soothing words, leaving Ningning and Fu Changsheng alone, and went out to make arrangements. Fu Changsheng cast a spell on the formation in the room. With a humming sound, the formation's light curtain rose. Looking at his daughter, veiled in wedding scarf, he felt a mixture of joy and worry. "Ningning, do you remember what father told you before?" "Yes, father, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about Xiaomu's affairs, not even Zhou Lang." "That was right." Fu Changsheng spoke earnestly, rambling on, feeling a constant worry. His words finally condensed into one: "Just remember this, you have father's support in everything. You don't have to restrict yourself in the prince's mansion. If you're ever unhappy, come home. And if that brat Zhou Zuanming dares to bully you, just let me know. Father will definitely not forgive him." Ningning was clearly sobbing beneath her wedding scarf. Fu Changsheng couldn't bear to see his daughter cry, so he stopped his sentimental words and patted his storage bag. In a flash of light, a large red box appeared in his palm. "This is for you, Father, to keep as a treasure." There were no restrictions on the box. Ningning scanned the box with her spiritual sense and quickly waved her hand. "Father, you've given me too much?" "Absolutely not." Inside the box was a silver note for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. A note accepted nationwide by the Great Zhou dynasty's banks. Such a large denomination startled Ningning. Besides the silver note, there were also 8 life-replacing talismans and a pair of second-tier spirit-devouring insects. Not counting Liu Mizhen's dowry, just these 3 treasures from Fu Changsheng alone would have been enough to make anyone envious. This wasn't just a wedding, it was more than enough to marry a woman of high status. Fu Changsheng thrust the box into Ningning's hands and said, "A gift from an elder cannot be refused. With these treasures, you have the means to settle down in the prince's mansion." As he spoke, the wedding procession arrived. After the festivities, the bridegroom led the bride to the prince's mansion. Flowers paved the way, cranes circled around. There rode a jade dragon boat, reserved only for the royal family, from the market square to the front of the prince's mansion. A wedding procession arrived ahead, handing over their dowry. A variety of magical flowers and herbs, elixirs, and miraculous medicines filled the entire courtyard. Passing guests couldn't help but whisper, although the Fu family hails from the remote eastern wastelands, their dowry isn't shabby. It seems they've prepared it based on the typical wedding standards for the daughter of an 8th-rank aristocratic family in Jingzhou. It wasn't particularly fine, but it wasn't anything spectacular either. They couldn't understand why the prince had chosen the Fu family's daughter. Then, Kizzy, the bridegroom, passed through the crowd and placed a large wedding gift box in front of the dowry. The box looked ordinary, but when everyone saw the contents, they were speechless with shock. "This is the Fu family in Nouveau Riche, 100,000 spirit stones, 8 life-replacing talismans, even a pair of second-tier spirit-devouring insects, and even a third-tier spiritual weapon." This dowry was even more grand than the wedding of a 7th-rank aristocratic family. Everyone glanced at each other, their gazes suddenly burning with excitement towards Kizzy. With the Fu family's wealth, the Fu family's daughter was undoubtedly a hot commodity. Initially, some privately mocked the Fu family's unpresentable pheasants. But they were truly shocked by this development. Could it be that the Prince of Cheng is marrying into the Fu family because he's attracted by their wealth? Among the crowd, The old patriarch Jin was naturally present. At the time, he believed that the dowry he had presented to Yangang was the largest in Jingzhou. After all, with his son's death, he had secured the majority of the clan's assets, hoping to legitimately pass them on to his granddaughter Yangang when she married. But compared to the Fu family's final box of treasures, it seemed rather paltry. The old patriarch Jin snorted coldly. Country girls are country girls, all they know is how to attract attention. No matter how large the dowry, it was useless. As long as his daughter remained in the palace, the Fu family's daughter would have no hope of a good life. Meanwhile, Jin was in her own backyard, personally planning her wedding. But with a wife away, there was no room for a concubine like her. Furthermore, Jin never sought to steal the spotlight from the wife. Just then, Nanny Jin learned about the dowry list and rushed in. With a beaming expression, she whispered to Jin, concluding, "Madam, it seems the Fu clan leader is eager to give the entire Fu family as a dowry. It seems the young lady is very favored at home." They had previously heard that the young lady was a concubine, even returning to the Fu family after reaching adulthood, only to run away a few years later. They had speculated that the young lady was being treated unfairly or that she had been hurt and fled, but now it seemed that was not the case. To be willing to give such a large dowry, she must be the apple of her parents' eyes. Nanny Jin glanced at the occasional sobbing coming from Yangyang's closed room and whispered, "Madam, after my cousin, after Fu Changsheng saw off the wedding procession, he began the banquet. As the banquet began, he welcomed an unexpected guest." Chapter 334, A Plan Within a Plan, The Evolution of Strange Fire, The Change of Space. Fu Changsheng withdrew from the banquet and went downstairs, where he saw, as expected, Patriarch Yun himself. The Yun family was a well-established seventh-rank aristocratic family, having governed the Yunlin mansion for many years. Patriarch Yun had achieved the Purple Mansion a century prior. Prior to that, the Fu family had had little contact with him. Moreover, if they wanted to offer their congratulations, they should have gone to the prince's mansion. Suppressing his doubts, Fu Changsheng stepped forward and bowed. "Patriarch Yun, I apologize for not welcoming you in person. Please come inside." The other members of the other aristocratic families under the Yun family's jurisdiction in the Yunlin mansion also came forward to greet him. After 3 rounds of drinks, Patriarch Yun and Fu Changsheng quickly communicated, "Patriarch Fu, I have something to discuss with you. May I have a moment?" Sure enough, there was another purpose. Fu Changsheng's thoughts stirred. Making an excuse to leave, the two of them went downstairs. Patriarch Yun pointed to the Xianji house on West Street. The Xianji house had the effect of shielding spiritual consciousness, and private transactions in the market, those that wanted to remain hidden, took place there. After handing over the spirit stones, Ancestor Yun took the token and unlocked a heavenly secret room. The two entered, and after the stone door closed, Ancestor Yun finally spoke, "Patriarch Fu, I heard you've refined a strange fire. Is that true?" "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded. "It wasn't a secret, a little inquiry would reveal it." Ancestor Yun's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Patriarch Fu, to be honest, I'm looking for you because I want us to team up and explore an ancient cave." Fu Changsheng immediately became alert. Ancestor Yun was a force to be reckoned with within the Yun clan, with no fewer than 10 Purple Mansion cultivators in the family. Ancestor Yun himself had already reached the late Purple Mansion stage, so he certainly had no shortage of combat power. It was strange that he'd come to him this time. Upon seeing this, Patriarch Yun spoke frankly, "Patriarch Fu, to be honest, we Yun family members have already opened the barrier of this ancient cave. However, to enter the inner layer, one must pass through a molten fire passage. This passage contains the strange fire of heaven and earth, which is difficult for even a late-stage Purple Mansion to resist. Only someone like Patriarch Fu, who possesses the strange fire, can open this passage. If so, then it makes sense." Patriarch Yun spoke frankly, "Patriarch Fu, you now have the prince's mansion behind you. Although our Yun family is a 7th-rank family, no matter how bold we are, we would not dare to plot against your Fu family." Even so, Fu Changsheng did not intend to venture forth with a stranger. He was about to refuse. Patriarch Yun changed the subject, saying, "Patriarch Fu, if you refine the strange fire from the molten fire passage in that ancient cultivator's cave, the power of the red lotus earth core fire within you should be even greater. Furthermore, according to the internal map our Yun family has, there's a field spirit tree within the cave, a highly effective auxiliary spiritual object for spirit beasts to use in their third-level breakthroughs. When the cave opens, Patriarch Fu, you can choose one first, and we'll split it 60-40. What do you think? Fu Changsheng didn't refuse outright. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Patriarch Yun, how about you wait for 3 days, and then I'll give you an answer after my daughter returns home. Patriarch Yun wanted to strike while the iron was hot, to avoid the Fu family discovering any flaws. However, knowing he couldn't appear too eager, he smiled and said, all right, then, I'll wait for good news from you, Patriarch Fu. Patriarch Yun left the Heavenly Secrets room and glanced back at Fu Changsheng, who waved at him. He sneered inwardly, skeptical he'd thrown such a large bait without the other party taking it. Fu Changsheng, I'll let you enjoy your glory for 2 more days. After all, even condemned prisoners receive a sumptuous final meal before their execution. Fu Changsheng left the Heavenly Secrets room but didn't return to the banquet. After sending a message to Molen to meet in the mulberry garden, he left directly from the market. After waiting in the mulberry garden for a while, Mishun and Molen also left the banquet. Molen, noticing Fu Changsheng's solemn expression, asked in surprise, Patriarch, what did Patriarch Yun tell you? They were all family. Fu Changsheng didn't hold back, saying, Patriarch Yun invited me to join him on an expedition. He said he'd discovered an ancient cultivator's cave, and I'd need the red lotus earth core fire within me to enter its core. Such a good thing. Fu Molen was a bit surprised, frowning. Master, do you think something's fishy? I don't know whether it's fishy or not. Molen, maybe you've found some files on the Yun family in the suppression department. Fu Molen shook her head. Her rank was too low. The Yun family was a 7th rank official, and she didn't have the authority to do so. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Master, why don't you ask Lord Xiao Xianger, with the support of the 5th rank Xiao family and her numerous achievements, had been promoted to Deputy Wanhu in the Wanhu division of the suppression department. Once she reached the Jinden stage, she would be able to assume the position of Wanhu. Although Xiao Xianger didn't attend the Fu family's daughter's wedding, she still sent a gift, the most valuable item on the gift list. Fu Changsheng hadn't seen Xiao Xianger in a long time. He should also report to Xiao Xianger about Fu Gear and Kayang Gear's affairs. He nodded immediately and said, in that case, I'll trouble you, Molen, to help connect them. I'll report back to Patriarch Yun and give him a reply after Ningning returns home after 3 days. Okay, Patriarch, I'll return to the Wanhu office now. After Molen left, Fu Changsheng was left alone in the room. He focused his attention on the panel in his sea of consciousness and immediately thought, exchange information, buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The ancient cave dwelling that Patriarch Yun mentioned to you is located in Kangling Mountain. The strange fire in the molten fire passage is the 9 yang flame fire. The fruit on the Shineling tree growing in the inner layer of the cave will soon ripen. 9 yang flame fire. If he remembered correctly, it was ranked 99th on the strange fire rankings. If he could subdue it and merge it with the red lotus earth core fire within his body, he would surely be able to directly enter the top 70 on the rankings. Moreover, he could really pick Shineling fruit. The skeleton demon vine also successfully broke through to the 3rd stage. Transplanting the field spirit tree would also greatly benefit the clan's future development. Fu Changsheng muttered, according to the intelligence, what Elder Yun said seems to be true. 2. Fu Changlai successfully broke through to the half-step purple mansion. He recently went to Broken Bone Cliff to study the barrier of the ancient cultivator's cave ruins with Yu Kingru. The ruins contain a means to obtain a blood talisman spirit body. Blood talisman spirit body? This was the first time Fu Changsheng had heard of it. Judging from the name, it seemed to be related to talisman making. However, if it could be cultivated after birth, it would be what Uncle Yu called an acquired spirit body. Acquired spirit bodies are generally of low rank, but compared to innate spirit bodies, for ordinary cultivators, possessing a spirit body, even a lowly first rank one, is extremely powerful. 3. Your daughter-in-law Gan Mu successfully raised the reincarnation life and death gu, and from the gu dao inheritance you brought back, she stumbled upon a method containing the soul transformation gu to awaken the soul and transform the spirit. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Stuck between Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion, besides the first step of opening the Niwen Palace, the most crucial step is the final one, awakening the soul and transforming the spirit. Therefore, the soul guiding pill is needed. The secret manuals and illusions currently held by the Fu family have yet to find another alternative. He had never imagined that Gan Muwen's attainments in Gudeo were so high. As long as we find the soul-transforming Gu and cultivate it, the number of Fu family members who will ascend to Purple Mansion will surely increase rapidly. If the Fu family wants to advance further, it must have more high-level cultivators. Among the countless Purple Mansion cultivators, only a handful can break through to the Golden Core stage, let alone the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the base number must be large. 4. Your adopted son Fu Yongru was captured and taken away by mysterious individuals while carrying out a secret imperial decree in the far west. What? Fu Changsheng straightened his posture immediately. The last news of Rui Gear, who had not been heard from for a long time, was the tragic news of his capture. Although he had vaguely felt that it was difficult to guess, he was still a little nervous when he saw the confirmed information. Rui Gear was imprisoned in his childhood and suffered inhuman torture for nearly 10 years. He finally opened his heart again after meeting the Liu family girl, but now he has been captured again. I am afraid. Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, this information only gives a general idea, without mentioning the specific location or who captured him. It seems that the system level really needs to be upgraded. 5. The Kunlun small world ruins of the Donghuang tribe will be opened in 7 years. 6. A quasi third-level white phosphorus fish king is hidden in the depths of Dongting Lake and Yinan Mountain. 7. Shugir, after your added points to improve your spiritual root qualifications, your cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds compared to before. I suspect that I am an innate spiritual body that is not yet awakened. 8. Niuki Uxiu hides a secret unknown to others. 9. The eldest elder of the Shi family survived a near-death experience and successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion. 10. Fu Changsheng scanned the above information one by one, and when he saw the 8th one, he was obviously stunned. Chu Xiu is hiding a secret. She had been rescued from a critical illness and brought back to the Fu family. She had always been honest and dutiful, never doing anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that she possessed the all-poison body? But the system had already warned her, so it wasn't a secret. Furthermore, he had witnessed her awakening the all-poison body with his own eyes. No, Fu Changsheng recalled Chu Xiu's behavior before and after her spiritual awakening. While she remained respectful to him, her demeanor had clearly changed. He had previously thought it was a change from her spiritual awakening, but now that the system had reminded him, he felt there might be something more. Could it be the remnant spirit of the cave's former owner had possessed Chu Xiu? If so, he would have to be careful in the future. With his current cultivation level, even if it was just a remnant spirit, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He could understand that everyone had their secrets, but if they did anything that harmed the family, then he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. After waiting for several days, after Ningning's return banquet, he returned to the prince's mansion. Xiao Xianger had just arrived at the mulberry garden from the Wenhu residence. It had been years since they met. Time had left no trace on this beauty's face. Instead, her increased cultivation had made her even more ethereal. Greetings, Lord Xiao. Fu Changsheng ushered her into the meeting room. A spell was cast into the room, instantly deactivating the formation. Only 2 people remained in the hall. Fu Changsheng coughed lightly and said, Lord Xiao, I've asked you to come here to consult with me about the 7th rank Yun family, before arriving. Fu Molan had already mentioned it to Xiao Xianger, and Xiao Xianger had specifically looked through the files for this purpose, and slowly said, the Yun family was just a declining 9th rank family in Jingzhou back then. Later, a female clan leader emerged in their clan, who was the mother of the current ancestor Yun. Since then, the Yun family began to rise. After ancestor Yun's mother passed away, ancestor Yun took over the Yun family and broke through to 7th rank family in one fell swoop. Since ancestor Yun came to power, he issued a clan decree, which was to let the sons of the clan marry and have children more often, and the rewards were quite generous. As a result, the number of clan members in the Yun family has jumped to first place in the past 100 or 200 years. In addition, he paused. Xiao Xianger continued, according to the records, the Yun family cultivates a purple mansion every 10 years or so. The outside world speculates that they may have mastered the soul guiding pill formula and are secretly cultivating the main ingredient. However, for families of the 7th rank and above, the imperial court doesn't delve into the sources of these formulas. As long as they pay tribute annually and don't rebel, the higher-ups won't interfere. Xiao Xianger went to great lengths to explain this, simply to let Fu Changsheng know the benefits of ascending to a 7th-rank family. Fu Changsheng naturally understood the advice and felt grateful. He inquired about the Yun family. From all indications, the Yun family has a good reputation in Jingzhou and isn't overly harsh on the major families under their jurisdiction. Xiao Xianger asked, Patriarch Fu, are you considering a marriage alliance with the Yun family? No. Fu Changsheng shook his head. Seeing that Xiao Xianger wasn't an outsider, he immediately told him about Patriarch Yun's invitation to explore the secrets. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xianger frowned. In Jingzhou, the Tang family's natural swordsman, Tang Yunjin, possesses a strange fire, and even ranks above you on the strange fire rankings. While the Tang family may have kept it a closely guarded secret, as both are 7th-grade families, how could the Yun family be unaware of it? Furthermore, the Tang and Yun families are related by marriage. Why would this ancestor Yun seek something far away? Fu Changsheng's body trembled. It seemed that he had been targeted by the Yun ancestor. However, upon closer reflection, he had no connection with the Yun family, let alone any ties with them. Why would he be targeted out of nowhere? Furthermore, the ancestor even offered a real secret cache as bait, clearly signaling that if he entered, there would be no return. In a flash, his mind raced back to the forces he had offended. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. At this thought, Fu Changsheng felt a chill run through his body. Seeing this, Xiao Xianger said, Patriarch Fu, have you thought of something? Fu Changsheng took a deep breath. This matter was of grave importance. After he confirmed again that the formation in the conference hall was seamless, he said, Lord Xiao, to be honest, many years ago, my eldest brother's daughter was bought by the grandson of Yun Zhenren of Huangxi sect. I killed him and rescued Yangwei. Later, when Yun Zhenren found out it was me, he secretly sent Zifu disciples to assassinate me, but I eliminated them one by one. I haven't been in Jingzhou for a long time, and the person I have the deepest grudge against is none other than Huangxi sect, so I have a bold guess. Are you saying that Patriarch Yun is a spy planted by Yun Zhenren in Jingzhou? It's almost certain. Molin said that he recently took over a Zifu force planted in Jingzhou by Huangxi sect. No matter how you look at it, it is inseparable from the Yun family. The person from Huangxi sect saw that our Fu family was marrying into the 7th prince's mansion, and was afraid that our Fu family would grow stronger with the support of the prince's mansion, so he set up such a game. Xiao Xianger's eyes darkened when he heard this. If that's true, then we have to plan carefully. Yun family. Patriarch Yun sat cross-legged in a secret room in the back mountains. The 3-day deadline was almost up, but Fu Changsheng still showed no sign of recovery. How could this fellow Fu Changsheng resist such a great temptation? Patriarch Yun was unconvinced. Besides, with these 3 days, Fu Changsheng should have already discovered that his Yun family was a shining light of righteousness. He had painstakingly cultivated an image of a noble and upright family over the years. Even if the Suppression Bureau came, they would surely find no clues. He had been able to lurk in Jingzhou for nearly 200 years, so naturally, he needed these few days. Patriarch Yun remained calm and closed his eyes again. Several hours passed. Buzz! A rapid buzzing sound suddenly emanated from him. Looking down, a smile crossed the corners of Ancestor Yun's lips. The fish has taken the bait. Ancestor Yun emerged from the back mountain and quietly left the clan mountain, heading west. After about half an hour, he reached the summit of Nipatao Mountain. A moment later, he saw a rainbow of light streaking in the distance. It faded, revealing it to be Fu Changsheng. Ancestor Yun scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw that Fu Changsheng, true to his word, had come alone. Clan leader Fu, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Ancestor Yun flew west with Fu Changsheng for a while, then north again after several days, circling back and forth, practically making a complete circle. He repeatedly used his invisibility technique. Seeing a hint of impatience on Fu Changsheng's face, he said, Fellow Taoist Fu, please forgive me, I did this for our safety, to prevent some flies from targeting us and ruining our plans. Finally, Ancestor Yun landed at Old Jade Mountain. A secret magic circle had been set up halfway up the mountain. When opened, it revealed a small teleportation array. Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Clan leader Yun. Is the location of the cave you mentioned outside of Jingzhou? Clan leader Fu, you'll find out in a moment. Such meticulousness. Even if someone were to track them down, they would surely be unable to catch up. Elder Ancestor Yun smiled and said, Clan leader Fu, please. Fu Changsheng hesitated. Before leaving, he had already informed Xiao Xianger of the cave's location, Changsheng Mountain, situated at the border of the far west. Xiao Xianger should have already set up an ambush. Besides, he had the green dragon with him and the talisman gifted by the prince. Unless Master Yun came in person, he would have no problem protecting himself. He immediately stepped into the teleportation array. As Elder Yun cast a spell into the array, a humming sound emanated, and a brilliant aura rose. The two of them flashed and vanished from the spot. About half a cup of tea later, Liu Mizhan and Kizzy appeared. Kizzy glanced at the teleportation array, frowning. Mother, this is a one-way teleportation array, and it won't be available again for months. What should we do? All clues ended there. Liu Mizhan remained calm and composed. Let's go. We'll secretly head to the Yun family's fiefdom to reunite with Moen. Once they knew the Patriarch Yun was a spy planted by Master Yun, it would be time to massacre the entire Yun family. Elsewhere, at the border of the far west, Xiao Xianger led her men to Changsheng Mountain. However, Changsheng Mountain here was just a half-flattened hill, its interior clearly visible. There were no ruins of ancient cultivators' caves. After waiting for several days, they saw no sign of Fu Changsheng or Patriarch Yun within 1,000 miles, and the sensory artifact left on Fu Changsheng's body ceased to function. Xiao Xianger's face changed. They'd fallen for a trick. Changsheng was probably in deep danger. Clearly, the real Changsheng Mountain was somewhere else. This was just a deception. The world spun. When Fu Changsheng opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark cave. Elder Yun, standing beside him, waved his sleeve, striking a spell against the stone wall. The fluorescent stones on the wall ignited, illuminating the entire cave. Fu Changsheng quickly scanned the cave with his spiritual sense. He found the caverns shrouded in dust, and creeping vines covered the stone walls. The entire passageway was nearly blocked, indicating that no one had set foot there in years. Elder Yun chuckled and said, Brother Fu, it's been decades since I last visited this place, so there are some discrepancies between what I described. Let's go, let's go. At the end of the passageway is the fire fusion passage. Elder Yun's voice was filled with unconcealed excitement. Fu Changsheng followed behind, scanning the cave with his spiritual sense. He discovered a barrier array within the cave, leaving him unaware of the situation outside. Based on the time, Xiao Xianger and the others should have ambushed nearby. The passageway wound. The further in, the higher the temperature. At the end, a fiery crimson came into view. A barrier separated them, yet even so, the scorching heat still seeped out. Elder Yun circled the barrier. Then, forming a seal with his right hand, he muttered something, and with a flick of his left sword finger, he swung his sword. A ray of spiritual light struck the Jin position of the barrier. Rumble. The barrier trembled instantly. A flicker of joy flashed in Elder Yun's eyes, and he formed a seal again. As rays of spiritual light penetrated the barrier, the entire barrier began to rumble and tremble. Then, with a loud bang, like a shattering mirror, boom! The scorching heat within instantly rushed towards him. Elder Yun was prepared. With a flick of his sleeve, a Kyankan shield was erected before him. After the barrier was opened, a long, molten fire tunnel came into view, a sea of flames raging fiercely within it. The terrifying temperature was so intense that even Patriarch Yun's third-grade, superior Kyankan shield seemed to melt. Patriarch Yun retreated fearfully. Brother Fu, it's up to you now. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. He took a step forward. The red lotus earth core fire within his body hummed and erupted, forming a web of fire that enveloped him. The rich fiery spiritual energy emanating from the molten fire tunnel surged, as if provoked. Before entering the molten fire tunnel, Fu Changsheng's thoughts landed on the panel in his sea of consciousness. After exchanging a wave of information, he glanced back at Patriarch Yun, who, still smiling, said, Brother Fu, please, he sneered. Fu Changsheng immediately stepped into the molten fire tunnel. Boom! The flames within the tunnel surged violently, engulfing him in an instant. Patriarch Yun remained guarding the tunnel. More and more flames surged through the passage, but Fu Changsheng showed no intention of splitting the 9 yang flames. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Patriarch Yun discovered that Fu Changsheng was actually sitting cross-legged, refining the 9 yang flames right there. This clearly contradicted the previously discussed plan. During the teleportation, He had clearly instructed Fu Changsheng to first open a passage, and once they entered the inner cave, he could slowly refine the 9 yang flames. Patriarch Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, Fu Changsheng wanted to fuse the strange fire to increase his combat power. You're overestimating yourself. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. Patriarch Yu snorted coldly, but didn't urge him. Instead, he found a place to sit cross-legged, calmly waiting, as if Fu Changsheng's refining and fusing of the 9 yang flames posed no threat to him at all. In the molten fire passage, as Fu Changsheng's technique began to flow, a humming sound emanated. The core fire within his body instantly condensed into a red lotus. With each rotation, the red lotus released a powerful suction force. The surrounding 9 sun flames, as if drawn by an invisible force, involuntarily converged towards the red lotus. Boom! The air trembled. Above Fu Changsheng's head, the 9 sun flames gradually condensed into 9 enormous suns, emitting a dazzling light and terrifyingly high temperature. Fu Changsheng's spell changed. The red lotus within his body's rotation instantly accelerated. As the red lotus grew more and more vibrant, the corresponding power of the 9 suns was released, absorbed and assimilated by the red lotus. As one grew stronger, the other weakened. The fire spirit of the 9 suns began to weaken. As time passed, boom! Under the red lotus's powerful suction, one sun gradually lost its radiance and finally disappeared. At the moment of its disappearance, a strange light sank into the red lotus, and a sun mark suddenly appeared among its leaves. This mark exuded a faint but unique aura, a sign of successful fusion. In the blink of an eye, several months passed quietly. As each sun was refined, the sun marks on the red lotus grew more numerous, its radiance growing ever brighter. Finally, when the last sun was completely devoured and refined by the red lotus, the red lotus core fire within Fu Changsheng's body trembled slightly. As it spun, a shadowy sun hovered around the red lotus, emitting a heart-pounding, powerful aura. The alien fire fusion was successful. Immediately, a line of text suddenly appeared on his sea of consciousness. Red Lotus 9 Sun Flame, Strange Fire Ranking 68, the alien fire within you has mutated during the melting process, possessing the potential for further evolution. Consuming another of the top 100 alien fires will give birth to a fire spirit. In the molten fire tunnel, after the alien fire disappeared, the pier stones on either side were revealed. Years of forging by the 9 Sun Flame had clearly made the pier stones of superior quality, making them a superior building material for both the weapon refining workshop and the alchemy hall. At this moment, on the other side, Elder Yun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fu Changsheng. With a smile, he said, "Brother Fu, you are very skilled. You have fused the 2 strange fires so easily. After passing the molten fire tunnel, we will reach the inner part of the cave. Brother Fu, please." As he spoke, he showed no impatience for having to wait for Fu Changsheng for several months. Fu Changsheng scanned the molten fire tunnel and found a barrier at the end, impenetrable to his sense. He immediately stepped back. This place was discovered by Brother Yun. "You should have gone first, Brother Fu, you are so humble." Elder Yun knew what Fu Changsheng was thinking and didn't mind at all. He smiled and leaped over Fu Changsheng, walking ahead. Fu Changsheng, who was walking behind him, placed his thought on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Your daughter Ningning successfully gave birth to twins. During the birth, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The 7th prince was delighted and rewarded Ningning with a large number of spiritual objects, including the Zuanine grass used to open up the Niwen Palace. In addition, the 2 children were brought to the 7th prince's side and raised personally as soon as they were born. 2. Xiao Xianger couldn't find you anywhere in Kangling Mountain, so she turned back and secretly led her men to hide near the Yun family's fiefdom. Once you get the information that Ancestor Yun is Master Yun's spy lurking in Jingzhou, she will immediately launch an attack. 3. The Kangling Mountain cave where you are is where Master Yun once visited when he was young. He set up a secret magic circle in the inner medicinal garden. When it is activated, cultivators below the Jinden stage have no chance of survival. 4. There is a hidden chamber in the inner cave. 5. Master Yun cast a secret technique on Ancestor Yun. Once his soul is searched, his spirit will immediately disintegrate. 6. Within the Kunlun small world lies the opportunity for your green dragon to further transform. 7. Fu Changsheng glanced at the intelligence information and was immediately caught in a dilemma. Xiao Xianger and the others hadn't found him, which meant that the Kangling mountain he was in must be another place with the same name. Furthermore, if there were no outside help, he would activate his talisman and preemptively kill old Ancestor Yun, then search his soul. But now, that was impossible. If he wanted old Ancestor Yun to personally admit that he was a spy planted by Master Yun, he would have to let his guard down. His only chance was to enter the spiritual medicine garden, knowing it was a trap. But that was unrealistic. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his right arm. Has the Five Elements Cave Heaven evolved? If so, then he could escape into the space when old Ancestor Yun activated the formation. Please don't let me down. Fu Changsheng's consciousness swept the mark on the inner wall of his right hand. At this moment, Elder Yun, walking ahead, turned and asked, Brother Fu, why aren't you leaving? He was still smiling. Fu Changsheng followed suit, a smile on his face. Come on, Brother Yun, where's the Shineling tree you mentioned? Far away, yet close at hand, Elder Yun pointed westward. Turning, he saw a spiritual medicine garden. Spiritual energy lingered within. Although numerous spiritual fields had been cultivated, nothing was planted there. Only a single, towering Shineling tree stood. The tree bore dozens of vibrant fruits, ripe for the picking. Beneath the tree, a flock of multicolored butterflies gathered, forming a humanoid silhouette. From a distance, it looked like a fairy standing nearby. Buzz! Perhaps sensing their approach, the butterflies scattered, landing on the leaves of the Shineling tree, blending into them. If one hadn't just witnessed it, one wouldn't have been able to detect their true presence. Elder Yun generously said, Brother Fu, don't accuse me of not keeping my promise. The Shineling tree is just up ahead. You can pick one fruit first, and we'll split the rest 60-40. At this moment, Fu Changsheng seemed completely captivated by the Shineling fruit before him. He trotted forward without hesitation. Elder Yun, behind him, showed a rare hint of nervousness, his gaze fixed on Fu Changsheng. As he noticed Fu Changsheng entering the garden, he finally let out a breath, the smile on his face instantly fading, replaced by a cruel look. He formed a hand seal with his right hand. Buzz! Suddenly, a massive light shield suddenly illuminated the surroundings of the previously unremarkable spiritual medicine garden. With lightning speed, it pinned Fu Changsheng upside down. Fu Changsheng's expression changed. He angrily rebuked Patriarch Yun, Ancestor Yun, what do you mean by this? Don't forget, our Fu family is related to the 7th prince. If anything happens to me, the people of the prince's mansion will certainly not let you go. HMPH, you're still stubborn even when death is imminent, Patriarch Yun sneered. He looked at Fu Changsheng like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Fu Changsheng, it's precisely because of your marriage to the 7th prince's mansion that father and son have taken such pains to eliminate your future threat. Rest assured, after your death, your descendants will soon follow you to the underworld to reunite with you. Patriarch Yun was about to activate the formation's most powerful killing move. Fu Changsheng quickly summoned the Red Lotus 9 Yang Flame. Ancestor Yun, please make it clear. Our Fu family has nothing to do with your Yun family. Why would you be so deliberately murderous? Patriarch Yun cast a spell on the spiritual medicine garden's formation. Buzz! The formation churned violently. A terrifying murderous intent quickly brewed. Patriarch Yun sneered. Fu Changsheng, do you still remember the disciple of the joyful sect who died at your hands 20 years ago? He was my own nephew. The hatred for killing a relative is irreconcilable. Moreover, you killed several of my father's Purple Mansion disciples. Do you think we'll let you go? Go to hell, he spoke, then fiercely activated the spell. Buzz! In an instant, a guanine seal condensed within the formation and pressed down on Fu Changsheng with lightning speed. At this moment, a hint of triumphant smile crossed Fu Changsheng's lips. Then, an incredible scene occurred. Fu Changsheng, who was in the spiritual medicine garden, vanished into thin air. How is this possible? This heavenly sound formation would prevent even a golden core from escaping, and in such a short time, the opponent must still be within. With a rumble, the guanine seal landed where Fu Changsheng had been. Mud and rocks flew, and a 5-finger ravine several dozen feet wide was formed. If Fu Changsheng hadn't dodged, he would have surely died. Patriarch Yun's spiritual sense swiftly swept through the formation, but even after scraping the ground 3 feet deep, he couldn't detect a single trace of Fu Changsheng. What kind of sorcery is this? Thinking back on his last words, Patriarch Yun's pupils shrank. Now that he thought about it, it was clear that Fu Changsheng had deliberately guided him to say those words. He had clearly come prepared. The image-retaining pods must have recorded the entire scene. If Fu Changsheng were allowed to leave alive, it would be the end of the Yun family. You little bastard, how dare you plot against me? Let me see how capable you are. Patriarch Yun cast a spell within the formation. Instantly, clouds and mist billowed, revealing everything in the spiritual medicine garden, leaving not even a speck of dust undetected. But within the formation, there was no sign of Fu Changsheng. Patriarch Yun sneered, HMPH, I wonder how long you can keep playing coward. Patriarch Yun immediately sat cross-legged, guarding the spiritual medicine garden's formation. He was certain Fu Changsheng hadn't left the garden. He could wait. As soon as Fu Changsheng showed up, he would activate the formation and kill him with one strike. He could wait. Buzz! Fu Changsheng felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment he appeared atop the spiritual mountain in the Five Elements cave heaven. Atop the mountain, the cracked stone tablet seemed to have healed slightly, still inscribed with his name and lifespan. The entire layout of the spiritual mountain remained unchanged. Even the surrounding clouds hadn't expanded. Is this the result of the spatial evolution? At first glance, nothing had changed. Except for the various spiritual flowers and herbs planted atop the spiritual mountain. He had invested over 2 million spirit stones in a drop of special spiritual fluid. Chunyang, Fu Changsheng called out. Buzz! The next moment, a faint voice emanated from the ancient mystical vine. Chunyang greets the master. Please forgive me, master. While assisting the Five Elements cave heaven, I've exhausted my energy and am unable to emerge. I can only rely on the ancient mystical vine to replenish my vitality. He was about to ask a few more questions. But upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng's words suddenly changed. Chunyang, the Five Elements cave heaven previously absorbed the dry well space from the Yangang tribe chief's residence, consuming over 2 million spirit stones. What exactly did the Five Elements cave heaven evolve, master? Wait a moment. Chunyang's voice was weak. However, the next moment, the ancient mystical vine trembled slightly. Then, a powerful yin energy surged. Then, immediately afterwards, a red gate came into view, creaking open. A sinister aura filled the air. He plunged his spiritual sense into it, but found nothing. Chunyang, where does this red gate lead to, master? This Five Elements cave heaven has absorbed the ancient temple, so it's very different from the Five Elements cave heaven you remember. Chunyang is not authorized to enter the inner space. However, since it's a spatial evolution, you will be safe if you enter. Feel free to enter. A surprising change? Hearing this, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of curiosity, yet also a hint of nervousness. After all, this was a place he had never set foot in. He took a deep breath and stepped through the red gate. Boom! This step was like crossing the line between life and death. When he realized what was happening, he found himself in front of an ancient temple. This is it, Fu Changsheng confirmed again and again. This ancient temple gate was identical to the one he had encountered in the Yangang tribe. Could it be that he had returned to the Yangang tribe again? He swept his spiritual sense across the area. However, he found that apart from the ancient temple, the surroundings were filled with a gloomy energy, and he couldn't see what was outside at all. It was obviously different from the environment of the ancient temple at that time. What is going on? Pushing open the door of the ancient temple, he saw the headless and armless stone statue standing in the main hall. However, compared with the blood-red atmosphere before, it was now surrounded by gloomy energy, which looked even more chilling. Apart from that, there was nothing here. Fu Changsheng walked out of the ancient temple again and tried to walk out, but found that there seemed to be an invisible barrier outside, and he couldn't get out at all. However, unlike the surroundings of Lingshan, here he could vaguely hear the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling from all around. He listened for a while close to the barrier. It was a bit creepy at first, but after listening for a long time, he felt accustomed to it. What kind of ghost place is this? Chapter 335 New Features, Female Bodhisattva, Secret. Fu Changsheng explored the temple several times, finding nothing else. The only positive aspect of the temple was its extremely dense and pure yin energy. It's perfect for Chu Chen's cultivation, he wondered. He wondered if Chu Chen could enter. After searching unsuccessfully, Fu Changsheng considered leaving. As the thought occurred, he swung, and in an instant, he reappeared at the summit of the sacred mountain. Thank goodness it's not the spiritual medicine garden outside. The red gate of the ancient vine had vanished. He called out to Chunhyang a few times, but there was no response. Presumably she had fallen asleep. Squeak! The skeleton demon vine, previously clinging to him, detached itself from Fu Changsheng's grasp and tentatively explored the sacred mountain. Little skeleton, come here. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a box appeared. The box opened, revealing the shining fruit he had hastily plucked. Squeak! The skeleton demon vine, delighted at this, wrapped itself around Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng flicked his index finger. The shining fruit instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the skeleton demon vine. The skeleton demon vine trembled slightly, converging into a head. The tangmang wrapped around the head then sprouted a row of teeth. With a crunch, it swallowed the shining fruit directly, then nestled beside the ancient mysterious vine to begin refining it. Fu Changsheng, with a hint of anticipation, said, I hope I can successfully break through to the third level. He approached the Bodhi tree and sat cross-legged. The tree was 1,000 years old, but it was unknown how many more years it would take to cultivate and produce Bodhi seeds. He was just contemplating how to deal with Elder Yun outside when he was drawn to the message tree. He saw a dense line of text on the long dormant message leaf. This is. Fu Changsheng was delighted and hurried forward. After carefully reading it, he realized that the message leaf looked like, as if it had been mistaken for a jade slip, or perhaps it had been accidentally written by someone during a moment of comprehension. It turned out to be a secret technique called 1,000 Tribulations of Reversing the Universe. This technique draws its energy from one's own lifespan. Once activated, any attack taken by one will be reversed and landed on the attacker, intact. The amount of lifespan consumed depends on the severity of the damage sustained. It's somewhat similar to 5 Degenerations of the Celestial Being, but this 1,000 Tribulations of Reversing the Universe is even more powerful. Fu Changsheng glanced at the stone tablet to the side. It recorded his remaining lifespan as over 700 years. If he could cultivate this 1,000 Tribulations of Reversing the Universe, he could overcome his current predicament. It would also be a powerful weapon in the Kunlun small world. However, it would consume too much lifespan. The ancient Zhuan vine grows extremely slowly. Each aerial root takes 100 years to grow. Previously, it was watered with Fu Changlui's essence and blood to accelerate its growth, but now that Fu Changlui was a member of his own, he naturally couldn't do that. If only I could find a spiritual object to aid the growth of the ancient Zhuan vine, he thought. Fu Changsheng carefully examined the message tree again, finding no other messages before giving up. Judging from the information it contained, it didn't seem to belong to anyone, as if it had been discarded in a corner, perhaps forgotten. However, Fu Changsheng left the same message there as always. What if he actually received a response someday? And this time, wasn't he just obtaining the secret technique of reversing the universe, true 1,000 tribulations? As he thought about this, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ling, you have acquired a high-level secret technique for your family, gaining 3,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 26,700. He had originally intended to accumulate contribution points to upgrade the system, but now circumstances forced him to use the system's points to quickly master the secret technique of reversing the universe, true 1,000 tribulations. His mind fell on the dashboard. At this moment, the panel displayed the spiritual roots of the descendants who had used the system to improve their aptitude. Fu Yongfan, spiritual root aptitude, 41/100, Fu Yongqiang, spiritual root aptitude, 41/100, Fu Yongjing, spiritual root aptitude, 12/100, Fu Yongling, spiritual root aptitude, 12/100, Fu Yongpen, spiritual root aptitude, 12/100, Fu Yongqing, spiritual root aptitude, 31/100, Fu Yongxiao, spiritual root aptitude, 70/100, Fu Changsheng scanned them one by one. Qinger and Shao were twins, both possessing a talent for corpse refining. Furthermore, the Yu family already had experience with third-level corpse refining. Therefore, among these descendants with enhanced spiritual roots, Qinger and Shao were the most likely to achieve a breakthrough to the third level. The Fu family wanted to advance to the 7th grade family. 12 third-level technicians were needed. This was also the reason why he only gave Shao a few points to improve his aptitude later on. He wanted him to grow quickly and fill the vacancy of a third-level technician. Intelligence alert. After Shower's speed increased, he felt that he might be a hidden spirit. This gave him an idea. I wonder if pushing his spiritual root aptitude to its limit will allow him to evolve into a spirit body. He took a deep breath. Act on it. Fu Changsheng's thought flashed across the panel. Consume 25,000 family contribution points to improve Shower's spiritual root aptitude. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, he felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting beneath a Bodhi tree. Unlike the Bodhi tree atop Lingshan Mountain, this towering tree before him seemed to have existed there since Pangu's creation. Its trunk was as thick as a pillar of heaven, and its bark shimmered with runes, inscribed with the vicissitudes of time. Its branches crisscrossed, shimmering with a celestial aura. Its leaves resembled celestial feathers, and its veins circulated with spiritual energy, making a sound like celestial music in the wind. Above the treetops, immortal vines coiled. A ripe Bodhi seed hung upside down from a branch. This, Fu Changsheng was stunned. The cultivation space generated by the system seemed to be shaped by the objects he encountered, but based on this foundation, it was an infinitely upgraded version. With a wave of his hand, the Bodhi seed from the treetops instantly fell. He took the seed into his mouth. The mantra of reversing the universe, true thousand tribulations, gradually became clear in his mind. Heaven and earth are in chaos, yin and yang are upside down. Lifespan is the guide, and the tribulation force returns. This profound and mysterious mantra would have been extremely difficult for him to comprehend under normal circumstances, but now he instantly grasped the detailed operation method of the mantra. It can be simply summarized into 3 steps. Step 1. Gather the essence in the spiritual sea, and condense the key channels. Focus the mind on the profound gate, and the mind will penetrate the profound. Use the heart as the guide, and the blood as the spring. Reverse the circulation of the heavens, and the tribulation force will return to aid. After completing his understanding, he did not delay for a moment. After all, the Bodhi seed's medicinal effect was limited. He formed seals with his hands and practiced a technique according to the mantra. The first step went surprisingly smoothly. He immediately set to work on the second and third steps without stopping. As his practice deepened, his blood seemed to ignite, and scorching energy surged through his meridians, mingling with his vital energy. The universe is reversed, and 1,000 calamities are returned. Cause and effect follow each other, and the Dharma is boundless. With a final incantation, the surrounding space instantly distorted, and a powerful force spread out from him. The surrounding leaves were swept up by this force and flew wildly in the air. Fu Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. He had completed his practice of the reversal of the universe, 1,000 calamities. This time was smoother than ever. However, the medicinal power of the Bodhi seed in his mouth had been completely digested. Just as he was about to comprehend the 5 degenerations of the celestial being, there was a humming sound, the space trembled slightly, and the Bodhi tree dissipated. He returned to reality. During his practice, he felt like he had passed nearly 100 years. But outside, it was just a moment. Fu Changsheng glanced up at the Bodhi tree atop Spiritual Mountain. If I can cultivate the Bodhi tree the system predicted, wouldn't my future cultivation of any secret technique be a meteoric rise? The thought stirred his heart. At that moment, the panel trembled. The family contribution points displayed on the panel changed to 1,700. He had just spent 25,000 family contribution points. Based on the previous exchange, Shower's spiritual roots should have increased by 50 points. His progress was already 70, so the total had clearly exceeded 100. Fu Changsheng stared intently at the panel. Meanwhile, in Yancheng County, Fu Yuanxiao was cultivating in a secret room. Suddenly, a mysterious energy descended from the void. Fu Yuanxiao, meditating, seemed to sense something and opened his eyes abruptly. At that moment, he felt a mysterious power suddenly surge within him. He was about to sense it when a wave of dizziness struck him. Then, with a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found himself trapped in a great cocoon. What the hell is going on? The cocoon shattered at the slightest touch. Boom. At the same moment, he felt a strange power flash through him. He looked down at his body, as if it had been cleansed. Could it be that I'm truly a natural spirit body, and just now I triggered a key to awakening my spirit body? So, I've awakened my spirit body now. The more Fu Yuanxiao thought about it, the more it made sense. He had never expected that he, too, was a latent spirit body. If so, he would eventually be able to catch up with his wife's cultivation speed, which would be a great joy. However, if he truly possessed a spirit body, he naturally couldn't show it off too much. So, he thought he'd wait for his father to return and ask him to confirm it. As he thought about this, Fu Yuangshao's nose twitched. He noticed a corpse-like odor emanating from his body. At first, he thought it was the remnants of cleansing his spirit body. After performing the magic to cleanse his body, he felt a sense of relief. But the corpse stench within him became even more pronounced. What's going on? Elsewhere, atop spiritual mountain, Fu Changsheng stared at the panel. After a moment, he saw it tremble slightly, and then a line of text appeared. Fu Yuanshao, body of 10,000 corpses, 2/100. The body of 10,000 corpses is a low-grade acquired spiritual body. After initial activation, it emits a persistent foul odor. Only after evolving to the middle stage does the odor diminish. The body of 10,000 corpses is twice as effective for corpse refining. Note, the chance of a descendant spiritual root being born after adding points to it depends on whether the descendant has a talent for a particular skill, and the level of that talent. Glancing at the information, Fu Changsheng's face lit up with ecstasy. It really is true that adding points to the utmost can give rise to a spiritual body, even though it was only acquired, and of the lowest grade, with many restrictions. Possessing a spiritual body was a rare occurrence. Fu Changsheng's thoughts flashed through his mind. Among his descendants, he possessed exceptional talent in the 100 arts of cultivation. Yao Iao and Fu Gear are the most obvious examples. Yao Iao advanced to the level of a formation master at a young age and is now a third-tier formation master. Furthermore, her spiritual roots are already quite good. If she were to improve them, she might even be able to create a spiritual body without much effort. Then there's Fu Gear. Fu Gear possesses a natural talent for developing spiritual food. Next time, we can try it on Fu Gear first. The clan desperately needs third-tier craftsmen. Yao Iao's advancement to a spiritual body is merely the icing on the cake. His mind set, Fu Changsheng quietly released his spiritual sense. Outside, he saw Elder Yun still meditating calmly, his gaze fixed on the spiritual medicine garden, not missing a single detail. Judging by his spirit, he's willing to persevere, even for 100 years, 10,000. And he wields the heavenly sound formation. Fu Changsheng murmured, looks like I'll have to unleash 1,000 tribulations of the reversal of heaven and earth. However, he had to find a way to limit the power of the attack array unleashed by Elder Yun, lest it consume too much of his lifespan, a loss that would be worth the effort. He took a deep breath. A thought flashed through his mind. Simultaneously, the green dragon, nestled deep beneath the cave, suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes, a flicker of unconcealed excitement. Ever since Fu Changsheng entered the spiritual medicine garden, it had been stationed outside, awaiting its opportunity. Hiss, the green dragon's head lifted slightly, its gaze piercing through the layers of rock. Locking onto Elder Yun's direction. It then swiftly unleashed its blood-melting technique. Its eyes widened, a fierce glint flickering in its crimson pupils. The next moment, boom! Its blood seemed to ignite, and the green dragon transformed into crimson rays of light, swiftly shooting towards Elder Yun. Elder Yun, seemingly oblivious, a hint of sarcasm crossed his lips. He shifted his right-hand seal, and with a humming sound, a flash of light shone from his body, revealing a basalt spiritual armor radiating an ancient aura. The spiritual armor was engraved with mysterious runes. As the runes shimmered, a solid defensive light curtain enveloped Elder Yun. Boom! The green dragon's blood fusion technique collided with a black tortoise spirit armor's light curtain, emitting a deafening roar. Blood and light intertwined and collided, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. Ultimately, however, the power of the blood fusion technique was completely blocked by the spiritual armor, failing to harm Elder Yun. Elder Yun, clearly prepared for this, coldly retorted, HMPH. I already knew Fu Changsheng had a late-stage third-stage green dragon like you. With such a limited skill, you dare harm me. As he spoke, Elder Yun, observing this, quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, Evil beast, die, ahum. A rainbow of light suddenly appeared. The Seven Joys umbrella roared out from his body, its surface painted with a variety of wondrous patterns, each imbued with powerful spiritual energy. The Seven Joys umbrella unfurled in the wind, instantly expanding several times in size, like a giant, multicolored flower blooming in the sky. Sharp rays of light shot out from the ribs of the umbrella, shooting towards the green dragon. Roar! The green dragon trembled slightly. Its scales stood erect, and the phantom of a dragon scale shield materialized, actively meeting Elder Yun's attack. Simultaneously, it opened its mouth. With a swish, a vast amount of water vapor erupted, and the mist swirled. A blue water curtain descended from the sky, rapidly spreading across the entire cave, transforming into a massive barrier that instantly surrounded Elder Yun. Elder Yun had been in the Purple Mansion for 100 years and had fought countless enemies. His face remained unmoved. He violently activated the Seven Joys umbrella, and the various spirit beasts depicted in it suddenly came alive, materializing and rushing towards the blue water curtain in the northwest corner at an incredible speed. Simultaneously, he muttered, "Explode," with a rumble. The water curtain of heavenly light instantly dissipated, and a cloud of mist descended from the sky. Elder Yun's expression suddenly changed as the mist fell on the light curtain of his black tortoise spirit armor, making a sizzling sound. The water curtain contained a deadly poison. As the water vapor entered his body through the air, he noticed that the flow of mana in his Danshan had noticeably slowed. What a sinister mind! He had never imagined that a beast could possess such hidden wisdom. Patriarch Yun quickly slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, a pill bottle appeared in his hand. Just as he was pouring an antidote pill into his mouth, a buzz. The air in the spiritual medicine garden trembled. Fu Changsheng's figure flashed, and the moment he appeared, his body began to madly circulate. Thousand tribulations of reversal of the universe, heaven and earth are in chaos. Yin and yang are upside down, the curse fell. A mysterious and powerful force surged within him. Patriarch Yun, sensing something unusual, turned abruptly. Seeing Fu Changsheng finally appear, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. "Little beast, you finally appeared," he spoke, and his whole body trembled. The water vapor lingering around him instantly disappeared. He had appeared to be taking the antidote pill, but in reality, he was feigning poisoning to lure Fu Changsheng out. He suddenly activated the Seven Joys umbrella. Buzz! The Seven Joys umbrella instantly blocked the charging green dragon. His figure moved like lightning, and a spell struck the spirit medicine garden's magic circle in midair. Rumble! A restraining force descended from the magic circle. HMPH, this time, I'll see how far you can escape. Clearly, to prevent the situation from happening again, Patriarch Yun didn't immediately activate the formation's most powerful killing move. Instead, he activated its power, sealing off the space around Fu Changsheng. However, the next moment, a hint of sarcasm crossed Fu Changsheng's lips. He purred his lips, "Use your lifespan as a guide, and return the calamity force." As his words fell, a powerful force radiated from him. Patriarch Yun sneered. This heavenly sound formation wouldn't even be able to withstand a golden core cultivator. "How dare you, a mere young man at the early stage of the Purple Mansion." Before he could finish his words, Patriarch Yun's expression changed drastically. Because at this moment, he found himself bound by the restraining force of the heavenly sound formation, unable to move an inch. How is this possible? Patriarch Yun had originally intended to imprison Fu Changsheng and then force him to reveal his hidden secrets. Furthermore, he also hoped to have Fu Changsheng acknowledge him as his master and command him. But things took a completely different turn. Roar! At the same moment, the green dragon swept its tail, directly flinging away the Seven Joys umbrella. A surge of green light surged from its body, and it shot towards Patriarch Yun with lightning speed. Death was imminent. Patriarch Yun was terrified. "Fellow Taoist Fu, please stop. I will acknowledge you as my master. My father is Master Yun, the elder of the joyful sect. He has already promised me the Danji, Dan, object. If you promise to let me go, I will offer it to you with both hands. Fellow Taoist Fu, I can even make the entire Yun family yours. I beg you." However, Fu Changsheng remained unmoved. He refused to engage in such a dangerous act as courting disaster. "Zhaoqing, do it." Buzz! A flash of green light pierced through old ancestor Yun's brow with lightning speed. A bead, stained with blood, tumbled to the ground from his hand. "Zhaoqing, devour his corpse." Fu Changsheng, unable to leave the battlefield, wanted to avoid further trouble. Hiss! The green dragon roared with delight, naturally overjoyed at the prospect of a warm meal. It opened its mouth and instantly swallowed old ancestor Yun. Then, with a punt, it spat out old ancestor Yun's storage bag in black tortoise armor. The danger was finally over. Fu Changsheng carefully sensed the situation and discovered that his lifespan had been reduced by 10 years as indicated on the 5 elements cave heaven stele. Just a single forbidden spell rebounded, and it actually cost him 10 years of my lifespan. He felt a pang of pain. Luckily, Patriarch Yun hadn't unleashed the heavenly sound formation's killing blow, otherwise, he would have lost 100 years of his lifespan, or even more. As expected, the more powerful the secret technique, the greater the price. However, having sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to successfully slay Patriarch Yun, eliminating a major threat, was a great blessing. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ling, you have successfully killed a great Zhou spy, earning 1,500 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 3,200. Fu Changsheng turned to look at the Shineling tree beside him. Patriarch Yun had been extremely cautious, taking precautions. When he slipped into space, he hadn't opened the formation to collect the Shineling fruit from it. There were still 10 remaining on the tree. At this rate, 3 or 4 spirit beasts should be able to break through to the 4th level. Furthermore, this Shineling tree will become a significant asset for the family. Fu Changsheng immediately executed a magic spell, plucking each spiritual fruit from the tree. Then, using the 5 spirits transporting technique, he planted the Shineling tree atop the spiritual mountain in the 5 elements cave heaven. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a Shineling tree and 10 Shineling fruits to the family, earning 800 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 4,000. After finding nothing in the spiritual medicine garden, Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the Shineling formation. Now he had to find a way to break the formation and escape. At the time of his death, Elder Yun was far away in a secret chamber within the joyful sect inside. A candlelight flickered. Master Yun sat cross-legged on a cushion, cultivating in seclusion, spiritual energy slowly flowing through him. However, amidst this tranquil atmosphere, the life soul lantern formation placed in a corner of the chamber suddenly flickered. Master Yun suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze darting towards him like lightning. He saw the once bright flame of the soul lamp, representing Patriarch Yun, flicker violently before, with a puff, extinguishing completely. Yuner is dead. Yuner is actually dead. Master Yun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Fu Changsheng was only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion, while Yuner had been in the Purple Mansion for 100 years, a veteran late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, battle-hardened and aided by the heavenly sound formation. How could he have perished at the hands of that little bastard Fu Changsheng? First, his grandson. Then his apprentice. Now, even his own son had fallen at the hands of that bastard Fu Changsheng. Good, very good. Master Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if it were substance. His voice rang out like the abyss of hell. Fu Changsheng, Yun, will cease to be a human being until this vengeance is avenged. The air around him seemed to ignite with this furious power. Spiritual energy surging wildly. The Yun family. In the Soul Hall, 3rd Elder Yun Genru was horrified when he saw the clan leader's soul lamp go out. How could this be possible? The clan leader was clearly in seclusion, and he still had nearly 300 years to live. How could he have died so suddenly? The Yun family's rise to the status of a 7th-rank family was inseparable from the efforts of the ancestor. Furthermore, the origin of the Yun family's soul-guiding pills was unknown even to these elders, who had already ascended to the Purple Mansion. The ancestor's death would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Yun family. No, this must be reported to the Crown Prince as soon as possible. The Crown Prince had already ascended to the Purple Mansion. In recent years, the ancestor had mostly ceased to interfere in clan affairs, leaving the Crown Prince to handle them. With the ancestor's passing, the Crown Prince would inherit the position of clan head. 3rd Elder Yun Genru quickly calmed down from his shock. A spell was cast into the communication jade talisman. With a hum, the talisman illuminated. 3rd Elder Yun Genru said urgently, Crown Prince, this is urgent. I hope you receive this message and return to the clan mountain as soon as possible. Not long ago, the Crown Prince led a team out of Qingyang Mountain. Rumors circulated that poisonous insects from the northern frontier had appeared in the mountains. If all went well, the Crown Prince should be on his way back by now. While awaiting a response, 3rd Elder Yun Genru cast a spell into the Soul Hall, instantly activating the formations within. At this moment, only he could enter and exit the Soul Hall. Before the crown prince returned to the clan mountain, he had to keep the news of the Patriarch's death a secret, preventing any leaks. Not everyone in the clan's elders' hall was united, and the vacant position of Patriarch could easily lead to civil unrest. However, he waited for a long time. The crown prince still hadn't sent back a message. What's going on? Third elder Yun Zhenru gritted his teeth. Qingyang Mountain wasn't far away, and he planned to go there in person. If the crown prince inherited the position of patriarch sooner, the Yun family would find peace sooner. A spell was cast into the Soul Hall, and the formations were activated. Third elder Yun Zhenru flashed out, turned around, and deactivated the formation. After confirming that nothing had gone wrong, he cast an invisibility spell and traveled to the back mountain. He cast a spell, releasing the restrictions on the mountain. After exiting the formation, he took out his elder token. As the token activated, a beam of spiritual light fell into a hidden stone chamber, and the door rumbled open. Third elder Yun Zhenru flashed into the secret room. Inside, he saw a small teleportation array. This array could only be activated by the Patriarch, the 4 people in charge of the Soul Hall, the Sutra Library, and the Treasure Vault. It was intended for emergency situations within the clan. With a spell cast into the teleportation array, it hummed and began to operate. A beam of spiritual light arose, and third elder Yun Zhenru's figure vanished. At the same time, Liu Mizan, lurking near the Yun clan's mountain, felt her consciousness stir. It was a message from her Shadow Gate mask. After reading it, a hint of joy crossed her eyes. Turning to Kizzy, he said, "Pass the message down. Prepare for battle." He cast an invisibility spell, and with a few flashes, he arrived at the southwest Tibetan forest where Xiao Xianger and the others were hiding. Fu Molan was beside Xiao Xianger, her face clearly filled with anxiety and worry. After all, Fu Changsheng had suddenly disappeared. Seeing Liu Mizhan approaching, she hurried forward and asked, "Madam, has there been news from the head of the family?" Liu Mizhan nodded slightly. Her gaze fell on Xiao Xianger. "My lord, my husband has executed Elder Yun on the spot. We now have evidence of his collusion with Master Yun of the Huangxi sect. We can proceed as planned." Xiao Xianger had recently tried to contact Fu Changsheng but unexpectedly couldn't get through. However, Liu Mizhan could, suggesting that the couple had a hidden method of communication. The thought flashed through her mind. Xiao Xianger nodded slightly. "Well, in that case, I'll trouble you, Madame Fu, to guard the southwest gate." "Don't worry, Lord Xiao," Xiao Xianger instructed. She led Fu Molan on a detour to the Yun family's main gate, then removed her invisibility spell and, without haste, maneuvered the spiritual weapon to stop in front of the Yun family's 7-branch pavilion. The guard at the gate, recognizing them as members of the Zhenshi division, hurried forward and saluted. "Greetings, Lord Xiao, Lord Fu. May I know what you two are here for?" "I have a private matter to discuss with your family's chief elder." The guard breathed a sigh of relief. If it were a private matter, it would be easy. "Please come in, my lords. The chief elder should be in the formation hall right now. I'll send someone to pass the message." With a wink, he gave a nearby guard a look. The guard immediately turned and left. He personally led the way. After all, the suppression department governed the major aristocratic families. While the Yun family, a 7th-rank official, would not interfere, they could not neglect them. As he ushered them into the reception room, a white-bearded elder hurried in from the formation hall. He bowed to Xiao Xianger from a distance and said, "I didn't know you were so kind, Your Excellency. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please come in." He enthusiastically ushered them into the conference room. Fu Molan stood guard outside. After about half a cup of tea, a formation rippled through the conference room. Fu Molan felt a gentle breeze pass by, and heard Xiao Xianger's voice, "Guard the gate and prevent anyone from entering the hall." She only heard the voice, but could not see the person. Fu Molan, knowing Xiao Xianger had succeeded, was thrilled. She silently prayed that nothing would happen next. As time passed, a buzz. Suddenly, the Yun family mountain began to tremble. The stone statues flanking the formation hall atop the mountain suddenly moved. A faint blue light flickered in their eyes, as if they had come alive. Fu Molan turned abruptly, her eyes lit with joy. "Master, we've succeeded." The next moment, boom! A dazzling beam of light shot up from the depths of the formation hall, piercing the heavens. Within the radiance, countless runes whirled rapidly, gleaming gold, silver, and azure. They intertwined in the air to form a vast net, enveloping Lingayen Mountain. This was the Yun family's nearly 1,000-year-old mountain protecting formation, the Nine Heavens Divine Light Formation. The moment the Nine Heavens Divine Light Formation activated, the sky and the earth changed color. Everyone in the Yun family panicked. Why is the mountain protecting formation suddenly operating at full speed? Since the Yun family settled in Jingzhou, except for 500 years ago, this had never happened before. After the front lines were breached by the sects from the far west and they entered Jingzhou, they had activated the mountain protection formation at full speed. But there had been no reports of mutiny at the front, so why would it suddenly activate? Everyone was completely bewildered. The two guards guarding the mountain gate exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly changing. The younger Yun Kingayan was trembling all over. Seventh brother, could this be related to those two officials from the suppression department we just let in? The entire clan was worried. This was the only variable. But their Yun family had always prided themselves on the righteous path, never committing any acts that harmed the world. How could they have drawn the wrath of the suppression department? Besides, they were a seventh-rank family. How could they have committed treason? Thinking of this, Yun Kingayan was startled. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible, the thought had just occurred to him. A cold, frosty voice echoed through the air above Lingayen Mountain. The head of the Yun family is secretly colluding with Master Yun of the Huangxi sect to murder loyal ministers of the Great Zhou. Kill them without mercy. As soon as the words were spoken, the stone beasts flanking the formation hall atop the mountain flashed with divine light and suddenly came to life. They leaped from their pedestals, transforming into two streaks of light and shadows, charging directly at the nearest ninth elder of the Yun family. The ninth elder, who hadn't yet reacted, was torn to pieces by the two beasts, one in front and one behind. Blood splattered down his face. Run! Yun Kingayan finally recovered from the shock. He cursed inwardly, wondering why his ancestors, who had a good life ahead of them, chose to commit suicide and drag their entire clan with them. The tragic massacre of the Zhu family, who had been treasonous, was still fresh in his mind. Last month, during a banquet, he had a drink. He was still scorning the Zhu family, saying he was lucky to be reborn into the Yun family, and that their ancestor would never commit such a heinous act. He never imagined that the calamity of annihilation was imminent. At that moment, in the forbidden area behind the mountain, a golden light shot up into the sky. Yun Junking, the second elder of the Yun family, boomed, "All disciples, quickly come to the mountain." Quickly, beside him, a flash of inspiration flashed. Then, one by one, the purple mansion elders of the Yun family flashed and appeared around him. Simultaneously, they quickly formed hand seals, forming the Nine Heavens battle formation. An aura no less powerful than that of a fake elixir emanated, blocking the two charging divine beasts. These elders finally understood why their ancestor had, despite everyone's opposition, spent centuries and countless manpower and resources to build a massive teleportation array in the mountain. Clearly, the ancestor had long anticipated this day. As soon as the words fell from the four directions, 10 purple mansions, dressed in the uniforms of the World Suppression Division, charged out almost simultaneously, closing in on them with the two divine beasts in a siege formation. Second Elder Yun Junking narrowed his eyes. Looking at the Yun family members still charging forward, he coldly declared, "Retreat." With a decisive move, he plunged into the barrier of the rear mountain. A spell was cast, and with a bang, the barrier instantly closed. No, 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 second grandfather, I'm Kingayan. Quick, open the barrier and let me in. Second grandfather, Yun Kingayan exerted all his might, even burning his very essence and blood, to arrive first. But he never expected to fall behind by a step. His agonizing wails didn't even stop second elder Yun Junking and his companions. Without even a glance back, Yun Junking and his group vanished from sight. Damn it, Yun Kingayan, watching the surrounding World Suppression Division, quickly withdrew from the rear mountain. He was only halfway there when suddenly, the entire earth rumbled and trembled, and then a terrifying explosion erupted from the back mountain. With a loud bang, the entire forbidden area was instantly razed to the ground. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. This is, Yun Kingayan looked towards the meeting room with sudden realization. He recalled Xiao Xianzhi's earlier request to see Great Elder Yun Junwei, yet there had been no sign of the Great Elder since the battle. This meant that Xiao Xianzhi had not only taken control of the formation hall through the Great Elder in the past short time, but had also preemptively set a trap on the escape route from the forbidden area in the back mountain. It's over, the Yun family is finished. Yun Qingyan turned and sprinted towards the mountainside. Perhaps, that dangerous spot in the mountains was his only hope of survival. Yun Qingyan rushed towards the mountainside at a breakneck speed. He had discovered this place by accident. Although it was full of dangers, he instinctively felt that it must contain a great opportunity. Therefore, he did not report it to his clan or even to his wife. This time, he was the only one in the entire clan who knew. With trembling hands, he infused a spell. Several rays of spiritual light pierced the mountain wall. With a few rumbling sounds, a stone door suddenly emerged from the wall and opened outward. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up with joy. There's hope for survival. He instantly entered the cave, turned around, closed the stone wall, and took a few quick steps inside. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. He turned abruptly, only to see a graceful figure appear before him. Although the cave was dimly lit, Yun Qingyan recognized her instantly, mistress of the Fu family. How could you be here? Liu Mizhen was a businessman in Jingzhou and the heir to a daughter's garden. She was well known throughout the city. Although already a married woman, she was still on the list of Jingzhou's beauties. Liu Mizhen's reputation was well known. Over the years, she had helped countless people. Some in Jingzhou even erected statues of her, worshipping her like a bodhisattva. Yun Qingyan sank to his knees with a plop. Madame Fu, I'll tell you everything I know. I only beg you to spare my life. Madame Fu, I just want to live. Please spare my life. I'll do anything you ask me to do. If it were anyone else, there might be no chance of survival. However, he encountered Jingzhou's renowned living bodhisattva. The other party must have had some thoughts. Yun Qingyan felt a flash of green light across his neck, and the next moment, his head tumbled to the ground. Liu Mizhen flicked her expressionless index finger, and a ball of flame descended, instantly incinerating Yun Qingyan into a pile of ash. Her gaze fell to the end of the passage, and she murmured something softly. The entire Yun family, trapped by the Nine Heavens Divine Light Formation, hadn't escaped Lingyan Mountain to the last fly. When Fu Molin went to the Soul Hall to count the soul lamps, she found that the soul lamps of the Yun family's heir and the third elder, Yun Junru, were still lit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 336 Breakthrough, Imperial Cordeo Body, Intelligence. The cave abode at Changsheng Mountain. The green dragon wandered outside the Changsheng formation in the spiritual medicine garden, hoping to reunite with Fu Changsheng, but couldn't find the entrance. Fu Changsheng was also feeling a headache. I know very little about formations. I can't break this Changsheng formation at all. Using brute force to break it might even trigger its killer attack. It's truly a dilemma. Furthermore, Changsheng Mountain was reached via a teleportation formation, and he couldn't tell Mei Zhen and the others its exact location. Fu Changsheng soothed, "Zhaoqing, take a break." Hiss, the green dragon's tongue fluttered. After refining the remains of Ancestor Yun, the green dragon's panel display also changed. Green Dragon, late stage 3, 300/400, progress has reached 3/4. At this rate, the green dragon will soon reach the peak of stage 3. After searching the spiritual medicine garden repeatedly with his spiritual sense to no avail, Fu Changsheng's mind settled on the panel in his sea of consciousness. According to previous intelligence, there was a secret chamber within this cave dwelling. Perhaps he could use it to find a way out. He immediately said, "Exchange information." A buzz? The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. After seeing the Yun Patriarch's soul lamp extinguished, Yun Junru, the third elder of the Yun family, secretly left Lingsu Mountain to welcome the Yun family's heir back to inherit the position of Patriarch. By some strange coincidence, he escaped disaster. He met the Yun family's heir on Changsheng Mountain. Upon hearing the tragic news, the two immediately changed direction and fled to the far west. There's still one that slipped through the net. Fu Changsheng lamented that he hadn't been able to eradicate them completely. However, the Yun family was guilty of treason and had clearly lost their place in the Great Zhou. It seemed likely that they had defected to Master Yun of the Happy Sect. Once they entered the country, the Suppression Division would be the first to hunt them down. He wasn't overly worried. 2. Your wife, Liu Mizan, has received a great opportunity in the Yung family's Linksa Mountain, a chance that will help her break through to the nascent soul stage. What is this? What kind of opportunity could guarantee a nascent soul? Fu Changsheng's eyelids twitched. But he was more than happy. With his intelligence system, he was likely to reach the nascent soul stage. Now with Mizan, he wouldn't be alone on his future cultivation journey. 3. Yao Iao's cultivation speed within the star array has advanced by leaps and bounds. She has already successfully opened 98 acupoints, connecting her upper and lower danshan. With a soul guiding pill, she can complete the final step of breaking through to the purple mansion. Only 98. Fu Changsheng remembered that in addition to the regular 17 acupoints, he had also opened the remaining 91 hidden acupoints one by one, making a total of 108, 10 more than Yao Iao had. Since they were both practicing the 9 heavens star art, Yao Iao should have opened the same acupoints as him. Could it be related to the Green Emperor's longevity art that I'm practicing? That was the only explanation. However, given Yao Iao's background, condensing a top-grade golden elixir in the future shouldn't be a problem. He does have the recipe for the soul-calling pill, but the heavenly soul fruit required for the recipe is incredibly rare. If the key ingredient can be found and Mizhan can refine it, the clan will be able to produce several more purple mansion masters. Currently, Changli and Yao Iao are both already half-step purple mansion masters. Furthermore, Yangang and the fourth sister are also in seclusion striving for half-step purple mansion. Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the soul-calling goo mentioned in the previous intelligence. This goo also aids in breaking through to the purple mansion, and was discovered by Gan Muwen through her understanding of the goo dao. If we can find a soul-calling goo, that would be perfect. 4. There is a secret stone chamber underground in the northwest corner of the spiritual medicine garden. You are in. Stop exchanging. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up when he saw the fourth message. He withdrew his thoughts from the sea of consciousness panel. His spiritual sense swept across the northwest corner, but there was nothing unusual there. It's quite well hidden. Fu Changsheng joined his right index and middle fingers, muttering a mantra silently. Without hesitation, he activated his Minking spiritual eyes ability. A hazy white light flashed in his eyes. His gaze fell again to the northwest, and 10 feet underground, he discovered a seemingly ordinary mechanism, yet it held a hidden secret. Found it? Fu Changsheng exclaimed in delight. He retracted his spell, and his eyes returned to normal. While the Minking spiritual eyes ability wasn't usually useful, it was still very useful in critical moments. If only the spiritual eye tree could secrete more of its alcohol, his cultivation of this ability would be greatly accelerated. I wonder what's hidden in this secret chamber. He infused a spell. The strange stone vibrated with a humming sound, then radiated a burst of colorful spiritual light. A rumbling sound followed, and the ground cracked, revealing a long stone staircase. Although it had been sealed for years, it was still a hidden treasure. But once the passage opened, there was no foul air, instead a refreshing fragrance filled the air. Could this be the true spiritual medicine garden down below? A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed no traps around the stone staircase. He confidently stepped inside. Boom! As his right foot landed on the stone staircase, both sides suddenly lit up. Stuffed white butterflies emanated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire passage as if it were daylight. He took a closer look. Fu Changsheng saw that the butterfly specimens on either side of the stone wall were the extinct thousand-feathered butterfly, an ancient spiritual insect used to cultivate water spirits. Yet, the cave owner had misused them, turning them into signposts and using them merely for illumination. This is truly a waste. Fu Changsheng felt a pang of pain. He continued his gaze downwards, discovering nearly 100,000 feathered butterfly specimens. At the end of the passage, he saw a spiritual medicine garden. However, after so many years, with no one tending it, the flowers and trees had long since withered. On one side of the spiritual medicine garden, there was a thatched hut. Fu Changsheng entered the garden and, adhering to the principle of digging 3 feet deep, cleared away all the dead flowers and leaves. Then, he noticed a uniquely shaped dead branch standing in the center. Huh? What's this? It looked familiar. As he got closer, a sense of urgency suddenly emanated from the 5 elements cave heaven. Sensing it carefully, Fu Changsheng's face lit up with surprise. This feeling was being transmitted by the ancient mysterious vine. Could this dead branch also be the ancient mysterious vine, However, the ancient mysterious vine's growing environment was extremely demanding, requiring only 3 colored spiritual soil to thrive. Fu Changsheng's body trembled, and with a flick of his sleeve, the dust in the spiritual field cleared, and a handful of spiritual soil fell into his palm. He peered closely and saw that the spiritual soil in the spiritual medicine garden was faintly tinged with a 3-colored light. It's truly the ancient mysterious vine. Fu Changsheng's face lit up with ecstasy. Every time the ancient mysterious vine sprouted an aerial root, as its symbiotic host, he would gain 100 years of life. However, he wondered how much vitality and nutrients this dead branch before him could provide to the ancient mysterious vine within the 5 elements cave heaven. He took a few quick steps and reached the dead branch. He didn't rush to act, but instead carefully searched the branch with his spiritual sense. Finding no residual souls nestled within it, he activated his magical spell and carefully uprooted the branch from the 3-colored soil. Ahem. The 5 elements cave heaven on his arm instantly glowed slightly red. With a flick of his mind, he sent the dead branch into the 5 elements cave heaven. The ancient mysterious vine planted atop spiritual mountain immediately twisted its demonic form, only to see its newly grown aerial roots quickly cling to the dead branch. The dead branch, seemingly lifeless, trembled slightly, and then, unexpectedly, runes within it, accompanied by a yellow air current, were drawn into the ancient mysterious vine's body. Ahem. The newly sprouted aerial root of the ancient mysterious vine, absorbing the yellow air current, grew at a visible rate. Furthermore, another new aerial root sprouted from the other side of the vine, but it abruptly stopped mid-span. Bang! The withered branch dissipated into ash. An aerial root has grown. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately entered the 5 elements cave heaven and sat cross-legged beneath the ancient mysterious vine atop spiritual mountain. With a whooshing sound, the newly sprouted aerial root of the ancient mysterious vine sank into his body. Boom! The next moment, a massive surge of ki and vitality flowed through his limbs like a sudden enlightenment. A few hours later, the lifespan recorded on the nearby stone tablet also changed, rising from 704 to 804. The tablet recorded his remaining lifespan. After breaking through the purple mansion, he would have a lifespan of 800 years. He was now 86 years old, and with the 10 years he had previously expended using 1,000 tribulations of heaven and earth reversal, he had 704 years remaining. Now that the primordial mysterious vine had sprouted an aerial root, his lifespan had been replenished, bringing it to 804. With this long lifespan, and with the secret technique of 1,000 tribulations of heaven and earth reversal at hand, he only needed to proceed with greater caution. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage should be no problem. At this moment, the panel trembled slightly. A line of text appeared: Primordial Mysterious Vine, 40/100, the 3rd new aerial root has reached 40% progress. Carefully nurture it. Once it fully grows, he will be able to enjoy another 100 years of lifespan. I wonder if there are other branches of the primordial mysterious vine in the Kunlun small world, since there are some in Jingzhou, perhaps they can also be found in other ruins. However, it all depends on chance. Just as he was about to exit the 5 elements cave heaven, he saw the ancient profound vine tremble slightly, followed by a flash of white light, and Chuniong's figure flashed out. Chuniong greets master. Her voice was resonant, her face rosy. Clearly, thanks to the ancient profound vine, she had recovered. Fu Changsheng nodded slightly and inquired about the newly appeared ancient temple in the 5 elements cave heaven, but Chuniong shook her head. Master, that ancient temple is a recent development. Chuniong is not authorized to enter, so I don't know the details of its interior. In that case, he would have to explore on his own. However, after returning to Jingzhou, he planned to let Chu Chan try and see if she could enter the ancient temple. Fu Changsheng handed Chuniong the 3-colored soil he had gathered from outside and pointed to a nearby sky thunder bamboo. Chuniong, can this 3-colored soil be used to ripen this sky thunder bamboo? The Star Sky Thunder Sword formation, in the 4th level of the Great Evolution art, required the forging of 12 thunder swords. The necessary star stones had already been found, and all that was left was to cultivate enough sky thunder bamboo before he could begin the process. Besides, in his free time, he also needed to begin practicing the 4th level of the Great Evolution art. Master, didn't you say before that you wanted to cultivate this sky thunder bamboo into 10,000-year-old golden thunder bamboo? That plan has been postponed for now. Let's cultivate 12 sky thunder bamboos first. I have other uses for them. As for the golden thunder bamboo, we'll talk about it later. Chunyang took the 3-colored oil and examined it. She said with some regret, Master, this 3-colored oil has been set aside for too long, and the spiritual energy within hasn't been sealed using the pinching technique. The vital energy contained within is now reduced to 1/10 of what it once was. Even if I expend my essence to perform my secret technique, I can only barely ripen one heavenly thunder bamboo. Fu Changsheng also felt a pity. But he quickly realized, wait, Chunyang, you were able to expend your essence to nurture a spiritual plant. Before, Chunyang hadn't possessed this skill. This is all thanks to Master's ascension to the 5 elements cave heaven. My memory seems to have recovered somewhat, Fu Changsheng suddenly realized. Previously, Chunyang had the IQ of a 6-year-old. But now, she spoke and acted like an adult. Chunyang, does this secret technique require the consumption of your essence? Chunyang was a spirit of the 5 elements cave heaven. If she expended her essence, it would undoubtedly affect the 5 elements cave heaven, and the consequences would be disproportionate. Chunyang nodded. Master, my current realm is too low. I can only ripen spiritual creatures by consuming my essence. If I break through to the purple mansion in the future, I can slowly but surely cultivate, using my own cultivation mana to nourish my spiritual essence. While ripening won't be instant, it will significantly reduce the time. Chunyang's body is that of a half-demon. If she can find a technique that suits her, her cultivation speed will surely accelerate. Upon hearing this, Fu Changsheng patted his storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, bottles of elixirs floated towards Chunyang. Since that's the case, Chunyang, besides caring for the spiritual creatures on Lingshan, you must focus on improving your cultivation and strive for a swift breakthrough to the purple mansion. Ripening the heavenly thunder bamboo can be put on hold for now. Thank you, Master, for this reward. Chunyang will diligently cultivate and will not disappoint you. Fu Changsheng gave Chunyang a few more instructions, particularly asking her to closely monitor the message tree for any incoming messages. Then, with a thought, he left the 5 elements cave heaven and returned to the spiritual medicine garden outside. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on a thatched hut not far away. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed that the hut was surprisingly able to block spiritual senses. This hut has stood here for years, seemingly untouched. It seems it's not made of mortal matter. Fu Changsheng took a few quick steps and reached the door. He saw the pattern of the ancient Zhuan vine engraved on the door. He seemed to sense the familiar presence of the ancient Zhuan vine within the house, though there were no formations. He pushed the door, and it swung open. On the left side of the room lay a wooden bed, a cushion on top. Apart from that, nothing else was visible. Even if the original owner had passed away, his remains would have crumbled to dust by now. This wooden bed and cushion are truly remarkable. To have survived all these years, they must have been forged from the finest spiritual materials. Fu Changsheng searched the room, but found nothing. He then stepped out of the courtyard, formed a seal with his right hand, and sent streams of spiritual energy into the courtyard. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire thatched hut was lifted up, along with this oil beneath it. With a thought, a buzz, the hut was instantly transported to the summit of the sacred mountain in the 5 elements cave heaven. The dust cleared. As Fu Changsheng turned to leave, he exclaimed, "This is." He then discovered a hidden passageway in the vicinity of the hut. After walking a short distance, he heard a familiar sound, hiss. The green dragon, previously lying on the ground, also sensed Fu Changsheng and let out an excited hiss. Buzz! Fu Changsheng burst forth from the earth. The green dragon immediately flashed with a green light, transformed into the size of a little finger, and landed on his shoulder, nuzzling enthusiastically. Little one, it was rare for the green dragon to be so clingy. Fu Changsheng gazed at the Yangang formation towering before him. A moment of daze washed over him. Thank goodness I found the exit, otherwise, he didn't know how much longer he would have been trapped in it. He immediately and unceremoniously seized all of the Yangang formation's flags, array plates, and platforms. If Uncle Fei and his men could truly build an ownerless city in the eastern wasteland, this Yangang formation would be put to good use. With a wave of his hand, Patriarch Yun's storage bag landed in his palm. We can't stay here for long. It's safer to leave quickly. With Patriarch Yun's death, Master Yun must have known this. If the enemy still had hidden forces in Jingzhou and rushed here to encircle him, it would be disastrous. Zhao King, let's go. Half a cup of tea later, a buzz. A green dragon soared into the sky from a low valley. Fu Changsheng identified the direction and urged the dragon north. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a heavenly sound formation to your family, earning 2,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the panel instantly changed to 6,000. At the Jingzhaowanhu office, Li Wanhu, who had not been seen for a long time, sat at the head of the meeting room. To his left and below was Xiao Xianger. Li Wanhu, a giant and cultivator, possessed a restrained aura, like an ordinary person. He glanced at Xiao Xianger calmly. Little Xiao, you claim the Yun family is collaborating with the enemy and murdering loyal officials. Where is the evidence? His words, far from conveying a sense of reward, hinted at a call for censure. Xiao Xianger quickly bowed her head. Your Excellency, the evidence proving the Yun family's treason is in the Fu family's possession and will be delivered soon. Please, absurd, he trailed off. Li Wanhu interrupted her coldly. The Yun family is identified 7th-rank family. You arbitrarily exterminated the entire Yun family without personally verifying the authenticity of the evidence. If this is the Fu family using a knife to kill someone, who bears the blame, you or me? Your Excellency, calm down. The Fu and Yun families have never had any contact, and there is absolutely no such thing as using a knife to kill someone. If the Fu family holds false evidence, I am willing to bear all the blame alone and will certainly not involve this Henshi division. Xiao Xianger rebelled because she believed Fu Changsheng would not deceive her. She had thought that by the time they had wiped out the Yun family, Fu Changsheng would most likely have returned. However, several days had passed. Fu Changsheng had not yet appeared, and it was unknown what had gone wrong. Otherwise, Li Wanhu would not have caught him and brought him here to question her. Of the 3 deputy Wanhu officers in the Jingzhaowanhu office, Xiao Xianger was parachuted in, while the other 2 were Wanhu Li's own men. They constantly found fault with Xiao Xianger, and if it weren't for the support of the 5th-rank Xiao family, they would have been driven away long ago. Now, with such a powerful handle in his hands, Wanhu Li naturally wouldn't let it go. Just as he was thinking about pressing charges, Fu Molin called from outside the door, Sir, the 2nd young master of the 7th County Prince's mansion and the chief of the Fu clan request an audience. Someone from the 7th County Prince's mansion? Li Wanhu's eyes narrowed slightly. It was said that the twins born after the Fu family's daughter married into the 7th County Prince's mansion were so beloved by the 7th County Prince that he personally brought them to his side. As a result, the status of the children's parents, Zhou Zuanming and his wife, soared, earning them respect from everyone inside and outside the palace. While Wanhu Li was a Jindan's Henren, he held the powerful eldest princess above him. Although the 7th prince had distanced himself from the imperial family for unknown reasons, blood was thicker than water, and no one dared to provoke anyone from the 7th prince's mansion. Li Wanhu had originally intended to use this opportunity to expel Xiao Xianger from the Wanhu residence. But now, it seemed. Li Wanhu looked deeply at Xiao Xianger, took a sip from his teacup, and with a flick of his sleeve, a ray of spiritual light struck a formation in the council hall. With a hum, the formation's light curtain rose, revealing Fu Changsheng and Zhou Zuanming standing outside the door. Xiao Xianger turned around, and for the first time, a strange feeling flashed in her eyes at Fu Changsheng's timely appearance. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Zuanming sat to one side, sipping tea. Fu Changsheng stood, bowed to Li Wanhu, and pulled a box with white tiger stripes from his sleeve. He opened the box, revealing the bean pod. A magical spell was cast, and with a humming sound, Patriarch Yun personally admitted that he was the son of Master Yun of the Huangxi sect. Li Wanhu's pupils shrank. He had only heard that the Yun family was a traitor. He had never imagined that the entire Yun family was descended from high-ranking members of a sect in the far west, and had grown to the status of a 7th-rank family right before their very eyes. And all these years had happened during his tenure as Wanhu. If the imperial court learned of this, he would be guilty of negligence. If the Fu family hadn't discovered it in time, if the Yun family had grown and become a Jindan family, the entire city of Jingzhou would be in danger. Li Wanhu's palms sweated at the thought. Zhou Zuanming, standing by, put down his teacup and spoke, Master Li, the happy sex planting of this time isn't just a spy, but a purple mansion faction, deeply rooted within the great Zhou family. Is this how you, the Zhanshi division, monitor the aristocratic families? These words were clearly not Zhou Zuanming's own words. Given his personality, he couldn't have said them. Li Wanhu glanced at Xiao Xianger, Fu Changsheng, and Zhou Zuanming. A seasoned expert, he knew exactly what they were thinking. Clearly, they were using this as a pretext to claim credit. Li Wanhu glanced at the photopods in Fu Changsheng's box, clearly replicating more than one. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a spell was cast into the council hall, instantly raising a formation shield. Fu Molan, guarding outside the hall without permission, saw this scene, feeling somewhat nervous, muttering to herself, I wonder if this trick of the Patriarch will work. After waiting for about half a cup of tea, the council hall's doors reopened. Li Wanhu's body flickered, transforming into a wisp of breeze and disappearing in an instant. Fu Molan hurried forward, concerned. Master Xiao, Patriarch, how are things? Master Wanhu didn't blame us, did he? Fu Changsheng smiled. We've performed a great deed, and we deserve to be rewarded accordingly. How could Master Li blame us? Master Wanhu has already promised that if you, Molan, complete the mission perfectly, you'll receive 3 soul-guiding pills. Furthermore, our Fu family, for our meritorious service in exterminating traitors, will be exempted from one of the requirements for promotion to a 7th-rank aristocratic family. That means we don't need to cultivate 2 8th-rank aristocratic families within our fiefdom, only one. Furthermore, Master Xiao will also have this opportunity to become the true second-in-command of the Wanhu office. This, Fu Molan was a little incredulous. After all, Li Wanhu had just been furious, accusing them of not verifying the evidence, but why had he suddenly changed his tune? Fu Molan opened her mouth, wanting to ask more questions, but seeing that Fu Changsheng showed no interest in explaining further, she swallowed her words back. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A jade slip floated toward Fu Molan. Molan, this is the Purple Mansion breakthrough experience collected by everyone in the clan. Please study it carefully. We await your good news. Thank you, Patriarch. Fu Molan gratefully accepted the jade slip with both hands. She entered the Zhenshi division. The Patriarch had taken the trouble to travel all the way from Jingzhou to help her plan the soul-guiding pill. She would always remember this kindness. When she finally achieved the Purple Mansion breakthrough, she would strive to climb a high position in the Zhenshi division and contribute her own strength to the clan's development. As Fu Changsheng emerged from the meeting hall, Xiao Xianger whispered, Changsheng, thank you. She then quickly turned and left. Fu Changsheng stared at the box, stunned. Xiao Xianger had always addressed him as clan leader Fu, but this time she had changed even that. Clearly, after this incident, she was no longer a stranger. Zhou Zuanming, standing nearby, was a seasoned veteran. His eyes were filled with ambiguity. Fu Changsheng turned and glared. How is Ningning recovering from childbirth? Father-in-law, Ningning is doing fine, but she wants to go to the imperial capital. Fu Changsheng frowned at this, certain that Mu Fishu was instigating it again. He immediately refused. Tell her I don't agree. If she wants to go to the imperial capital, she must first break through to the Purple Mansion. Ningning had escaped once. During their last meeting, she had promised Fu Changsheng that she would consult him before going on a long journey. Now it seemed that she had kept her word. Zhou Zuanming hurriedly bowed and said, Don't worry, father-in-law, even if you didn't tell me. My father wouldn't let us go to the imperial capital. Since the 7th prince's palace moved to its fiefdom, they had never returned to the imperial capital. In fact, they had even forbidden everyone in the palace from setting foot in the imperial capital. He didn't know the reason. Fu Changsheng exchanged a few words with Zhou Zuanming, who, anxious to return, didn't go to the mulberry garden. Fu Changsheng descended from the Wanhu residence, identified the direction, and urged the green dragon to gallop toward the mulberry garden. Halfway there, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, Ling, you have arranged a promotion for your family to a 7th-rank aristocratic family, earning 2020 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 8,020. When Fu Changsheng returned to the mulberry garden, he didn't see Mizhen. Kizzy hurriedly explained, Mother has been in seclusion since she came down from the Yun family's Linksa mountain. Fu Changsheng wasn't surprised. The intelligence mentioned Mizhen having gained a great opportunity within the Yun family, and she was probably digesting it. After giving Kizzy a few instructions, he entered the secret chamber, announcing his intention to retreat for a period of time. He needed to strive to reach the middle stage of the Purple Mansion before the Kunlun small world of the Eastern Wilderness tribe opened. After checking that the secret chamber's magic array was closed, a thought occurred to him. His main body immediately entered the small thatched cottage in the Five Elements cave heaven. With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Yun's storage bag levitated. A spell was cast, and a flash of radiant light followed. A stream of spirit stones streamed out, including 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and several high-grade spirit stones. The sheer number of spirit stones alone far surpassed the fortune he had previously acquired from the Purple Mansion Master. As expected of a century-old Purple Mansion, he flicked his index finger. The spirit stones, drawn by spiritual energy, moved to a corner of the room. Ever since the last Five Elements cave heaven deduction and evolution had consumed over 2 million spirit stones, he had subconsciously begun accumulating them, lest he run out of resources for future use. Besides the spirit stones, the storage bag also contained numerous books on formations. Among them, a yellowed ancient tome caught his attention. The book's cover read, Imperial Court Dao Body. From the dawn of time, the Dao Key was unceasing. The Imperial Court nurtured the body through the Dharma. Hidden within the spiritual power, seeking the true meaning, the wondrous method, cultivated over the years, these opening lines seemed unusual. Reading carefully, one discovered that this wasn't a technique, but rather a secret art for cultivating the Imperial Court Dao Body. However, this ancient book only contained the opening chapter, lacking specific cultivation methods. However, according to the annotations, once one achieves the Imperial Court Dao Body, future offspring will have a higher probability of possessing spiritual bodies. Furthermore, when these offspring achieve breakthroughs, they will also impart some of their cultivation to the original. The Imperial Court Dao Body doesn't hinder fertility simply because of high cultivation levels. On the contrary, once the Dao Body is fully developed, it's virtually guaranteed to succeed. This secret method is truly profound, but it's a shame there's no follow-up, Fu Changsheng said it aside. Currently, his family's contribution points weren't even sufficient to support the upgrade system, so he naturally wouldn't invest them in developing this secret method. However, if his family's contribution points were sufficient in the future, he might consider it. The storage bag contained mostly formation materials. Fu Changsheng had no use for them and planned to hand them over to Yao Iao and Fu Chenglei upon his return to Jingzhou. Amidst a pile of miscellaneous books, he stumbled upon a familiar topographic map. The map was extremely strange, surrounded by the sea. He took a closer look, his eyes brightening. He tapped the bag, revealing another, almost identical map. This one had been retrieved from Chief Changsheng's storage bag. At the end, Chief Changsheng's words read, "If you can find the Yangxiao Palace, where the map is located, you will surely gain another 1,000 years of life." This was the second map of the Yangxiao Palace he had encountered. However, when he had previously used points to consult the Shadow Sect, he had been told that his level was too low to tell him. Yangxiao Palace, he had no idea where this place was. Even Elder Yun had noted it, saying that once he found it, his nascent soul breakthrough would be a piece of cake. Fu Changsheng secretly took note. After organizing the materials he needed, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have acquired numerous formation books and spiritual artifacts for the family, earning 1,000 family contribution points." Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 9,002. Fu Changsheng glanced at the contribution value, thinking that the barrier surrounding the cave abode on Broken Bone Cliff would soon be broken. He immediately thought, "Activate the training room." A buzz? The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. In an instant, he appeared in the quiet room, the familiar scent of sandalwood filling his nostrils. He walked over to the cushion and sat down, his entire experience since Jingzhou forgotten. With a flick of his sleeve, several bottles of Kingian pills landed beside the cushion. These were the ones Meijian had previously refined. Since arriving in Jingzhou, she had been constantly busy, and now she finally had time to refine them. Fu Changsheng formed seals with his hands and began to practice the Qingdi Changshengju. As he exhaled a breath of turbid air, he tapped the pill bottle beside him, and instantly swallowed 2 Kingian pills. A buzz. The Qing Yuan Dan entered his body. Instantly, it transformed into a surge of medicinal power, radiating outward like a wild horse running free, scattering through the 8 extraordinary meridians. Fu Changsheng grunted and fiercely mobilized the magical power in his danshan, transforming it into a series of magical nets to trap the medicinal power within his danshan. As he practiced his technique, The Qing Yuandan's medicinal power was slowly drawn and absorbed into his meridians. Each drop of medicinal power caused his meridians to tremble slightly, emitting a low hum, and his aura steadily rose. In cultivation, time passes. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Changsheng emptied the elixir bottles at his side and transformed his magical seal. In an instant, a mighty and gentle power surged from his danshan, coursing through his meridians like a nimble green dragon, charging towards the barrier of the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Boom! That invisible barrier, like an indestructible mountain, loomed before him. Despite his full concentration on the Qing Emperor's longevity secret, unleashing the Qing Yuandan's potency to its fullest, his spiritual energy surging against a barrier like a surging tide, the barrier only trembled slightly after each impact, showing no sign of cracking. Beads of sweat gradually covered Fu Changsheng's forehead. Is it really not working? He sighed softly. He retracted the spell, and his eyes suddenly fluttered open. After 15 years of cultivation, he had refined all 3 flasks of Qing Yuandan, and his mana had increased significantly. With his current mana, he could cast Bing Fire Divine Thunder 5 times a day. However, the gap between the 3rd and 4th levels was an insurmountable one. As expected, to break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, one still needs to rely on external means. This was still the case even at the Foundation establishment stage. And now, having already entered the Purple Mansion realm, if I can cultivate the Imperial Cordeo body, perhaps this bottleneck will no longer exist. With a thought, Fu Changsheng emerged from the training room and glanced at the hourglass beside him. 15 years in the training room was only 5 years outside. The family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 3012. With a thought, he returned from the 5 Elements Cave Heaven to the Mulberry Garden's secret room. In the next instant, squeak, as soon as he appeared, a humanoid vine suddenly extended towards him from the corner. He looked closely and saw it was the skeleton demon vine after consuming the shining fruit. Now, the demon vine exuded a 3rd level aura. Little skeleton, congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd level. Squeak, the skeleton demon vine swayed. Then, it transformed into a button and fastened it to Fu Changsheng's chest. The little guy is as clingy as ever. With the skeleton demon vine's advancement, the Fu family gained another Purple Mansion warrior. As he thought this, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ling, your spirit pet, the skeleton demon vine, has successfully broken through to the 3rd level. Your sister has successfully broken through to the Purple Mansion, earning 2,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 5012. Molin has broken through. Fu Changsheng was stunned. However, 5 years had already passed in real time, so with Molin's aptitude, a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion was a natural progression. I wonder if King Gru and the others have broken through the barrier at Broken Bone Cliff, he calculated. He had been in Jingzhou for over 6 years. It was time to return to Jingzhou. After all, that was their base camp. However, before that, he had to exchange some intelligence. After all, 5 years had passed, and he didn't know if anything had changed outside. Exchange intelligence buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The East Wasteland tribes had originally gathered to discuss conquering the Great Zhou, but a sudden plague put their plans on hold. Countless elderly people in the East Wasteland tribe suddenly died in their sleep. This phenomenon was initially limited to small tribes, but now it has spread like a plague throughout the East Wasteland tribe. Only the Royal Court Holy Land has not experienced such incidents. The tribes of the East Wasteland are in a state of panic, each fearing that they will be the next to die in their dreams. How could such a bizarre thing happen? Fu Changsheng frowned. However, the more chaos in the East Wasteland tribe, the better. According to the timeline for the opening of the Kunlun Small World, it is still 2 years away. Even if the East Wasteland tribe successfully overcomes this plague, they will not go to war with the Great Zhou. After all, the Kunlun Small World only opens once every few hundred years. How could such a grand event be delayed? 2. After Yu Qingru and Fu Changlui worked together to break the Broken Bone Cliff barrier, they discovered another barrier. After Yao Iao emerged from seclusion, the 3 of them joined forces and soon the barrier would be successfully broken. The cave contained a path for the birth of a blood talisman spirit body. 3. The Kunlun Small World contains fragments of the Imperial Cordeo body. Huh? The Kunlun Small World actually has this secret method? If I could obtain it, that would be the best. Furthermore, the system previously mentioned that the Kunlun small world contains an opportunity for the green dragon to further transform. From this point of view, the Kunlun small world contains a wealth of resources. He also held a guiding token. I had intended to give this guiding token to Yao Iao, but now it seems too late. Yao Iao is currently still at the half-step purple mansion stage. Even if she finds the soul guiding pale now, she will need time to consolidate her realm after breaking through. Moreover, her cultivation level is still too low. After all, the minimum cultivation level required to enter the Kunlun small world is purple mansion, and there are many golden core true immortals. He already has a candidate in mind. However, finally, I still have to ask for Ms. Hun's opinion to avoid future marital discord. 4. Your son met a female cultivator who got along well with him while exploring the food in Jingzhou. This female cultivator is from the South China Sea. South China Sea? Fu Changsheng's mind moved. After Hongyu transmitted the information to his mind, his system could no longer detect the relevant information. He didn't know if this woman had any way to enter the South China Sea. Besides, since Yao Iao has already broken through to the half-step purple mansion, it's time for Yao Iao to try to treat Uncle Feng. Shangguan Feng failed to break through to the purple mansion. He fell into coma for many years. Even if he was rescued, he would probably never be able to reach the purple mansion in this lifetime. But when their Fu family was in decline, it was because of Uncle Feng's support that they were able to develop to this day. No matter what, he must save him. Otherwise, he would feel guilty when he saw Hongyu in the future. 5. Chapter 337, Outer Realm, Ancient Objects, and Saving People. Seeing that the subsequent intelligence was irrelevant, Fu Changsheng immediately stopped the exchange and changed the family contribution value to 5,000. Since the barrier at Broken Bone Cliff will soon be opened, it's time to return to Jingzhou. A spell was cast into the secret room. Ripples flashed across the light curtain of the formation. Emerging from the secret room, a sweep of his spiritual sense revealed Mizhen and Kizzy discussing something in the conference room. After more than 5 years of seclusion, Mizhen had also reached the second level of the Purple Mansion, perhaps due to the opportunity she had gained in the Yun family. Mizhen, also aware of Fu Changsheng, looked up at the main courtyard. Kizzy, in that case, the Yun family shop will temporarily be used to sell the robes produced in our mulberry garden. Yes, mother, Kizzy replied with a few more words. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to see Fu Changsheng and quickly bowed before tactfully exiting. Fu Changsheng smiled and said to Mizhen, "Congratulations, my lady," on reaching the second level of the Purple Mansion. After taking their seats, a spell was cast in the conference room, deactivating the formation. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A white box with a fruit pattern floated toward Liu Mizhen. "My lady, this is a gift for your breakthrough. Please open it and take a look." Liu Mizhen was taken aback. With a hint of anticipation, she cast a spell on the white box with a fruit pattern. Buzz! The restriction was lifted. The object within was revealed. Liu Mizhen's eyes lit up with joy. "This is the Shineling fruit. Well, my lady, your two-headed, green-eyed giant python has been stuck at the quasi-third level for many years. It's time for it to break through. If it can advance before entering the Kunlun small world, it will be a great help to you and us, of course." "Thank you, my husband." Liu Mizhen happily accepted it. Seeing the good atmosphere, Fu Changsheng coughed lightly and said, "Mizhen, I mentioned before that there are 3 guide orders for entering the Kunlun small world. Since Yao Iao can't successfully break through to the Purple Mansion, do you have any other candidates? Besides the couple, the only other members of the clan who have broken through to the Purple Mansion are Yu Yangfei and Fu Molan. However, none of them are formation masters." Liu Mizhen's eyes flickered. "Husband, are you looking for external reinforcements? Well, those entering the Kunlun small world this time are the backbone of the Eastern Wasteland tribe. You and I are both in the early Purple Mansion stage. Even with the help of spirit pets, our combat power is still too low. That's one reason. Furthermore, since this is the ruins of the Eastern Wasteland tribe, I'm afraid their ancestors have already set up formations everywhere. Therefore, the external reinforcements we invite must have a good command of formations. Most importantly, they must be able to fight alongside us once we enter the ruins." Fu Changsheng had made his point perfectly clear. Liu Mizhen was no fool. She smiled and said, "My dear, if that's the case, Then the candidate must be Lord Xiao. Xiao Xianger was a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator and a third-rank, top-grade formation master. Besides, she was, after all, half a Fu family member. Fu Changsheng was relieved to see Ms. Hen take the initiative. Since my dear lady has chosen Lord Xiao, and the ruins are about to be opened, I will inform her so she can make preparations. Once this is done, my dear lady, please return to Jingzhou with me. I will also host the Purple Mansion celebration for you, Mullen, and Uncle Fei. Okay, I'll follow my dear lady's arrangements. Since they were leaving Jingzhou, Liu Mizan immediately called Kizzy back and handed over all the chores, no matter how big or small. They now had the care of the 7 princely mansions in Jingzhou. Even in her absence, the major families would not dare to touch the Fu family's assets. Fu Changsheng immediately sent a message to Xiao Xianger. The two agreed on a meeting place and left a mulberry garden, heading north. They stopped at the Changsheng River. After waiting for a moment, they saw a rainbow of light rushing in from the distance. It faded, revealing Xiao Xianger. Fu Changsheng bowed and said, Master Xiao. Xiao Xianger turned her head away somewhat awkwardly, coughing softly. In private, you don't have to call me master. Just call me Miss Xiao. Fu Changsheng was delighted. After so many years, their relationship had finally grown closer. He bowed and said, Miss Xiao, I have an important matter to discuss with you. He pointed to Changling Mountain behind them. The two reached the mountain. Xiao Xiang heard Fu Changsheng's plan for the formation and waved his hand, saying, No need to bother. With a flick of his sleeve, a black light emerged. Then it faded, and a palm-sized room appeared before him. As Xiao Xianger cast a few spells into the room, a humming sound emanated from the wind, and the room expanded into several square meters. Heavenly Secret House. Fu Changsheng knew it had appeared in the Jingzhou market, but he had never imagined Xiao Xianger possessed it. Having this item was much more convenient. Xiao Xianger changed her spell, and the Heavenly Secret House trembled slightly, disappearing unexpectedly. It was even more advanced than the ones he had seen in the market. Fu Changsheng was jealous. Xiao Xianger observed this and said, This is a supply from the imperial court. Those who reach a certain rank can purchase it. If your Fu family is promoted to the 7th rank, you will also be eligible to purchase it. Li Wan, who had managed to grant the Fu family a special exemption for the promotion. Now, if the Yu family successfully ascended to the 8th rank, and if they could produce a few 3rd-rank technicians, they would be able to become a 7th-rank family. At that time, they would be able to directly control an entire prefecture and have access to resources for condensing golden elixirs. The two entered the Heavenly Secret House. It was not a large room. The atmosphere between a man and a woman, alone in a room, was somewhat ambiguous. Fu Changsheng noticed Xiao Xianger's discomfort, but without hesitation, he slapped his storage bag. In a flash of light, a white box with tiger stripes floated towards Xiao Xianger. Miss Xiao, the contents of this box are the guide tokens to the Kunlun Small World of the Eastern Wasteland Tribe, a guide token to the Kunlun Small World. Xiao Xianger's pupils shrank. She had been transferred to Jingzhou shortly after breaking through the Purple Mansion realm, so her understanding of the Eastern Wasteland was limited. However, when Fu Changsheng explained that the Kunlun Small World could only be entered by cultivators of Purple Mansion level and above, she was immediately excited. For a cultivator, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Xiao Xianger was a little incredulous. Fu Clan Changsheng, are you really going to give me this guide token? Although she had helped the Fu family a few times, it was always a small favor. This gift was truly too precious. Fu Changsheng said, Miss Xiao, if you hadn't unconditionally trusted me last time, the Yun family wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Consider this our Fu family's thank you gift to you. Besides, to be honest, we also want to rely on Miss Xiao's help to enter the Kunlun Small World. She had benefited from the previous incident, a win-win situation. If there was any debt, it was probably owed to the Fu family. However, with the opportunity now within her grasp, she naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse it. She immediately bowed to Fu Changsheng and said, Changsheng, if there's anything I can do for the Fu family in the future, please let me know. This was a very good idea. Xiao Xianger was backed by the 5th-rank Xiao family. Fu Changsheng smiled and helped Xiao Xianger up. Miss Xiao, according to the information I have, the Kunlun Small World will open in about 2 years. Please prepare early. 2 years. For a cultivator, it's just the blink of an eye. Xiao Xianger said, okay. When we get back to the Wonhu office, I'll use my merit points to search the Sutra library for any information regarding the Kunlun small world. I'll also contact my father and ask him to help gather relevant intelligence. If we can obtain a topographical map of the Kunlun small world, then our entry into it will be much less dangerous. Fu Changsheng's smile widened upon hearing this. This was exactly what he had in mind. Xiao Xianger held a position in the court. Furthermore, the Xiao family, a fifth-grade giant and cultivator, surely had access to far more intelligence than the Fu family, a narrow-minded individual. Upon learning of Xiao Xianger's opportunity, the Xiao family would undoubtedly provide significant assistance. The two chatted for a while. Xiao Xianger, a man of decisive action, immediately took her leave and returned to the Wonhu office. Fu Changsheng returned to the mulberry garden, waited for Mei Zhen to hand over his duties, and then returned from Jingzhou, Yunshan County. In the Fu family's meeting hall, Fu Yongfen sat at the head of the table, occasionally glancing at the woman sitting beside Fu Yongfu. Her clothing was extremely daring, with only a red cloth draped over her bodice, her navel and shoulders completely exposed, a stark contrast to the style of Jingzhou. Furthermore, her features resembled those of someone from outside the region, and her accent was soft and subdued. Fu Yongfen forced a smile. Miss Heian, I've had your guest room prepared. You've traveled all this way, thank you for the hard work. He winked at Yulian, who immediately stood up and led the woman out of the meeting hall. Only Fu Yongfen and his brother remained in the hall. Fu Yongfen rubbed his brows and sighed. Fifth brother, you're supposed to be married by now. Now that you've found your soulmate, I, as your eldest brother, should have arranged things for you without hesitation. But this girl, Heian, whom you brought back, can't even explain her origins. You know the ancestral rules. Even the guest elders have to know everything about her background, let alone marrying the daughter-in-law of the clan leader. I can't promise you that. You'd better wait for father to come back and see what he says. Fu Yongfu was instantly anxious when he heard this. He had been thinking of acting first and asking for his consent later since his father wasn't home, fearing that his father wouldn't approve of the marriage. After all, with the Fu family now on the verge of promotion to the 7th rank, he was the only unmarried son of his father's marriageable age. So many aristocratic families were vying for marriage. If he were any later, he feared he wouldn't even be able to marry his soulmate. Fu Yongfu looked at Fu Yongfen eagerly. Brother, please help me this time. Fu Yongfu had been sensible since childhood, never giving anyone a cause for worry or making any requests of the clan. This troubled Fu Yongfen. After all, Brother Fu was no ordinary clan member. He possessed a remarkable talent for spiritual food. Over the years, he had developed no fewer than 100 spiritual food recipes. If Heian was a spy planted by someone, the theft of the recipes would be a minor matter, but if it led to disaster later, there would be endless regret. Fifth brother, there's no need to discuss this matter further. Father and mother have already sent word, and they'll be returning to their fiefdom soon. Just be patient for a few more days. Fu Yongfen made his way to the side hall. The hall was flanked by a large contingent of Foundation establishment elders and various hall masters. The Fu family had promoted 3 of their members to the Purple Mansion rank. This kind of celebration was unprecedented in the entire Huainan prefecture, and the entire Fu family attached great importance to it. Ever since Fu Changsheng's announcement, they had been busy preparing for the ceremony. This was the 3rd meeting, and the details of the ceremony were being finalized. Fu Yongsheng, seated at the lower left, saw that everyone had finished their discussions, so he stood up and bowed, saying, Brother Fan, I'm sure all the noble families in Huainan Prefecture will gather for this Purple Mansion celebration. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite them to participate in the construction of the ownerless city. Here's the plan I've written, and I'd appreciate your review. With a wave of his sleeve, he dropped books onto the coffee table beside them. Fu Changren, now nearly 100 years old, took a few glances at the book, his brow furrowed. He snapped the book shut and rapped his cane. Building an ownerless city in the precarious East Wilderness is utterly absurd. The East Wilderness may seem free of war now, but looking back at history, there's never been a truly peaceful time. We're pouring so much manpower and resources into building a city we can't even control. Once war breaks out in the East Wilderness, will the scattered cultivators who once gathered from all corners of the country defend that ownerless city the way we defend our ancestral heritage? They'll surely flee in the face of disaster, and wouldn't all our resources and efforts be wasted? The clan should have these resources, and we'd better invest them in our descendants. Fu Changren was an elder in the clan. Though he hadn't yet reached the foundation establishment stage, he was one of the 4 great cultivators of the time. Furthermore, his daughter, Fu Yuanwei, was exceptionally gifted as a spiritual planter. After she took over the spirit planting hall, the yield of the improved hybrid red marrow rice increased by almost 50%. In addition, any spiritual plant that the clan cannot support, or is sick, can always be revived in Fu Yuanwei's hands. Therefore, although Fu Yuanwei lives in the water curtain cave in the back mountain and never goes out, when the clan members talk about the new head of the spiritual plant hall, they all give a thumbs up and express their admiration. Fu Changren's status has also risen. Unlike other old people, who retire at a certain age, Fu Changren has been standing firm in the meeting hall since his wife passed away. I don't know if it's because people get old that their personalities change. Fu Changren's generous temperament in his youth has become aggressive in his later years. He likes to interfere in the clan's affairs, no matter big or small. He is opposed to the changes proposed by young people. In his opinion, the Fu family is in such a situation now. If they just keep the foundation honestly, they will have hundreds of years of development time. There is no need to toss. After Fu Changren finished speaking, seeing that Fu Yongshang showed no sign of retreating, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Shanghua, what's wrong? You think I'm wrong, uncle? Your thinking is certainly reasonable, but let's think about it from another perspective. What's the hardest thing about being a free cultivator? It's being adrift and helpless. If the ownerless city can use benefits and a sense of dependence to bind them together, allowing them to truly feel that the ownerless city is their safe haven, just imagine, if a real disaster strikes, their loved ones are in the city, and if the city falls, their families will be destroyed. I believe they will be more willing to fight than ever before. HMPH, Shanghua, you think too kindly of free cultivators. They were about to quarrel. Fu Yongfen quickly interrupted, Uncle, Brother Yongshang, let's wait for father to come back to decide on this matter. Right now, the most important task for our clan is this Purple Mansion celebration, unlike the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. Yulian led Heian to a side hall of the Patriarch's residence. Unmarried descendants of the clan leader generally stayed put, and Fu Yongshang had repeatedly insisted that Heian live with him. After settling her down, Yulian glanced at her exposed navel and shoulders, unable to resist saying, Miss Heian, I have a few new vestments I haven't worn yet. They're new this year. Would you mind replacing one or two? Thank you, sister-in-law, but I'm not used to your cumbersome clothes. Yulian choked. What the hell? Fu Gear and the woman before them hadn't even met, and yet she was calling her sister-in-law. It was the first time Yulian had met such a woman. After a few casual pleasantries, she turned and left, feeling that it would be best if such a woman didn't marry into the Fu family. If they did become sisters-in-law, they wouldn't be easy to get along with. As soon as Yulian left, Hikingru arrived, clutching their 3-year-old son. Fu Yonggai had recently opened up the Niwen Palace, attained the status of half-step Purple Mansion, and had already emerged from seclusion. Although no celebrations were held, many people from the Manchu clan came to curry his favor. Hikingru, who had previously been invisible to the Fu family, unexpectedly handled matters with ease and sophistication, resembling the demeanor of Liu Mizhen. This surprised everyone in the Fu family. Furthermore, Hikingru was from the 9th rank He family, which led everyone to develop a closer relationship with Fu Yongai's branch. After all, the position of the Fu family's heir was currently vacant. Although Yao was also a half-step Purple Mansion, she had no intention of managing the family's affairs. Fu Yonggai, on the other hand, not only made frequent contributions but also performed admirably in the several instances where he took charge of the family's affairs. Heian glanced at Hikingru and immediately called out her name. How are you, sister-in-law? Fu Yonggai was an adopted son, the eldest in age, but fourth in the family tree. Hikingru's face lit up when Heian called her that. She took Heian's hand and sat down, saying with a smile, Sister-in-law, your dress is quite unique. If you have any spare ones, you can give one to sister-in-law. Everyone else thought Heian's outfit was out of place. This was the first time Heian had heard someone want to emulate her. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere or not, at least they showed good intentions. Heian immediately wiped the conch shell beads on her wrist, and in a flash of light, a brand new outfit of the same style floated towards Hikingru. Hikingru was attracted by the conch shell beads on her wrist. Sister-in-law, The sea lotus beads on your hand are actually used for storage. This is the first time I've seen them." She immediately tried on Heian's clothes. Seeing this, Heian's nose suddenly felt sore. He Kingru saw this and hurriedly asked the wet nurse to take the child away. "My dear sister-in-law, you're fine. Why are you crying? Tell me if you have anything to say." After a few sobs, Heian choked up and said, "Sister-in-law, when I woke up, I found myself in Changsheng Mountain, being chased by a second-level Red Ridge monster. My magic power was exhausted. Fortunately, Fu Lang passed by and saved my life. Otherwise, I would have been in the Red Ridge monster's belly. But, although I saved my life, I don't remember anything. I'm vomiting." As she spoke, Heian began to dry heave. Kingru saw this and her eyes lit up. "Sister-in-law, are you pregnant?" On the other side, Fu Changsheng and Liu Mizhen traveled non-stop from Jingzhou, the Qingjiao running at almost full speed. After crossing the border, they traveled east for nearly half a month. The Shangguan family's fiefdom was not far away. Fu Changsheng turned to Mizhen and said, "My dear, I'll go to the Shangguan family for a visit. You return to your fiefdom first, okay?" Liu Mizhen nodded. After she left, Fu Changsheng waited for half a day. A rainbow of light streaked across the sky, then faded, revealing Yao Iao. But it was Yao Iao who had crossed the state border. Yao Iao secretly sent a message, saying that the Broken Bone Cliff barrier had been fully studied, and that Fu Changlui and Yu Kingru were currently busy setting it up. Seeing that Yao Iao was free, Fu Changsheng immediately sent a message to her to reunite there to see if they could heal Shangguan Feng. Yao Iao, not seeing Liu Mizhen, asked, "Father, where's mother?" Mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for years, and Yao Iao naturally missed her. Fu Changsheng said, "Your mother has returned to her fiefdom for something. Let's go to the Shangguan residence first." In this desolate wilderness, father and daughter tacitly avoided mentioning the Broken Bone Cliff Cave. When they reached the Shangguan residence's mountain gate, Fu Changsheng spotted a familiar figure guarding the memorial archway from a distance. It was Shangguan Wei. Fu Changsheng was stunned. Over 70 years ago, Shangguan Wei was tragically injured in a battle with the Xianlong tribe. After years of seclusion, his cultivation had regressed to the early stages of foundation establishment. During the recent East Wasteland tribe war, he was injured again, plummeting to the key refining stage. Normally, at his age, he should have been enjoying retirement. Yet, he had never imagined he would be assigned to guard the mountain gate. Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Wei didn't harbor any deep hatred, and Fu Changsheng sighed. Shangguan Wei, noticing this, hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and saying, "I'm so sorry for not welcoming you, Patriarch Fu." Shangguan Wei lowered his eyes, not even daring to look up, fearing Fu Changsheng would recall the past and harbor a grudge against him. Today, their status is vastly different. Fu Changsheng was a high-ranking Purple Mansion cultivator, while he was merely an elderly, young key refining cultivator. "Who are you here to visit, clan leader Fu?" "I'm visiting Uncle Feng." Fu Changsheng was still a little unaccustomed to Shangguan Wei's cautious demeanor. Shangguan Wei quickly said, "Clan leader Fu, please come this way. I'll personally lead the way." The last time he visited, Shangguan Feng had been relocated to Shangguan Chen's cave. But Shangguan Wei's direction led him to Uncle Feng's former residence. Seeing Fu Changsheng's puzzled expression, Shangguan Wei quickly explained, "After the last East Wilderness tribal war, although the clan leader was absent from his fiefdom, he sent a special message back, requesting that Elder Feng be relocated to his former residence and that professionals be arranged for regular treatment." Fu Changsheng was amused. It seemed Shangguan Li was grateful for his assistance the previous time, and he immediately upgraded Uncle Feng's status. They arrived at Uncle Feng's compound. After Shangguan Wei's message, the cave opened, and out stepped Shangguan Chen. Shangguan Chen had been severely injured in the previous East Wilderness tribal war, his realm practically relegated to the key refining stage. Unable to fight any other in his lifetime, he resigned and returned to his clan home to retire. Seeing Fu Changsheng arrive, he was delighted. "I didn't know clan leader Fu was here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please come in." Fu Changsheng entered the house. Yao Iao, following behind him, casually gave Shangguan Wei a box, clearly feeling pity for the elderly man, unaware that he was once the chief elder of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wei was stunned for a moment upon receiving the reward, but instead of being angry, he was delighted and said, "Thank you, Miss Fu, for the reward." His smile was genuine. After the cave's formation closed, Fu Changsheng pointed outside and said to Shangguan Chen, "Master Chen, how could Shangguan Wei have fallen so low?" Shangguan Chen sighed. He sighed. Elder Wei had a daughter in his later years. Although this daughter possessed spiritual roots, she was chronically ill, requiring her to spend countless spirit stones every year on elixirs to prolong her life. No matter how she was treated, her illness refused to heal, draining Elder Wei's family fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the battlefield knowing he was injured. Who would have thought that in the East Wilderness Tribe War, she would have suffered the same misfortune as me, suffering even more injuries, causing her cultivation to fall back to the key refining stage. Add to that her advanced age and inability to fight, and her daughter's constant need for medicine. So, well, it's all fate, Shangguan Chen sighed, but he felt he had a better fate than Shangguan Wei. After all, he had no children to burden him. Although his path had ended there, he had years of savings, allowing him to live a comfortable life in his later years, unlike Shangguan Wei, who had to live at the mercy of others. Shangguan Chen looked at Fu Changsheng with a look of gratification. Clan leader Fu, when you saved Hongyu, the Great Elder wanted to reward your Fu clan with the Fu clan's Great Star Ray. At the time, I thought the Great Elder's reward was too generous. Now it seems the Great Elder has good judgment. You've now broken through to the Purple Mansion, and the Fu clan will soon be promoted to the 7th rank. And you're still thinking of the Great Elder and knowing enough to come visit. The Great Elder had been in office for many years. He had supported and nurtured countless clan members. When the Great Elder fell, some still cared about him, but after so many years, and with Hongyu gone missing, everyone had long forgotten him. Shangguan Feng was settled in the first room of the main house. The door opened. Today happened to be the day the Shangguan family arrived for Shangguan Feng's regular checkup. The doctors were surprised to see Fu Changsheng and his daughter, and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Fu." No need for formalities. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, then turned to Shangguan Chen and said, "Master Chen, I'd like to speak to Uncle Feng privately." Okay. Shangguan Chen nodded repeatedly and left with the doctors. The doctors looked back at the main room, then at each other. They finally understood why the Patriarch had relocated the half-dead Great Elder back to his original courtyard and repeatedly instructed them to take good care of him. It turned out that he wanted the Great Elder to live a long time, thus maintaining their relationship with the Fu family. The Fu family was currently thriving. News of various members breaking through to the Purple Mansion continued to spread. Promotion to the 7th rank was a sure thing. Their own Shangguan family, however, had barely even begun to form a budding relationship with the future 7th rank Fu family, and it was naturally a blessing. Only then did they understand the Patriarch's good intentions. After the doctors left, Shangguan Chen lay on a lounge chair in the yard to bask in the sun. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He turned his head to look at the main room, only to see a layer of light curtain of the formation rising in the room again. Shangguan Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Fu Changsheng was talking to a living dead and had to rearrange the formation. Could it be? A possibility came to mind. However, Shangguan Chen quickly rejected it. There was no magic pill that could cure the elder's illness. Shangguan Chen got up from the chair and walked back and forth, hesitating whether to report the matter to the head of the family, but finally glanced at himself and laughed. He was in this state now, what else could he want? He immediately stopped caring about the main room's affairs and basked in the sun on the lounge chair with peace of mind. Main room. The formation was arranged and checked to be correct. Fu Changsheng looked at Yao with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Yao, can Uncle Feng really be revived? Yao had just checked and said there was hope, so Fu Changsheng had re-established a magic circle to avoid attracting the Shangguan family's attention. Yao deliberated. I'm 50% sure. Grandpa Feng's injuries are to his soul, but the majority still depend on his own will to survive. 50% hope. Better than no hope at all. Fu Changsheng nodded and said, Okay, Yao, get started. As he spoke, he stepped back to the doorway, guarding Yao. Yao's healing spirit had already saved Niuki Uxiu, who had been seriously ill for years, while still in the foundation establishment stage. But it was unknown whether her healing power had increased after breaking through to the half-step Purple Mansion stage. Yao waved her sleeves, and an autumn leaf rattan chair appeared. She placed the chair beside the bed and sat down, forming seals with her hands and chanting an obscure incantation. Buzz! Shangguan Feng, who had been motionless, trembled slightly. Then, wisps of diseased energy emanated from his body, lingering around Yao and gradually seeping into her every limb. As time passed, Shangguan Feng, lying on the hospital bed, saw that the dark energy that had lingered between his brows had completely transferred to Yao's body, yet Shangguan Feng still showed no signs of waking. Yao, Fu Changsheng watched from the side, his heart tightening. While hoping Uncle Feng would wake up, he also feared something might happen to Yao. Yao's face had turned a dark green, as if she had absorbed countless poisonous fumes, and her breathing had become rapid. At this moment, Yao's hand seal shifted. Buzz! The diseased energy that had been entwined in her body seemed to be refined. The next moment, soft, pale green spiritual threads flowed from her fingertips. These threads, as if alive, gently fluttered and slowly wrapped around Shangguan Feng's body. The pale green light gradually intensified, enveloping Shangguan Feng entirely, forming a vast cocoon of light. Light shimmered within the cocoon, and faint spiritual threads could be seen weaving and weaving, as if meticulously examining and repairing Shangguan Feng's body. Beads of sweat gradually formed on Yao's forehead, but her hand seals remained perfectly steady, as she chanted a mantra. The spiritual threads began to vibrate rhythmically, some penetrating deeper into Shangguan Feng's body, cautiously probing his damaged soul. As the threads penetrated deeper, Shangguan Feng's body trembled slightly, his brow furrowed in a frown, as if he were enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache and determination. She rapidly accelerated the speed of her hand seals, allowing more healing spiritual energy to flow through the threads into Shangguan Feng's body. Nourished by this spiritual energy, Shangguan Feng's damaged soul began to respond, its once dim glow gradually brightening, and the broken thread slowly healed. The light within the cocoon intensified, filling the entire room with a powerful pale green glow. This is, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. He had previously seen Yao healing others by directly absorbing their diseased energy to achieve healing. But now, having broken through to the half-step purple mansion, there was a clear difference. She still absorbed the diseased energy, but after refining it, she then channeled healing energy from her special spiritual body into the patient's body to help them recover. Yao, this spiritual body, clearly, it had great potential. If he continued to explore, perhaps one day, soul fusion and rebirth would be possible. He had previously read in an ancient book about an elixir called the soul-merging pill. As long as one's spirit was immortal, no matter how many millennia passed, taking this elixir and finding a suitable body would allow them to be reborn. An unseen amount of time passed. Yao's hands slowly stopped moving, sweat dripping down her cheeks. Her face was slightly pale, but her eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, the light within the cocoon gradually dimmed, and the spiritual threads wrapped around Shangguan Feng slowly dissipated. Shangguan Feng's body stopped trembling, and his frown gradually relaxed. His eyelids trembled slightly, and after a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were confused at first, and then gradually came into focus. He saw Yao, who was tired but smiling beside the bed, and Fu Changsheng, who was standing by the door with excitement. "Uncle Feng, you're awake." Fu Changsheng walked forward quickly, with uncontrollable joy in his voice. Shangguan Feng's lips moved slightly, and he made a weak sound. Because he had not spoken for many years, he could not hear what he said clearly. Fu Changsheng stepped forward and held his hand. "Uncle Feng, it's good that you wake up, it's good that you wake up," although Shangguan Feng was unconscious. But judging from his expression, he should be conscious. Shangguan Feng had just recovered from a serious illness, and fell into deep sleep after speaking a few words, but it was completely different from his previous immortal state. Fu Changsheng finally let go of a big thing. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Yao, seated on an autumn leaf rattan chair. Yao's face was pale, as if she had been seriously ill. Fu Changsheng's heart ached, and he hurried forward to examine her. He discovered that Yao had only slightly damaged her vital energy, not her essence. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Yao, please do not use this kind of treatment again in the future." Yao's treatments had always improved her cultivation, but this time, she had depleted her vital energy. Fu Changsheng was puzzled. Yao took a magical pill, and after feeling better, she explained, "Don't worry, father. This time, Grandpa Feng's condition was due to damage to his spirit, so it's more difficult to treat. If it were an ordinary external or internal injury, it would only be a good thing for me. It wouldn't be a big deal. The difficulty of cultivating the spirit is as difficult as heaven. Fu Changsheng understood. Finally. Yao, however, said with a hint of excitement, however, this time wasn't without reward. While treating Grandpa Feng, I sensed the power of the spirit, which will be of immense benefit to my future transformation of soul into spirit. Now, Yao only needed the soul guiding pill to enter the purple mansion. Fu Changsheng said, Yao, thank you for your hard work. We're not in a hurry to leave. You should rest and recover first. Yao's healing spirit couldn't be known to outsiders, lest it be abducted by powerful forces and used as a walking pill. The next day, Shangguan Feng awoke again. After Fu Changsheng helped him refine a healing spirit pill, Shangguan Feng was finally able to speak normally. Changsheng, if it weren't for you and your daughter, I'm afraid I would never have woken up again. And thanks to Yao, my spirit has been restored. With a soul-nourishing pill, I'll have a chance to enter the purple mansion and avoid ruining my path. Shangguan Feng was able to close the life or death barrier and advance to the purple mansion. Their pursuit of the great Dao was evidently extraordinary. Uncle Feng, back then, our Fu family was left with only 4 cultivators left. We were coveted by the 4 great key refining families, and our future was precarious. If it weren't for your protection, our Fu family wouldn't have made it this far. There's no need for such formalities between us. These were Fu Changsheng's sincere words. Shangguan Feng and his daughter, when the Fu family was at its lowest point, asked for nothing in return. He would always remember their kindness in providing timely assistance. Shangguan Feng smiled, then thought of something. Although I'm unconscious, I vaguely heard someone say Hongyu is missing. Changsheng, have you found any information about Hongyu's whereabouts over the years? Fu Changsheng glanced around and quickly sent a few words to Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng's eyes lit up. Okay, as long as she's alive, there's hope. One day, we'll meet again, finally. Shangguan Feng stood up and walked around to the back of the bed. After looking down, he said to Fu Changsheng, Changsheng, use the 5 elements and 8 diagrams to activate this stone wall. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. It seems that Uncle Feng knew that he might encounter an accident before he went into seclusion, and he specially hid his wealth in advance. He was really wise. Fu Changsheng pinched the seal with his right hand, and several mysterious spells were cast into the stone wall. According to the operation principle of the 5 elements and 8 diagrams, after a while, there were several crackling sounds, and the stone wall opened with a hum, and then a dark red box appeared before his eyes. Shangguan Feng waved his hand. The dark red box floated up and landed in his palm. He saw him waving his left sword finger, and a sword light fell on his right arm. A drop of blood fell into the box. The box clicked a few times, and the restriction on it was opened. A gray seed came into view. Fu Changsheng was about to use his spiritual sense to investigate what it was when Shangguan Feng quickly said, No, Uncle Feng, I found this during my key refining period in a canyon within the 100,000 mountains. There was an ancient inscription on the stone wall back then, but the words are now blurred. I'm only guessing, but I think this seed is likely a sword seed cultivated in the Danshan by ancient sword cultivators for the practice of swordsmanship. As he spoke, Shangguan Feng's mind moved. With a humming sound, a gray seed shot out from his Danshan. As the seed emerged, the entire room was instantly filled with a surge of supreme sword intent. There were 3 seeds in total, 1 for me and 1 for Hongyu. However, after years of nurturing, this sword seed has only gleaned a hint of swordsmanship. It hasn't even taken root yet. I'm giving this last one to you. I hope that once you have it, it will truly live up to the ancient inscriptions and cultivate the swordsmanship of one of the 3,000 great Daos within you, he said. Shangguan Feng closed the box and solemnly handed it to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng came to his senses. He couldn't say no to such a powerful treasure, so he said immediately, Uncle Feng, I will accept this sword seed. Chapter 338. Fu Changsheng and Shangguan Feng discussed the recent developments in Huainan Prefecture. Seeing Shangguan Feng's tired face, he knew he needed time to recuperate after a serious illness. Furthermore, Yao had almost recovered, so he closed the formation and took his leave. Shangguan Feng personally saw him off. Shangguan Chen, basking in the sun in the courtyard, heard footsteps and turned to see Shangguan Feng, who had been unconscious for so long, awake. Disbelief filled his face. The doctors had already concluded that the great elder had no chance of waking up. It was clearly connected to Fu Changsheng. He must have found some miraculous elixir. Shangguan Chen, realizing this, bowed repeatedly. Congratulations, great elder, on your recovery. He then sent Fu Changsheng and his daughter off. He couldn't help but sigh. Great elder, you have good judgment in choosing clan leader Fu to train. Even if most people had a magic elixir, they wouldn't waste it on a living dead person. Shangguan Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Third brother, tell me in detail about the clan situation. Fu Changsheng left the Shangguan family mountain, leaped over the Hanlin River, and arrived at his fiefdom in Yancheng County. From afar, he could see the lights and decorations of Yuiao City, a scene of joy and celebration. Yuiao said impatiently, Father, I'll go find mother first. He then accelerated the four-winged red python and flew towards the main peak behind Yuiao City. Fu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. When he arrived at the Patriarch's mansion, he found Fangir and his sons and daughters-in-law, who had received the message, already waiting. Heian, standing behind Fugir, was particularly conspicuous. Fu Changsheng glanced at her, intending to question her privately later. According to the intelligence, Heian originated from the South China Sea. Perhaps he could find a passage to the South China Sea or information about Huangyu from her. Fu Yongfen stepped forward and said, Father, you've had a long journey. Yes, Fu Changsheng nodded slightly. He entered the Patriarch's mansion and enjoyed a sumptuous family dinner with his children and grandchildren. The banquet ended. Fugir took Heian to find Fu Changsheng, and the two of them fell to their knees without a word. Fu Changsheng frowned. A man's knees are made of gold. What are you doing? Just talk it out. Get up quickly. Yes, Father. Fu Yongfu felt that his father's tone was not one of blame, and his heart suddenly felt a little more hopeful. He took Heian's hand and said earnestly, Father, Heian and I are in love, and Heian is already pregnant. Please help us. Pregnant? Fu Changsheng glanced at Heian's belly. This overseas woman was not picky about trivial matters. Fu Changsheng naturally would not force a couple to break up. After questioning Heian, he found that she could not even remember how she appeared in the Great Zhou, and she had no memory of her previous life. He frowned. If it weren't for the intelligence that the other party was from the South China Sea, he would never agree to this marriage. He couldn't bring someone with unknown background into the Fu family. I had originally intended to use this opportunity to inquire about the affairs of the South China Sea. Now, all I could do was wait and see if Heian could regain his memory. Fu Changsheng said, I agree to your marriage. After the Purple Mansion celebration. We'll choose a good day to get it done. Thank you, Father. Fugir had never expected his father to be so forthcoming, and he quickly pulled Heian aside to thank him. As the two of them left, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Fu Changsheng's mind. Ling, you have a new daughter-in-law at the foundation establishment stage, and you have received 100 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard changed to 5,100. Fu Changsheng left the Patriarch's residence and went to the Nia sisters' courtyard halfway up the mountain. Standing there, it was Niu Chengxiu who opened the door. Meet the Patriarch. Niu Chengxiu was a little surprised. She wondered why the Patriarch, having just returned from Jingzhou, would visit their sister's courtyard. Niu Chengxiu possessed a pure yin body, so her cultivation speed was naturally not slow. She had recently successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Fu Changsheng entered the courtyard, which was extremely simple, save for a single Xian'an tree. He sat and drank a cup of tea. He asked Niu Chengxiu a few questions about her cultivation, then changed the subject. Chengxiu, where's your sister Qiuxiu? Master, my sister said she wanted to meet an old friend and left a while ago. If you have anything urgent to tell me, I can help pass it on. No problem. Fu Changsheng waved his hand. The intelligence suggested Niu Qiuxiu held a secret, so he'd come to investigate. Since she wasn't there, he'd wait for her to return. He returned to the master's residence, entered the secret room, activated the magic circle, and with a thought, he instantly appeared atop the Five Elements Cave Heaven spiritual mountain. He planned to use the time he had to plant the sword seed in his danshan. He then walked towards the thatched cottage. Passing the Bodhi tree, Fu Changsheng paused. If we can find a way to conceal the Bodhi tree and transplant it to the clan, it will truly realize its full potential. After all, he was often absent from his meditation space, so the Bodhi tree's meditative potential would be wasted. If it were left to disciples gifted in the various arts of cultivation, the clan could more quickly gather the 15 third-rank technicians who would advance to the 7th-rank family. Currently, there are 9 third-rank technicians in the clan, including him, Chang Lei, Yao Yao, Mei Zhen, Yang Yi, Chang Li, Run Zhi, and Grandmaster Yu. On the brink of reaching the 3rd rank are Fu Yongdan and Fu Yongfu, while rising stars with the talent to advance to the 3rd rank are Yongfu, Yongxiao, Gan Muwen, and Yongwei. That's a total of 15. If Yongdan and Yongfu were allowed to meditate under the Bodhi tree, they would surely be promoted to the 3rd rank within 2 years. Fu Gear and the other 4, however, would still require some time to grow. Entering the thatched hut. After entering a state of oblivion, he flicked his sleeve. A dark red box floated before him. He infused a spell into it, and it creaked open, revealing the grayish sword seed. He replayed Uncle Feng's instructions on how to cultivate the Dao in his mind. He took a deep breath. With a flick of his left sword finger, a ray of sword light descended upon his right palm. Drip, drip, blood dripped into the sword seed. As the incantation echoed, a humming sound rang out, and the sword seed trembled slightly. Then, a suction force erupted, absorbing the blood that threatened to slip out. A faint, mysterious rune emerged from the previously dim seed. It wasn't noticeable at first, but as the seed absorbed more and more essence and blood, the circle of mysterious runes grew more pronounced. The sword seed trembled slightly. Now, Fu Changsheng's seal shifted, and the sword seed transformed into a streak of gray light and sank into his body. Boom! The mana within him surged, as if resisting the sword seed's arrival. At this moment, a red light surged around the seed. The initial repulsive force instantly subsided. The sword seed hummed and landed at the center of his lower dantian. A suction force erupted from it, and the spiritual energy of the 5 elements cave heaven, as if summoned, suddenly sank into his body, nourishing the sword seed. The hundreds of thousands of spirit stones that had been placed in a corner were also instantly absorbed, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that sank into his dantian and was absorbed by the sword seed. Half a month later, the spiritual energy vortex finally dissipated. The sword seed within him was slightly brighter than before, but otherwise unchanged. This, Fu Changsheng snapped out of his trance. He remembered Uncle Feng hadn't mentioned the unusual side of the sword seed falling into his dantian. Could this seed be even more special? Fu Changsheng studied it for a long time, but couldn't discern any clues, so he stopped dwelling on it. All he needed to do now was nourish it daily with his mana, and water it with his own blood every few months. I've spent over 100,000 spirit stones. Don't let me down. Fu Changsheng stood up. This time, during his retreat, he had missed Mizhen and the others' Purple Mansion celebration. But since he wasn't the main character, it wasn't a big deal. With a thought, he emerged from the 5 elements cave heaven. At this moment, the communication jade talisman on his waist shone, and Fu Changli's voice rang out, Patriarch, the barrier-breaking formation has been deployed and can be activated at any time. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up as he emerged from the secret room. He didn't immediately rush to Broken Bone Cliff. Instead, he sought out Mizhen. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, Mizhen, I recently obtained a Bodhi tree. It's 1,000 years old and now grows in the Huangshi medicine garden. I'm thinking of transplanting it to a secluded spot within the clan. Clan members can meditate beneath it, but they can't see through the Bodhi tree itself. You've been in Jingzhou for many years, have you seen any such cases? The Bodhi tree is one of the 10 sacred trees. A flicker of excitement crossed Liu Mizhen's brows. After a moment's hesitation, she slapped her storage bag. A flash of light revealed a white box with tree-patterned patterns. The box opened, revealing a bare, withered tree. Though dead, it exuded a sense of age. Fu Changsheng exclaimed softly, Mizhen, what's that in your hand? I found it by chance. It's the 1,000 Illusion Sacred Tree. It contains hundreds of acres of space, rich spiritual soil, and can continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish itself. Most importantly, the holder can control the illusions within 1,000 Illusion Sacred Tree. There are such treasures. So, by planting the Bodhi tree inside, the risk of leaks would be easily eliminated. Mizhen, do you have any other uses for this 1,000 Illusion Sacred Tree? Normally, I just grow spiritual herbs in it. Since my clan urgently needs it, it's no problem to take it out. Fu Changsheng hadn't expected it to be so smooth. He immediately cast his mind upon the 5 elements cave heaven, instructing Chunyang to transplant the Bodhi tree. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the Bodhi tree, encased in a box, floated toward Liu Mizhen. It truly is a 1,000-year-old Bodhi tree. Liu Mizhen glanced at it, her eyes lit with excitement. Husband, with this, Yongdan and Yongfu should soon be able to break through to the 3rd-ranked craftsman level. Within 20 years, our clan will naturally ascend to the rank of 7th-rank family. After the excitement subsided, the two finally agreed to place the 1,000 illusion sacred tree in the forbidden area behind the mountain. Arriving at the forbidden area, Liu Mizhen cast a spell upon the 1,000 illusion sacred tree. The seemingly foot-tall 1,000 illusion sacred tree continuously grew taller, transforming into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. A small door opened from its trunk, revealing a lingering spiritual energy within. Within, one could see fields of medicinal plants planted with various spiritual plants, man-shaped puppets moving among them, tending them in an orderly manner. The two of them slipped inside. Liu Mizhen pointed to a large clearing in the center. Husband, how about planting the Bodhi tree here? Okay. Fu Changsheng looked up. He realized the 1,000 illusion sacred tree was incredibly tall and deep. Even if the Bodhi tree continued to grow, there would still be enough space. Rumble. As the Bodhi tree was planted within the 1,000 illusion sacred tree, the spiritual energy of the entire back mountain suddenly surged. With a humming sound, it surged toward the 1,000 illusion sacred tree. In a flash, a spiritual vortex formed above the 1,000 illusion sacred tree. Initially only 10 feet across, it expanded over time to 100 feet. The spiritual energy from the entire Taikyu Mountains, 100 miles in radius, surged toward the back mountain. Such a remarkable sight drew the attention of the clansmen, and they all began to move closer to the back mountain. Fu Yongyan blinked. Such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that the Patriarch has condensed his golden core? What are you thinking, 6th old man? The Patriarch is only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion. How could he have achieved this in one leap? He's probably practicing some secret technique. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This phenomenon is so vast. What kind of secret technique is this? As more and more people gathered, Fu Changsheng's voice echoed in the air. Everyone, listen up. Do not even take a single step into the back mountain. Violators will be charged with treason. Fu Yongyan's neck shrank upon hearing this, and he ran faster than anyone else. The phenomenon didn't last long. After half a cup of tea, it dissipated. However, everyone looked towards the back mountain with curiosity and excitement. Within the 1,000 illusion sacred tree, Fu Changsheng observed the hundreds of acres of land within the 1,000 illusion sacred tree, the spiritual energy 3 times richer than before, and was quite surprised. Mizhen, your 1,000 illusion sacred tree can actually evolve. Liu Mizhen was also clearly surprised. Walking to the Bodhi tree, Fu Changsheng had initially intended only to observe her carefully, but as time passed, he noticed that she had clearly entered a state of enlightenment. This, Fu Changsheng was quite surprised. From his birth until now, he had never seen anyone achieve enlightenment. Such opportunities are rare, some may only encounter them once in their lifetime. During enlightenment, some cultivators can even achieve breakthroughs right on the spot, demonstrating just how precious such enlightenment is. Fu Changsheng's breathing slowed down, and he stood still, fearing that even the slightest movement would disturb Mizhen. An unknown amount of time passed before he saw Liu Mizhen rapidly forming hand seals, like the fire-controlling techniques of alchemy. At first, her technique was rather rudimentary, but as time passed, it became a natural flow, a delight to watch. Buzz, as the seals closed, the strange aura surrounding her dissipated. Liu Mizhen opened her eyes in surprise. Husband, I've comprehended the method for refining the 3rd grade, mid-grade cloud-breaking pill. If I have all the spiritual herbs, I can start refining the pill right now. In other words, she had, in some sense, achieved a breakthrough to the level of a 3rd grade, mid-grade alchemist. Fu Changsheng's face lit up with joy. Very good, Mizhen. Continue to consolidate your insights. Once we reach the Kunlun small world, perhaps we'll be able to find the key ingredient for the cloud-breaking pill. With this pill, he could sprint towards the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Liu Mizhen smiled and nodded. She cast several spells into the void. With a humming sound, the air trembled, and then all the spiritual herbs of the 1,000 illusion sacred tree vanished. The Bodhi tree also vanished from sight. Fu Changsheng swept his consciousness and found himself in a small secret chamber. Mizhen, the 1,000 illusion sacred tree's transformative power is truly formidable. Even I can't tell this secret chamber is just an illusion. After all, after practicing the great evolution technique, his consciousness was comparable to that of a peak purple mansion realm. Liu Mizun smiled smugly. Husband, not only you, but even a giant would be unable to penetrate this illusion. Husband, the Bodhi tree has vanished. Who should enter first? Yongdan, it's just right. You can teach her alchemy techniques. After a few instructions, Fu Changsheng left the back mountain and called Yaoyao along, heading for Broken Bone Cliff. Halfway there, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you and your wife have transformed a sacred place for enlightenment for the clan, earning 5,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 10,100. Broken Bone Cliff. Fu Chenglei, sitting cross-legged in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, Yu Qingru also stood up. A spell was cast into the magic circle outside the cave, and ripples appeared. Then, two breezes blew, and a flash of white light revealed the figures of Fu Changsheng and Yaoyao. Patriarch, Fu Chenglei stepped forward and saluted. Fu Changsheng nodded. Chenglei, Qingru, you've worked hard. He exchanged a few pleasantries. Everyone's gaze drifted to the purple barrier behind them. On one side, a complex array of formation flags and discs lay intricately arranged. Furthermore, a formation platform, over 3 meters high, was inscribed with intricate formation patterns. Yaoyao, Qingru, Chenglei, begin. Fu Changsheng took several steps back. Standing still, he saw Yaoyao on the other two standing in different positions. Yaoyao was in the lead formation. As spells were cast into the formation flags and discs, a humming sound erupted, and a brilliant spiritual light formed a line, landing on the formation platform. With a rumble, the formation patterns on the formation platform illuminated one by one. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a rainbow light rose from the formation platform and landed on the barrier. The purple energy within the barrier immediately surged violently. As the rainbow light entered, the purple energy trembled slightly and condensed into the shape of a key. With two crackling sounds, boom! The barrier's gate suddenly swung outward. However, something unexpected happened. The key trembled slightly, then disintegrated at breakneck speed. The previously open gate was about to close. Fu Changsheng quickly swung his body and, before the barrier's entrance closed, darted inside like lightning. Boom! The gate slammed shut completely. Yaoyao glanced at the purple aura surrounding the barrier, which was even more intense than before. Oh no, the barrier had suddenly changed after opening, completely ruining their previous research. Yu Qingru also hurried forward, took out the detection array, and after examining it, frowned. If we still have the strength of the three of us, opening this barrier again will probably take even longer than before. Doesn't that mean Father will be imprisoned? Father was the pillar of the clan, and nothing could happen to him. Yaoyao hesitated. Aunt Yu, Uncle Chenglei, I think I should report this to my mother first. Buzz! Fu Changsheng felt the world spin, then his vision flickered. The next moment, he appeared in a pitch-black space. With a flick of his index finger, several moonstones landed on the stone walls on either side, illuminating everything before him. He saw something right in front of him. A transparent light shield fell down, revealing a pool of blood within the formation. Strange runes rose and fell amidst the flowing blood. Could this pool be the method mentioned in the system for cultivating blood rune spirits? He circled around, but found no method to activate the pool. This seemed to be the only pool in the cave ruins. The intelligence clearly mentioned 1,000 soul jade here. Fu Changsheng searched everywhere but to no avail. He muttered, it seems I'll need to learn the art of formations in the future, otherwise I'll be short of resources. His thoughts landed on the panel in his sea of consciousness. He immediately said, exchange the information. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. The cave's barrier is ever-changing. It has been reclosed since you entered. Reopening requires a 4th-rank formation master. What? Fu Changsheng was stunned. If so, wouldn't he be trapped in this ruins forever? Fu Changsheng glanced at the shadow gate mask in his storage bag. If things really became urgent, he would have to contact Meizhen to ask Uncle Yu to come out. 2. This cave dwelling can only unlock the true ruins by absorbing the mysterious blood from the blood pool and refining it into a blood talisman spirit. The blood pool formation needs to be activated with blood as a guide. Combined with the 7 steps of heavenly stems. The technique is engraved on the side of the stone wall. 3. The Kunlun small world is still 2 years away from opening. 4. Shangguan Li, upon learning that Shangguan Feng has awakened, urgently returns to his fiefdom from the Changsheng tribe. 5. The main ingredient for the broken cloud pill is grown in Kaianayu Mountain in the Kunlun small world, but the formation was set up here by the ancestors of the Cheyenne tribe. 6. Xiao Xianger spent most of her accumulated court merit points to find a fragmentary map of the outer perimeter of the Kunlun small world in the Sutra library. 7. Fu Changsheng scanned the information one by one. His gaze fell on the second item again, his eyes brightening slightly. Sure enough, this is not the true ruins. However, to his surprise, the intelligence mentioned that the 7 steps of the heavenly stems technique, which would open the blood pool, was actually inscribed on one side. He had already checked several times beforehand. Could it be hidden behind a stone wall? Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand, and streams of magical energy struck the surrounding walls. Mud and rocks fell, and the vine-covered stone wall suddenly revealed its original inner surface. He looked closely and saw a technique inscribed on the southwest wall. When the heavenly stems begin to move, the mind begins first. Root your feet firmly into the earth, and your ki naturally gathers. Gently extend your arms to welcome the vast universe, and focus your mind on your danshin to awaken your true spirit. The first step is the starting position. It involves adjusting your posture, standing steadily with your feet shoulder-width apart, rooting yourself to the earth. Slowly raise your arms as if embracing the heavens and the earth, clearing away distractions and focusing your mind on your danshin to awaken the body's latent ki. It doesn't look difficult, but the entire practice is extremely complex. It consists of 7 steps. Judging by the final result, this technique is intended to condition the cultivator's physique, preparing for the subsequent absorption and refining of the mysterious talisman blood in the blood pool. I don't know exactly how long it will take to cultivate. 2 years remain. The Kunlun small world will open. He couldn't stay here for long. Immediately, a thought fell on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Use family contribution points to improve Fugir's spiritual root aptitude. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, in the next moment, he appeared in a space that looked like the beginnings of chaos. Fu Changsheng didn't dare delay and immediately activated the 7 steps of the heavenly stems technique. Elsewhere, in the Shangguan family's meeting room, Shangguan Li sat at the head, Shangguan Feng at the lower left. There were only 2 of them in the room. Shangguan Li was the first to speak. Congratulations, Great Elder, on waking from your coma. I wonder what your plans are next. The Great Elder's former subordinates. Upon hearing that the Great Elder had awakened, they all came to visit. These people, former subordinates of the Great Elder, had been replaced from their positions of authority after Shangguan Li ascended to the throne. While the Shangguan family seemed to be thriving, these former subordinates hadn't benefited from anything. Upon learning that Shangguan Feng had a chance to break through to the Purple Mansion with just a soul-nourishing pill, they were instantly excited. Soul-nourishing pills, while rare, were not untreatable compared to soul-guiding pills, especially given the Shangguan family's current status. Consequently, Shangguan Feng's former subordinates united as one, determined that if Shangguan Feng successfully broke through to the Purple Mansion, he would be able to challenge Shangguan Li. The Shangguan family would no longer be ruled by Shangguan Li alone. Most importantly, their lives would be better. Shangguan Li initially dismissed Shangguan Feng's awakening, but upon hearing that Shangguan Feng had somehow managed to find a blessing in disguise, only needing a soul-nourishing pill to enter the Purple Mansion, he rushed back as fast as he could. Shangguan Feng hadn't spoken yet. The old patriarch, Shangguan, immediately stood up and said, "Liar, the Shangguan family's current status is largely due to the contributions of the Great Elder and Hongyu. Our failure to rescue the Great Elder from his coma was already extremely unkind. Now, the Great Elder is only one soul-nourishing pill away from a Purple Mansion breakthrough. All we in the clan should do is tighten our belts and procure this pill for the Great Elder. It's our way of making amends to him." After a pause, the old patriarch continued, "Although the Fu family currently dominates Huainan Prefecture, the Shi family is also a rising star. The Great Elder Shi has already successfully achieved a Purple Mansion breakthrough. If they work harder, who knows, they might soon produce a 2nd or 3rd Purple Mansion. It's fine for us to lag behind the Fu family, but we can't let the Shi family overtake us. Besides, if the Shangguan family wants to advance to the 7th rank, they also need multiple Purple Mansions. The old patriarch was worried his son might have some ill intentions. He could have stepped down on his own, but Shangguan Feng stood behind the Fu family. The Fu family now possessed 4 purple mansions, 2 third-tier spirit pets, and 2 third-tier corpse puppets. Such power was beyond their reach. The old patriarch, the Shangguan clan leader, nervously gazed at Shangguan Li, who stood at the head of the clan. Unmoved, his gaze rested on Shangguan Feng. Great Elder, now that you've recovered, would you consider returning to take over the Shangguan family's affairs? This was clearly a test. Shangguan Li, who had forced his own father to abdicate, couldn't possibly be willing to relinquish this power. Shangguan Feng, who had remained silent, smiled. After a near-death experience, especially after his recovery, those who were shunned by the opposition returned. Shangguan Feng, however, had become less concerned and had no time for the clan's affairs. He said calmly, "Patriarch, rest assured. Even if I achieve a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion, I will remain detached from clan affairs." Hongyu's life or death was unknown. He would be better off searching for clues about her. Shangguan Li was waiting for this very sentence. The Fu family's rapid growth was largely due to Fu Changsheng's absolute power. If Shangguan Feng tried to fight him, the Shangguan family would be trapped in internal strife, making any expansion impossible. Furthermore, there was another reason: he didn't want to antagonize the Fu family. He owed Fu Changsheng a favor for conquering the Changsheng tribe the previous time. He immediately said, "The Great Elder always keeps his word. I trust you." With a wave of his sleeve, a white jade-colored elixir bottle floated towards Shangguan Feng. "Great Elder, this contains the soul-nourishing pill I obtained during my campaign against the Eastern Wasteland tribe. I hope it will help you successfully achieve the Purple Mansion breakthrough." Shangguan Feng was stunned. Upon waking, he heard of Shangguan Li's actions and assumed he was going to kill him, but he hadn't expected such generosity. Although he had become more indifferent, he still hoped for the family's continued success. Now that the Shangguan family was in Shangguan Li's hands, it seemed they might truly achieve something remarkable. He immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Shangguan Li. "Thank you, Patriarch." Seeing this, the old patriarch, Shangguan Feng, beamed. Shangguan Feng's gesture undoubtedly, in some sense, tacitly acknowledged his son's position as patriarch. In the mysterious, chaotic space, a mantra rang out: "Ki gathers into countless forms. Wherever the mind moves, the law connects. Dragons, tigers, wind and clouds can all be transformed. The power of the heavens can forge a spiritual face." As the mantra fell, Fu Changsheng's seal shifted. As he walked, magical energy gathered around him. Then, with a humming sound, phantoms of dragons and tigers materialized to his left and right, moving with his steps. Boom! Just as he was mastering his technique, the surrounding space trembled slightly. The next moment, he returned to the blood pool. Has the contribution value been depleted? His thoughts fell on the panel in his sea of consciousness, revealing that the family's contribution value had indeed been reduced to 0. However, he had also cultivated the 7 steps of heavenly stems to perfection. As he stretched his body, he noticed the roars of dragons and tigers echoing through his inner mana. With the 7 steps of heavenly stems complete, the next step was to activate the technique, using blood as a guide to open the blood pool. At the same time, the panel in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. Then, a line of text appeared: Fu Yuangfu, Spiritual Root Aptitude, 62/100. Brother Fu's spiritual root aptitude is indeed not high. Compared to the previous increase of 21 points, the other party has an excellent talent in spiritual cultivation. If he can truly cultivate an acquired spiritual body by increasing his points to the maximum, then a breakthrough to the 3rd-level craftsman should be a natural outcome. His gaze fell on the blood pool. "Huh?" Fu Changsheng took a deep breath. He silently chanted an incantation and took the 7 heavenly steps. With a flick of his left sword finger, a flash of sword light descended upon his right arm, instantly creating a gash. Blood dripped onto the blood pool shield. Initially, nothing changed, but as he revolved his 7 heavenly steps, a dragon and tiger phantom materialized. With his dripping blood in their mouths, they charged towards the blood pool shield at breakneck speed. A humming sound erupted from beneath the shield, and similar dragon and tiger phantoms appeared, this one a blood-colored hue, a stark contrast to the cyan dragon and tiger phantoms Fu Changsheng had condensed. Boom! Simultaneously, the 4 dragon and tiger phantoms trembled slightly before disintegrating and condensing into a strange talisman. As the talisman took shape, the shield flickered, as if enduring a tremendous impact. Boom! Following a burst of intense light, a crack appeared in the shield, rapidly spreading. With a crash, the shield shattered completely. A rich, slightly fishy scent wafted from the blood pool. "It's done," Fu Changsheng exclaimed in delight. According to the runes inscribed on the wall, all he had to do now was enter the pool and practice the 7 steps of the heavenly stems technique. There was a 60% chance of creating a blood rune spirit. At 10%, the inner ruins would be unlocked. Otherwise, all the years of hard work by Yao and the others would be in vain. After all, there was only one blood pool, and this was only one chance. "Don't let me down." Fu Changsheng took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he resolutely stepped into the pool. Buzz! The moment he entered, the blood within surged. Unlike ordinary blood, the liquid within the pool took on a strange dark red hue, faintly marked by the flow of runes. The moment it touched him, Fu Changsheng felt as if he were being torn apart by countless insects. The pain was excruciating. The liquid within the pool was even more powerful and formidable than he had imagined. He dared not neglect it. He immediately activated the 7 steps of the heavenly stems technique, his steps moving with a mysterious rhythm. As he walked, the blood in the pool seemed to be drawn by some force, slowly swirling around him. The stinging sensation seemed to subside slightly. "Draw the blood into my body." This step was crucial. Fu Changsheng held his breath, concentrating his mind, guiding the surrounding special blood towards his body. As if imbued with life, the blood seeped into his skin, flowing along the veins of his skin. At first, he could handle it easily, but as more and more blood absorbed it, he felt a tremendous pressure. Boom! As the fluid infused his body, it immediately surged through him like a wild horse, unbridled. If it weren't for the 9 heavens star art, which had strengthened his meridians, he would have been ripped apart by this terrifying force by now. Even so, his meridians still ached as if burned by fire. Fu Changsheng clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. As the blood continued to absorb, his body began to undergo miraculous changes. His once ordinary skin gradually became crystal clear, a faint glow emanating from it. Within his sea of consciousness, a mysterious rune began to crystallize. This rune shimmered with a blood-red light, each flicker accompanied by a powerful surge of power. As the rune gradually took shape, Fu Changsheng's control over the surrounding blood grew stronger. After an unknown amount of time, he had already refined most of the blood in the pool. The rune within his sea of consciousness also fully formed. A blood-red light emanated from his brows, condensing into an ethereal spirit above his head. This spirit, radiating a blood-red glow, bore a resemblance to Fu Changsheng, yet possessed a more agile presence. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the blood-shaped spirit thudded, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist and re-entering his body. An unknown amount of time passed before Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly fluttered open. He could sense a significant improvement in his understanding of talismans. The previously obscure links of Fujing, spiritual talisman scripture, had become clearer and more comprehensible. He vaguely felt that if he continued refining talismans for a while longer, he would be able to advance to 3rd rank, mid-grade talisman maker. Most importantly, he unexpectedly used this opportunity to comprehend his 3rd spiritual talisman, the boundary-breaking talisman. This talisman was of the quasi-talisman treasure level. When activated, it could break barriers below the 4th level. However, refining it was extremely difficult, requiring spiritual materials of the quasi-4th level. What a pity, he was currently only a 3rd rank, low-grade talisman maker. He still had a long way to go before refining talismans of this caliber. At the same time, a line of text appeared on the panel of his sea of consciousness. Blood talisman spirit body, acquired 1st rank spirit body. Those with a blood talisman spirit body have 2 special features. First, when crafting a talisman, they burn their own blood essence, increasing the success rate of the talisman. Second, they burn their lifespan, which increases the talisman's level. Note, the blood talisman spirit body is a continuously upgradable spirit body. Finding a higher level blood pool will allow for steady advancement. He glanced at the information. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect this blood talisman spirit to have such miraculous effects. He just didn't know how much it could increase the talisman's success rate, and whether the talisman's level could be infinitely increased. I might try it someday. For now, the most important thing was to find the entrance to the cave ruins. According to the inscription on the stone wall, He could enter the ruins by giving birth to the blood talisman spirit, which meant the clue must be related to the talisman. He immediately released his full spiritual sense. He searched the surrounding stone walls inch by inch. After about half a day, Changsheng searched the entire blood pool from top to bottom, but still found nothing. Strange, in a flash, a thought came to his mind. He immediately swung his left sword finger, and a sword beam landed on his right hand. A blood mist burst out from his arm. Compared to before, this blood was faintly stained with runes. Buzz! As the blood mist settled in the northeast corner, suddenly, a strange and mysterious talisman illuminated. Inscribed on one side of the talisman were the words, "Raise the talisman's level by 1 to enter the inner layers of the ruins." It turned out that the birth of a blood talisman spirit could open the door to the ruins. Changsheng studied the source, but he had no idea what level this strange talisman was. According to intelligence, raising the talisman's level would consume his lifespan. Although he still had 800 years left, it was better to avoid wasting time. Search again to see if there are other ways through. Changsheng searched for several more days, but still found nothing. Even after exchanging intelligence for information, he still couldn't find another way. His gaze fell on the strange talisman. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have no choice but to give it a try." He took a deep breath. Changsheng formed the seal with his right hand, muttering to himself. The 7 steps of heavenly stems was actually a method to activate the blood talisman spirit, synchronizing the practice. Buzz! A dragon's roar and a tiger's howl emanated from his body. Then, a phantom blood-shaped spirit materialized. Changsheng tapped the mysterious symbol with his right hand. With a humming sound, the blood-shaped spirit transformed into a streak of bloodlight and sank into the symbol. The next moment, boom! Changsheng felt his lifespan dwindle. At the same time, the mysterious symbol illuminated, and the sound of a stone door opening resounded. Chapter 339. Changsheng was delighted, but he didn't rush forward. He first carefully sensed the change in his own lifespan and discovered that it had decreased by 30 years compared to before. A sudden loss of 30 years. If he didn't have 800 years of lifespan, plus the ability to recover it later with the ancient mysterious vine, he would be heartbroken. I wonder what rank this talisman is. Just raising it by 1 rank had cost him 30 years of his lifespan. After this incident, he wouldn't waste his lifespan to raise the rank of a talisman unless absolutely necessary. However, burning his essence in blood to increase the success rate of talisman crafting was something he could consider. After all, it could be replenished through nourishment. He took a deep breath. Changsheng looked at the open stone door. "We've gone through so much hardship to open this ruin. Please don't let me down." With a thought, Changsheng summoned Zhaoqing back. According to previous intelligence, the Broken Bone Cliff was once a place where ancient demonic cultivators used to imprison divine statues. Therefore, caution was advised. Hiss! The green dragon hissed excitedly, leaping through the stone gate ahead of Changsheng. Upon entering, a rotten, oppressive aura filled him, and the scene before him instantly alerted him. This was indeed no blessed land, but rather a gloomy place, with massive black stone pillars carved with twisted and eerie demonic patterns, emitting a chilling aura. Zhaoqing, Changsheng called back the green dragon that was darting ahead. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a faint demonic aura permeating the area. Within this enveloping atmosphere, he could vaguely make out the head of a towering ancient statue, bound by thick black iron chains. Its features were blurred. Just as he was startled, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, the entire world lit up with a brilliant blood-red light. Everything before him was illuminated with even greater clarity under the blood-red glow. Before him stood a vast altar, bound by 108 blackguards wrapped around the head of a deity. Atop the altar's stone steps sat a withered skeleton, a magic wand in hand. It looked less like offering sacrifices to the deity and more like some strange ritual. A buzz! The blood-filled light trembled. Then, simultaneously, it sank into the soul-suppressing stone beasts on either side of the altar. The 2 soul-suppressing stone beasts, which had been crouching quietly, suddenly absorbing the blood-filled light. Suddenly, their eyes blazed a dazzling red, and they came alive. As more blood flowed into their bodies, their auras soared. First level. Second level. Third level. In the blink of an eye, they reached the critical point of 4th level. Zhaoqing, attack! If the soul-suppressing stone beasts reached the 4th level, they would be at the level of a golden core, far beyond their reach. Roar! The green dragon's tail lashed out at the soul-suppressing stone beast on its left. The beast raised its claws with a clang, absorbing the dragon's immense force. Simultaneously, its massive claws, like sharp blades, slashed at the dragon's vital points, intent on ripping it apart and killing it instantly. The dragon shuddered. Its green-scaled shield blocked its path, and a stream of blood shot from its mouth toward the soul-suppressing stone statue. Elsewhere, the soul-suppressing stone beast on the right also attacked Fu Changsheng almost simultaneously. It opened its maw and unleashed a column of black demonic energy. Wherever it passed, space seemed to corrode and distort. Fu Changsheng flashed and retreated, rapidly forming hand seals. A leaf from the third transformation treasure lotus lantern fell, transforming into a shield before him, blocking the impact of the black demonic energy. However, the oncoming stone beast was incredibly fast, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. Fu Changsheng's heart tightened, and he dodged to the side. The stone beast's claws scraped past his clothes, sending a gust of cold wind. We must fight quickly, since this soul-suppressing stone beast was infested with demonic energy. It should be afraid of divine thunder. He immediately activated the ancient source thunder sutra within his body. His seals shifted. Rumble. Lightning surged. The being fire divine thunder transformed into a thunder dragon, slamming down on the soul-suppressing stone beast. Zzz. The bloody light in the soul-suppressing stone's hand instantly dissipated. Without its source of power, the soul-suppressing stone beast collapsed to the ground with a thud, transforming into an ordinary stone statue once again. It really worked. Fu Changsheng saw this and immediately activated another Bing Fire Divine Thunder, striking the soul-suppressing stone beast on its left, locked in combat with a green dragon. Zzz. The bloody light dissipated. The soul-suppressing stone beast was instantly rendered incapacitated. Hiss. The green dragon hissed a few times, then moved closer to sniff. Clearly, as was its wont, it wanted to devour the creature, only to discover it was a stone lump, inedible. With the two soul-suppressing stone beasts subdued, the bloody light vanished. Everything seemed to return to normal. Fu Changsheng, however, didn't relax. He gazed into his danchan and discovered he still had enough mana to unleash 3 Bing Fire Divine Thunders, a feeling of relief. During his last retreat, while he hadn't broken through to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, his mana had increased considerably, enough to power him to unleash 5 Bing Fire Divine Thunders. Fu Changsheng's gaze returned to the ancient statue's head, bound by 108 black mystical cords. The head was still shrouded in a mysterious mist, obscuring its true form. However, without the distractions of the bloody light and the soul-suppressing stone beasts, he could more clearly sense the familiar aura emanating from it. Fu Changsheng suddenly realized something. The aura of this statue was remarkably similar to the headless statue in his 5 Elements Cave Heaven ancient temple. The question remained, why was it imprisoned there, and what was the purpose of this statue? He took a few steps closer to the statue. Suddenly, Chunyong in the 5 Elements Cave Heaven sensed something and eagerly asked, "Master, can you please release her?" "Okay." Fu Changsheng was puzzled. As a spirit of the 5 Elements Cave Heaven, Chunyong might be able to explain the scene before him. A thought struck him. Buzz! A flash of white light. Chunyong flashed out of the 5 Elements Cave Heaven. After appearing, Chunyong glanced around, her gaze settling on the statue's skull. With a hint of excitement, she spoke, "Master, I sense that placing the statue's skull within the 5 Elements Cave Heaven will slightly improve its laws." "Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Chunyong was about to step forward when Fu Changsheng pulled her back. "Chunyong, don't be impatient." Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the skeleton on the altar steps. With a flick of his index finger, a bang erupted, and a ball of flame descended upon the skeleton. As the flame spread toward the wand in the skeleton's hand, a strange scene unfolded. Buzz! The wand trembled slightly. Then, a white shadow materialized from it, floating in the air. Fu Changsheng could sense a powerful divine power, as if it had seen through him. This power, the power of this white shadow, was beyond his ability to handle. Without a second thought, Fu Changsheng turned and fled. "Want to run?" Too late, a scornful voice echoed in the air, and the stone door reclosed with a rumble. The white shadow sneered coldly. "I've been planning this for years, hoping to lure a healthy body, but I never imagined it would be a 3 spiritual root. I'm curious, with your inferior spiritual roots, How is it possible to learn the 7 steps of heavenly stems and activate the blood talisman spirit body in such a short time? As he spoke, a loud rumbling sound echoed around the white shadow. In the void, whirlpools suddenly appeared, strewn with corpses. As the white shadow casually chanted his incantations, corpse puppets of purple mansion cultivation materialized, charging towards Fu Changsheng at breakneck speed. Oh no, Fu Changsheng hadn't expected this to be a scam. It was a trap set by the ancient demon cultivators. This old monster had been able to linger for so many years, clearly thanks to the magic wand it had kept him alive. Fu Changsheng snorted coldly. 3 turns of the treasure lotus lantern. Buzz! Lotus petals blossomed, transforming into layers of petals to protect them. Simultaneously, he activated the ancient source thunder scripture. 3 Bing fire divine thunders roared, transforming into a thunder dragon that crashed head-on into the charging corpse puppet. Simultaneously, his incantation shifted, explode, with a rumble. The corpse puppet shattered in the thunder dragon's blast. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. However, the next moment, his smile froze. The shattered corpse puppet trembled slightly before returning to the vortex of the void. After a moment, it surprisingly reassembled. In other words, as long as Bai Ying survived, this corpse puppet would remain indestructible. Fu Changsheng flipped his right hand, grasping the top-grade spirit stone in his palm. He quickly replenished his mana and silently took out the talisman bestowed by the 7th prince. Zhaoking, protect me, roar! The green dragon opened its mouth. Water vapor erupted from the sky, trembling slightly before transforming into a water curtain that blocked the way. At this moment, the white shadow let out a sinister laugh. With your meager tricks, you think you can escape from my grasp? You're simply wishful thinking. With that, the white shadow formed hand seals, and the purple mansion-level corpse puppet surged towards Fu Changsheng like a tide, faster and more ferocious than before. Bang, bang, bang. The water curtain and the skylight curtain crackled under the corpse puppet's fierce attacks. He was clearly outmatched, but he still needed time to activate his talisman. Fu Changsheng's mind struck a chord. Boom! The fused 9 suns red lotus flames roared out, forming a wall of fire that blocked him. Huh? You actually still have the fused strange fire? Not bad, not bad. Your body isn't as bad as I imagined. However, I don't have time to play with you any longer. Let's stop here. As he spoke, the white shadow swiftly moved in the air, as if painting from thin air. Then, a talisman array landed on Fu Changsheng with a bang. Instantly, Fu Changsheng was horrified to discover he couldn't move an inch. Even the mana within him couldn't function, and the talisman in his hand was only half activated. Just how advanced was this white shadow? He could actually create a formation in the void. Was he going to die here today? No. Fu Changsheng's mind raced, rapidly searching for a way to save the statue. His gaze fell on the statue entangled in mysterious ropes. This white shadow clearly died on the altar. In other words, the white shadow seemed to have imprisoned the statue, but the statue also seemed to have reduced it to a pile of remains. If he could revive the statue, then he would be saved. At the same time, the white shadow transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards Fu Changsheng at an incredible speed. At the crucial moment, Fu Changsheng thought, enter the temple. Buzz! He failed to flash before his eyes, and the next moment, he was inside the temple. Simultaneously, the white shadow was also brought in. The white shadow was stunned. Fu Changsheng quickly moved his mind and vanished from the ancient temple. Simultaneously, a stone door appeared above the ancient mystical vines atop the 5 elements cave heaven's spiritual mountain, and Fu Changsheng flashed out. Chunyang quickly closed the door to the ancient temple. With a hum, the stone door slammed shut. The ancient mystical vines returned to their original form. Escaped. Fu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the ancient temple had evolved from this space, he had been trying to see if he could enter it with his mind. He had proven that he could enter the temple at any time, but to exit, he had to pass through the stone door of the ancient mystical vines. Thank goodness I've tried it before, otherwise, he would have truly fallen prey to that old monster today. Fu Changsheng instructed Qiunyang, keep an eye on the ancient temple. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Yes, master. Fu Changsheng didn't rush out, but instead retreated to the thatched cottage, intending to recover his mana before leaving. After all, in that eerie cave, He didn't know if the white figure had any more tricks up his sleeve. At the Fu family, Yao Iao reported to Liu Mizhen the truth about Fu Changsheng's entrapment in the Broken Bone Cliff barrier, her voice heavy with worry. Mother, Uncle Changli and I have studied that barrier for several days and discovered it's beyond the reach of a fourth-tier formation master. Now, I'm afraid we'll have to ask Grandpa Yu to come out of his confinement. No, Liu Mizhen rejected the idea without hesitation. Although Fu Changsheng hadn't explicitly stated Master Yu's faked death to evade the heavens, he had hinted to Liu Mizhen, urging her not to hastily awaken him. Upon hearing this, Yao Iao blamed herself, saying, Mother, if we hadn't asked Grandpa for help, Father would have been trapped in the barrier forever. Just like her second brother, Ranger, was trapped in the secret realm. Yao Iao blamed herself. She felt her cultivation level was too low, and she hadn't anticipated the risks ahead of time, which had put her father in danger. Liu Mizhen remained calm. Although this barrier blocks the Jade Talisman's transmission, I have other ways to contact your father. You don't need to worry about your father being trapped at Broken Bone Cliff. You should retreat for a while and study the secrets of breaking through the Purple Mansion that have been passed down in the clan. Mother, our clan doesn't have the soul guiding pill, so what's the point of me retreating? I'd rather study the barrier at Broken Bone Cliff. Perhaps I can find a way to break it and rescue Father. Yao Iao felt that rescuing her father was the most important thing now. After all, her father was alone in the barrier, and there was no telling if he was in any danger. If she was too late, it would be too late for regret. Seeing this, Liu Mizhen was quite relieved. Yao Iao, I know that you care about your father out of filial piety, but you can see that your father has always turned danger into safety. Even if you don't believe in me, you must believe in your father's ability. Go into seclusion quickly and be obedient. After Yao Iao left, Liu Mizhen sat upright in the room, staring in the direction of Broken Bone Cliff in a daze. Osprey Tribe. In the Osprey Prince's mansion. The Osprey Prince sat at the head, with a Great Elder and the Second Elder on his left and right. At this time, the mansion door was closed and the formation was activated. The Great Elder slapped the storage bag, and a ray of light flashed. In an instant, a torn topographic map floated in the air. The Great Elder cast a spell on the map, and the outline of the topographic map became clearer. Prince, the Shenyin Zhuan Shui, that the chief needs is in the outer Shenyin Mountain. The Osprey Prince's eyes lit up. Glancing westward, he coldly declared, this time, the mysterious divine yin water must not fall into the hands of the second young master's gang. The Great Elder's eyes shone with resentment. The second young master's gang had falsely accused him of the deaths of the fifth and eighth elders. The evidence was irrefutable, and if it weren't for his years of hard work and contributions to the Osprey tribe, he would have been executed on the spot. Fortunately, 4 Purple Mansion elders had perished one after another. The entire Osprey tribe could not afford any further losses, and while this saved his life, his place in the Kunlun small world had also been revoked. As a result, the Crown Prince's position was in jeopardy. The Great Elder looked across at the Second Elder. Second brother, this time when you enter the Kunlun small world, you must be extremely careful of the second young master and his 2 companions. It seems they're going to great lengths to vie for the Crown Prince's position. Furthermore, you must obtain this divine yin mysterious water for the chief. With it, the chief's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage will be just around the corner. Don't worry, big brother. At the second young master's residence on the west side, the second young master sat at the head of the group, with the 4th and 6th elders flanking him. They, too, were discussing entering the Kunlun small world. The 4th elder frowned and said, the Kunlun small world will open in over a year. But we currently have no clue where the divine yin mysterious water the chief needs is. On the other hand, the Crown Prince seems to have recently offered a large reward for a topographical map. I'm afraid it's likely related to the divine yin mysterious water. The 6th elder was also worried. The second young master, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He cast a spell on the indoor magic circle, instantly creating another layer of protective light shield. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a scroll unfolded, revealing a topographical map of the Kunlun small world. The inner layer of the Kunlun small world is the domain of the Golden Core true immortals. We can't enter, but I found a good spot on the outer edge. As he spoke, another spell was cast on the scroll, and a sacred mountain loomed. The second young master pointed at the holy mountain and said, I obtained this topographical map from my maternal grandfather's family. The main ingredient for refining soul-guiding pills grows there. 6th uncle, come with me. With your alchemy skills, you should be able to refine at least a dozen soul-guiding pills. Then, we can allow the seedlings we've been secretly cultivating to break through to the Purple Mansion. Then, wouldn't the number of elders in our faction far exceed that of the Crown Prince's faction? He wouldn't foolishly seek out the divine yin mysterious water. No matter how high his father's cultivation level was, it didn't matter to him. Only the gradual growth of his power, until he finally controlled the Osprey tribe, would truly matter. The 4th and 6th elders exchanged a glance. They laughed heartily. Second young master, this is a brilliant move. Since that's the case, let's wait for the Kunlun small world to open. 5 elements cave heaven. Fu Changsheng consumed the elixir and used the top-grade spirit stone simultaneously. This combined power quickly replenished his mana, and at the same time, the spiritual power of the fragment of the top-grade spirit stone in his hand was depleted. He emerged from the thatched hut. Fu Changsheng handed Chuniang a top-grade spirit stone. Chuniang, find a place with abundant spiritual energy to place it. Has anything unusual occurred in the ancient temple recently, my lord? Nothing unusual, Chuniang said, accepting the top-grade spirit stone. The white figure was truly eerie and powerful, so Fu Changsheng naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke it. He instructed Chuniang to continue observing. With a thought, he emerged from the 5 elements cave heaven. Returning to the altar, as the white figure dissipated, the demonic energy around him seemed to weaken considerably. Glancing at the skeleton on the altar steps, Fu Changsheng thought, little skeleton, come out, buzz. A flash of white light. The skeleton demon vine instantly emerged from the 5 elements cave heaven. Squeak. After reaching the 3rd stage, the skeleton demon vine was able to condense into a humanoid shape. Though lacking facial features, it relished this humanoid form. Little skeleton, go and devour that world thing. The skeleton at the altar had stood for tens of thousands of years, yet it remained unbroken. It was a vital tonic for the skeleton demon vine, yet Fu Changsheng remained concerned that the white figure within it might harbor hidden tricks. Squeak, the skeleton demon vine excitedly snapped, transforming into a long vine that sped towards the altar at breakneck speed. Buzz, the vine pierced through the skeleton's eye sockets, and soon, the entire skeleton was engulfed in the vine. Strands of green light surged, and after a moment, the skeleton transformed into a circular cocoon. Plop, plop, Fu Changsheng could sense the demon vine's powerful vitality emanating from it, and the opponent's aura was steadily rising. Judging by this momentum, there were faint signs of a series of breakthroughs. After observing for a long time and finding nothing unusual, Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve and sent the circular cocoon into the 5 elements cave heaven. The abundant spiritual energy within would provide the source of energy for the skeleton demon vine's breakthrough. He took a few steps closer to the altar. His spiritual sense fell upon the mysterious cords that bound the statue. A sizzle. As his spiritual sense made contact, the cords trembled slightly, and the demonic patterns on them seemed to come alive. Fu Changsheng quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. It seems that if I want to place this statue within the 5 elements cave heaven, I must exorcise the demonic energy from these 108 cords. With a thought, a boom, the 9 yang red lotus flames within his body roared out. Fu Changsheng altered his spell and pointed to a cord to his left. Go, buzz. The 9 yang red lotus flames descended upon the cords at an incredibly fast speed. The demonic patterns on the cords instantly flickered violently, attempting to resist the burning 9 yang red lotus flames. Waves of black demonic energy emanated from the demonic patterns, entwining with the red flames. For a moment, a pungent odor filled the air. Sizzle, sizzle. The flames continuously devoured the magic patterns. There's hope. Fu Changsheng changed his spell, pushing the 9 sun red lotus flame to its fullest potential. Boom. The flames instantly surged, blazing fiercely. Under this powerful attack, the magic pattern's flickering frequency gradually slowed, and the black demonic energy began to thin out. At the same time, a trace of magic pattern suddenly emerged from the original 9 sun red lotus flame. This, Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. After sensing it, he found that the 9 sun red lotus flame was not abnormal, but rather more powerful. It's actually evolved. Fu Changsheng was overjoyed. He had never expected that this unexpected change would enhance the 9 sun red lotus flame. Immediately, he focused even more on controlling the increasingly powerful flames and continued to attack the remaining magic patterns on this one rope. The magic patterns were increasingly powerless against the evolved 9-sun red lotus flame. As the flames continued to burn, the magic pattern's flickering frequency gradually decreased, and the black demonic energy almost dissipated. Finally, with a sizzling sound, the last trace of the magic pattern on the mysterious rope was completely annihilated. Huh? Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the restored mysterious rope, and he saw a familiar aura emanating from it. What is this? Fu Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. With a wave of his hand, a clanging sound appeared. The mysterious rope, without the magic pattern's blessing, instantly fell away from the stone pillar and hovered in front of him. His spiritual sense fell into it, and after a careful examination, Fu Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. It indeed contains the aura of the ancient mysterious vine. However, in addition to the ancient mysterious vine, this mysterious rope also contained a number of other refining materials. I wonder if the ancient mysterious vine from the 5 elements cave heaven can be absorbed and refined. To open this place, he had consumed 30 years of his lifespan. If the ancient mysterious vine could be refined and replenished, that would be perfect. Let's give it a try, Fu Changsheng thought, and tossed a mysterious rope into the 5 elements cave heaven. At this moment, the ancient Zhuan vine rooted atop spiritual mountain suddenly swayed. Then, a suction force erupted, unexpectedly catching the suspended Zhuan rope. The vine's azure light surged, enveloping the Zhuan rope. Time passed. The ancient Zhuan vine continued to emit azure light. Buzz! The ancient Zhuan vine trembled slightly, and then, within the azure light, the Zhuan rope encased within it was continuously disintegrated, transforming into strands of energy. This energy flowed through the veins of the ancient Zhuan vine, slowly merging into it. As the Zhuan rope continued to dissolve, the vine's aerial roots, which had grown to 40% of their original size, began to sprout outward again. I was right, Fu Changsheng exclaimed in delight. As a strand of Zhuan rope was refined, the panel in his mind trembled slightly. A line of text appeared: Ancient Mysterious Vine, 3rd Air Root, 40.7/100. Compared to the previous progress, there was an additional 0.7 points. It seems that this mysterious core doesn't contain much ancient mysterious vine, although the progress was minimal. Even a mosquito leg is still neat, especially since there were more than one mysterious cord. Fu Changsheng was instantly motivated and, without a moment's pause, immediately directed the 9-sun red lotus flames to attack the next mysterious cord. With a previous successful experience and the aid of the evolved flames, the process of removing the demonic patterns this time was much smoother. Although the demonic patterns still resisted stubbornly, they gradually succumbed to the powerful force of the 9-sun red lotus flames. One by one, the demonic patterns were eliminated under the baptism of the flames. At the same time, the progress of the ancient mysterious vine's 3rd air root continued to climb. 50%, 60%, 90%. This seemed to be an increase in progress, but in reality, it was his lifespan. As the 85th mysterious cord was devoured by the ancient mysterious vine, the 3rd air root grew perfectly. Fu Changsheng's heart surged with joy. With a single thought, he ascended to the summit of the sacred mountain in the 5 elements cave heaven. He walked to the foot of the ancient profound vine and sat cross-legged. The newly sprouted air roots instantly sank into his body. His vital energy surged, and he felt his lifespan soar. His body, once weakened by the loss of lifespan, now felt as if infused with boundless vitality. He could clearly feel his ki and blood becoming more abundant, as if every inch of his skin and every bone were revitalized. Buzz! As the 3rd air root withdrew, it discovered that it had not only made up for the 30 years it had previously lost, but had even gained 70 more, meaning it now possessed 870 years of lifespan. Finally, it's all back, this time, entering the ruins. Not only had he given birth to a blood talisman spirit body, thus comprehending the 3rd spiritual talisman, the boundary-breaking talisman, but it had also given the skeleton demon vine the opportunity to break through. Most importantly, it had added 70 years to his lifespan, a feat many cultivators dream of. Even the 9 suns red lotus flame had evolved. If this statue's head were placed in the 5 elements cave heaven ancient temple, perhaps unexpected rewards would be found. Restraining his inner excitement, Fu Changsheng returned to the ruins and continued to direct the 9 suns red lotus flame to clear the magic patterns from the mysterious cords. In the face of the evolved 9 suns red lotus flame, the remaining magic patterns on the mysterious cord still struggled, but their speed had increased considerably. As the magic patterns on each mysterious cord were cleared, they were thrown into the five elements cave heaven one by one. The ancient mystic vine, like a ravenous behemoth, continuously devoured these energy-laden mysterious cords, its own power steadily increasing, and it sprouted a fourth air root. As the last mysterious cord was refined, the panel in his mind trembled slightly. A line of text appeared: Ancient Mystic Vine, Fourth Air Root, 35.6/100, this represents over a third of the way to its full form. If he could find more ancient mystic vine roots in the future, he would gain another 100 years of life. At this moment, the statue, freed from the constraints of the mysterious cords, exuded an ancient aura. He approached. But the statue's face remained unclear, obscured by a thin veil. Fu Changsheng took a deep breath, touched it, and then with a thought, enter the five elements cave heaven ancient temple, Ahum. The entire cave hall rumbled and trembled. The next moment, the statue landed heavily on the five elements cave heaven ancient temple, its head intact, fitting seamlessly with a headless and armless statue in the temple. It's the same statue, Fu Changsheng exclaimed in delight. At the same time, as the statue healed, a dazzling, sacred light emanated from it, spreading outward like a physical substance. Wherever it touched, space seemed to be reshaped, emitting a subtle humming sound. As the divine light spread, the area of the ancient temple began to expand. The originally cramped temple now expanded, new halls and pavilions emerging from thin air, their soaring eaves and brackets exuding an ancient grandeur. What is this? Fu Changsheng was stunned. He had never imagined the ancient temple could expand further. Is this the perfection of the five elements cave heaven law that Junliang mentioned? He thought the temple's transformation had concluded. However, a sudden rumbling sound erupted from the front of the temple. Then, a strange scene unfolded. A vast Styx river slowly emerged, its water a deep black, emitting a chilling chill. A Styx river, Fu Changsheng thought to explore. However, he discovered that the Styx river had no end in sight, seemingly winding from the endless void and flowing towards an unknown distance. His source was unknown. Stunned for a moment, Fu Changsheng hesitated and asked, could this ancient temple have opened up the underworld? However, given the current situation, no conclusion was reached. Meanwhile, huddled in a corner of the temple, Bai Ying muttered as he watched this unfold. How? How could this happen? How could this happen? They had clearly shattered the statue into pieces, each sealed within a different barrier. How could that brat have found it and even gathered two crucial parts? Damn it, if he had known this would happen, he should have struck the little beast dead the moment he entered. We can't stay here any longer. Although he didn't know where this place was, anywhere was safer. Bai Ying transformed into a streak of white light and rushed towards the river Styx in front of the temple. Perhaps, here, there might be a chance to find him. Buzz! With his movement, the statue within the temple seemed to come alive, its divine light radiating amplified, then condensed into an arrow that shot towards Bai Ying at an incredible speed. HMPH, arrogant. You've only gathered two parts, regaining a bit of divine power, and you think you can stop me? Dream on, Bai Ying waved his sleeve. Buzz! Countless spaces appeared in the void. Then, swarms of corpse puppets swarmed out, converging in midair. With a loud bang, they coalesced into a single corpse puppet nearly 100 feet tall, emanating an aura more potent than a golden elixir. Ling! The corpse puppet launched a powerful strike, colliding with the arrow condensed from divine light. Boom! The two opposing forces collided, and in an instant, a violent wave of energy spread outward from the point of impact. The entire ancient temple trembled violently under the impact of this energy surge, and the newly emerged halls and pavilions tittered, as if on the verge of collapse. This, Fu Changsheng, who had been concentrating on the ancient temple, paled at the sight. He had never expected the white figure to be so powerful. Apparently, when he entered the ruins, the figure was wary of attempting to possess him, fearing damage to the body, and therefore refrained from using its most powerful attack. Otherwise, he would have been annihilated in a single encounter. The opponent displayed at least the strength of a nascent soul true lord. This old monster can't be allowed to live. Fu Changsheng anxiously watched the battle unfold in the ancient temple. Boom! The two forces clashed, surprisingly evenly matched. Just when Fu Changsheng thought his side was at a disadvantage, with a bang, the ancient temple statue suddenly radiated an even stronger divine light, piercing through the void and landing on the divine arrow. Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks appeared on the corpse puppet's arm, clearly severely damaged by the blow. The divine arrow's radiance dimmed slightly under the powerful impact, but it maintained its forward momentum, continuing its trajectory towards the white shadow. Seeing this, the white shadow's face changed slightly. He hadn't expected this statue, with only a fraction of its divine power restored, to unleash such a powerful attack. He dared not afford to be careless any longer, quickly forming seals with his hands and chanting a mantra. As he moved, a thick black mist suddenly surged from the nearly 100-foot-tall corpse puppet, rapidly spreading and enveloping both the corpse puppet and the white shadow. Hidden within the fog, the white shadow dodged, attempting to sidestep and avoid the incoming divine arrow. However, the statue seemed to possess some mysterious sense of perception. The instant the white shadow moved, the statue shone brightly again, and another arrow of divine light condensed into a bolt of light shot towards the white shadow's new position. This time, the arrow was faster and more powerful. Oh no, the white shadow cried inwardly, knowing it was too late to dodge. In desperation, he could only mobilize the power of the corpse puppet once again, forcing it to block him. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest defensive spell, forming a black shield around himself. Bang! The divine arrow slammed into the corpse puppet in its shield with a deafening roar. The corpse puppet completely shattered under the blow, shattering into countless pieces, while the white shadow's black shield also cracked and faltered. The powerful impact sent the white shadow's blood surging, and he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. He knew it was not a good place to stay. If the statue attacked him again, his life would be in jeopardy. HMPH, I'll remember this, Bai Ying gritted his teeth. Then, mustering his last ounce of strength, he transformed into a faint streak of white light and plunged into the sticks in front of the temple, disappearing. After firing 2 arrows of divine light, the statue's glow dimmed considerably, returning to its composure. This, he actually got away. Fu Changsheng was somewhat unwilling to accept this. He waited for a long time. Seeing that Bai Ying hadn't emerged from the sticks, he moved his mind and appeared in the ancient temple. He then noticed that numerous cracks had appeared on the statue within the temple. How powerful is this Bai Ying? Fu Changsheng gasped. Even the statue's power couldn't annihilate it. No matter what, this statue had eliminated the white shadow's threat. While he hadn't destroyed it, at least the danger was now minimal. Fu Changsheng bowed to the statue, then flipped his right hand, and 3 incense sticks fell into his hand. With a slight flicker, the incense sticks ignited. Holding the incense sticks, he bowed 3 times to the statue. After his worship, Fu Changsheng placed the incense in the incense burner in front of the ancient temple and once again fixed his gaze on the statue. Though its radiance was no longer as dazzling, the statue still exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, as if telling of the vicissitudes of time and endless stories. I wonder who this statue is, and why has it been torn apart and sealed away? Fu Changsheng wondered, but for a moment, he was at a loss for answers. Just as he was about to leave the ancient temple to see the river Styx, he noticed that the cracks in the temple had healed slightly. This, Fu Changsheng was stunned. He muttered, could it be because I've enshrined this deity? However, this could also be the self-healing function of the statue. Currently, he is the only one who can enter the ancient temple, and he cannot ask other people to test it. Fu Changsheng suppressed this doubt in his heart, walked towards the sticks in front of the ancient temple, stood by the river, squatted down, and stretched out his hand to touch the river water. Just as his fingers were about to touch the water, a strong suction force suddenly came from the river, trying to pull his hand into the river. Fu Changsheng was startled and quickly pulled his hand back, and the whole person took several steps back. This sticks. Chapter 340, Rebellious Son, Target, Weird. In the Yunshan County fiefdom, the Fu family. Liu Mizhen was contemplating the formula for the point pill in the forbidden area behind the mountain when she suddenly heard a buzzing sound from her waist. Looking down, she saw the jade slip containing the recipe in her pocket. Finally, she said, I've arrived. She emerged from the forbidden area, sending messages to Fu Yongfu and Fu Yongqiang along the way. It wasn't long before they reached the reception room. Xiao Xianger, dressed in a formal outfit, sat at the lower left. Seeing that only Liu Mizhen had entered, a look of confusion crossed her face. Madame Fu, where is clan leader Fu? Liu Mizhen took her seat. A spell cast a spell upon the reception room's formation, and the formation's light curtain descended. Liu Mizhen didn't hide her secrets. Changsheng explored an ancient cultivator's cave and got trapped in a barrier. I'm afraid he won't be able to get out in the near future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xianger sighed inwardly that Fu Changsheng was truly full of opportunities. Seeing Liu Mizhen's worried expression, she said, Madam Fu, don't worry. Based on the information I've collected about the Kunlun small world in recent years, the entrance to the ruins isn't located somewhere. When the ruins are opened, you can enter with a guide token in your hand. That's great. Liu Mizhen's worry faded. She continued to look at Xiao Xianger with anticipation. Xiao Xianger had come today solely to exchange information with Fu Changsheng. After a moment's hesitation, she slapped her storage bag. In a flash of rosy light, a jade slip floated toward Liu Mizhen. The entire small world ruins are divided into 3 levels, the outer gate, the inner gate, and the forbidden area. People of Purple Mansion cultivation will only be transported to the outer gate, and the landing location will be highly random. This jade slip contains a fragment of a map I collected. There's a broken cloud fruit tree in Butterfly Valley outside. The broken cloud fruit is the main ingredient in refining the broken cloud pill. Fu Changsheng is now only one broken cloud pill away from breaking through to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Of course, the broken cloud pill will also be useful to the Fu family and others in the future. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Liu Mizhen took the jade slip, but instead of checking the topographic map immediately, she casually placed it on the coffee table nearby. Xiao Xianger frowned slightly when she saw it, but then she heard Liu Mizhen say, Lord Xiao, Fu Gear got married not long ago. The 2 brothers and their wives are just outside the gate. You should definitely meet them. Xiao Xianger was stunned by this. Her expression changed rapidly. Then she shook her head and said, there's no need to arouse their suspicion. If they learned their biological mother had abandoned them, they might develop inner demons if they couldn't understand. Besides, being in the Fu family is definitely better than staying with her. Liu Mizhen nodded and talked about Fu Gear and Kai Gear's wives. Mu1 is quite talented in the art of Gu. In addition, Changsheng received a Gu Dao inheritance before. The life and death cycle Gu she has cultivated has reached the 2nd level. If she has the opportunity and her skills are improved, she can become a 3rd-level technician in one fell swoop. Kai Gear also listens to Mu1 very much. On the other hand, Fu Gear's wife Heian has only been in the art for a short time, and we don't know her background, so we can't tell anything at the moment. Fu Gear is quite talented in spiritual food. Xiao Xianger heard this. She slapped her storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. An ancient box floated towards Liu Mizhen. Madam Fu, please give this box to Yangfu for me. Just say it's your wedding gift to him, okay? Liu Mizhen smiled and accepted it. The 2 exchanged a few words, but since the Kunlun small world was about to open, Liu Mizhen and the others didn't talk much. After the formation was dismantled, Xiao Xianger was personally received by Fu Yongdan and led to the guest garden. Passing by Fu Yongfu and the other 3 waiting at the left side of the entrance, Fu Yongqiang glanced up at Xiao Xianger and noticed a light red mark behind her ear. This is, Fu Yongqiang's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively touched the back of his own ear, where he found an identical mark. What a coincidence! In a flash, a terrifying thought suddenly struck him. So much so that when he met Liu Mizhen, whatever she said went in one ear and out the other, leaving him unaware of what she had said. Returning to his own courtyard, he considered speaking to Gan Muwen, but she was busy tending to the life and death cycle Gu, leaving him alone in his room. After calming down, long-forgotten memories began to flood back into his mind. Disliked by his mother from birth, he was abandoned to the clan's Wangyu Academy at a young age, a stark contrast to the 2 sets of triplets his mother had born. Fu Yongqiang suddenly stood up and said, so all this is because I'm not hers. If so, then everything made sense. Fu Yongqiang was so excited that he wanted to bolt out and confront the almighty Lord Xiao. Why, after choosing to give birth to him, would he abandon him? Now, his siblings, Yao, were on the verge of breaking through to the Purple Mansion, while he was still in the key refining stage. If he could stay with his biological mother and be raised in the Cao family, he would be a descendant of a 5th-grade Jinan family, reaching the Purple Mansion stage, not to mention the Foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Fu Yongqiang had clearly forgotten that he was immortal. If it weren't for Fu Changsheng's reshaping of his spiritual roots, he wouldn't even have had the chance to embark on the path of cultivation. He also forgot that his trust in Qiuyan had nearly brought disaster upon the clan. When people live in comfort for too long, the things they have worked so hard to obtain become less precious. Fu Yongqiang looked toward the guest house, the gloom that had been lurking within him returning to the surface. 3 people sat in the meeting hall of the Cheyenne Jinden tribe, the chiefs of the 3 Purple Mansion tribes under the Cheyenne tribe. Although there were only 3 of them, they sat far apart. Since they sat down, they hadn't exchanged even glances, let alone a conversation. Clearly, relations between the 3 tribes were strained. The Osprey chief had recently emerged from retreat, only to learn that the tribe had lost 4 Purple Mansions. He was nearly overcome with anger. Fortunately, the tribe had kept this information a secret, and the other 2 enemy camps hadn't noticed anything was amiss. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by their combined forces before he could even emerge. But truth cannot be hidden. The Osprey tribe had only 2 options: either he could break through to the Jinden realm, or several more Purple Mansions within the tribe could be promoted. And all of this hope rested on this journey to the Kunlun small world. When the ruins were opened, it was unclear why Chief Cheyenne had suddenly summoned the 3 of them. Chief Osprey was consumed by thoughts. Meanwhile, Chiefs White Tiger and Sky Wolf, on the other side, were communicating. I've heard the 3rd and 7th elders of the Osprey tribe haven't been seen in years. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the 5th and 8th elders are also unknown. Sky Wolf, have you received any information? Chief Sky Wolf closed his eyes and remained silent, showing no desire to communicate. Chief White Tiger snorted coldly, you're ungrateful. If the 4 elders of the Osprey tribe met with misfortune, then by entering the ruins and capturing the remaining 4 purple palaces of the Ospreys, the 2 families could join forces and directly annex the Osprey tribe. But Sky Wolf clearly still harbored a grudge against the White Tiger tribe, unmoved by the lucrative opportunity presented to him. As he pondered, footsteps were heard outside. Chief White Tiger and the other 2 immediately stood up. The newcomer stood less than 3 feet tall, his face childlike, yet he exuded the aura of a Jinden's Henrun. The White Tigers and the other 2 didn't even dare to raise their heads. Once he sat down, they quickly bowed to the ground. Greetings, great chief. Yes, the child was none other than Chief Cheyenne. However, the other was an ancient monster who had lived for centuries, known as the Cheyenne's Henrun. With a flick of his index finger, a sound-isolating magic circle descended. The Kunlun small world is about to open. I won't waste your time. I've summoned you to this place to present you with a great opportunity. With a wave of his sleeve, he spoke. 3 rays of light shot toward the White Tigers and the other 2. There's a place marked on the topographic map on the Jade Slip. Instruct your clansmen to enter and attempt to gain access. If you can bring back what's inside, regardless of which clan you are, I will reward you with a Ningho Pill. The Ningho Pill is a spiritual item that aids in achieving the Jinden stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the Ospreys and the other 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes lit with excitement. If they could obtain this pill, their tribe would have a chance to produce a golden core true immortal, freeing them from the burdens of others. The 3 men almost unanimously replied, Great Chief, what treasure are you seeking? No need to ask, once you enter, you'll find out. Well, that's all I've told you, you may disperse. Cheyenne True Immortal picked up his teacup and began drinking. Beihu and the other 2 hurriedly bowed, then, without looking up, stepped back from the meeting hall. Once outside, they exchanged glances, their existing hostility intensifying. Without any desire to exchange words, they snorted coldly and departed at top speed. This was an opportunity. They had to inform their tribesmen as soon as possible and discuss a counterattack. Compared to Beihu and the other 2, Osprey Chief was clearly the most anxious. For the others, this condensing pill was the icing on the cake, but for their Osprey tribe, it was a lifesaver. Therefore, he even resorted to using a secret technique. He hurried back to the tribe as quickly as possible. By the time he sat down, the 4 people who had originally intended to enter the ruins were already waiting in the council hall. Seeing his father's pale face and the fact that his return time had been cut in half, the prince realized that his father had burned his blood in essence to perform a secret technique. He said with concern, Father, if you have anything to say, just send us a message. Why use a secret technique? It's too damaging to your health. The Osprey Chief had no time for further discussion. He gestured towards the council hall. The second young master on the right, strikingly, immediately activated the council hall's formation. After the light curtain descended, Chief Osprey revealed the bounty offered by Cheyenne Immortal. The young master paused for a moment, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. Father, don't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will help you obtain this condensation pill. The second young master on the other side, however, frowned slightly. He examined the topographic map given by Changsheng Immortal and discovered that his target was the outer gate of the ruins. The Yangang tribe supposedly had a purple mansion entrance, so why would they go so far and waste a precious condensation pill? While the Yangang tribe was a giant tribe, the condensation pill wasn't something that could be easily obtained. This is too strange, he was about to voice his doubts, but seeing his father's face full of joy and yearning, and then the young master's face across from him, who seemed to be energized, his thoughts shifted, and the words on his lips suddenly changed. I will definitely not let you down. He wasn't foolish enough to wade into this mess. Broken Bone Cliff. Buzz. Fu Changsheng raised his talisman brush, and the mountain-shaking talisman on the table trembled slightly. The talisman's light faded, and the talisman was complete. Not bad, it took months. He almost naturally advanced to the third-rank mid-grade talisman maker. This was the benefit of creating a blood talisman spirit body. He set the finished mountain-shaking talisman aside, thinking of striking while the iron was hot and refining a few more, when the guidance order on the corner of the table trembled slightly and lit up. This is the sign of the opening of the Kunlun small world. Fu Changsheng stuffed the talisman into his arms and waved the guidance order in his palm. He had already memorized the incantation engraved on the order. As the incantation fell, with a buzzing sound, the runes on the order illuminated one by one. About half a cup of tea later. Boom! A beam of light pierced the void and landed on him, sending him spinning. During the teleportation, the space squeezed in waves. Even Fu Changsheng, accustomed to teleportation, felt dizzy and even nauseous, indicating that this teleportation was extremely long. It took a full cup of tea. Even with his peak purple mansion spiritual sense, he couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, the guiding token in his hand now emitted layers of soft spiritual light that lingered around him. This made him feel a little better. No wonder these Kunlun small world ruins are only accessible to those in the purple mansion, even he almost couldn't bear it. An unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in the darkness. The next moment, a buzz. He was flung away. Fu Changsheng struggled to steady himself in midair. He looked closely and found himself in a swamp. Green bubbles gurgled continuously from the bottom of the swamp, and a dark green poisonous gas, so thick it was almost tangible, lingered above. His spiritual sense swept across. Finding the swamp boundless, he thought, Xiao Qing, the green dragon within the five elements cave heaven was instantly released. Hiss! Seeing the poisonous gas filling the air, the dragon instantly grew excited, about to dive into the depths of the swamp below to devour it. Xiao Qing, go in. Fu Changsheng keenly sensed something and immediately used his invisibility technique to conceal himself. Less than 100 feet to his west, the air trembled. Then, a crack opened in the void. Boom! A black shadow shot out like a cannonball. Bang! It landed heavily in the swamp. After a moment, the shadow staggered into the air, glancing around. His expression changed. Damn it! How did I get teleported to this 10,000 poison swamp? The shadow was Shangguan, one of the three heroes of the Eastern Wasteland Black Eagle tribe. He muttered, then immediately spurred his wind-fire wheels north at top speed. Roar, however. Right where he had just landed, a poisonous mist swirled. Then, a nine-headed poisonous python soared into the sky, its nine maws opening in unison, hurling a barrage of poisonous arrows at Shangtian. Each dart was as powerful as a full-strength attack from a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. A late-stage third-order nine-headed poisonous python? Damn it! The priest gave me a very auspicious divination. How could I have encountered this poisonous python? The nine-headed poisonous python was like a nine-tailed fox. 9 lives. And this nine-headed poisonous python had already cultivated to the late-stage third order. He was truly unlucky to be teleported to this horrible place. Shangdian cursed. The flames of the wind-fire wheel at his feet ignited to the extreme, allowing him to narrowly avoid the nine-headed poisonous python's volley of arrows. However, before he could rejoice, boom! The poisonous gas in the entire swamp suddenly swirled, and a barrier formed from the condensed poison gas instantly took shape. Unable to evade, Shangdian plunged into it. With a thud, he landed. Hissing, hissing. Poisonous gas surged, instantly engulfing him. Boom! Suddenly, as more poisonous clouds gathered, the windfire wheels beneath Shangdian's feet suddenly exploded. The terrifying explosive force instantly rips a hole in the cage woven by the poisonous mist. Shangguan stumbled out in a panic. As one of the 3 heroes of the Eastern Wilderness Black Hawk tribe, he would not easily accept his fate. Unable to evade, he immediately entered combat mode. A madness flashed in his eyes. Today, I want to see who will win. With that, spiritual energy surged wildly throughout his body. His hands formed seals rapidly, like butterflies flitting through flowers. Then, black spiritual energy lines flew from his fingertips, interweaving in the air to form the shape of a giant black hawk. The black hawk came to life, emitting a terrifying aura. Chew, the black hawk screamed. Wherever the sharp sound waves passed, the air trembled, as if it was tearing space in two. The 9-headed poisonous python sensed danger but didn't confront it head-on. Instead, it dodged nimbly. Evil beast, give me your life, simultaneously. Shangguan unleashed his natal spiritual weapon, the flame sun wind and fire halberd. The halberd appeared, blazing with flames. Mysterious runes swirled along its shaft, and the shimmering runes seemed to hold boundless power. Shangguan, wielding the flame sun wind and fire halberd and harnessing the shadow of Black Hawk's spiritual energy, charged fearlessly at the 9-headed poisonous python. Black Hawk's speed was clearly far superior to the 9-headed python. Roar, the 9-headed poisonous python was left with no escape. Its 9 heads roared simultaneously, and poisonous mist surged in front of it, transforming into a massive wall several dozen feet tall. Boom! The flame sun wind and fire halberd plunged fiercely into the poisonous wall. Sparks flew everywhere. With a sizzling sound, the flames of the flame sun wind and fire halberd instantly ripped a hole through the poisonous wall. The black eagle also extended its massive claws, slashing down at the snake's 7-inch mark. Ouch! The 9-headed snake was pierced by the black eagle's massive claws. Simultaneously, one of the snake's heads thudded, dissolving into bloody mist that sank into the wound. The previously fatal wound had healed itself. Roar, roar, roar! The enraged 9-headed snake lashed out with its tail at Shangguan with immense force. Hoping to press the attack, Shangguan had no choice but to redirect the black eagle. The 9-headed snake's tail narrowly missed his face. Evil beast, Shangguan shuddered. Confirming that the snake before him truly possessed 9 lives, Shangguan dared not hold back. To prevent the 9-headed snake from regenerating, he had to deliver his most powerful blow, crushing its remaining 8 heads at once. Damn it, I never thought my trump card would be wasted on you, a beast. Right after I entered here, he spoke as he did so. He continued to chant spells, and before him, a terrifying cloud eagle talisman emanating a terrifying aura levitated. As each spell entered the air, the cloud eagle talisman trembled violently, and a brilliant aura rose. With a roar, a 4th-tier cloud eagle materialized. The 9-headed poisonous python, which had been charging at him, saw this and immediately turned and fled, its form swaying as it attempted to escape into the swamp. It's too late to run now, Shangguan snorted coldly. A spell struck the talisman. The cloud eagle, emitting a terrifying aura, swayed slightly, and in the next instant, it was blocking the 9-headed poisonous python. With a flick of its claws, 8 rays of light flashed out, wiping away the remaining 8 heads with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Each head landed heavily on the swamp floor. Ouch! The 9-headed poisonous python died before it could even scream, its body tumbling rapidly into the swamp. Shangguan quickly slapped his storage bag and put the 9-headed poisonous python's corpse into his pocket. This was a waste of his only talisman. Although he couldn't make back his investment, it was better than losing it all. We can't stay here for long. Before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his stomach. He looked down. He felt an arm pierce through him. With a shrug, he turned his head and saw a young man in white standing behind him. However, he hadn't detected any trace of him since he teleported until now. Even the most powerful invisibility technique couldn't have prevented this. Why did someone from the Great Zhou appear in the ruins of their Eastern Wilderness tribe? Shangguan, his eyes still open, fell heavily into the swamp. Fu Changsheng waved his hand and directly enclosed him in the 5 elements cave heaven, just in case. He also landed on the peak of the sacred mountain in the 5 elements cave heaven with a thought. Hiss! The green dragon perched atop the mountain saw the corpse and immediately swam over. Fu Changsheng removed the storage bag from Shangguan's waist and said with a smile, Xiao Qing, it's yours. Chu Chan sat in charge of Yangang Mountain. Shangguan's ghost was wasted. Hiss! The green dragon didn't consume the corpse. Instead, it approached the storage bag in Fu Changsheng's hand and hissed twice. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. You idiot, he hadn't expected the storage bag to contain the remains of a poisonous dragon, and the green dragon had discovered them. He slapped the bag, and in a flash of light, the remains of a 9-headed poisonous dragon landed beside Shangguan's corpse. Hiss, the green dragon hissed excitedly, then opened its mouth, releasing a suction force that swallowed a 9-headed poisonous python and Shangguan's corpses. A surge of green light shone around it. The green dragon, possessing a perverse digestive ability, merely moved a few times, transforming the essence of the corpses into its own demon essence in less than half an hour. Meanwhile, Fu Changsheng's Sea of Consciousness panel trembled slightly. A line of text appeared, Green Dragon, Late Stage 3, 350/400, his progress had soared to 350, clearly not far from breaking through to the peak of Stage 3. Fu Changsheng cast a spell into the storage bag in his hand. A flash of light appeared, and several boxes flashed out. Beyond that, there was nothing else. It seems those who enter the ruins are all treasure hunters, leaving their wealth behind. This is understandable. After all, any secret ruins are full of both dangers and opportunities. He cast spell after spell into the boxes, which opened with a humming sound. Inside, he found nothing but elixirs for restoring mana and healing wounds, but a scroll. The scroll opened, revealing a fragmentary topographic map of the outer gate of the Kunlun small world. A quick glance revealed he was at the very edge of the area. The map prominently marked Shanine Mountain. Previous intelligence had mentioned that the Shanine mysterious water was hidden within Shanine Mountain. It's truly unsuccessful to find it after searching everywhere. He was just beginning to worry about the exact location of Shanine Mountain. Recalling the intelligence suggesting the divine yin mysterious water would be seized by the Osprey tribe's heir, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of urgency. The map indicated Shanine Mountain, nearly 10,000 miles from the myriad poison swamp. Even a green dragon flying at full speed would take nearly 10 days to reach it. If the Osprey tribe's heir teleported near Shanine Mountain, he would miss the divine yin mysterious water. After contacting Miss Xiao and Mei Zhen, we must head there immediately. He flipped his right hand. A mask appeared in his hand, and he infused a spell. With a few quick words, the mask's aura faded. A moment passed. Mei Zhen still hadn't replied. Looks like she was delayed by something else. He glanced outside, seeing no more teleporters arriving. The swamp had returned to calm. Fu Changsheng didn't hesitate. A thought struck him. Emerging from the Five Elements cave heaven, Zhaoqing, head north, full speed, hiss. The green dragon, freshly feasting, hissed, glancing down at the poisonous swamp gas filing the ground, clearly reluctant to leave. Hurry, Fu Changsheng urged. This 10,000 poison swamp had existed for countless millennia. It couldn't possibly have bred just one 9-headed poisonous dragon, perhaps even a 4th-rank Jinden-level demonic beast lay beneath the ground. There was no need to risk it for such a small profit. The green dragon hissed reluctantly, but rather immediately flapping its wings. Buzz! It transformed into a blue rainbow and flew north at lightning speed. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Fu Changsheng's Sea of Consciousness. Ling, you have obtained an Eastern Wasteland Purple Mansion head, 1,000 Imperial Merit Points, and 1,000 Family Contribution Points. Immediately, the Family Contribution Points, which had been reset to 0, instantly increased to 1,000. Fu Changsheng finally felt a sense of peace. At the same time, he quickly calculated that his family's accumulated Imperial Merit Points had reached 76,000, just 4,000 shy of the 80,000 required to advance to a 7th-rank aristocratic family. If they could snag a few heads in the small world of Kunlun, they would have achieved their goal. Advancement to a 7th-rank aristocratic family was just around the corner. At the same time, he directed his thought to the panel in his Sea of Consciousness. Exchange information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A flood of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. When Xiao Xianger came to Yunshan County to look for you, she passed by Fu Yongqiang. Fu Yongqiang discovered that Xiao Xianger had the same birthmark behind his ear, and speculated that he was Xiao Xianger's son. He harbored resentment for being abandoned by his mother at birth. He felt that if he had grown up in a 5th-rank Jinden Xiao family, he would not have been able to break through even the foundation establishment stage. His alcohol addiction, which he had quit, flared up again. Fu Changsheng's brow furrowed so tightly that it could have pinched a fly to death. He could understand that Kainger had been neglected as a child, leading to distorted personality and unconventional behavior. However, he had no spiritual roots. He had helped the child rebuild his spiritual roots, allowing him to embark on the path of cultivation. Unexpectedly, not only did he not end up well, but he actually felt that staying in the Fu family had delayed his future. What a rebellious son. Of all the children, Kainger had the most problems. Although Ningning ran away from home, she never expressed any resentment towards the family. Fu Changsheng suppressed his anger and continued reading. 2. During her last meeting with you, Xiao Xianger learned that Kainger's wife, Gan Yuwen, was very talented in the inheritance of Gudao. She specifically asked the Xiao family for help to obtain the relevant cultivation methods for the third-level gu worms at the Wanning Chamber of Commerce, including the life and death reincarnation gu. They have already passed it on to Gan Yuwen, who is overjoyed. Liu Mizhen even opened the forbidden area in the back mountain and let her enter to meditate under the Bodhi tree. Miss Xiao is really hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. She pretended not to care about the child. But now, even the matter of his daughter-in-law has become a matter of concern. Fu Changsheng's initial anger subsided considerably upon hearing this piece of information. If Muwan can successfully break through to become a third-rank craftsman, the clan will undoubtedly be one step closer to reaching the 7th rank. 3. Fu Gear's wife, Heian, possesses a hidden water spirit body. It requires the medicinal properties of Millennium Snow Lotus to be refined into blood-transforming pill to activate it. Heian is currently practicing the wood-attributed technique, the King Mu Guang. Heian is actually a special spirit body? Fu Gear is a quiet and uncompetitive person in the clan. He is well liked by everyone, young and old, both men and women. Besides his excellent cooking skills, he also has a pleasant personality and a willingness to refrain from petty arguments. It seems he is fortunate to have married Heian. It's unclear whether Heian's fate in the Great Zhou was a vengeful murder, an accident, or perhaps related to her own spirit body. Regardless, she can no longer practice the King Mu Gong. Millennium Snow Lotus is rare, and the recipe for the blood-transforming pill is unheard of. We can only plan it slowly in the future. 4. After teleporting, Liu Mizhen entered the ruins of Zixiferi's cave. The ruins are cut off from outside communication. To exit, one must pass through 3 checkpoints left by Zixiferi. Mizhen is currently at the first checkpoint. If this is the case, then in the short term, contact with Mizhen will likely be lost. Fu Changsheng muttered, this intelligence doesn't provide enough information, at least a place name would be helpful. Now, I hope Miss Xiao isn't trapped. Without a formation master, the rewards of this trip to the ruins will be greatly reduced. 5. There is a broken cloud tree in Kayanayu Mountain. The broken cloud fruit is ripe and can be picked to refine the broken cloud pill. The broken cloud pill is the key to his breakthrough to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. Fu Changsheng immediately scanned the incomplete map in his hand and found that the location of the broken cloud tree was not marked on it. Kayanayu Mountain, this is troublesome. Mei Zhen had mentioned to him in a previous communication that the topographic map was provided by Xiao Xianger, but now that Mei Zhen was trapped, he could only find Xiao Xianger to learn the exact location of Kayanayu Mountain. 6. The 3 major Zifu tribes under the Xian'an tribe were all heading for Hulong Mountain, except for the team led by the second son of the Osprey tribe. Hulong Mountain? In a flash, Fu Changsheng's mind flashed back to the previous intelligence mentioning that the Kunlun small world contained the opportunity for the evolution of the green dragon bloodline. Could it be here in Hulong Mountain? The topographic map in his hand did have Hulong Mountain marked on it. However, Hulong Mountain was located near the inner layer, a great distance away from him, and it was impossible to reach it in a short time. Let's get the Shan'an mysterious water and the broken cloud tree first. 7. It was 100 miles away from Shan'an Mountain. The Osprey Prince and the tribe's second elder, Yu Xiangzong, staggered out of the forest. Yu Xiangzong glanced behind him with gritted teeth and said, have the White Tiger tribe gone mad? They're already killing us as soon as we enter the ruins. Do they really think we're the only 3 tribes to have entered the Kunlun small world? Normally, they were all affiliated with the Xian'an tribe. Even if they often had feuds, they should have united and faced the enemy together. But the White Tiger tribe had a murderous intent the moment they met. If it were a fight for a treasure, it might have been understandable, but Yu Xiangzong had lost an arm. The thought of it was infuriating. It was truly a bad start. The prince, however, remained calm and quickly transmitted a message. Second uncle, I'm afraid the White Tiger tribe already knows we've lost 4 purple mansions. If they can keep the 4 of us in the ruins this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Yu Xiangzong was stunned, a chill running down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he said, Prince, if that's the case, should we activate the communication jade talisman and reunite with his second young master and his men? Prince Osprey was tempted, but his second brother's group had gone mad in their pursuit of the crown prince's throne. If they truly joined forces, they would likely be dealt with in the end. The prince frowned and said, there's only one path before us, seize the items from Hulong Mountain and allow my father to successfully complete his elixir formation. Only then can we save our tribe from this dire situation. Yu Xiangzong lamented upon hearing this. The prince clearly prioritized the development of the tribe and the greater good in everything he did. That's exactly what happened. He could have secretly killed the second young master, but he spared his life. Now it seemed like if he had known this, he would have killed him, even if the prince disdained him. Now, he had become a formidable threat. The two flew forward for a while. The prince looked at Shanine Mountain before him, compared it with the topographic map in his hand, and said, Second uncle, we've arrived at Shanine Mountain. Successfully obtaining the Shanine mysterious water would increase his father's chances of achieving the golden core stage. Yu Xiangzong, looking at the mountain top before him, which resembled the netherworld, frowned. Prince, he said, the Shanine mysterious water was born in a land of pure water. Spiritual energy should be abundant and water attributed. But this mountain top is eerie and gloomy, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Something feels off. Shouldn't we explore it first? The prince glanced at the topographic map again. He said confidently, Second uncle, this is Shanine Mountain, no doubt. As to why it has become so gloomy, perhaps something has happened there over the past few hundred years that we're unaware of. However, there's a magic circle set up by my great-grandfather where the Shanine mysterious water is hidden. Let's go in and try it out. If it doesn't, we can leave. The prince naturally understood priorities. Hulong Mountain was their destination. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangzong gritted his teeth and said, All right, but I'll go into the mountain first, and you, my prince, will stay outside to provide support. Uncle, how can that be? You're injured, and you should. Before he could finish his words, Yu Xiangzong vanished in a fleeting shadow, landing a moment later in the mountain. Shanine Mountain was enveloped in layers of thick, inky yin energy, and the surrounding trees were a withered yellow, devoid of life. The mountain was eerily silent, with only the occasional roar of an animal or the cry of a crow echoing through the empty valley, a chilling feeling. Yu Xiangzong slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared. In his hand, a dark red array disc appeared. It was extremely ancient, looking hundreds of years old. He swiftly injected several spells into it. Buzz! The next moment. Then, a rainbow light shone from the array disc, piercing the dense fog and guiding them deeper into the mountains. It's really here. Yu Xiangzong was delighted as the array disc in his hand responded. He was about to advance when a sound of breaking air could be heard behind him. Turning back, he saw that the prince had caught up. His face turned anxious. Prince, how can you risk your precious body? I'll fetch the mysterious yin water. Return quickly. This forest is very strange, uncle. If something really happens to you, do you think I can get out alive on my own? Yu Xiangzong was speechless, but still worriedly instructed. Then follow me closely. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Focus on your own survival. Don't forget, you are the next head of the Osprey tribe. Do you understand, uncle? Don't worry. We'll both be fine. The two continued to advance into the mountains. The ground beneath their feet was soft and damp, and each step felt like stepping on a sponge soaked in the smell of decay. The surrounding dead branches twisted and twisted under the erosion of the yin qi, resembling ghostly faces struggling in agony, looming in the dim light. As they advanced, the yin qi grew thicker, and visibility became extremely low. The rainbow light from the array disc in Yu Xiangzong's hand dimmed in the dense yin energy, but it still stubbornly guided the direction. A day later, a streak of green rainbow streaked in from the north, stopping a few miles from Shanine Mountain. The green light faded, revealing the form of a green dragon. Atop the dragon, Changsheng pulled out a topographic map and carefully compared it. Yes, it's Shanine Mountain. However, from afar, this Shanine Mountain looked like a ferocious beast entrenched there. I wonder if Prince Osprey has been here. Anxious, Changsheng immediately exchanged for intelligence. But this time, it revealed no information about the Shanghai mysterious water. But now that he was here, there was no reason to leave. A thought struck him. Buzz! He saw the soul-devouring insects from the 5 elements cave heaven swarm out. With a flick of his sword finger, they immediately descended upon Shenyang mountain ahead. Huh? Once the soul-devouring insects entered the mountain, he realized his connection with them was severed. Fu Changsheng moved closer, his gaze fixed on the dense fog of yin qi. This yin qi can actually form its own barrier, he snorted coldly. Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand, and with a bang, the 9 yang red lotus flames roared out. His hand seal shifted. Boom! The 9 yang red lotus flames roared out. The air erupted in a fierce blaze, its intensity so fierce that the thick, inky yin qi gradually dissipated wherever it passed. Shenyang Mountain, previously shrouded in darkness by the yin qi, was now illuminated in a brilliant crimson, like a burning inferno. The intense heat of the flames instantly set the trees ablaze, crackling with a clatter. The fire, carried by the wind, spread rapidly, engulfing the entire Shenyang Mountain in flames. Fu Changsheng stood atop the green dragon, his gaze fixed on Shenyang Mountain, observing the movements within. After about half a cup of tea, the dense yin qi and fog within the mountain had been completely burned away. Fu Changsheng swept his spiritual sense into the mountain and discovered an ancient array plate lost deep within. Chapter 341, 3 Joys, Lovers, and 3 Heroes. Fu Changsheng rode the green dragon deep into the mountains. His spiritual sense swept across the ancient array disc on the ground, revealing no spiritual imprint, indicating it was ownerless. With a wave of his hand, the ancient array disc soared into the air and landed in his palm. He carefully sensed it, but found a lingering human presence. Fu Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be the Osprey Prince? According to previous intelligence, the Osprey Prince would obtain the divine yin mysterious water. Despite his haste, he was still one step too late. However, he continued to scan the stone wall with his spiritual sense, and the next moment he exclaimed softly, "This is it." A closer look revealed the faint movement of array patterns on the stone wall not far from where the ancient array disc had landed, gradually illuminating at an extremely fast rate. Fu Changsheng scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, finding no one around. He immediately cast his invisibility spell, then, with a thought, disappeared into the 5 elements cave heaven. At the same time, as the last rune on the stone wall illuminated, a teleportation vortex appeared, followed by 2 stumbling figures. Following closely behind was a late-stage 3rd-level Zuanshu beast. Its body was the size of a small mountain, covered in inky scales and shimmering with a faint, dark glow. Its head was broad and flat, a deep blue spirit crystal embedded in its forehead. Runes shimmered, radiating a vast, watery energy. Its golden eyes flashed like lightning, its forelegs like pillars, its long tail like a dragon, and a curtain of water enveloped its body. Roar! The Zuanshu beast was clearly furious, pursuing the Osprey Prince and his companions at breakneck speed. Seeing that they had finally provoked the Zuanshu beast and lured it out of the Rongshu cave, Second Elder Yu Xiangzhuang's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. "Prince, a little faster. This Zuanshu beast is very cunning. If it notices us, all our efforts will be wasted." The Osprey Prince did not respond. It was only then that he realized that the dense, sinister fog of Shenyang Mountain had been swept away. The entire mountain seemed to have been burned, and the ground still radiated a scorching heat. Prince Osprey instinctively sensed something was amiss. "Second uncle, we don't want the Shenyang mysterious water anymore. Retreat." With that, he decisively reversed course and sped southwest. Second Elder Yu Xiangzhuang was stunned for a moment. "Prince, the trap is just ahead." "Why, second uncle, listen to me. I'll explain it to you later." Prince Osprey suddenly increased his speed. If he could lure the Zuanshu beast to the trap, the person hiding in the shadows would seize the Shenyang mysterious water and then abandon it. The person who could dispel the sinister fog of Shenyang Mountain must be a master of extraordinary skill. Roar! The Zuanshu beast chased him out of Shenyang Mountain. Hidden within the 5 elements cave heaven, Fu Changsheng gazed at the vortex's entrance. He hesitated for a moment, then with a thought, emerged from the space, his figure flashing and plunging directly into the vortex. The light before his eyes dimmed. Steadfastly, before he could even survey his surroundings, Fu Changsheng's mind reacted with a resounding boom. The 9 yang red lotus flames within him roared out like a roaring dragon, instantly transforming into a blazing wall of fire. The blazing flames burned fiercely at the entrance, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. Simultaneously, he summoned the green dragon from the five elements cave heaven as well. After taking these two defensive measures, he finally felt at ease. Then, looking closely, he found himself in a bizarre molten water cave. Stalactites of various shapes hung upside down from the ceiling, like thousands of sharp swords dangling from the sky, gleaming mysteriously in the faint light. The water-attributed spiritual energy within the cave was so abundant that it had practically solidified into substance. The following appears to be a fragment of a missing character. A strange magic circle was operating on its own. It emanated a faint blue light, and runes flickered in the shimmering glow. A funnel-shaped magical artifact, serving as the centerpiece of the formation, sat in the air. The funnel slowly rotated, emitting faint fluctuations of spiritual energy with each revolution, resonating with the rich water-attributed spiritual energy surrounding it. Tick-tock. A drop of spiritual fluid, emitting a tranquilizing aura, dripped from the tip of the funnel, landing precisely into the white jade bottle with water patterns beneath it. The jade bottle was clearly full, and this drop of special spiritual fluid splashed into it, creating a shimmering water. This is divine yin mysterious water. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed the mysterious water beast from earlier must have devoured this overflowing divine yin mysterious water to reach the late third stage of cultivation. After his excitement subsided, Fu Changsheng glanced at the magic circle within the water cave. To obtain the jade bottle, he needed to break the formation, and he knew nothing about formations. Fu Changsheng suddenly glanced behind him. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and without a second thought, he immediately absorbed the 9 yang red lotus flame into his body. He quickly instructed the green dragon, who nodded in a humane manner. With a flash of green light, it disappeared deep underground, lurking and hiding. Fu Changsheng's mind shifted, and he entered the five elements cave heaven. A moment later, the black water beast roared angrily from outside. Then, a gust of demonic wind swept in from outside. The black water beast returned, glancing at the jade bottle in the cave. Seeing the divine yin mysterious water still there, it breathed a sigh of relief, but its nose twitched, and its eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot again. Roar, clearly, it had detected someone besides Yu Xiangzong and the other two. Fu Changsheng hadn't expected the black water beast to be so perceptive, and he immediately ordered the green dragon to take action. Boom! A streak of blood shot out from the ground, darting towards the Zhuangshu beast like lightning. Though the Zhuangshu beast sensed it, the blood speed was so great that it narrowly avoided its vitals. The blood instantly struck its side, leaving a deep wound and gushing black blood. Roar! The Zhuangshu beast, in pain, let out a deafening roar that shook the entire cave. It had defended this place for centuries, but its territory had been repeatedly attacked. This time, it was truly enraged, its eyes instantly glowing red. Angrily, it turned toward the direction of the green dragon. With a powerful kick of its forelegs, its entire body enveloped in vapor. With a shudder, the vapor transformed into a series of mighty hammers, hurling down like arrows from a bow at the green dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The hammers landed on the green dragon's water curtain. The curtain of light trembled violently, but it proved difficult to break through it. Both were at the late third stage, and just as the situation was at a stalemate, a muffled rumble of thunder echoed, followed by a bing-fire divine thunderbolt that descended from the sky, slamming down on the unsuspecting Zhuangshu beast. Ouch! The Zhuangshu beast's scales were instantly pierced, the lightning electrifying it, leaving it charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Then, with a whooshing sound, skeleton demon vines emerged from the ground. Before the Zhuangshu beast could react, they spread their vines along its mouth and nose, spreading through its limbs and bones, completely controlling it. Squeak! The skeleton demon vine let out an excited roar. At the same time, Fu Changsheng flashed out of the five elements cave heaven and used his voice to stop the skeleton demon vine from devouring. After devouring so many corpses, the skeleton demon vine had also successfully broken through to the late third stage, awakening a bloodline spiritual technique, Silent Thousand Objects, just as it was now used against the Zhuangshu beast. Once within the victim's body, it can perfectly control their body. Roar! The Zhuangshu beast regained consciousness, finding itself unable to move. Now, in a mixture of anger and terror, it stared at the advancing Fu Changsheng. Relax your mind, let me be your master, or die. Roar! As if understanding, the Zhuangshu beast roared furiously. It had endured countless hardships to reach its current state of cultivation. How could it afford to be enslaved by others? You are a man of integrity. If so, I will give you a quick death. Fu Changsheng pressed his right hand together, and a stream of purple energy emerged from his body, transforming into an arrow that shot towards the Zhuangshu beast's brow. Faced with a life-or-death situation, the Zhuangshu beast panicked and pleaded. Fu Changsheng waved his hand, and the arrow disintegrated, transforming into a stream of purple light and re-entering his body. Seeing the Zhuangshu beast compromise, yet its eyes still brimming with resignation, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. If you follow me in the future, I might even be able to help you advance to the 4th level, or even transform." Roar! The Zhuangshu beast thought Fu Changsheng was just making empty promises. Having already contracted many spirit beasts, Fu Changsheng had plenty of experience, and he quickly completed the Zhuangshu beast's spirit beast contract. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you've added a late-stage 3rd-level warrior to your family, gaining 1,500 family contribution points." Then, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 2,460. Fu Changsheng waved at the skeleton demon vine. "Little skeleton, you may withdraw." Squeak! The skeleton demon vine felt a pity, unable to swallow such a delicious treat right in front of its mouth. A surge of white light, and the skeleton demon vine withdrew from the Zhuangshu beast's body like a tide. The Zhuangshu beast was no longer in danger, and its red eyes returned to normal. However, it was still difficult for him to accept his new identity. Fu Changsheng wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, "From now on, you'll be called Xiaoshu. Go ahead and heal your wounds first." The watery cave was filled with abundant spiritual energy, undoubtedly perfect for the Zhuangshu beast's cultivation. The Zhuangshu beast whimpered twice and burrowed into its lair. After a moment, it emerged with a jade box in its mouth and held it flatteringly to Fu Changsheng. Woo woo! Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, realizing what was happening, he laughed heartily. "Xiaoshu, it seems you still know how to be a beast." To make life easier in the future, even reluctantly, he knew how to take things for granted. Fu Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. The jade box fell into his hand. The nearby green dragon, seeing this, immediately became wary and hissed twice in warning at the Zhuangshu beast. Fu Changsheng examined the jade box carefully, noticing that the material of the jade box in his hand vaguely resembled the jade bottle used to collect the divine yin mysterious water in the formation. Could it be? In a flash, a possibility occurred to him. A spell was cast into the jade box. The jade box trembled slightly, then creaked open. Upon closer inspection, a pristine token was revealed, along with a jade slip and what looked like a robe. Fu Changsheng was the first to remove the robe. It was incredibly soft. He couldn't even identify the material. Could this be a 4th-tier magical weapon? He had seen many purple mansion cultivators die at his hands, and he'd seen all sorts of materials, yet he couldn't identify the robe before him. His gaze fell on the pristine token. Ancient inscriptions were engraved on both sides. Their purpose, however, remained unknown. The entire mystery lies within this jade slip. Taking a deep breath, Fu Changsheng placed the slip between his brows. Boom! Immediately, a vast stream of information poured into a sea of consciousness. The information flowed like a surging tide, surging through a sea of consciousness. Mysterious runes, obscure patterns, and ancient texts streamed in. The mysterious waters of heaven nourish the myriad. Spiritual roots flourish. The water palace expands its boundaries. The purple palace is newly formed. Divine water guides the way. Yin spirits gather, a vast and boundless surging stream. Guided by the heart, guided by the mind. The celestial sphere circulates, the Dharma manifests itself. The essence of water fuses with my immortal light. Circulating endlessly, the great Dao prospers. After a long moment, Fu Changsheng finally opened his eyes, a look of surprise in his eyes. The supreme good is like water, heavenly scripture. This is a 6th-grade heavenly rank technique. The one he currently possesses can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. To practice this technique, there are 2 requirements. First, one must possess a single water-attributed spiritual root or a water-attributed spiritual body. Second, once one has broken through to the purple palace, divine yin mysterious water is essential for every subsequent realm breakthrough. The required spiritual water increases with increasing cultivation level. This technique is suitable for Fu Ji's daughter-in-law, Haiyun, A heavenly-grade technique, it's held by high-ranking officials in the imperial court and by the ancient aristocratic families. If even a hint of it leaks, the Fu family will undoubtedly be in turmoil. The jade slip ends with instructions for deploying the formation to condense the divine yin mysterious water. Glancing carefully, Fu Changsheng then compares the incantation on the token in his hand. It's truly a case of searching high and low for something to find. This token holds the key to controlling the heavenly water formation before him. Xiao Shui, your gift is a good one. Once we exit the water cave, I will certainly find a way to help you find the healing elixir for a speedy recovery. Woo woo. Seeing Fu Changsheng's jubilation, the mysterious water beast realizes its goal has been achieved. Unconcerned with the green dragon's warning, it turns and quietly curls up in its lair. Severely wounded by the Bing Fire Divine Thunder, while not fatal, it will take at least 3 to 5 years for recovery. Fu Changsheng carefully read the jade slip again. There was no mention of the robe, so he had to put it aside for now. His gaze fell on the Xianshu formation in the karst cave, unaffected by the recent battle. He pondered, this formation can be deployed as long as there's a sufficiently rich supply of water-attributed spiritual energy. We must move this Xianshu formation to the Five Elements Cave Heaven. That way, we can continuously produce the divine yin mysterious water. This would ensure a seamless supply for both himself and his clan. If it remained here, the Kunlun small world wouldn't reopen until hundreds of years later, a waste. Fu Changsheng silently recited the incantation, casting one spell after another on the token. A spiritual light shone from the token, and the light fell on the closed passage, reappearing the vortex. He turned to the green dragon and said, Zhaoking, hide outside the cave. If the Osprey Prince and the others suddenly returned and set a trap array outside, it would be disastrous. The green dragon hissed. More obedient than ever, with a flash of green light, it passed through the vortex and lurked beneath the ground outside the cave. With a single movement of the incantation, the barrier gate retracted. After completing this, Fu Changsheng focused on figuring out how to retract the Xianshu formation. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Ling, you have seized a 6th grade heavenly rank technique for your family, earning 3,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 5,460. Watching the rising contribution points, Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. This contribution points are certainly timely, otherwise, with his novice knowledge of formations, it would take him forever to comprehend how to control and retract the Xianshu formation. Time was precious in this small world of Kunlun. He immediately thought, use family contribution points to improve Fugir's spiritual roots. The dashboard vibrated, and a large amount of yellow light surged. Fu Changsheng felt his eyes flash before he was in an environment identical to the karst cave, except that the Xianshu formation was absent. A cultivator, whose face could not be seen, sat cross-legged, his surroundings suspended by formation flags and discs. As the cultivator chanted incantations, the flags and discs landed in an orderly fashion around the cave. It seemed casual, but in reality, it was profound and difficult to understand. As the flags descended, a buzzing sound of mist rose from the surroundings. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with delight. Is this the process of setting up the Xianshu formation? The environment for this system's evolution was indeed unique. Because of the limited contribution value, Fu Changsheng immediately put aside all other thoughts and began to observe the old man's formation with complete concentration, his eyes closely following his every move, not missing a single detail. The old man's hands danced like flowing water, his spells shifting unpredictably. Every tap of his fingertips, every twist of his wrist, held endless mysteries. You must remember the key steps in setting up the formation. Despite the strange surroundings, he habitually took up his jade slit and memorized the old man's sequence. Time slipped by quietly as he observed and comprehended the scene, and Fu Changsheng felt as if he had become one with the scene, completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the old man's formation finally drew to a close. The last formation flag fell steadily, and the entire cave was instantly enveloped by a powerful yet gentle force. However, with only one formation, he naturally could not grasp the key to its formation. Fortunately, after the old man finished setting the formation, everything happened again. Once, twice, 3 times. By the 6th time, Fu Changsheng felt he had mastered the secret to deploying the Xianshu formation. With a thought, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, and his consciousness instantly emerged from the strange surroundings. At this moment, the panel in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. A line of text appeared: Fu Yongfu, spiritual root aptitude, 82/100, 10 points more than before. It was unknown whether Brother Fu would be able to give birth to an acquired spiritual body once he surpassed 100. The family contribution value on the panel changed to 460. Fu Changsheng was about to exit the thought when the panel trembled again, and the text changed: First rank lower grade formation master, 10/100, Comprehending the elder's arrangement of the Xianshu formation had unexpectedly led him to the realm of formation master. As he cultivated further, he discovered that formations became increasingly important. Especially since he possessed a blood talisman spirit body, if he could truly master formations, the combination of talismans and formations would surely unleash the true power of the Linksa Talisman Sutra. According to the Linksa Talisman Sutra, at the highest level of cultivation, one could draw talismans and set formations with bare hands. Currently, he had mastered 3 spiritual talismans. According to the permutations and combinations, he could derive 8 types of talismans in this rush, the mountain-shaking talisman from last time being one of them. He took a deep breath, calming himself. The key steps of the Xianshu formation flashed through his mind again. His eyes suddenly opened, and he began to rehearse the specific formula he had just learned. The wind subsides, the clouds cease, the stars hide their light, a mysterious light rises from the realm of Xianshu. The spiritual waves retreat into the depths, the waves surge back into the void. With the incantation, the ancient token in his hand trembled slightly. Infused with spiritual energy, it gradually emitted a soft glow, echoing the spiritual energy emanating from him. At the same time, the spiritual energy within the karst cave began to fluctuate violently. One after another, formation flags soared into the sky, transforming into a stream of light that lingered around Fu Changsheng. 81 formation flags, 36 formation plates, followed by his final incantation. The divine light has absorbed all breaths, and the Dharma realm has returned to its tranquil state. The Xianshu formation is now closed, and the universe has begun to renew its rhythm for a long time. Boom! A burst of intense light illuminated the formation platform, the treasure at the center of the formation, and the formation flags and discs swirling around Fu Changsheng trembled slightly, eventually transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the ancient tokens suspended in midair. Done, Fu Changsheng rejoiced. Simultaneously, he moved his hand and pocketed the jade bottle from the Xianshu formation. This amount of divine yin mysterious water should be enough to cultivate to the 4th level of the Great Evolution Technique. Furthermore, he also obtained a heavenly grade technique, a robe of unknown rank, a Xianshu formation, and a late-stage 3rd grade spirit pet. These alone were enough for his trip to the Kunlun small world. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind: Ling, you have added a Xianshu formation to your family, earning 3,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 3,460. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. Woo! At this moment, the Zuanshu beast, which had been recuperating in the cave, crawled out. After Fu Changsheng retracted the Xianshu formation, the spiritual energy in the water cave suddenly became thin. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "Don't feel wronged, Xianshu. I'll take you to a better place." With a thought, he immediately led the Zuanshu beast into the 5 elements cave heaven. Woo! The Zuanshu beast glanced at the unfamiliar surroundings, a momentary daze. It watched a fairy approach and salute its master, then took in the rich spiritual energy surrounding it. Its initial anxiety eased slightly, but without Fu Changsheng's instructions, it remained obediently where it was, not daring to move. Fu Changsheng asked, "Chunyang, where in this space is the most concentrated water spiritual energy?" Fu Changsheng decided to deploy the Xianshu formation within the 5 elements space. If it were deployed within the clan, it would continuously drain the spiritual energy from the mountain spiritual veins. Over time, not only would a disciple's cultivation be affected, but the spiritual veins levels would also decline. In the 5 elements cave heaven, he had only planted high-level spiritual plants. There's enough spiritual energy. Chunyang pointed to the foot of the mountain. "Master, there's often the sound of water rushing westward. Although you can't see clearly outside, the spiritual energy there is most abundant." "Yes," Fu Changsheng nodded. He immediately led the Zuanshu beast to the west foot of the mountain. With a flick of his right hand, an ancient token flashed, and a series of spells were cast into it. Buzz! The token shone brightly, and threads of spiritual energy shot out from it, connecting precisely to the surrounding land. As the threads of spiritual energy stretched, ancient formation patterns gradually emerged from the ground. These patterns emanated a faint blue light, blending with the surrounding spiritual energy. The next moment, there was a loud rumbling sound. Huge stones slowly rose from the ground, automatically forming the shape of a formation platform. The surface of the platform was as smooth as a mirror, engraved with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly. At the same time, strange rays of light appeared from the token, interweaving to form the prototype of the treasure at the center of the formation. The artifact gradually condensed into form, emitting powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards it frantically. The formation flags and array plates, drawn by the spiritual energy, flew to their respective positions in an orderly manner, arranging themselves neatly around the formation platform and the center treasure. Boom! The moment the formation fell, the entire Five Elements cave heaven shook. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. It's done. The formation was much faster than the previous closing. At that moment, the dense fog barrier to the west seemed to boil, swirling and surging, as if stirred by an invisible force. What is this? Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he clearly sensed that a continuous flow of water spiritual energy seemed to be drawn from the void and falling into the formation. The speed of the formation platform and the center treasures increased, and the light became brighter. It seemed to be much faster than in the water cave. The Five Elements cave heaven has obviously undergone subtle changes due to this heaven and water formation. This is good news. Woo woo, the Zuanshu beast finally let out a joyful cheer. Because it discovered the water spirit energy here was even richer than that of the karst cave, it turned to look at Fu Changsheng, feeling that perhaps the master's promise to it of future cultivation and transformation might not be empty talk. Master, I can sense that the Five Elements cave heaven seems to have improved a bit. Chunyang followed, her eyes gleaming. This was the first encounter between the Five Elements cave heaven and the dense fog barrier. Perhaps, by breaking through the dense fog barrier, the Five Elements cave heaven would be transformed. Fu Changsheng waved his sleeve, and a collection of books on formations floated towards Chunyang. Chunyang, when you have free time, you can study this formation. If Chunyang had a talent for formations, he would be like carrying a formation master with him, which would be of great benefit to him. Yes, master, Chunyang accepted. Fu Changsheng gave a few more instructions and then left the Five Elements space. Once outside, after searching the karst cave to make sure nothing was left behind, he left with Qingjiao. Next, we have to go to Kayanayu Mountain. Only after finding the broken cloud tree could he pick the broken cloud fruit and have Meijin refine the broken cloud pill, which would allow him to enter the middle stage of the purple mansion. He pulled out a map, identified the direction, and immediately said to Qingjiao, Zio Qing, full speed east. During the flight, Fu Changsheng had a thought, exchange information. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A large amount of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Liu Meijin has successfully passed 2 levels in the Zixia Fairy Ruins and has reached the 3rd level. Passing the test will grant her immense wealth. 2. Yang Zhuan's all-spiritual body will awaken in a few years. At that time, she will devour all living things in the Taikyu Mountains. What? Fu Changsheng was happy for Meijin when he saw the first piece of information, but frowned at the second. Yongxun had been sealed for countless tens of thousands of years, having been born with his foundation built. He'd asked his 4th sister to help look after him for years, and aside from a slightly accelerated cultivation speed, he'd had no other abnormalities. But he hadn't expected the awakening of this all-spiritual body to cause such devastation. Fu Changsheng felt a pang of fear. Thank goodness the intelligence tipped me off in time, he secretly noted. At least before Yongxun awakened, he needed to come up with a plan. 3. Hulong Mountain holds the opportunity for your spirit pet, the Azure Dragon, to evolve. Hulong Mountain. Previous intelligence had mentioned it. The purple mansions of the 3 major Cheyenne tribes were all heading for Hulong Mountain. Fu Changsheng hesitated. Forget it, let's go get the broken cloud tree first. He was alone. If he showed up, he feared the tribes would immediately unite and confront him. 4. Xiao Xianger is in Kyankan Mountain, surrounded by 3 members of the Cheyenne tribe, in imminent danger. Fu Changsheng's pupils shrank. Miss Xiao is in danger. He quickly pulled out the incomplete map, only to find that Changsheng Mountain was less than 300 miles from Shanghai Mountain. Fu Changsheng hurriedly called out, "Zhaoqing, head northwest. Quick, if it's too late." No matter what, Miss Xiao is the mother of 2 children. Changsheng Mountain. At this moment, a yellow light curtain rose from the yellow sands god-trapping formation, humming and enveloping the entire mountain top. Within the formation, Xiao Xianger swirled in 8-diagram formation, her mouth bleeding and her face pale as paper, clearly severely injured. Outside the formation, the 3 heroes of Xian'an watched Xiao Xianger's desperate resistance like a spectator. Yinsang grinned lewdly. "My dear, listen to our 3 brothers' advice. Relax your mind and acknowledge us as your leaders. When we reach the Jinden stage, we might even be able to help you." Changsheng, who had remained silent, looked at Xiao Xianger and felt she looked familiar. As if remembering something, he slapped his head in surprise and delight. "Brother, second brother, this woman can't be killed. She's Xiao Xianger, deputy governor of the Great Zhou's Henshi division. Yes, I'm not mistaken. It's Xiao Xianger. Capture her alive, pry her open, and the secrets of the great families of the Great Zhou will be revealed to us." As soon as these words were spoken, Jinsang, who was about to kill, immediately stopped his hand gestures. With a flick of his sleeve, a scroll unfolded, and a spell was cast. The images on the scroll flashed one by one, finally settling on a woman who looked almost identical to Xiao Xianger. Xiao Xianger was unlucky too. As luck would have it, she was teleported into the yellow sands god-trapping array set by the ancestors of the Xian'an tribe. Busy trying to break the formation, she didn't even have time to use her disguise technique before she was discovered by the 3 heroes of Xian'an. Jinsang's eyes lit up with joy. "Second and third brothers, no matter the cost, capture this woman alive. This would undoubtedly be a great achievement, even for their own Xian'an Jinden tribe." With that, he immediately activated the array disc in his hand. Buzz! Yellow sand flew through the air. A yellow dragon condensed and, with a roar, pounced towards Xiao Xianger. However, even in the face of life or death danger, Xiao Xianger showed no sign of panic. She suddenly formed a seal with her right hand, and a sword ball shot up into the sky. A terrifying sword energy emanating from the sword ball cleaved the dragon in 2 with a sharp crackling sound, then landed precisely on the Tiangan position of the yellow sands god-trapping array. That was the key to breaking the formation. "Oh no, second brother, third brother, act quickly. This woman has found the key to breaking the formation. We must not let her break it." "Yes, big brother," Yinsang and Changsheng responded in unison. Yinsang took the lead. His hands danced swiftly, and silver threads flew out from his sleeves. These threads were incredibly tough, gleaming with a cold light, and they wrapped around Xiao Xianger, trying to restrain her before she could break the key. Just as the silver threads were about to wrap around Xiao Xianger flashed, as if she had performed some kind of evasion magic. Like a ghost, she moved effortlessly through the threads. "HMPH, I'll see where you can hide." Changsheng had also prepared his attack. He thrust his palms forward. Rumble. Countless huge rocks fell from the sky above Xiao Xianger, hurling a dense mass towards her. Xiao Xianger remained undaunted. With a wave of her left hand, a spiritual barrier appeared before her, neutralizing the impact of the rocks. While countering the attacks of the 2 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators, Xiao Xianger even used her mind to control the sword pills and continue to break the formation. Within the formation, the heavenly stem position. Sword energy surged, clashing fiercely with the power of the yellow sands god-trapping formation. Boom! Boom! Each collision triggered a surge of intense spiritual energy. The yellow light barrier trembled violently, as if ready to shatter at any moment. The 3 heroes of Xian'an were both shocked and enraged by Xiao Xianger's tenacity. They were usually fearless and rarely encountered such a formidable opponent. "Let's see how long you can hold out." Jinsang gritted his teeth, pulled a black pill from his storage ring, and swallowed it without hesitation. Suddenly, his spiritual energy surged wildly, his aura soaring. He formed seals with his hands quickly, uttering a low incantation. As if driven by some mysterious force, the yellow sand within the formation coalesced into a gigantic sand beast, which, with its bloody maw wide open, pounced upon Xiao Xianger. Xiao Xianger's expression darkened. The power contained within this sand beast far surpassed even the previous yellow dragon. It was a life or death moment. Without hesitation, she channeled all her spiritual energy into her sword orb. The orb glowed brightly, its sword energy growing ever more intense, slicing and distorting the surrounding space. The moment the sand beast leaped before Xiao Xianger, she roared and thrust her sword orb into the beast with all her might. With a resounding boom, a storm of spiritual energy erupted, centered around Xiao Xianger and spreading outward. Under the overwhelming force, cracks finally appeared in the yellow curtain of the yellow sand god trapping array. Then, with a loud bang, the curtain shattered, signaling the array's demise. Under the onslaught of the sword energy, the sand beast dissipated into a cloud of yellow sand. Though Xiao Xianger had successfully broken the formation, she was exhausted, her face pale as paper, and her form shaky. The three heroes of Xian'an hadn't expected Xiao Xianger to actually break the yellow sand confinement formation. They were shocked and enraged, yet they dared not advance, fearing this woman might have a trick up her sleeve. Changsheng glared at Xiao Xianger fiercely. Xiao Xianger, even if you've broken the formation, what good is it? You're already at the end of your rope. I urge you to surrender. Xiao Xianger, holding her breath, sneered, HMPH, you think you're worthy of my capture? The three heroes of Xian'an, nothing more than that, though her voice was weak, it carried undisguised contempt. Yin Sang, enraged, shouted, you dare to be so stubborn even when death is imminent? Let us see how we deal with you. He waved his hands again, and the silver threads that had previously failed to restrain Xiao Xianger shot out again like serpents, even faster than before, carving tiny streaks in the air wherever they passed. Changsheng, unwilling to be outdone, rapidly transformed his hands into magical spells. The black stone Xiao Xianger had previously blocked condensed into new form, now even larger and more numerous. They pressed towards Xiao Xianger with overwhelming force. Each stone held a terrifying power, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy frantically, emitting a series of low, rumbling sounds. Although the black elixir ginseng had recently consumed had dramatically increased his spiritual power, it also had significant side effects. He needed time to consolidate this power, so he didn't attack immediately, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Xianger at the crucial moment. Xiao Xianger watched the renewed attack with a silent groan. Her spiritual power was nearly depleted, having previously expended most of it in breaking the formation. Facing this new wave of attacks, she felt powerless. However, her eyes held no trace of fear, but rather a resolute determination. Just as the silver threads and black stones were about to strike Xiao Xianger, she waved her sleeve, and a small golden shield appeared before her. The shield's surface was engraved with mysterious runes, which shimmered faintly, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Xiao Xianger poured a remaining spiritual energy into it. The golden shield instantly shone brightly, and a golden light curtain spread from it, shielding Xiao Xianger within. Silver threads entwined themselves with a golden light curtain, sizzling as they were blocked by the power of the light curtain, unable to advance even a fraction. Black stones collided with the light curtain with a dull thud, but were unable to break through the defense, falling to the ground. The three heroes of Xian'an witnessed this scene with astonishment. They had not expected Xiao Xianger, in such a desperate situation, to possess such a magical weapon. Ginseng's expression darkened further, knowing he could not give Xiao Xianger a second chance to breathe. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the agitated spiritual energy within him, and his hands swiftly formed a complex hand seal. An evil aura emanated from him, affecting the surrounding spiritual energy, causing it to become chaotic. The yellow sands in the formation surged wildly again. This time, the yellow sand condensed into a huge sand demon. The sand demon was dozens of feet tall, with a ferocious face. In his hand, he held a huge sand sword, emitting a chilling aura. The sand demon raised the sand sword and slashed fiercely at Xiao Xianger's golden light curtain. With a crack, cracks appeared on the golden light curtain. Xiao Xianger's face became uglier and uglier. She knew that this magic weapon might not last much longer. Her eyes rolled. She immediately said, "Wait a minute, don't the three fellow Taoists want me to recognize you as my master? I promise you." Hearing this, Ginseng quickly withdrew his attack. "Huh? You still have some self-awareness." Chapter 342, Love, Alien Species, Natural Disaster. Ginseng gave Yinseng and Tongseng a look, and the three of them instantly surrounded Xiao Xianger. Tongseng said coldly, "Brother, we have to hurry, or this woman might come up with something new." Ginseng nodded. He immediately formed a seal with his right hand, about to initiate the master recognition ceremony, when he felt a chill on his neck. Before he could react, a flash of purple light had already passed through his neck at lightning speed. Boom! A healthy head tumbled to the ground. How could it be? Changsheng didn't even know how he died. Throughout the entire process, his consciousness was clearly monitoring his surroundings, and there was no abnormality at all. As Changsheng fell to the ground, Yinseng and Changsheng were stunned for a moment, then their eyes blazed with rage. "Bitch, you're courting death," he immediately gave up on holding back. However, before he could finish his words, a flash of green light surged beside Yinseng, and then, the green dragon's tail whipped towards him with immense force. He had intended to kill Xiao Xianger, but he hurried back to defend. On the other side, Changsheng heard a whirring sound behind him, and immediately, alertly, he turned the black stone to block it behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of skeleton vines shot towards the black stone, shattering it. But the skeleton vines continued to attack him with unabated force. Damn it, this bitch actually has help. Changsheng gritted his teeth, deciding to end the battle quickly. His elder brother was dead, and any further delay would only mean his own death. He immediately poured his primordial essence into the talisman in his hand. However, halfway through the talisman's activation, he felt something and looked up. But then, above the 9 heavens, a celestial dragon descended. Behind it stood a black-robed youth wielding a talisman imbued with the energy of a yellow dragon. Fu Changsheng, he recognized him instantly. The Fu family patriarch had single-handedly annihilated the 2 major Purple Mansion tribes under the Xianqian clan. How could the neighboring Xian'an tribe be unaware of this? It seemed that Fu Changsheng and Xiao Xianger were able to enter only because they had seized the invitation orders from these 2 tribes. Damn it, however, this talisman clearly exuded the aura of the imperial court. Only a descendant of the Great Zhou royal family could be born from this talisman, meaning it was forged from the Great Zhou royal elixir. This Fu family had actually ascended to the Great Zhou royal family. The thought had barely formed. Boom! The celestial dragon, with lightning speed, shattered all his defenses, then pierced through his head. With a bang, he was instantly rendered inert. The entire process, from Fu Changsheng's sneak attack on Changsheng to Changsheng, seemed slow, but in reality, it took less than 3 breaths. Third brother, Yinseng, watching this unfold, was utterly furious. He stared at the talisman in Fu Changsheng's hand and slammed it against his chest. A cloud of blood mist suddenly rose, enveloping him. Then, in a flash of blood, he vanished into thin air, his voice echoing through the air. "Fu Changsheng, Xiao Xianger, I swear in the name of the tribe, I will make you pay a price 10-fold or 100-fold. Fu Changsheng retracted his seal. The aura of the talisman bestowed by the 7th prince trembled slightly before fading. The talisman's power was greater than he had imagined. Even the 3 heroes of Xian'an could barely withstand it for a moment. He had to make good use of it. The talisman could only be used 5 times, leaving 4 remaining. With a wave of his hand, Fu Changsheng collected the storage bags and remains of Changsheng and Changsheng. Landing beside Xiao Xianger, he asked, "Miss Xiao, how are you?" "No problem." Xiao Xianger had escaped. A look of relief crossed her face, and she nodded to Fu Changsheng, saying, "If you hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now." Fu Changsheng had killed 2 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators with a single strike. While this was aided by sneak attacks and the help of his spirit pet, it was also a testament to his own strength. The previously insignificant cultivator had transformed himself into a figure even she admired. Fu Changsheng was currently only at the 3rd level of Purple Mansion cultivation. If he could reach the late Purple Mansion stage, wouldn't he be the most powerful cultivator below the Golden Core stage? As she interacted more with Fu Changsheng, Xiao Xianger's attitude toward Fu Changsheng was also quietly changing. "Miss Xiao, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go." Fu Changsheng checked and found Xiao Xianger was not in danger. He immediately took her aboard the Green Dragon and sent it hurtling westward, abandoning even the incomplete Yellow Sands god-trapping formation left behind. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Ling, you have slain 2 late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators from the East Wasteland tribe, earning 3,000 Imperial Merit Points and 3,000 Family Contribution Points." Immediately, the Family Contribution Points on the dashboard instantly changed to 6,620. Fu Changsheng calculated and found that his accumulated Imperial Contribution Points had reached 79,000, just 1,000 short of the 80,000 required for promotion to the 7th rank. There was a good chance of achieving his goal in this small world of Kunlun. Above the green dragon, Xiao Xianger stuffed a handful of elixirs into her mouth and said weakly, "Changsheng, continue eastward, towards Qianayu Mountain." Clearly, Xiao Xianger remembered that the cloud-breaking tree Fu Changsheng needed was found in Qianayu Mountain. Not wanting to be delayed by his own healing, Fu Changsheng pondered for a moment before immediately commanding the green dragon to advance at full speed. He also had the skeleton demon vine guard them on either side. He also took a magical elixir to restore his mana. In this small world of Kunlun, ambushes could occur at any time, so he needed to keep his mana at full strength. The talisman he had just activated had expended considerable energy. However, the strange robe he had found in the karst cave had proved incredibly effective. During his earlier journey, he had studied it and discovered that once the robe was ritually crafted and donned, even a late-stage purple mansion consciousness could not penetrate it. Unless the opponent had cultivated some kind of spiritual ability like himself, it was precisely because of this that he had easily ambushed and killed Ginseng. He hadn't yet discovered its other capabilities. But the current invisibility alone was incredibly powerful, especially in a place teeming with eastern wilderness cultivators. Several hours passed. After his mana was restored, Fu Changsheng saw Xiao Xianger still recovering from her wounds and immediately pulled out the storage bag from his sleeve. The nearby skeleton demon vine excitedly approached, chirping ingratiatingly, clearly eager to devour the corpses of Ginseng and Tongsang. "Little skeleton, now it's Xiaoqing's turn. Your turn next time, chirp." The skeleton demon vine drooped sadly at this. Fu Changsheng decided to focus on raising the green dragon to the peak of the 3rd stage. Only then would he be able to withstand the upcoming encounters with peak-level purple mansion cultivators or even those with a false elixir. With a pat on his storage bag, a flash of radiance revealed the corpses of Ginseng and Tongsang. He left their heads behind and, after absorbing some of their essence and blood, Fu Changsheng tossed the remains directly to the green dragon. Hiss! The flying green dragon immediately opened its mouth to catch them. A surge of green light surged through its body, and in a short moment, it devoured and refined the 2 corpses. Meanwhile, the panel in Fu Changsheng's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and then a line of text appeared: Green Dragon, Late Stage 3, 390/400. This was a 40-point increase from the previous level, clearly just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak of Stage 3. A flicker of joy flashed in Fu Changsheng's eyes. His spiritual consciousness now fell into the storage bags of Tongsang and Ginseng. Like Xiaongshan's, they had left their valuables outside. Furthermore, the 3 of them hadn't entered any other places, so they hadn't collected any treasures, just some healing and mana-restoring elixirs. There was also a great pill bottle. Upon opening it, a pungent odor hit him. The bottle contained a pitch-black pill, but the surface was vaguely shaped like the shadows of various ferocious beasts. Is this the burning life pill? This forbidden elixir, which burns life spends to instantly boost one's cultivation, required the gathering of at least 100 ferocious beast spirits to refine. Furthermore, consuming it would cause a weakened state, with numerous side effects. Fu Changsheng felt he had no use for it. He himself possessed the secret technique of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Furthermore, he also possessed a topographical map. This one was significantly clearer than the ones he had previously collected. Qianayu Mountain and the Shangguan Mountain mentioned earlier were clearly marked in red, while Hulong Mountain was highlighted. It seems the Qianayan tribe's ultimate target is Hulong Mountain. In Ginseng's storage bag, he also found an ancient array token. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up. Could this be the token to unlock Qianayu Mountain's array? According to previous intelligence, Qianayu Mountain had been encircled by a formation set by the ancestors of the Qianayan tribe. If the array token in his hand held the means to unlock it, then great. Thousands of miles to the west, a flash of blood shot up from the ground. The light faded, revealing a pale Ginseng. Ginseng glanced back and saw that Fu Changsheng hadn't followed. His expression relaxed, but the thought of his eldest and 3rd brother's tragic death filled his eyes with fury. You bastards, if I, Ginseng, let you escape this world alive, I'd be a worthless person, he said. After determining the direction, he immediately sped towards Hulong Mountain. Hundreds of miles from Hulong Mountain, he plunged into a blackwater pond. Without hesitation, he reached the bottom and, with a flicker of his hand, the water parted. A magical shield appeared, and the identity token in his hand shone, opening a gap. Yin Sang swung his body and instantly entered. Inside, he saw a young child sitting upright. Upon noticing Yin Sang's entry, a frown furrowed its brow. According to the plan, the three heroes of Xian'an were responsible for Xiangqian Mountain and Qianyu Mountain. After completing their missions, they would gather at Hulong Mountain. Given the distance, Yin Sang and the other two couldn't possibly complete both the missions in such a short time. What's going on, Chief? We three brothers were framed by Xiao Xianger and Fu Changsheng. My eldest and third brother died at the hands of that perverted couple. Chief, please avenge my tragic deaths. Yin Sang knelt immediately. He's banging his head against the ground. The child was clearly Chief Xian'an, immortal Xianxin. The aura emanating from him now suggested only that of a fake Dan cultivator. Clearly, he had used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation, allowing him to be transported here. Upon hearing this, immortal Xianxin's eyes narrowed slightly. He said coldly, "Don't worry. As long as they remain within the outer sect, they won't escape our grasp. Once the matter at Hulong Mountain is concluded, I will personally capture those perverts and bring them before you for your disposal." "Thank you, Chief. Well, go ahead. Recover your mana first. We have a tough battle coming up soon." Immortal Xianxin's gaze passed through the black water pond and fell upon the distant Hulong Mountain. A hint of excitement and anticipation flickered in his eyes. Yin Sang thanked him profusely and withdrew, but a sense of doubt welled up in his heart. He wondered what treasures lay within Hulong Mountain that would persuade the chieftain to forego the inner realms, instead guarding it with his own self-imposed cultivation. They were now nearing Qianyu Mountain. Fu Changsheng was just thinking about exchanging some information to see if there were any Xian'an tribe members lurking in ambush in the mountains when he noticed Xiao Xianger's aura beside him becoming noticeably erratic. Meanwhile, the surrounding spiritual energy was becoming violent. Fu Changsheng was stunned. This was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. He hadn't expected her to trust him so much, to even attempt such a breakthrough. Xiao Xianger was already in the late purple mansion stage, but his cultivation level was too low to know exactly which level. However, the fact that she had advanced to a higher level was a boon for him. It seems Miss Xiao must have found some treasure in Xiangqian Mountain, otherwise, how could she have recovered from her injuries and even improved her cultivation in such a short time? Fu Changsheng's thought landed on the panel in his sea of consciousness. Exchange for information. Buzz. The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. 1. Kili Mountain contains a 5-colored tree, capable of successfully enabling 7-colored glaze to successfully break through to the 3rd level. However, the 5-colored fruit is not yet ripe. The 5-colored tree will be dug up by the Purple Mansion cultivators of Xian'an Mountain in half a month. 5-colored tree. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, a light flashed in his eyes. The 7-colored glaze beast had previously been able to improve its cultivation by consuming 3-colored grass, but as the amount consumed increased, the increase became negligible. Especially after he broke through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion, the magical powers of the 7-colored glaze beast, still at the 2nd level, were completely incapable of raising his cultivation to the middle level of the Purple Mansion. Now, there was finally hope. We must dig up the 5-colored tree before the Xian'an tribe does. Fu Changsheng quickly checked the map and discovered that Kili Mountain was hundreds of miles away from Qianyu Mountain. With the speed of the Qingjiao, it could be reached quickly. However, Jin Sang's map didn't mark it. Fu Changsheng's face lit up with realization. It seems the Xian'an tribe has divided up the tasks, with those who accepted them knowing only their own tasks. The others remain unaware, in order to prevent the map from falling into the hands of others and leaking the secret. This method is quite good. It could be used for future family members. 2. Kunlun Mountain has life source water, 1 drop of which can increase the age of spiritual plants by 100 years. Life source water. Fu Changsheng had never heard of it before. And the effects were so potent, even a single drop could add 100 years to the age of a medicinal plant. Fu Changsheng flipped through the topographic map in his hand, but couldn't find Kunlun Mountain. Could it be that it's hidden within the inner gate, or perhaps hidden in the 3rd level, accessible only to nascent soul cultivators? Let's wait and see. 3. Liu Mizhen was seriously injured in the 3rd level of the Zixia Fairy Ruins, but still struggled to pass. Liu Mizhen performed a forbidden technique, recovering from her injuries and rekindling her fighting spirit to continue, Seeing this, Fu Changsheng's heart tightened. The intelligence didn't mention Mei Zhen's whereabouts. If he could have rushed over, perhaps he could have provided some assistance. Now, it all depended on Mei Zhen's own efforts. I hope nothing happens to Mei Zhen. He had the intelligence system to support him. He also had a long life. Mei Zhen was his childhood sweetheart and wife. No matter what, he would definitely try to get her to accompany him on his path of cultivation. But after spending all these years together, he had come to understand Mei Zhen's personality. She had great ambitions, so she was always full of energy. Even when faced with risks, she was unfazed. This was completely different from his desire for a peaceful cultivation. 4. Hulong Mountain contains an opportunity that can help you evolve into a green dragon. 5. A natural disaster will befall Jingzhou. What? Fu Changsheng was stunned. Looking at the fifth piece of intelligence, he was truly surprised. Natural disaster, what does that even mean? There was no time or specific nature of the disaster. Fu Changsheng thought of the plague that had struck the East Wasteland tribe before, where elderly people had died in their dreams for no apparent reason. Could this plague spread to Jingzhou? Fu Changsheng kept this in mind. The most important thing right now was the Kunlun small world, and the natural disaster would be dealt with later. 6. The subsequent intelligence didn't contain any valuable information, so Fu Changsheng simply stopped the information. He digested the information again. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Qianyu Mountain. At this time, the violent aura on Xiao Xianzhe's body had obviously subsided. The other party must have successfully broken through. However, she was still consolidating her realm. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng didn't alarm her. He asked Qing Jiao to help her protect the law, and with a skeleton demon vine, he flashed and rushed towards Qianyu Mountain. Entering Qianyu Mountain, the surroundings were eerily quiet. The towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the sunlight could only shine through the layers of branches and leaves, casting a few spots of light. A layer of light mist filled the mountain, and spiritual energy was faintly visible in the mist. Fu Changsheng had an idea. A flash of white light. The green-faced white fox and the five-element space flashed out. Having been nurtured for years, and since Fu Changsheng always brought it with him when he entered the system's training room, its cultivation had already reached the peak of the second stage, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the third stage. Compared to before, the green-faced white fox exuded a more spiritual aura, its fur smooth as satin, gleaming with a strange luster in the sunlight. Its eyes, like emerald gems, were even more intelligent and cunning. Xiao Bei, go, find the place in the mountains with the richest spiritual energy. Squeak, the green-faced white fox, as if understanding his words, let out a soft cry and leaped out like a flash of green lightning. It moved effortlessly through the forest, leaping onto branches and burrowing into the grass, its nose constantly sniffing the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Fu Changsheng followed behind, cautiously observing his surroundings. The surrounding trees varied in shape. Some had twisted branches like dragons and snakes, while others had bark covered in mysterious runes, emitting a faint, ancient aura. Occasionally, the distant growls of strange beasts could be heard, echoing through the valley. After a long moment, a green-faced white fox emerged from the ground and barked at Fu Changsheng. Found it, delighted, Fu Changsheng followed the fox into the earth. They sank hundreds of feet below. The fox finally stopped before a cliff. It barked continuously at the cliff, and Fu Changsheng sensed it but didn't detect anything unusual. However, the fox hadn't chosen the wrong target. Immediately, he combined his right index and middle fingers, invoking the divine power of clarity and clairvoyance. A ray of white light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the stone wall. Instantly, faint patterns appeared on the wall. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an invisible magic circle. I found it right, this must be where the cloud-breaking tree was planted. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the runes on the plaque echoed those on the stone wall. However, he didn't activate the formation immediately. His previous belief that the Qianyu tribe's missions were separate and wouldn't overlap was just his own personal speculation, unverified. If he entered rashly, the Qianyu tribe might have set a trap. He feared he could lose his life here if he wasn't careful. He immediately thought, exchange information. Buzz! The panel vibrated. A surge of yellow light surged. Then, lines of text appeared. Behind the stone wall where you are, a cloud-breaking tree has been planted. However, The ancestors of the Changsheng tribe placed a feathered flying beast there to tend the tree. Centuries later, this feathered flying beast has advanced to the third rank, but due to taboo placed upon it by the ancestors of the Changsheng tribe, it cannot attack those of the Changsheng tribe's bloodline. Feathered flying beast. Fu Changsheng was stunned. If he remembered correctly, feathered flying beast feces was incredibly effective in cultivating high-level spiritual plants. Furthermore, this species was extremely rare, making it difficult to find one outside. He hadn't expected this Changsheng tribe ancestor to be so powerful. Fortunately, he had exchanged the information in advance. His mind shifted. He immediately slapped his storage bag. A flash of light appeared, and a vial of blood essence landed in his hand. As the incantation of the Thousand Faces technique rang out, his facial features rapidly transformed, even his aura becoming identical to Ginseng's. So, that Fiyu beast shouldn't be recognizable. After all, it was a spirit beast capable of caring for third-tier spirit plants. Killing it would be a shame. Taking a deep breath, Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand, following the inscribed seals on the ancient formation plaque. He channeled spiritual energy into it. Ahum. The plaque trembled slightly, its light blazing brightly. Rays of light shot out from it, resonating with the invisible formation on the stone wall. Then, a rumble. The stone wall trembled. Then, with a bang, the light curtain instantly cracked. The moment the formation was activated, a fierce aura washed over him, like the roar of a ferocious beast from ancient times. Then, a gigantic Fian beast appeared before his eyes. The Fian beast's body was covered in black scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. A sharp horn clung to its head, swirling with wisps of spiritual energy. Its hooves thumped the ground, making a dull sound, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Roar! The Fiyu beast roared at Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng sensed the beast's cultivation and discovered it had reached the mid-third stage. Rather than being surprised, he was delighted, though still a little nervous about whether it would attack. Roar! The Fiyu beast's nose twitched. It eyed Fu Changsheng suspiciously, its once aggressive gaze softening, no longer as fierce as before. It really works, Fu Changsheng, secretly delighted, attempted to communicate with the Fiyu beast. Open your mind. After we form a contract, I will help you reach higher realms of cultivation, even transforming into human form. The Fiyu beast had been imprisoned in this world since childhood. The forbidden technique set by the ancestors of the Changsheng tribe was to obey the words of the descendants of the Changsheng tribe. Though somewhat reluctant, the giant had nodded slightly. Kneeling on one knee before Fu Changsheng, the feathered beast let out a buffalo-like cry. This time, it had acknowledged its master. The smoothness of the technique left Fu Changsheng somewhat dazed. He marveled at the miraculous nature of the forbidden technique of the ancestors of the Changsheng tribe, but his movements were impeccable, lest the feathered beast discover his intentions. Without a moment's delay, he immediately cast the contract. As the incantation rang out, mysterious runes flew from his fingertips, swirling around the feathered beast. The feathered beast let out a few uneasy cries, but, constrained by the forbidden technique, it could only stand still, allowing the runes to sink into its body. As the runes absorbed it, a mysterious connection gradually formed between it and Fu Changsheng. Buzz! The contract was complete. At this moment, he could clearly sense the feathered beast's yearning for freedom, as well as a lingering resentment at being trapped here for so long. Don't worry, I won't let you be trapped here again, Fu Changsheng soothed softly. At the same moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ling, you've added a third-tier spiritual pet to your family, gaining 1,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 7,620. Fu Changsheng, leading the feathered beast, hurried toward the cave. Upon entering, he was instantly inundated with a surge of abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within the cave was so dense it transformed into mist. The entire cave contained only a single cloud-breaking tree. Over 3 feet tall, its branches crisscrossed, its leaves a strange purple. Several fist-sized fruits hung from the tree, their skin translucent and faintly glowing. Fu Changsheng took a few quick steps. But then he saw a faint cloud pattern on the fruit's skin. It's truly a broken cloud fruit, he counted carefully, finding 8 on the tree, all ripe and ready for picking. Many more, ripe and fallen, rotted beneath the tree. The feathered beast naturally disliked the smell of broken cloud fruit, so even when it landed, it had no desire to taste it. What a shame, At least dozens of fruits fell to the ground. Fu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and in a flash of light, a pair of specially crafted gloves landed in his palm. These were spiritual tools specially crafted for picking high-level spiritual fruits. Made from rare, 500-year-old spiritual silk, they not only prevented damage to the fruit during picking, but also prevented the leakage of its spiritual energy. The broken cloud fruit was crucial to his future breakthrough to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, so he naturally proceeded with extreme caution. He grasped one of the broken cloud fruits and, using a specific technique, slowly rotated it, simultaneously channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy to help separate the fruit from the branch. With a gentle pop, the first cloud-breaking fruit was successfully picked. Fu Changsheng quickly placed it in a jade box, which instantly emanated a glow, trapping the fruit's spiritual energy. He continued to gather the remaining cloud-breaking fruit in the same manner. Fu Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. 8 cloud-breaking fruits should be enough to refine 2 furnaces of cloud-breaking pills. He placed the jade box in his storage bag. Using the 5 spirits transporting technique, Fu Changsheng transplanted the cloud-breaking tree. With a feathered beast in tow, he moved directly into the 5 elements cave heaven. Moo, the feathered beast felt a wave of dizziness. They soon emerged at the summit of Spiritual Mountain. Taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, the feathered beast let out an uneasy roar, but upon spotting its master, it relaxed a little and instinctively approached Fu Changsheng. Still a coward, Fu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. The feathered beast was a natural plant hunter, not adept at combat, so Fu Changsheng didn't intend to show it to anyone, leaving it to tend various spiritual herbs in his space. He glanced at the mountain top. He hesitated for a moment before replanting the broken cloud tree halfway up the mountain. It would still be decades before the tree bloomed and bore fruit, and he wouldn't need it in the near future. While the mountaintop spiritual energy was plentiful, it was prioritized for higher-level spiritual plants. After the broken cloud tree was planted, it seemed a bit sluggish. Fu Changsheng glanced back at the feathered beast. The beast, rather astute, immediately understood Fu Changsheng's intentions. It stepped forward and urinated on the broken cloud tree. Sizzle, the sluggish broken cloud tree, now nourished, perked up. Fu Changsheng chuckled. Not bad, Xiaoyu, not bad. It's a shame that your planting talent is trapped in that little world before. He led the feathered beast back up the mountain and pointed at the thunder bamboo there, saying, Xiaoyu, from now on, you will prioritize cultivating these spiritual plants. Do you understand? For every thunder bamboo you cultivate, I will grant you a small wish. How about that, Moo? The feathered beast understood and nodded excitedly. Then, he gestured rapidly to Fu Changsheng. Fu Changsheng didn't understand at first, but after the beast sat on his lap and performed a few movements, he finally understood. A look of confusion crossed his face. Okay. Once you cultivate a thunder bamboo, I'll help you find a good Taoist companion, Moo. The feathered beast's eyes lit up at the words, and they gathered around the thunder bamboo, studying it with a fighting spirit. Fu Changsheng glanced at the black water beast, still recovering from its injuries halfway up the mountain. He vaguely remembered that Xiaoshu was female, but he wasn't sure if she would be interested in Xiaoyu. The Zuanshu beast, perched midway up the mountain, shuddered suddenly and looked up in bewilderment. After Fu Changsheng emerged from the 5 elements space, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a cloud-breaking tree and 8 cloud-breaking fruits to your family, earning 500 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 8,120. Fu Changsheng searched the cave abode, finding nothing else, and prepared to leave. As he was about to depart, he surveyed the cave's abundant spiritual energy and muttered, it would be wonderful if I could one day master a magical power to draw upon the essence of spiritual veins. In this way, all of these spiritual veins could be fed into the 5 elements space, significantly accelerating its evolution. Next, we must visit 5-Colored Mountain. According to the intelligence, the Cheyenne tribe arrived there months later. If he sped up, he should be able to pick the 5-colored fruit ahead of time. After the 7-colored glazed beast consumed it, it would be able to directly break through to the 3rd level. Unleashing the 7-colored glazed divine power would be equivalent to advancing his cultivation by 1 level. Buzz, after bursting out from underground, Xiao Xianger, who had been sitting on the back of the green dragon consolidating her cultivation, opened her eyes and glanced around. Changsheng, did you get a broken cloud fruit? Yes, Congratulations on your breakthrough, Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao, are you going somewhere next? I'd like to visit Five-Colored Mountain. It was on Tiangan Mountain. If Fu Changsheng hadn't appeared, Xiao Xianger would have been dead. Although she had somewhere else she wanted to go, she agreed with Fu Changsheng, saying, "The purpose of my trip has been achieved. From now on, I'll focus on your itinerary, Changsheng." After a pause, Xiao Xianger turned away. He whispered, "By the way, this isn't the first time we've met. Don't call me Miss Xiao anymore. People who don't know me might think we're unfamiliar." Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly at this, and he quickly corrected himself. "Yes, Xianger." Xiao Xianger shuddered at the address, her ears quickly turning red, but she seemed to acquiesce, not complaining. For a moment, the atmosphere felt somewhat ambiguous. However, Xiao Xianger immediately brought up another topic, breaking the rare atmosphere. Fu Changsheng felt a pity, knowing that a strong woman like Xiao Xianger wouldn't be able to change her identity anytime soon. They needed to slow down their progress, lest they end up making things worse. Along the way, they encountered several waves of people. Fu Changsheng, far away, cast his invisibility spell, but he caught a few snippets of information. Nearly everyone outside was rushing towards Hulong Mountain. Even Xiao Xianger hesitated, asking, "What exactly is hidden within Hulong Mountain?" "Whatever it is, with so many Eastern Wilderness purple mansions gathered here, we can't just go and join in the fun. Otherwise, we'll be killed." After all, the Great Zhou and the Eastern Wilderness are sworn enemies. Upon encountering outsiders, the Eastern Wilderness warriors would unite and confront them. Xiao Xianger glanced at Fu Changsheng in surprise. She saw that Fu Changsheng, facing temptation, showed no sign of temptation, but remained remarkably composed. Over the years, he had been able to lead the Fu family step by step to the 8th rank, and now he was about to be promoted to the 7th rank. This wasn't just luck, as the legend goes. He clearly knew how to assess the situation. In an underground cavern several miles from Wuke Mountain, Shuang Yunlong, one of the 3 leaders of the Black Shadow tribe, glanced at the communication jade talisman at his waist. With a hint of unease, he turned to Shuang Yunfeng, standing beside him, and said, "Brother, second brother hasn't appeared yet, and there's still no news. Could something have happened?" The eldest brother, Shuang Yunfeng, remained unmoved. Without even opening his eyes, he said, "Second brother possesses the golden core talisman. Those entering through the outer gate are all from the Purple Mansion. Don't worry, he's likely been teleported to a barrier somewhere and will naturally reunite with us when he emerges." Shuang Yunlong thought this made sense. He then said, "Brother, we've been defending Wuke Mountain since we came in, but no one from the Cheyenne tribe has shown up yet. Could our spies there have been turned against us? If so, we must act quickly. Otherwise, it would be a shame to come back empty-handed after all this effort." The eldest brother, Shuang Yunfeng, remained unmoved. He sneered. "The opening time of the Kunlun Small World is uncertain, but it will take at least 3 years. Why rush? Instead of risking our lives exploring these dangerous places, it's better to wait and see. If the Cheyenne tribe cultivators don't arrive, we can go hunting again when the Kunlun Small World is about to close." Not only would this save us from taking risks, but it would also save us time. It was a win-win situation. Shuang Yunlong glanced at his eldest brother's peak purple mansion cultivation. Among the outer sect, his eldest brother's cultivation was practically at the top, and it made sense. Furthermore, with his and his second brother's assistance, all the outer sect's treasures would belong to the 3 of them. Therefore, Shuang Yunlong's initially anxious heart calmed down. A few days passed. Shuang Yunfeng, who had previously had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them, looked west, and said, "Someone's coming." Finally, Shuang Yunlong awoke from his trance upon hearing this. The Cheyenne tribe were truly procrastinating. They'd been waiting for nearly a month to set up their trap, yet they were still so late. As the rainbow light approached, Shuang Yunlong froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with joy. Second brother, surprisingly, the newcomer wasn't from the Cheyenne tribe. But seeing his second brother safe and sound, Shuang Yunlong felt a sense of relief. He was about to rise to greet him, but Shuang Yunfeng grabbed him back. "Wait, big brother, what's wrong?" Shuang Yunlong was puzzled. Shuang Yunfeng frowned. Second brother always likes to ride his Hot Wheels when he travels, but just now he was riding the wind. "That's out of character, big brother. Maybe his Hot Wheels are damaged." Shang Yunlong felt his eldest brother was being a little too cautious. Shang Yunfeng shook his head. Those who cultivate to the Purple Mansion are truly exceptional, and those chosen are the elite from the Purple Mansions of the major tribes. Caution is paramount. Third brother, you stay where you are. I'll lead him into the formation. If he shows any signs of trouble, immediately activate the yangang immortal slaying formation. Yes, big brother. Although Shang Yunlong felt his brother was overdoing it, the ever-obedient Shang Yunlong nodded. In his opinion, his brother had already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Unless he was a golden core cultivator, there was no need to be so cautious. As a child, his brother had walked on thin ice, and even after reaching the peak of the Purple Mansion, he couldn't break his childhood habit of being cautious. Shang Yunfeng performed a disguise. Then, his face was almost identical to Shang Yunlong's, even his aura was identical, the only difference being the jade pendant hanging from his waist. He soared from the ground into the sky. After standing still, he looked at Fu Changsheng before him, whose cultivation and aura were indistinguishable from his second brother, Shang Tian. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent. Big brother, sorry, I'm late. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. I teleported to the myriad poison swamp and encountered a 9-headed poisonous python. Fortunately, I have the talisman given by true person Sky Eagle. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Oh, and where's third brother? The person who came was none other than Fu Changsheng. Before entering the mountain gate, he had exchanged intelligence and learned that the other two of the 3 heroes of the Sky Eagle tribe were hiding in an ambush in 5-Color Mountain. That's why he used the 1,000 Faces technique to disguise himself as Shang Tian. At first, he didn't realize Shang Yunfeng was the boss, but since he exuded the cultivation level of a peak Purple Mansion, he knew he was probably not far behind. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 343, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Breakthrough, Conspiracy. Shang Yunfeng, who had remained silent, nodded and said, I'm glad you're okay, second brother. Come on, follow me underground. The Cheyenne tribe should be here soon. He then turned and led the way. Fu Changsheng glanced at Cheyenne Mountain ahead. Beyond that lay the trap set by Shang Yunfeng and Shang Yunlong. Judging from Shang Yunfeng's behavior, he shouldn't have discovered his identity. Just as he was about to follow them, Xiao Xianger's urgent voice rang out, Changsheng, turn around. Your identity's been discovered. Discovered? How could it be? Fu Changsheng froze for a moment, his raised right foot retracted, and without a second thought, he turned and ran. Boom! A massive golden net descended from the sky, blocking his path. Shang Yunlong, lurking underground, soared into the sky. Shameless little thief, how dare you impersonate my second brother? Expect death. He activated a massive golden net, which immediately descended towards Fu Changsheng. Looking at Shang Yunlong, who bore the same appearance as Shang Yunfeng, Fu Changsheng finally understood why he had been exposed. Shang Yunfeng's cultivation was genuine, but he had used the disguise to assume Shang Yunlong's form. His initial words had exposed him. Shang Yunfeng hadn't attacked, intending to lure him into the formation. Fortunately, Xiao Xianger's warning at the critical moment prevented him from falling for the trap. Fu Changsheng felt a wave of fear. He had always relied heavily on intelligence, but now it seemed that even if the intelligence provided true information, a cunning enemy could easily put him in danger. Fu Changsheng formed a seal with his right hand. As the golden net descended, he immediately activated Misty Phantom, his body vanishing like a cloud, narrowly avoiding the net. Boom! But before he could regain his balance, Shang Yunfeng's attack from the other side followed. A 3-legged 9-dragon cauldron crashed down on him like a mountain, seemingly locking the space shut. His misty illusion spell was broken. He stumbled, revealing himself as the cauldron pressed down on him with immense force, seemingly aiming to crush him into pulp. Xiao Qing roared. At this crucial moment, a green dragon glided out from the 5 elements cave heaven, its tail soaring through the air to meet the cauldron. Boom! 2 powerful forces collided, sending sparks flying. Fu Changsheng seized the opportunity to escape the sealed space. Glancing at the battlefield on the other side, he saw Xiao Xianger had already stopped Shang Yunlong. He immediately decided not to hold back. He was facing a peak-level purple mansion cultivator. No matter how many tricks he possessed, the gap between them was enormous. He immediately raised his hand and summoned several mountain-shaking talismans. These were mid-grade, third-grade talismans, and the explosions unleashed immense power. Shang Yunfeng, a peak purple mansion cultivator, remained unfazed. While activating the three-legged nine-dragon cauldron to battle the Azure Dragon, he transformed his spells. A massive golden wall suddenly appeared before him, blocking all attacks. Simultaneously, his seals shifted, and a dragon's roar echoed from the three-legged nine-dragon cauldron, and a dragon-shaped phantom materialized. However, at this moment, Fu Changsheng suddenly vanished from the battlefield. Even Shang Yunfeng, a veteran of battle for years, was visibly stunned. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he couldn't detect the other party's figure in such a short time. Fu Changsheng couldn't have simply vanished, he must have used some secret technique to conceal his presence. He's quite capable. Shang Yunfeng was about to summon the three-legged nine-dragon cauldron back to protect himself, but suddenly, his expression changed. A giant yellow dragon materialized from behind him and charged towards him with lightning speed, emitting a golden elixir aura. The massive golden wall he had hastily summoned didn't even have time to stop it before shattering with a crack. The imperial talisman, Shang Yunfeng's pupils constricted. The half-recalled three-legged nine-dragon cauldron was no match for the yellow dragon's speed. Boom! The dragon pierced through his head. Shang Yunfeng collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open. I was careless. Seeing Fu Changsheng was only at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, he had dismissed him as a match. He had forgotten that his ability to transform into his second brother's form was proof that he had most likely killed him. He should have used a killing move right away, not giving the other party time to use their talisman. However, he had never imagined that the talisman of the great Zhou royal family would fall into Fu Changsheng's hands. Boom! Shang Yunfeng, filled with resentment, slammed his body to the ground. Big brother, Shang Yunlong had been cornered by Xiao Xianger. He had thought his big brother would kill Fu Changsheng to support him, but he never imagined that his big brother would die before him. You sons and daughters, today, I will make you bury me with my big brother. Immediately, with a flick of his right hand, a talisman appeared in his hand. It was the talisman bestowed by true man Blackhawk. However, as the talisman appeared, a whirring mass of demonic vines suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping the talisman away before Shang Yunlong could react. At the same time, a bing fire divine thunder roared down from the sky. Boom! It pierced Shang Yunlong's head, who was cornered by Xiao Xianger. Zzz. Shang Yunlong was instantly electrocuted, his outer skin charred and his inner skin tender. However, with his tenacious will to survive, he managed to maintain consciousness. At the crucial moment, he struck his chest with a palm strike, a cloud of blood erupting. He was about to unleash his secret technique to escape, but a streak of purple divine light flashed through his head like lightning. Previously, Fu Changsheng had already saved Yin Sang from a fatal blow. How could he make the same mistake again? Midway through his spell, Shang Yunlong collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open. At that moment, a familiar mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ling, you have slain 2 Purple Mansion cultivators of the East Wasteland tribe, adding 3,000 Imperial Merit points to your clan and 3,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard changed to 11,120. Fu Changsheng was delighted. So that was it. Including all the previous accumulation, the Fu family's court merit points have now reached 82,000, 2,000 more than the 80,000 required for advancement to the 7th rank. Next, they only need to cultivate a few third-rank technicians within the clan to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th rank aristocratic family. Great! Xiao Xianger also put away her spell. However, her gaze towards Fu Changsheng was filled with a touch more admiration than before. When faced with an emergency, Fu Changsheng acted decisively upon receiving a prompt, demonstrating his exceptional ability to adapt. Furthermore, he was able to assess the situation and, knowing that against opponents with higher cultivation, he could unleash his ultimate killing move. This was something many cultivators struggled to achieve. After all, treasures like talismans were so precious that they would be reluctant to use them unless they were truly desperate. However, Fu Changsheng had clearly been planning this long before, which allowed him to unleash it in an instant. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Xiao Xianger praised Fu Changsheng heartily. Changsheng, the scene where you just killed Shuang Yunfeng and the other two is worthy of inclusion in the textbooks of the battle hall. Fu Changsheng waved his hands repeatedly. With his cultivation level at the third level of the Purple Mansion, activating the talisman was already a struggle. Furthermore, after invoking the three spiritual arts of Purple Key Divine Light, Bing Fire Divine Thunder, and Smoke and Mist Illusion, his mana was now dwindling. Xianger, I'll have to trouble you to locate the cave dwelling set up by Shuang Yunfeng and the other two. With a wave of his hand, he removed the token from Shuang Yunfeng's waist and handed it to Xiao Xianger. Xiao Xianger nodded, leave it to me now. Changsheng, get some rest. Holding the token, Xiao Xianger didn't enter Wuke Mountain, fearing for any other traps. Instead, she took out a bag with formation plate and, using the token in her hand, investigated the location of the core of the formation set up by Shuang Yunfeng and the other two. Hiss! At this moment, a green dragon, carrying two corpses in its mouth, approached Fu Changsheng, its eyes fixed eagerly. It was clearly ravenous. But without Fu Changsheng's permission, it remained docile and refrained from consuming the essence. Fu Changsheng took some of the essence and blood, then said, Zhaoqing, it's yours. Zhaoqing was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak of the third stage. Hiss! The green dragon hissed with joy, then opened its mouth, a suction force descending upon the two corpses. The bodies transformed into a ray of light and were swallowed into its stomach. As the dragon's abdomen moved, a surge of green light surged, and its aura instantly began to rise. The surrounding air was stirred by this powerful aura, whirring and forming small tornadoes. The green dragon's body continued to expand, its already massive form becoming even more majestic, its whiskers dancing in the wind. However, Fu Changsheng could clearly sense that the green dragon was still a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak of the third stage. At this moment, Xiao Xianger also stopped exploring and came closer, her gaze settling on the green dragon. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes, but more of a sense of joy for Fu Changsheng. Changsheng, it looks like your spirit pet is about to break through to the peak of the third stage. Fu Changsheng, sensing the green dragon's anxiety, turned to Xiao Xianger and said, Xianger, please help me set up a spirit gathering array around the green dragon. With a pat on his storage bag, he handed Xiao Xianger his own spirit stones and those from Xiaogayan Peak's Xiaogai Unlong storage bag. Xiao Xianger nodded, no problem, and she chanted a spell. Formation flags descended one after another, and as the last four formation discs landed on the Tiangan position, a spell was cast into the formation. With a bang, the spirit gathering array was instantly completed. A brilliant spiritual light shot up into the sky, then swirled back mid-air, landing within the green dragon's body. With this replenishment of spiritual energy, the green dragon's breakthrough, which had been on the verge of failure, suddenly gained momentum. As its abdomen began to rhythmically wriggle, it absorbed every last bit of the spiritual energy from the spirit stone into its body, like a working spiritual furnace, frantically absorbing and refining the spiritual energy within. Fu Changsheng looked closely and saw a mysterious runic glow gradually emerge around the green dragon's body. These runes flickered unsteadily. This was a sign of an impending breakthrough. As its master, he was even more nervous than the green dragon itself. As time passed, the runic glow stabilized and grew stronger. At the same time, the green dragon's aura also reached a critical point. Boom! A terrifying aura surged into the sky, threatening to rend the very sky. It's done. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. He clearly sensed the green dragon had successfully broken through to the peak of the third stage. Xiao Xianger, standing nearby, also beamed with joy. Changsheng, now that your Fu family possesses this peak level 3rd rank Azure Dragon, no one can threaten them unless a golden core arrives. According to imperial decree, a golden core couldn't arbitrarily attack the Purple Mansion family. In other words, even if the Fu family ascended to the 7th rank, they would still be considered a formidable force among the Purple Mansion families. The Azure Dragon, having achieved this breakthrough, exuded a calm yet powerful aura, a stark difference from before. Its eyes had deepened, and its scales had become harder, each one emanating a subtle, mysterious power. Most noticeable were the 2 protrusions on its head, seemingly about to burst forth. Once it reached the 4th rank, it would undoubtedly take another major step forward on its path to becoming a dragon. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared triumphantly, its voice resounding through the heavens. The powerful aura trembled in fear within 100 miles of the creature. Zhaoking, it's done. Fu Changsheng's expression changed. If such a haul attracted all the nearby cultivators, it would be disastrous. His mana hadn't recovered yet. Hiss, the green dragon heard this. It immediately became alert. A surge of green light surged around it, and it shrank continuously, becoming the size of a thumb before landing on Fu Changsheng's shoulder and nuzzling him affectionately. Squeak, the skeleton demon vine, which had been watching the green dragon's breakthrough, also approached and gestured anthropomorphically at Fu Changsheng, asking if he would devour his corpse. Seeing the green dragon's strength grow, the skeleton demon vine clearly wanted to break through as well. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, well, until you break through to the peak of the 3rd level, your corpse will be yours. Squeak. The skeleton demon vine anthropomorphically bowed to Fu Changsheng, then, with a thud, transformed into a button and clung to his black robe. Fu Changsheng asked the 2 little creatures to help protect him. Seeing Xiao Xianger probing the center of the formation, he donned his strange robe, clutched a fragment of a supreme spirit stone, and swallowed a spirit pill, beginning to restore his mana. Several hours later, Fu Changsheng's mana had almost fully recovered. He suddenly opened his eyes and lifted his robe, only to find Xiao Xianger still examining the formation. We could check the storage bags of Shang Yunfeng and Shang Yunfeng first. Shang Yunfeng was a peak purple mansion cultivator. He had currently slain the highest level cultivator, and he held on to some anticipation, so he saved his bag for last. He first pulled out Shang Yunlong's. The spirit stones within had already been used by Qing Jiao to achieve a breakthrough. Besides several bottles of elixirs, the bulk of the contents were talisman-making materials, along with numerous successfully refined 3rd-grade, low-grade spirit talismans and books on talisman making. He's actually a talisman maker, of course. The most valuable item on his person was the Black Eagle talisman. He took a closer look. He discovered that the talisman was a disposable item. He had seen it in the Myriad Poison Swamp, where, after being activated, it could transform into the Black Hawk's golden core strength. However, he couldn't find the ritual formula in the other party's storage bag. Treasures like talismans often have their own unique formulas. He searched several times, but still found nothing. Fu Changsheng could only put it aside for the time being. His eyes set on Shang Yunfeng's storage bag. I hope the ritual formula can be found here. He infused a spell. With a hum, several boxes appeared. With the infusion of the spell, a white box with black stripes opened. The moment the box opened, an ancient and fierce aura filled his face. Fu Changsheng subconsciously took a step back. Even the green dragon nestled in his shoulder shuddered. This is... Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy and he took a closer look. Inside, he saw a tricolored phoenix feather. Its vibrant colors, a vibrant blend of red, blue, and gold, exuded a thrilling aura. Could this be the legendary feather left behind by the ancient divine phoenix? Fu Changsheng's voice trembled with excitement. The ancient divine phoenix was one of the 10 great beasts, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. If so, he'd truly found a treasure. With a wave of his hand, the tricolored feather floated from the box and landed in his palm. It felt warm to the touch, and a strange warmth flowed through his arm, instantly revitalizing his already exhausted body. The green dragon, having recovered from its initial shock, curiously approached the feather, its bright eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, occasionally nudging its head against it. A closer look. This phoenix feather bore a passing resemblance to a blue phoenix. What on earth is this? Fu Changsheng placed the feather back into the box and resealed it. When he opened the second box, he found a yellowed ancient tome. The cover was a bit blurry, but a few quaint characters could be vaguely seen, record of rare spiritual objects. He flipped open the tome, only to find that most of the front had been torn, leaving only 3 pages. These pages contained a recipe for refining it, 3-colored fan. This fan was crafted using the 3-colored phoenix feather as its primary raw material. Besides the feather, several extremely rare natural treasures were also required, such as Millennium Frost Iron, Flaming Sun Refined Gold, and Ice Heart Jade Marrow, as well as some special spiritual herbs. Fu Changsheng's brow furrowed as he read this. Not only was the Millennium Frost Iron out of the question, but even the names of treasures like Flaming Sun Refined Gold and Ice Heart Jade Marrow were new to him. Refining this 3-colored fan, using ancient methods was clearly impossible. Furthermore, according to ancient texts, The process of refining this three-colored fan is extremely complex, requiring a specific time, unique techniques, and the integration of various materials, combined with intricate refining runes. Fu Changsheng was about to look away when the next line of text made his heart skip a beat. He read it several times in disbelief. This, according to this ancient text, once successfully refined, the three-colored fan would possess immense power. It could not only manipulate three different types of spiritual energy to create a variety of attack, defense, and support effects, but that was secondary. The most crucial thing was that this three-colored fan had the potential to be elevated to an innate spiritual treasure. Innate spiritual treasures, they were legendary. In this vast world, innate spiritual treasures are few and far between, each possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth, a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. If he could successfully refine this three-colored fan and elevate it to an innate spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous aid in his spiritual journey. Fu Changsheng deftly placed the ancient tome and the boxes into his storage bag. Just kidding. While it wasn't immediately possible to refine an innate spiritual treasure, the mere potential was enough to make countless cultivators scramble for it. His first life experience had taught him never to test human nature. After sorting everything out, Fu Changsheng's heart was still pounding. So, this three-colored phoenix feather must undoubtedly belong to the ancient divine phoenix, otherwise, how could it have the potential to be elevated to an innate spiritual treasure? These treasures must have been seized by Shang Yunfeng in the Kunlun small world. Otherwise, such precious items would never be carried on their person, let alone brought into this ruins. This is the greatest opportunity to enter the ruins, Fu Changsheng was satisfied. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ling, you have added a three-color fan, refining method and a number of materials to your family, earning 5,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution value on the dashboard instantly changed to 16,120. Look at the soaring contribution value. Fu Changsheng's face lit up even more. He already had enough divine yin mysterious water, so he could add some to his practice of the fourth level of the Great Evolution art. However, with Xiao Xianger by his side, he decided to wait. He was also considering accumulating 50,000 contribution points and considering upgrading the system first. After finishing everything, Fu Changsheng's gaze inevitably turned towards Xiao Xianger. She clutched an ancient token, engraved with mysterious runes and faintly shimmering. Xiao Xianger's expression was solemn as she muttered something clear and powerful, as if each word contained the power of heaven and earth, the radiance of the moon, the brightness of the sun, the golden spirit hidden in the sand. The earth's veins guide the 7 stars, casting their shadows. The 8 trigrams spread, the wind sings, the sand stirs. Spirits gather at the center, using my essence and blood to activate this profound chapter. The golden sand is a blade, and the formation is activated. As the incantation fell, Xiao Xianger suddenly bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence and blood onto the token. Instantly, the token glowed brightly, and the runes seemed to come alive, transforming into streaks of light that flew in all directions. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the entire world. From the 5-colored mountain in the distance, countless golden sands suddenly emerged. These sands gushed out from the mountain like a torrent, coalescing in the air into golden tornadoes. The tornadoes swirled and roared, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy like crazy. The previously tranquil world suddenly became turbulent, with dark clouds and flashes of thunder. The trees and rocks of the 5-colored mountain crumbled and pulverized under this powerful force. Xiao Xianger stood at the center of the storm, her clothes fluttering, her expression solemn. The token in her hand had now transformed into a brilliant beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. Around the beam, golden sands continuously coalesced, gradually forming a vast formation pattern. Fu Changsheng watched from afar, awestruck. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within this formation, as if it could tear apart the heavens and earth, destroying everything. If he had stumbled into it earlier, he would have been instantly annihilated before even escaping into the 5 elements dimension. The thought filled him with dread. No wonder, even with Xiao Xianger's mastery of formations, it took so long to unravel it. Fu Changsheng swung to Xiao Xianger's side. Xianger, what kind of formation is this? It was so powerful, even more formidable than the clan's mountain protecting formation. Xiao Xianger couldn't conceal her excitement. If I'm not mistaken, this is an ancient formation from ancient times. However, over the course of time, The formation plates and flags have been significantly damaged. Therefore, the Sky Eagle tribe's predecessor modified it, preserving the original power of the stars, gold, and earth. It could be called a 7-star golden sand formation. As for its rank, its power is several times stronger than a typical 4th grade, lower grade formation. That meant it was a 4th grade, mid-grade formation or higher. Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with delight. The power of this formation far exceeded his imagination. Xianger, could you demonstrate the power of this formation for me? Yes, Xiao Xianger shared this sentiment. Her incantation shifted, and the formation plate in her hand trembled slightly. Activate, with her words, the golden sand formation fully activated. Countless golden grains of sand coalesced in the air into sharp blades, gleaming with a cold light, seemingly capable of severing anything. Controlled by the formation, these blades flew in all directions, crumbling rocks, shattering trees, and even carving fine cracks into the air wherever they passed. However, halfway through the practice, all spiritual light suddenly vanished. Fu Changsheng was stunned, wondering what had happened. Xiao Xianger said, the spirit stone reserves have been depleted. It seemed that while this 4th-tier formation was powerful, it required a considerable amount of spirit stones to fully operate. Fu Changsheng had no spirit stones left. Since that's the case, forget it. Xianger, let's go into the mountains and explore. Xiao Xianger stood still. Changsheng, your Fu family is about to be promoted to the 7th rank. Once you are promoted, the court will surely reward you with a government office. This starry golden sand formation would be perfect for a mountain protection formation. Go ahead and search the mountains, and I'll help you collect the flags and array plates. Fu Changsheng was deeply moved by this. He handed Xiao Xianger a box he had prepared. Thank you for your hard work, Xianger. This is what I just found from Shang Yunfeng and the others. This is yours, Xianger. Xiao Xianger wanted to refuse. After all, the real force in the previous battle was Fu Changsheng. But without a word, Fu Changsheng thrust the box into her arms and entered Wuke Mountain. Seeing this, Xiao Xianger immersed her consciousness in the box. The next moment, her body trembled. The talisman of Xianying's Hunren, as a deputy commander, she had naturally researched the relevant information before entering the ruins of the Donghuang tribe. Otherwise, when she saw the disguised Shang Yunfeng, she would have been as unrecognizable as Fu Changsheng. Even though she was already in the late Purple Mansion stage, the talisman of Jinden's Henren was still invaluable to her, especially in this small world of Kunlun. Fu Changsheng was willing to give her such a precious treasure. Even if she had a heart of stone, she would be moved. She watched Fu Changsheng walk ahead. At this moment, this man truly took up residence in her heart. When Fu Changsheng stepped into the mountain, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, Ling. You have won the heart of a deputy one of the Zhenxi division, adding a significant force to the family and gaining 1,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 17,120. Fu Changsheng was stunned. The deputy one who the system was referring to was undoubtedly Xiao Xianger. He hadn't expected that this trip to the ruins with Xiao Xianger would actually earn her recognition, even allowing the system to automatically assume she was a member of the Fu family. Generally speaking, only members of the family who reach the Purple Mansion level would receive 1,000 family contribution points. The system now considered this a reward of 1,000, indicating that Xiao Xianger was receiving the same amount as the rest of the Fu family. Fu Changsheng's lips curled slightly. Just as he felt satisfied, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind again, Ling, you have added a star golden sands array to the family, gaining 3,000 family contribution points. Then, the family contribution points on the dashboard instantly changed to 19,120. Dozens of miles from Hulong Mountain, two figures flashed out from the Changxi River. Prince Osprey compared his terrain map with his own surroundings, his eyes lit with joy. Second uncle, Hulong Mountain is just ahead. Let's hurry. We can't let the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes get there first, he said, shoving the map into his arms. He flew ahead, and second elder Yu Xiangzong hurriedly followed. Prince, don't worry. Hulong Mountain is right up ahead. How can we escape, since the other two tribes would also be coming? If they set a trap and fell into it, they would be no match for their strength. Yu Xiangzong quickly increased his speed to catch up with Prince Osprey. Prince Osprey listened to his advice and, despite his urgency, slowed down. This time, entering the ruins, They focused solely on Hulong Mountain and made no mistakes. Therefore, in terms of speed, they would definitely be the first, unless someone happened to teleport there. They flew forward for a while. Hulong Mountain came into view. True to its name, from afar, the entire mountain range exuded an imposing presence, like a dormant dragon, ready to soar into the sky at any moment. The mountain was lush with vegetation, and a rich spiritual energy permeated the air like a substance. The faint sound of a dragon's roar emanated from within, lending the mountain an aura of mystery and majesty. Prince Osprey gazed upon Hulong Mountain, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation, eager to rush in. However, he suppressed his inner urge, pulling out the topographic map once again, carefully comparing the mountain's trajectory. Then, pointing north, he said, "Uncle, look, the entrance to Hulong Mountain marked on this map is at the northern foot of the mountain. Let's go." They had sacrificed all their treasures, all to secure the Ninghu pill for their father. Now, at last, there was hope. Unlike the Osprey Prince's excitement, Yu Xiangzong frowned slightly. His spiritual sense swept around Hulong Mountain. It was eerily quiet, not even the chirping of insects or birds. A faint sense of unease welled up in his heart. "Prince, there's something fishy about Hulong Mountain. We'd better be cautious. Furthermore, this map was given to us by the Cheyenne tribe. While they won't set a trap for us, it's better to be cautious. We should first explore the surrounding area and see if there's anything unusual before heading to the entrance." Okay, though anxious, the Osprey Prince recognized the validity of his uncle's words. He nodded, put away the map, and flew slowly with Yu Xiangzong toward the northern foot of Hulong Mountain. As they approached the northern foothills, they noticed the spiritual energy growing increasingly dense. The stones on the ground shimmered with a strange luster. The surrounding trees were tall and sturdy, their branches intertwined, forming a dense jungle that made it difficult to see what was inside. Prince Osprey and Yu Xiangzong flew cautiously above the jungle, vigilantly observing every movement below. "Huh?" Prince Osprey pointed down at the jungle below. He asked in confusion, "Uncle, look at these trees from above. Don't they look like runes?" Prince Osprey was a rune formation master. Yu Xiangzong was a layman. As they soared higher, they could vaguely discern the jungle below them, a natural maze formed by condensed runes. In a flash, a thought struck Yu Xiangzong. He glanced around and quickly telepathically addressed Prince Osprey. "Prince, do you think the Cheyenne tribe might be hiding somewhere around here?" "Uncle, what do you mean by that? If the jungle below is truly a maze, then it's likely that even the Cheyenne tribe can't figure out the pattern. The reward for a condensation pill is probably to use us as pawns to explore the way. And if we enter the jungle below, I'm afraid we'll be in great danger. Otherwise, the Cheyenne tribe would definitely not be so generous." The Osprey Prince was stunned for a moment. Clearly believing it was highly probable, he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle, do you think we should just return home?" He was clearly unwilling to accept this. After all, their Osprey tribe needed this condensation pill more than the White Tiger and Heavenly Wolf tribes. Even if the jungle was dangerous, they would still take the risk. Yu Xiangzong hesitated and said, "Prince, wait a moment." As he spoke, he slowly descended toward the area. Even before he touched down, he could feel a powerful restraining force bearing down on him. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy to resist, carefully observing his surroundings. Amidst a neatly arranged row of trees stood a massive stone tablet, engraved with ancient runes and patterns. Yu Xiangzong patted the spirit beast's bag at his waist. Squeak, a double-eyed rat flashed into view. Yu Xiangzong fed it a kingain fruit, patted its head, and moved his lips a few times. The rat spirit flashed, and it instantly vanished into shadow, falling into the jungle below. The Osprey Prince, standing nearby, saw this and felt a surge of anxiety. "Second uncle, you've raised Little Tong since childhood, and she's an extremely rare spirit-seeking beast. It would be a pity if something happened to you." Yu Xiangzong sighed softly. He wouldn't put his beloved pet in such danger unless it was absolutely necessary. Yu Xiangzong stared nervously below. Squeak, the double-eyed rat, after landing in the forest, swiftly darted through the trees. Its nimble figure appeared and disappeared among the dense branches and foliage, its keen senses carefully monitoring its surroundings. Yu Xiangzong and the Osprey Prince hovered in midair, watching the rat's movements intently. Time ticked by, each second seeming infinitely longer. Suddenly, the double-eyed rat stopped before the stone tablet. It raised its head and let out a cheerful chirp at Yu Xiangzong in the air. Yu Xiangzong was stunned. Judging from the rat's behavior, the jungle below didn't seem like a natural maze. The Osprey Prince turned to Yu Xiangzong and asked, "Uncle, what did Xiaotuang discover?" "The stone tablet is brimming with vibrant spiritual energy." "In that case, Uncle, let's go down and take a look." "No, Prince, you stay up there, I'll go down. If anything unusual happens, Prince, remember, leave me alone and run as far as you can." Yu Xiangzong still felt that this was unusual. Otherwise, why would the Cheyenne tribe have produced such a precious Ningho pill? Why not just let their people do it? With that, Yu Xiangzong summoned his natal spiritual weapon to protect himself. Cautiously, he landed in the jungle below. The moment he touched the ground, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. Where were the jungles, the stone tablets, and even his connection with a double-eyed rat? What's going on? Was everything just an illusion? The thought had barely left his mind. Boom! A murderous aura washed over him. Then, an ancient battlefield came into view. Ruins littered the battlefield, broken weapons and armor scattered across the ground. Blood-stained, the ground, despite the age, still emanated a pungent, bloody odor, mixed with the smell of decay, making one nauseated. This was completely different from what they had seen from the sky. Yu Xiangzong was horrified. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy, observing his surroundings with vigilance. He saw blurry figures wandering in the distance. Upon closer inspection, they were vengeful spirits radiating a faint glow. Roar! As soon as he appeared, the spirits seemed to notice him immediately. Two faint green rays shot from their hollow eye sockets and lunged straight at him. Yu Xiangzong snorted coldly, his natal spiritual weapon glowing brightly. He swung it with all his might, sending a powerful spiritual sword energy slashing at the vengeful spirit. With a swish, the sword energy sliced through the spirit's body, only causing it to pause slightly, without causing any substantial damage. Sure enough, Yu Xiangzong frowned, having not expected this vengeful spirit to be so resilient. At this moment, more vengeful spirits noticed the commotion and swarmed towards him. In a flash, Yu Xiangzong was surrounded by a swarm of vengeful spirits. They let out sharp cries and attacked him relentlessly. While their attacks lacked powerful spiritual energy, they carried a sinister aura that, if struck, would stun the flow of spiritual energy. Yu Xiangzong fought with all his might against the vengeful spirit's attacks, his natal spiritual weapon dancing rapidly in his hands, forming spiritual barriers that temporarily blocked the vengeful spirit's attacks. But as time passed, he gradually felt his strength was wearing thin. The number of vengeful spirits was simply too great, and they seemed tireless, surging in wave after wave. Am I going to die here today? Meanwhile, in the sky, Prince Osprey witnessed a different scene. He saw that after Yu Xiangzong entered the forest, he hadn't lost his way and quickly reunited with a double-eyed rat. They gathered around the stone tablet, observed for a moment, and excitedly gestured to him, implying that it was safe below and there was an unexpected reward, inviting him to come down. "Second uncle, I'll be down." Prince Osprey was delighted. He leaped and immediately rushed into the forest below. The moment he entered the forest, he saw the same scene as Yu Xiangzong's, an ancient battlefield. There was no dense forest or stone tablet, and even no sign of Yu Xiangzong or the double-eyed rat. What on earth is going on? Prince Osprey's face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, in a cavern deep underground in the distance of Hulong Mountain, a spiritual light slowly flowed on a spiritual mirror, clearly showing the scene of Prince Osprey and Yu Xiangzong falling into Hulong Mountain. Xianshen's Hanren, sitting in front of the mirror, frowned. "Pass the order, activate the backup plan." Chapter 344, Prince, Thunder Tribulation, Prophet. 5-Color Mountain. Fu Changsheng entered the mountain and scanned with his spiritual sense, but found nothing of the multicolored tree mentioned in the intelligence. With a thought, a soft light flickered in his palm, and a green-faced white fox appeared out of thin air before him. Its fur was pure white, without a trace of other colors. It was plump and adorable, its appearance adorable. But its green face added a touch of mystery and eeriness. "Xiaobei, go find it, chirp," the green-faced white fox chirped cheerfully, delighted at the rare opportunity to serve its master. Its lively eyes flashed, a strange light rising from them. Its body swung like a streak of white lightning, swiftly darting deep into the forest. A moment later, Xiaobei's eager chirp echoed from the front. Fu Changsheng's heart pounded, knowing he had made a discovery. He tapped his foot softly, and like a ghost, He scurried off in the direction of the sound. Chew, a green-faced white fox called twice at a paulownia tree. A closer look revealed that the paulownia tree looked ordinary, yet none of its branches swayed in the breeze. Looks like an illusion. Fu Changsheng combined his right index and middle fingers and swiped them across his vision. Immediately, the scene shifted, the paulownia tree transforming into a stone door. A spell was cast into it, and with a rumble, the stone door swung open. A deep cave came into view. Stepping inside, an air of antiquity and mystery washed over him. The cave was dimly lit, with tiny, unknown glimmers of light glittering on the walls, like sparse stars in the night sky, barely illuminating the path ahead. The green-faced white fox followed in. Seeing it running ahead, Fu Changsheng hurriedly called out, "Xiao Bei, come back." The situation inside was unclear. The green-faced white fox's strength was too low, even a single mishap would be disastrous. The green-faced white fox was quite obedient. It turned and nimbly leaped onto Fu Changsheng's shoulder, snuggling close to him, its eyes darting around curiously, occasionally emitting low chirps. At the end of the stone staircase, a narrow passage appeared. The stone walls on either side of the passage were engraved with a variety of bizarre runes and patterns. These runes shimmered faintly, and the patterns were vivid: soaring dragons, spread-winged phoenixes, and a variety of mysterious creatures. This cave looked like it was laid out by ancient cultivators. However, since the ancestors of the Cheyenne tribe in the mountains had already set up the Star Golden Sands formation, it was likely that the contents had long been looted. Emerging from the long passage, the view suddenly opened up. A vast Taoist temple came into view. The stone walls on either side of the temple were inscribed with intricate ancient script, but these had faded and were now blurred. In the center of the temple, a multicolored pool spanning several acres was situated. The waters of the five-colored pond shone with the five attributes of color. Red, white, yellow, green, and gold shone in a continuous flow, seemingly alive. Within the five-colored pond, a spiritual tree, 80 or 90 feet tall, grew. "This is it." Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with joy. A closer look revealed the tree's thick trunk, its surface adorned with strange patterns, shimmering with a light that echoed the five-colored ponds. Its branches spread out in all directions, each laden with plump fruit. It truly is five-colored fruit. Fu Changsheng's heart raced with excitement. With this five-colored tree, the seven-colored glazed beast had hope of reaching the third level. Before picking the fruit, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming nothing unusual, he pulled out his jade box and plucked all the ripened five-colored fruit from the tree. There were 20 in total. Should be enough for the seven-colored glazed beast to break through. As the last of the five-colored fruit was harvested, the entire tree trembled slightly, and then the leaves rustled and fell, leaving it bare in an instant. Fu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. But he could sense the vibrant vitality within the tree, and he breathed a sigh of relief. We still need to find a way to move this five-colored pool to the five-element space. The five-colored tree needed a five-colored pool to grow, so he had to excavate the pool along with it. Without further delay, he formed a seal with his right hand and immediately performed the five spirits transporting technique. A series of incantations were cast into the pool. With a loud rumbling sound, the ground cracked, and the entire pool slowly rose. Quick, the seal changed. The five-colored pool and the five-colored tree transformed into a ray of light and entered the five-element space. Chunyang, who was studying formations in her room, hurried out upon hearing the noise. Seeing her master had just brought in another multicolored pond, she blinked. "Master, you truly possess extraordinary powers." During this time, her master had been constantly moving items into the space. To have acquired so many valuables, he must be a child of good fortune. Looking at the bare multicolored tree, Chunyang said, "Master, where do you want to place this pond?" Hiss. Meanwhile, the Fiayu beast, which had been nurturing the thunder bamboo on the mountain top, came running over eagerly. Ever since Fu Changsheng had tasked it with tending the summit of Spiritual Mountain, the Fiayu beast had felt a heavy burden. It circled the multicolored pond several times, then, without Fu Changsheng's inquiry, pointed westward at the foot of the mountain. Fu Changsheng smiled and said, "All right, then, Xiao, you will take care of the multicolored pond and the multicolored trees. However, your most important task is to nurture the thunder bamboo. For each bamboo you grow, I will grant you a wish." Fu Changsheng was afraid the Fiayu beast would forget. He reminded her again. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the Fiayu beast, Looking towards the Zhuangshu beasts retreat at the foot of the mountain, barked excitedly twice and immediately, with a chuckle, placed the five-colored pool at the foot of the mountain. Fu Changsheng reached the mountain top. His gaze fell upon the crown of the ancient black vine. The seven-colored glazed beast lay there, motionless. Among the many spiritual pets, the seven-colored glazed beast currently possessed the highest-ranking bloodline, a primordial wild beast. It was also the most arrogant, even the azure dragon dared not approach it. It was a unique entity in the five elements dimension. Fortunately, towards its master, the seven-colored glazed beast was quite docile. "Zai, come down," Fu Changsheng beckoned. The seven-colored glazed beast, which had previously closed its eyes, raised its gaze lazily, swung its body, and landed in Fu Changsheng's palm. Fu Changsheng stroked its head and said, "Zai, it's time to use the five-colored fruit to reach the third level." Once the seven-colored glazed beast reached the third level, in the future, unleashing the seven-colored glazed beast's magical powers would undoubtedly be unfettered, and perhaps even unlocking other bloodline abilities. Thinking of this, Fu Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. He slapped his storage bag, and a flash of light appeared. A jade box containing 25 colored fruits floated before him. With a single incantation, the box opened, releasing a rich, fruity aroma. The seven-colored glazed beast's previously languid eyes instantly brightened with an unquenchable thirst. Upon receiving Fu Changsheng's permission, it immediately opened its mouth, a stream of multicolored light falling into the jade box. It unexpectedly devoured all 25 colored fruits in one gulp. Fu Changsheng was stunned. The five colored fruits were at least grade 3. Even a master cultivator of the Purple Mansion wouldn't dare swallow 20 grade 3 spiritual fruits at once, given the immense medicinal power contained within. Fu Changsheng quickly immersed his consciousness into the seven-colored glazed beast, fearing the creature would burst. However, the next moment, a strange expression crossed his face. He saw the medicinal power of 20 multicolored fruits instantly released into the seven-colored glazed beast's body. However, the seven-colored glazed beast, with its powerful bloodline, easily controlled the power, and the conversion speed was extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea, it had completely converted the medicinal power into demonic essence within its body. This is truly an ancient wild beast. He had cultivated the 9 heavens star art to the tendon refining realm, but compared to the seven-colored glazed beast, it was nothing. No wonder this little fellow was born at the second level. Instantly, Fu Changsheng thought of Yongxun. Yongxun had already reached the foundation establishment stage as an infant. At the same time, a spiritual energy vortex slowly formed above the seven-colored glazed beast, summoning all the spiritual energy in the space and pouring it in. However, this was still far from enough. "Looks like I have to take the seven-colored glazed beast outside." The spiritual energy in the Kunlun small world was extremely abundant. More than enough for the seven-colored glazed beast to break through. With a thought, Fu Changsheng and the seven-colored glazed beast instantly appeared outside. Boom! As soon as they appeared, the spiritual energy within 5-colored mountain surging toward the Wutong Tree Dojo like a flock of birds returning to their nests. The diameter of the spiritual energy vortex, initially a few feet, instantly expanded to dozens of feet. Simultaneously, it wasn't just 5-colored mountain, spiritual energy from within the surrounding 10, 30, and even 100 miles away was surging toward the mountain like crazy. Xiao Xianger, who had been planning to withdraw the mountain star golden sand formation, was stunned by this phenomenon. Changsheng, is he breaking through to the golden core? But the other party was only at the third level of the Purple Mansion. Just as she was wondering, Fu Changsheng flashed into view. "Xianger, activate the star golden sand formation." He handed the fragment of the top-grade spirit stone in his hand to him. Xiao Xianger's eyes were filled with shock at the sight of the top-grade spirit stone, but without further questioning, she immediately placed the stone into the central formation platform, infusing it with a series of incantations. Boom! The entire star golden sand formation was operating at full power, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped the 5-colored mountain. Rich spiritual energy was drawn by the formation, continuously converging towards the 7-colored glazed beast's location. The 7-colored glazed beast now shone with a radiant light, its multicolored light intertwining with the spiritual energy to form a vast cocoon of light. Xiao Xianger's pupils constricted upon seeing this. She could sense that the 7-colored glazed beast had clearly broken through to the third level, Yet the very fact it had caused such a celestial phenomenon was proof enough that this beast was no ordinary being. Changsheng, such a commotion will likely attract other cultivators. Those uninformed might have thought some rare treasure had appeared. Fu Changsheng hadn't anticipated the seven-colored glazed beast causing such a commotion. Xianger, concentrate on operating the formation, I'll handle the rest. With a thought, he summoned the green dragon, the skeleton demon vine, and even the flying feather beast. The Zuanshu beast, now largely recovered, was also summoned. Together with himself and Xiao Xianger, they comprised the 6 great purple mansion forces. Even if others wanted to take action, they would have to think twice. As time passed, Fu Changsheng sensed the impatience of the seven-colored glazed beast. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that the beast had successfully broken through to the 3rd level. He wondered why it was still so nervous. He hesitated. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning surged through the clouds. What? Fu Changsheng was stunned. Generally speaking, only breakthroughs to the golden core stage would trigger a thunder tribulation, but the seven-colored glazed beast, having only broken through to the 3rd level, had also attracted a thunder tribulation. Could it be because the seven-colored glazed beast is a wild beast? For cultivators, undergoing a tribulation is a matter of life and death. For demonic beasts, the situation is even more treacherous. At this moment, Xiao Xianger flashed and appeared beside Fu Changsheng. Changsheng, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. If the thunder tribulation mistakenly identified them as those undergoing the tribulation, its power would be doubled. Whether human or demon, surviving the tribulation, they had to rely on themselves. However, a silver lining in this misfortune was that they had just activated the Star Golden Sand Formation. This was a 4th-tier mountain protection formation, which should be able to help the seven-colored glazed beast withstand some attacks. Fu Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, let's go. For now, they could only defend one side. With a flicker of his body, he moved away from the 5-colored mountain, settled down, and simultaneously draped the strange robe around the two of them. His figure instantly disappeared. Rumble. At the same time, accompanied by lightning surging in the sky, in the Kunai mountain cave near the 5-colored mountain, the second son of the Osprey suddenly looked up to the west. What's going on? Someone dared to break through to the golden core in the Kunlun small world, sir. This doesn't look like a golden core thunder tribulation. Yu Xiangjian, the 6th elder of the Osprey tribe, who was standing beside him, shook his head. Upon hearing this, the second son of the Osprey family immediately stored all the ingredients he had gathered for the soul-guiding pill into his storage bag. He asked with considerable interest, 6th uncle, what's the story? Yu Xiangjian spoke with a certain amount of complacency. When the Xian'an tribe's Xiantian immortal transcended the tribulation and reached the golden core stage, I was still in the key refining stage, but I have a vivid memory. A pool of thunder and lightning brewed in the sky, but the thunder and lightning from 5-colored mountain seemed much weaker, more like a treasure had appeared. A treasure had appeared. What kind of treasure could manifest to trigger such a thunder and lightning? The second son of the Osprey family was instantly tempted. 6th uncle, let's go and take a look. 5-colored mountain was nearby. If a treasure had indeed appeared, and if they were the destined ones, this would be a tremendous opportunity. Yu Xiangjian hesitated. Young master, the soul-guiding pill's main ingredient we've harvested is enough to refine 3 furnaces. Since this treasure has appeared, I'm afraid the nearby cultivators will flock to it. If we rush forward and a fight breaks out, we'll be caught on the crossfire. Not only will our efforts be in vain, but we'll also lose the soul-guiding pill's main ingredient. That would be a loss. Why not? Let's stick to our plan, find a cave to hide in, and wait for the Kunlun small world to close. The second son of the Osprey shook his head decisively. They had heard rumors before that a treasure had appeared in Hulong Mountain. It was so widespread that many cultivators had already made the journey. However, since learning that the Xian'an tribe had sent them to Hulong Mountain, after hearing this rumor, the second son of the Osprey family felt even more suspicious and had no intention of heading there. However, the precious light from 5-colored mountain had appeared unexpectedly, clearly not intentionally. Furthermore, it was nearby, so they should go and see it. 6th uncle, don't worry. Once we get to 5-colored mountain, if anything seems amiss, we'll turn around and leave immediately. Okay, the second son was always calm. Yu Xiangjian himself was more or less eager to see what was going on. After all, They had found nothing except the soul-guiding pill's main ingredient on this trip into the Kunlun small world. 4 people on Shangyang Mountain were fighting over a clump of bamboo grass in the forest. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from the direction of 5-colored mountain. The 4 who had been fighting exchanged glances, sheathed their spells, and stood on the wind. The prince of Shangyang Mountain on the left spoke first. Brother Shinying, it seems a treasure has appeared in 5-colored mountain. How about we split the bamboo grass in the forest? How about calling it a day? The Shinying tribe was also a Jindan tribe. Standing opposite Crown Prince Shinying was also the next generation heir of the Sky Eagle tribe. However, unlike Crown Prince Shinying's gentle demeanor, he possessed the air of a military commander, speaking succinctly, "Okay." The 2 guardians behind them each reached out, plucking half a ton of bamboo grass from the forest. Crown Prince Shinying bowed, then swayed and left the scene. Crown Prince Shinying remained motionless. Turning to the elder behind him, he whispered, "Elder Qing, if I remember correctly, Yunfeng and the other 3 brothers should be in Wuke Mountain. Please send a message to them and ask them what's going on there." "Yes, Crown Prince." Elder Qing produced a jade communication talisman and first sent a message to Yunfeng, one of the 3 Sky Eagle heroes. When he received no response, he sent a message to the other 2, but still no response. Elder Qing's expression changed. "Prince, I'm afraid Yunfeng and the others, it's impossible that none of the 3 would have replied." Upon hearing this, the Sky Eagle Prince's eyes narrowed slightly. "These 3 possess the talismans bestowed upon them by my father. If it weren't for the arrival of the Golden Collar, who could possibly harm them, Prince? If it were outside, it would be easy, but this Kunlun small world only opens once every few hundred years. Perhaps some of the demonic beasts within the outer gates have had a chance and occasionally broken through to the 4th level. Furthermore, our tribe controls only a tiny fraction of the territory. If they fall into a trap set by another larger tribe, then anything is possible." Upon hearing this, the Sky Eagle Prince glanced toward 5-colored mountain. The 3 Yunfeng brothers were nurtured by our tribe at great expense. Perhaps they're simply trapped. "Elder Qing, let's go, let's follow them." Elder Qing wanted to persuade them. In his opinion, 5-colored mountain was a mixed bag right now. This was a muddy water to be waded into. But Shang Yunfeng's sister was the Crown Prince's consort. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, the Crown Prince would definitely go. Prince Shinying, flying ahead, now turned to his protector, Elder Qi, and said, "Elder Qi, I remember there were colorful trees planted in 5-colored mountain. How could there have been a sudden thunderstorm?" Elder Qi, too, found it strange. After some thought, he offered a nearly identical explanation to Yu Zhangjian, concluding with a gentle exhortation, "Prince, 5-colored mountain is under the charge of Changsheng and his 3 brothers. Our destination is Hulong Mountain. The chieftain has already sent a message, urging us to reunite there as soon as possible. We've already lost quite a bit of time battling Shinying and his men, so we'd better turn around and head for Hulong Mountain." Prince Shinying snapped his folding fan shut. He smiled, "Elder Qi, why are you so anxious? Since father has spread that message, the announcement date must have been postponed. Besides, 5-colored mountain isn't far away. We're just going to take a look. It won't take much time, right? Please help send a message to Changsheng and his 3 brothers to find out what's going on with 5-colored mountain." Elder Qi sighed. In the tribe, the Crown Prince only listened to the words of the chieftain and the several Jindan supreme elders. Although these elders had protected him throughout his life, no matter how much they spoke, they fell on deaf ears. He immediately took up the jade talisman and sent messages to Changsheng and the other 2 one after another. After a while, Elder Qi's face changed. "Prince, the 3 Changsheng brothers haven't replied. I'm afraid, if that's the case, then we must go to 5-colored mountain." Crown Prince Shinying retracted his fan and his pace suddenly increased. Anyone who dared to touch the people of the Shinying tribe was courting death. 5-colored mountain. 2 rainbow lights streaked in from the distance, then faded, revealing the figures of second young Master Osprey and Yu Zhangjian. They stood in mid-air, their gazes sweeping towards 5-colored mountain. But they saw themselves in a vortex of spiritual energy. A colorful cocoon rose and fell, a powerful heartbeat echoing from within. Thunder rumbled in the sky, a thunderstorm seemingly brewing. This second young Master Osprey's eyes lit up at this. It seemed not a rare treasure had appeared, but a divine beast had been born. To attract a thunderstorm at birth, its bloodline must be of extraordinary rank. A flash of enthusiasm flashed in second young Master Osprey's eyes. If he could capture this beast, not only would he become the heir of the tribe, but he could also become chieftain, and even lead the tribe to golden core state. In an instant, the 3 furnaces of soul-guiding pills main ingredient he had obtained earlier seemed insignificant compared to this. Second young Master Osprey's breathing became rapid. Beside him, Yu Xiangjian's gaze fell upon the mountain, his expression changing. After clearly observing the patterns of the formation within, he shuddered and exclaimed, "Young Master, this is the Sky Eagle Golden Core Tribe's formation. It's so powerful it could even annihilate a Golden Core true person. We can't stay here. Leave immediately." A 4th-tier formation? The second son of the Ospreys had only just discovered the formation operating within the mountain. A flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed a powerful aura emanating from the west. With a sneer, he sneered, "Sixth uncle, let's go." While the snipe and the clam squabbled, the fisherman profited. Today, he was stalking the mantis while the oriole waited. Yu Xiangjian had assumed his young master was leaving, but he had hidden himself on a nearby hill, showing no intention of leaving at all. He understood his master's intentions, but there were no such good things happening. "Young master, he was about to persuade him again. Suddenly, he sensed the arrival of 2 more powerful auras. At his young master's warning look, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. However, he decided that if his young master really planned to take advantage of the situation, he would stop him, even if it cost him his life. Just as the 2 of them had hidden themselves, Crown Prince Xianyan, who had arrived earlier, saw the colorful cocoon floating in the air above the 5-colored mountain. His eyes lit up. "Old Master Kui, you are so knowledgeable. Do you know what is inside this colorful cocoon?" Old Master Kui was also clearly shocked. After a moment of thought, as if something had occurred to him, his pupils constricted. "Prince, if I remember correctly, this is the legendary ancient beast, the 7-colored glazed beast. It is said that this beast is born at the foundation establishment stage. Even in ancient times, it is a unique existence. Its bloodline is even rarer than that of the 10 divine beasts. Therefore, it is said that every time it breaks through a major level after birth, a thunderstorm will befall it. Truly a creature that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Xianyan could no longer conceal his smile. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Fortunately, he hadn't listened to Elder Kui, or he would have missed this opportunity. His gaze fell on the formation in the mountain, and his brow furrowed. The formation was operating, but his spiritual sense couldn't detect a single figure. Meanwhile, the 2 princes of Shenying arrived one after another. Upon learning that it was the ancient desolate beast, the 7-colored glazed beast, Shenying was also extremely excited. Discovering that it was still their tribe's star, a golden sand formation operating in the mountain, his face lit up with joy. At the same time, a sneer clung to his face. He privately believed that the 3 brothers of Xiangyan Peak were probably trying to appropriate the ancient desolate beast for themselves, which was why he didn't reply. His gaze fell on Xianyan, and the atmosphere between the 4 of them suddenly became tense. Xianyan fanned his feather fan and said with a smile, "Brother Shenying, even if you and I want to fight, we should wait until the 7-colored glazed beast has passed its tribulation." Shenying snorted coldly. This was considered as an agreement. Boom. The long simmering thunder tribulation in the sky finally unfolded. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, lashed down, striking directly at the starry golden sand formation. The starry golden sand formation shone brightly, resisting the thunder's onslaught with all its might. The powerful forces collided, emitting a deafening roar. The sky above the 5-colored mountain shone brightly, and spiritual energy overflowed. Boom, 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 boom. The thunderbolts followed one after another, each more powerful than the last. Though incredibly strong, the starry golden sand formation began to tremble slightly under such a fierce attack. Without further assistance, the next divine thunderbolt would surely shatter the starry golden sand formation. The 7-colored glazed beast would likely perish. Prince Xianyan frantically fanned his feather fan and turned to Prince Shenying, saying, "Brother Shenying, if you don't hand over the lightning-proof fan you obtained in Kunlun Palace, I'm afraid the 7-colored glazed beast will be shattered to dust by this tribulation before we can even strike." HMPH, didn't you also obtain a Xianqi pearl in Kunlun Palace, which is used to overcome the tribulation? If you're willing to give it to me, okay, then let's attack together." Prince Changsheng didn't wait for the other to finish. With a flick of his sleeve, a Qianqi pearl the size of a longan flew out of his hand, hovering above the seven-colored cocoon at lightning speed. Because the next tribulation was about to strike. Seeing this, the elder queen behind Prince Changsheng quickly winked at him. The lightning-proof fan was something the prince had kept for himself to overcome the tribulation. It was a shame to use the seven-colored glazed beast now, as he didn't know who would ultimately end up with it. However, Prince Changsheng kept his word. Without hesitation, he swiftly summoned his lightning fan, hovering above the colorful cocoon. Rumble. Then, the final thunderbolt descended. It was noticeably thicker than the previous ones, even transforming into a thunder dragon mid-air. With devastating force, the thunder dragon charged towards the colorful cocoon and the starry golden sand formation below. Tianzhu radiated a soft yet resilient light, attempting to weaken the thunderbolt's power. The lightning fan spun rapidly, sending forth gusts of wind that dissipated some of the thunder dragon's force. However, the two forces only held each other back for a moment. Then, with two bangs, they were torn apart by the thunder dragon. Undeterred, the thunder dragon continued to pound the starry golden sand formation. Rumble. The formation shook violently. Already crackled, it could no longer withstand the thunder dragon's onslaught. With a few crackling sounds, it shattered. The thunder dragon instantly shattered the formation, its remaining power undiminished, as it landed heavily on the colorful cocoon. Buzz! The colorful cocoon, struck so hard by the blow, instantly ignited with a dazzling rainbow of light. However, despite its intensity, this radiance was no match for the thunder dragon's power. After a violent tremor, a series of cracks appeared on the cocoon, and then it shattered completely. However, by this point, the thunder dragon's power had been reduced to 9/10 of its original 10/10. Boom! The remaining 10/10 of its power landed on the newly emerged colorful glazed beast. Chew! The colorful glazed beast let out a painful wail, its small body charred from the electric shock, trembling violently, and instantly mortally wounded. At that moment, the calamity clouds in the sky dissipated. A gentle rain fell from the sky. Like a fine drizzle, it carried a gentle, warm force, gently falling upon the colorful glazed beast. Miraculously, under the nourishing rain, the colorful glazed beast's injuries began to slowly heal. Its once dim eyes glowed again, and its wounds healed at a visible speed. Successful tribulation. Crown Prince Changsheng and Crown Prince Changsheng locked eyes, each gleaming with a fierce glare. The allure of the seven-colored glazed beast was too great, and neither was willing to yield. Almost simultaneously, they attacked, charging straight for it. Elder Queen and Elder Kui, upon seeing this, leaped forward, each blocking the other's path. Elder Queen snorted coldly, forming a hand seal. A ray of azure light transformed into a cloud of vines, entwining themselves around Elder Kui. Elder Kui, not to be outdone, waved his sleeve and summoned a golden bronze mirror. A golden light emanated from the mirror, severing the vines. The two engaged in a fierce, agonizing battle, neither able to defeat the other for a moment. Elsewhere, almost as soon as he flew out, Crown Prince Changsheng summoned his talisman. A chirp accompanied it with a roar. A shadowy eagle, emanating the might of a giant and stage cultivator, soared into the sky, wings spread wide, its piercing eagle eyes fixed intently on Crown Prince Changsheng before swooping down. HMPH, you're the only one with a talisman, Changsheng sneered, shaking the talisman in his hand. A stream of blood emanated from it, transforming into a blood-red dragon, which, claws and fangs bared, charged at the shadowy eagle. Boom! The blood dragon and the eagle collided fiercely in the air, erupting in a deafening roar. Sparks flew, shattering the surrounding rocks. Crown Prince Changsheng seized this opportunity, swaying his body. He attempted to snatch the weakened seven-colored glazed beast away. Dream on, Crown Prince Changsheng would not allow him to do so. However, he saw his speed increase dramatically, simultaneously summoning the Yangang circle in his hand. This Yangang circle was a magical weapon, specifically given to him by the Osprey chieftain for protection, fearing any mishaps in the ruins. The Yangang circle transformed into a stream of light, accompanied by a whistling sound, as it flew straight towards Crown Prince Changsheng. Crown Prince Changsheng sensed a powerful threat from behind, and secretly resented it, yet he could only give up on seizing the seven-colored glazed beast and summoned his feather fan. Boom! Though the feather fan was a third-grade, Supreme-grade spiritual artifact, it barely withstood the attack of the magic weapon. But with this opportunity to turn things around, a grim expression crossed Crown Prince Xian'an's face. With an inexplicable bang, a bloody coffin condensed, encasing him. Bang! The Kyankan circle crashed fiercely into the bloody coffin. The coffin trembled slightly, its bloody glow fading slightly, but it didn't disintegrate. Haha, the seven-colored glazed beast belongs to this Crown Prince. Elsewhere, Crown Prince Xianying had already seized this opportunity to approach the seven-colored glazed beast, about to seize it. Suddenly, his expression changed. In the void, a bloody coffin suddenly appeared, blasting directly towards the Sky Eagle Prince. The Sky Eagle Prince tried to dodge, but the suddenness and proximity made it impossible to avoid. Boom! The next moment, the Sky Eagle Prince was engulfed in the bloody coffin. The next moment, a delicate hand reached out from the bloody coffin, and a fleshless skeleton was thrown out. The figure was wearing the clothes clearly belonging to the Sky Eagle Prince. Seeing this, Old Qing's face was filled with disbelief. Watching the bloody coffin hurtling towards him, he fiercely struck his chest with a palm. The next moment, it vanished in a flash of bloody light, his furious roar echoing through the air. Xian'an tribe, wait for it. Our chief will throw his troops and slaughter you in Xian'an Mountain. Boom! The bloody coffin struck the air. A slight tremor lingered, and then the bloody light faded. Then, the white-haired Sky Yin Prince, as if drained of all his life force, reappeared. At the same time, the bloody coffin vanished. Elder Kui, standing by, looked at his own prince. Beyond concern, his eyes were filled with deep fear. Prince, how are you, Elder Kui? Don't worry about me. Go and get the seven-colored glazed beast. A bloodthirsty, unnatural excitement filled the prince's eyes. Elder Kui replied, yes, Prince. He charged at the seven-colored glazed beast. At that moment, a radiant aura surged from the seven-colored glazed beast, and it suddenly sped westward at breakneck speed. Elder Kui was stunned for a moment. The seven-colored glazed beast was incredibly fast. He glanced back at Prince Xian'an, feeling a little worried about leaving him alone. Elder Kui, what are you still standing there for? Go after it. I won't die anytime soon. Prince Xian'an's face darkened horribly. Elder Kui, thinking of the other party's bloody coffin, knew he wouldn't die at all. He gritted his teeth and quickly pursued the seven-colored glazed beast. At this moment, hiding in the nearby mountains, the second young master of Osprey saw the seven-colored glazed beast flying towards him, his eyes blazing with excitement. Haha! Sixth uncle, it seems I'm the chosen one, he exclaimed. Without waiting for Yu Xiangjian to react, he soared into the sky, chasing the seven-colored glazed beast at breakneck speed. Elder Kui, observing this from afar, exclaimed, stop. This is the wild beast favored by the Crown Prince. How could a mere subordinate tribe like yours be capable of getting their hands on it? HMPH, spiritual creatures belong to those destined for them. Who says this seven-colored glazed beast belongs to your Crown Prince? Seeing his own young master already making a move, Yu Xiangjian knew the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, now they were 2 against 1, their chances of victory were assured. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate weapon, stopping Elder Kui. You're courting death, Elder Kui, a protector of the Dao, possessed extraordinary strength. He waved his hands rapidly, and streams of cyan light shot out from his fingertips, interweaving in the air to form a vast cyan web, enveloping Yu Xiangjian. The net radiated powerful spiritual energy, slicing the air with a hissing sound wherever it passed. Yu Xiangjian's face changed. He hadn't expected Elder Kui to unleash such a brutal, lethal blow. But the arrow was on the string and had to be released. He gritted his teeth and used all his might to wield the dagger, which shone with a cold glow. The dagger was engraved with mysterious runes. It was the Cold Star Dagger, a treasure he had found at the ruins. The Cold Star Dagger transformed into a ray of cold light and hurtled straight towards the azure net. The moment it made contact, it unleashed a powerful chill, attempting to freeze it. However, Elder Kui's net, forged from years of spiritual energy, was incredibly resilient. While the Cold Star Dagger temporarily halted the net's advance, it was unable to completely destroy it. Taking advantage of a break in the fight, the second young master of Osprey swiftly pursued the seven-colored glazed beast. As if sensing the threat behind it, the seven-colored glazed beast's colorful spiritual light flickered even more intensely, its speed increasing again, like a streak of multicolored light streaking across the sky. The second Osprey young master was terrified, employing various agility techniques to close the gap between him and the seven-colored glazed beast. Just as he was about to catch up, the seven-colored glazed beast suddenly made a sharp turn and dashed into a dense forest. The forest was filled with an eerie aura, its trees towering and dense, their intertwined branches and leaves completely blocking out the sunlight. The second Osprey young master, without hesitation, gave chase. Seeing the second Osprey young master enter the forest, Elder Kui felt a sense of foreboding. He knew the dangers of the forest well. If the second Osprey young master succeeded, it would be disastrous. He abandoned his struggle with Yu Xiangjian and unleashed a full-throttle burst of spiritual power, sending the cold star dagger flying. In a flash, he pursued the forest. Yu Xiangjian's blood surged under Elder Kui's powerful spiritual energy, but he didn't dare pause, and hurriedly followed Elder Kui into the forest. Just then, boom! But then, pillars of light shot up from the forest. Then, a five-colored shield descended, enveloping the three of them. Their surroundings suddenly shifted, and they found themselves in a desert, a sea of fire, and a forest. This is the reversed five elements formation. Their faces suddenly changed. At that moment, a question suddenly struck them. This seven-colored glazed beast wasn't just born, but already possessed an owner. It had clearly deliberately lured them into this formation. Elder Kui's heart skipped a beat. He turned sharply toward Five-Colored Mountain. Prince, the prince was at his weakest. Since the enemy had deliberately set a trap, there must be an ambush in Five-Colored Mountain. The prince was in danger. He had to fight tooth and nail to break the formation and return. Otherwise, if the prince truly died here, how could he face the chieftain? Chapter 345, Great Harvest, Sacrifice, and the Appearance of the True Dragon. A fierce glint flashed in Old Kui's eyes. He cast a spell on the cold star dagger, sending it soaring into the sky, twinkling with starlight. A violent force erupted from it, clearly intending to detonate the cold star dagger and destroy the formation. Buzz! At the same time, an ancient treasured flower basket appeared above him. Its five-colored rays of light fell on the cold star dagger, instantly erasing the imprint of Old Kui's consciousness on it. It transformed into a streak of starlight and sank into the basket. Damn it! Panic flashed in Old Kui's eyes. He feared he couldn't save himself in this situation. As soon as the thought formed, several blood arrows shot out from the ground beneath his feet, piercing his defensive shield with a crackling sound. With a few whooshing sounds, they pierced through his body. Old Kui's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly channeled his magical power to staunch the wounds, but he discovered that the magical power in his Danshan was currently blocked. The blood arrows are poisonous. Old Kui decisively stuffed a magical pill into his mouth. However, it was too late. The dragon's tail had appeared before him out of nowhere, shattering his head with immense force. Bang! Elder Kui's headless corpse slammed to the ground. Xiao Xianger, presiding over the formation, saw this and her pupils constricted. After Changsheng's green dragon reached the peak of the third stage, his strength has more than doubled. He had ingeniously combined the blood fusion technique with his own toxins. Even if the opponent avoided the blood arrows, if any wound were left, the toxin would enter their system, and unless they had taken an antidote beforehand, they would be doomed. Xiao Xianger controlled the formation and looked towards the battlefield on the other side. Trapped in the desert, Yu Xiangjian remained unmoved. A Qingyang sword hovered overhead, emanating an indestructible sword intent. Suddenly, a whirring sound broke through the air from the ground, and then a stream of skeleton demon vines shot out, densely swarming towards Yu Xiangjian. Yu Xiangjian remained silent until the demon vines were almost in front of him, and then he transformed his magic. Ling. The Qingyang sword trembled slightly. A bolt of sword energy, as fast as lightning, struck the demon vine to the northwest. Squeak! The next moment, the demon vines surrounding the desert instantly shattered. The skeleton demon vine, struck by the sword energy, broke off, let out a shrill wail, and instantly retreated into the ground, disappearing. Zhaoqing, come to the west. Seeing this, Xiao Xianger cast a spell into the magic circle. The surroundings of Yu Xiangjian suddenly changed, and he landed in a bamboo forest. The bamboo forest whirled rapidly, and leaves transformed into arrows that shot towards him. Yu Xiangjian suddenly opened his eyes. A series of spells struck the Qingyang sword. The sword's light trembled slightly, splitting into three, rapidly rotating around him. In an instant, a Qingyang sword formation, condensed with sword energy, formed. Ding, ding, ding. All the bamboo leaves in the forest were ejected, instantly shattered by the sword formation. A trace of solemnity flashed in Xiao Xianger's eyes. Sword cultivators are indeed difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, sword cultivators can challenge those of higher levels. Yu Xiangjian had also condensed a sword formation, even more powerful than ordinary sword cultivators. We must confuse his mind, that way, we could find a flaw. Xiao Xianger immediately cast a spell on the formation platform. Boom! The scene within the formation shifted, and Yu Xiangjian saw a scene of the Osprey's second young master being besieged by skeleton demon vines, flying feather beasts, and mysterious water beasts over a stretch of sea. The Osprey's second young master was now in imminent danger. Young master, Yu Xiangjian's heart tightened. The young master was the product of his affair with his concubine. Before his wife's death, he swore on his life to support the young master's ascension to the throne. With the young master's life in danger, how could he remain calm? You're courting death? Yu Xiangjian's eyes fluttered shut. When he opened them again, he saw a surge of sword energy burst forth from his body, and like a sharp blade, he plunged into the Qingyang sword formation. Buzz! A 30-foot-long giant sword condensed within the sword formation. With lightning speed, it slashed towards the sea surrounding Yu Xiangjian. With a clattering sound, water splashed and waves rolled to either side. The sword carved a gully hundreds of feet across the sea, forcing the three young feathered beasts to retreat temporarily. The sword's lingering power remained undiminished. It struck the formation's shield with a fierce blow. Rumble! The entire five elements reversal formation crackled and shattered. Buzz! The Qingyang sword formation trembled slightly and then collapsed. Yu Xiangjian, covered in blood, stumbled and fell away. It was clear that the previous move had been quite a burden for him. Sixth uncle, seeing this, the second son of the Osprey felt a tightness in his heart. If it weren't for his greed, the sixth uncle wouldn't have used the forbidden technique. Just as he was about to step forward, Yu Xiangjian glared at him. Don't worry about me, hurry up, hurry. The second son of the Osprey gritted his teeth, and a blood escape talisman in his hand instantly ignited. Bloodlight enveloped him. Just as he was about to dissipate in a streak of blood, a small wind chime rang in the air. The sound wave instantly engulfed the second young master of the Osprey clan. By the time he realized what was happening, he saw blood dripping from his brow. He swayed, then fell heavily to the ground, eyes wide open. Chu Chang, for the first time, Yu Xiangjian called his son's name, not his son's. His gaze fell on Xiao Xianger, not far away. The grief and indignation in his eyes instantly transformed into raging rage. Bitch, today I'll make you experience what it means to be worse than death. He was about to activate his forbidden technique again. But it was too late. Dozens of blood arrows shot up from the ground. Yu Xiangjian dodged them with indifference, but the blood from one arrow dripped onto his wound. Yu Xiangjian, still casting a spell, saw his pupils shrink as he realized with horror that the mana within his Danshan had been instantly confined. Before he could react, boom! The green dragon's tail ripped his head off. The second young master of the Osprey clan collapsed alongside Yu Xiangjian. Elsewhere, within the five-colored mountain, Crown Prince Xian'an watched the seven-colored glazed beast flee in the distance. A flash of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He quickly stuffed a handful of elixirs into his mouth and was about to activate his magical powers when he saw a yellow dragon suddenly swooping down from mid-air. Such a close distance, and at such lightning speed, Crown Prince Xian'an had no time to react as the dragon pierced through his Danshan. However, Crown Prince Xian'an was not dead. A strange smile appeared on his face. He stared at a point in the void. I've got you. Then, blood burst from his body with a bang. He vanished in an instant. The next moment, when it reappeared in the void where the yellow dragon had emerged, it was already a blood coffin. A slender jade hand reached out from the blood coffin, reached into the air, and instantly grasped Fu Changsheng's neck. However, just as it was about to bring him into the blood coffin, the captured Fu Changsheng suddenly transformed into a shower of talismans and spontaneously combusted. Life-replacing talismans, let me see how many you have, a cold voice rang out from the blood coffin. It swayed slightly, and reappeared from the west. As soon as it appeared, a rumble of thunder appeared, and three Bing Fire Divine Thunders crashed into the blood coffin. The blood coffin emitted a sizzling smell, and the bloodlight was noticeably weaker than before. An angry voice rang out from the blood coffin. How dare you hurt me? You're courting death. Just as it was about to escape into the void again, whoosh, whoosh, The 9 yang red lotus flames transformed into iron chains that quickly wrapped around the blood coffin. Then, rumble. 3 more Bing fire divine thunders fell. Boom. The bloody glow from the blood coffin faded, and it trembled slightly. Damn it, an angry voice rang out. Then, the blood coffin vanished, and the Shangguan prince, drained dry, collapsed to the ground. He was breathing more than out. In the void, Fu Changsheng unveiled his mysterious robe. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. As expected, it's just as I suspected, the Shangguan prince had used the blood coffin once before, but it had severely damaged the opponent's vitality. From this point of view, while the blood coffin was powerful, it required the consumption of vital energy. Since the Shangguan prince hadn't recovered yet, even if he used it, it wouldn't last long. Furthermore, the blood coffin was an evil object, and the Binghua divine thunder was its nemesis. Though drained dry, the Shangguan prince remained alive. He looked at Fu Changsheng pleadingly. "You can't kill me. I am the descendant of the Shangguan Golden Core tribe." He didn't finish his words. Then, a ball of 9 suns red lotus flames descended upon him with a bang. Boom. The flames began to blaze. No, no, no. The Shangguan prince's face was filled with fear, but in an instant, he was engulfed in flames. The other man possessed a strange blood coffin. Fu Changsheng naturally didn't dare feed him to the skeleton demon vine. If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous. Sizzle. Soon, the Shangguan prince was reduced to a handful of ash. Fu Changsheng looked closely and saw a dark box amidst the ashes. With a flick of his sleeve, the ashes dissipated, revealing an ancient forbidden rune on the box. "This is," his mind immediately flashed to the blood coffin. Before the blood coffin vanished, the voice emanating from within sounded like that of an old man, completely different from that of the Shangguan prince. So, if he was right, the box contained the blood coffin. A blood sacrifice, followed by other means, would reveal the sealed blood coffin. Such a strange object. Fu Changsheng had originally considered destroying it outright. But he had tried various methods, just like the 9 yang red lotus flame before, and none of them could harm the strange box at all. Forget it, let's put it in the temple for now. If someone picked it up, Fu Changsheng feared they would seek revenge by borrowing the power of others. It would be better to let the temple suppress it. With a flick of his sleeve, a buzz. The black box flashed with a black light, and in an instant, it landed in the main hall of the temple. The divine light from the statue's last battle with the old ghost seemed to have recovered somewhat after some time. The black box was placed beneath the statue. Wisps of divine light lingered around it. Buzz. The black box seemed to tremble, but soon calmed down. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng's face relaxed. With the statue suppressing it, there shouldn't be any trouble. This was the only way for now. To completely destroy the black box, they could only wait and see if they could find relevant information later. In the meantime, a resounding mechanical sound echoed through Fu Changsheng's consciousness. Ding, you orchestrated a brilliant plan, teaming up with Xiao Xianger to slay the heirs of the 2 giant tribes, the Shining and Shangguan, and their companions. You've earned 3,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points displayed on the dashboard instantly changed to 22,100. It seems the battle over Xianger's side is over, Fu Changsheng said with a wave of his hand. The Shangguan heir's storage bag fell into his grasp. Simultaneously, with a flick of his sleeve, a mysterious robe enveloped him. Having just used his talisman to unleash 6 consecutive Bing fire divine thunders, his mana was dwindling, leaving him with little remaining. He could only remain where he was, awaiting Xiao Xianger's return. He slapped his storage bag. A flash of rosy light appeared, and boxes emerged one after another. Most notably, one contained 3 high-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones are hard to come by, and top-grade spirit stones are even rarer. He hadn't expected the other party's box to contain as many as 3. This would be immensely helpful for setting up formations and refining high-level puppets in the future. As expected of the heir of the Jinden tribe, in the previous battle, the other party had even sacrificed a treasure designed to withstand thunder tribulations. Fu Changsheng couldn't help but feel even more anticipation. As he opened the boxes one by one, he discovered they were almost all filled with 3rd-grade spirit materials. The last box opened, revealing an ancient, dilapidated jade slip. The jade slip's material was clearly not ordinary. Clearly a legacy from ancient times. I wonder what it records. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip floated from the box and rested against his forehead. A powerful message instantly flooded his sea of consciousness. At the dawn of time, the Dao was revealed, and the imperial court's holy body radiated light. Spiritual roots flourish, seeking the true meaning, creation's hidden rhythm. A long moment passed. Fu Changsheng opened his eyes in surprise. It's actually the first volume of the imperial court Dao body, according to the records. The first volume of the imperial court Dao body is divided into 3 stages of cultivation: gathering essence and awakening the acupoints, opening the spiritual veins, and nurturing the spiritual embryo. Each stage has specific formulas and methods. A cursory glance revealed that the first level wasn't difficult for him to cultivate, but it was extremely time-consuming. The jade slip didn't mention how many volumes of the imperial court Dao body there were. However, from the contents of the first volume, it was clear that as long as he completed this stage of cultivation, there was an 80% chance that a woman would conceive after having sex with her. However, since this was the initial stage of the imperial court Dao body, the offspring he could give birth to wouldn't be spiritual. As for the offspring he had seen earlier, whose cultivation could benefit him, it was the result of cultivating to a higher level. Not bad. After all, you can't get rich overnight. You have to take it one step at a time. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation level increasing but not being able to conceive. After all, in terms of offspring, the first generation was still closer by blood. No matter how many children he had, for him, there was always a gap between them. I can cultivate when I have time in the future. Currently, his most pressing task was to break through to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion. Furthermore, he had already obtained the divine yin mysterious water, which allowed him to begin cultivating the 4th level of the Great Evolution Art. As for the imperial court Dao body, that was on hold. He had many children, and Brother Kayang was particularly troublesome. At the same time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind: Ling, you have acquired a number of 3rd-level spiritual materials for the family, as well as the first volume of the imperial court Dao body. You have received 8,000 family contribution points. Immediately, the family contribution points on the dashboard changed to 30,100, clearly approaching the 50,000 required for the system upgrade. Fu Changsheng was stunned by the number, having not expected such a significant increase. However, he soon understood the reason. The first volume of the imperial court Dao body could be given to the clan members for cultivation. This way, the clan's number would undoubtedly rise exponentially. Once intercourse occurs, conception is possible. He could imagine that after 100 years, the Fu family would have reached a terrifying number, making the establishment of a small nation a breeze. The thought was thrilling. In the Soul Hall of Shangguan Mountain, as the Shangguan Crown Prince's soul lamp extinguished, the Shangguan Great Elder, who was guarding the Soul Hall, narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on the soul lamps of the 3 Changsheng brothers, which had gone out earlier. He could no longer maintain his composure. This matter must be reported to the Grand Elder immediately. Something must have happened in the Kunlun small world. Otherwise, the 3 heroes of the tribe and the Crown Prince would have died. The Great Elder flashed, dashing out of the Soul Hall and heading for the forbidden area in the back mountains. After reporting his purpose, the light curtain of the formation hummed and trembled slightly, a gap appearing. Entering the mountain, he saw Master Shangguan seated at the head. Undeterred, the Great Elder hurriedly bowed and reported the Soul Hall situation in detail. Finally, he nervously asked, Master, should we report this to the chief? The chief had previously declared a retreat, forbidding him to be confronted even by the sky. But since this concerned the Crown Prince, he dared not act on his own. Master Shangguan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, Don't make this public. Wait until the chief emerges. If it's nothing urgent, please leave. Yes, Master, he said, waiting for the Great Elder to leave. Immortal Shangguan instantly flashed, reappearing in the secret chamber behind him. He saw a soul tree standing in a spirit pond. The soul fruits on it were the life souls left behind by the immortals of the Shangguan tribe. Seeing that all the soul fruits were gleaming with a faint light and appeared normal, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chief, he said, I absolutely hope nothing happens. The loss of several purple mansions was a significant loss for the tribe. But the real decisive factor was the golden collar. Immortal Shangguan muttered, We've been preparing for hundreds of years. I hope nothing goes wrong. However, thinking of the Crown Prince's identity gave him a headache. He next had to carefully consider how to appease the First Lady. Otherwise, A single mistake could bring catastrophic disaster to the tribe. In the underground cave near Hulong Mountain, a man hurried in from outside and kowtowed directly to Chief Xian'an, seated at the head of the group. His entire body trembled. "Chief, according to the clues, the Crown Prince left Kunlun Palace and then went to Wuke Mountain. This was his last stop. But I've searched the entire Wuke Mountain and found no trace of him." "Damn you," the guards felt like burying their heads in the ground. The Crown Prince and Elder Kui hadn't responded to their calls, and no trace of him had been found. In a sense, the Crown Prince must have already. Thinking of this horrible outcome, the guards buried their heads even lower. The Crown Prince was conceived with much prayer and devotion from the First Lady, and he had been adored since birth. This time, the First Lady was adamantly opposed to entering the Kunlun Small World ruins, but somehow, after some discussion between the chief and his wife, she reluctantly agreed. The First Lady came from the royal family. Although her father was only a prince, even so, if the prince blamed them, they would be in big trouble. At this moment, Chief Xian'an's face was terribly gloomy. "Report everything you saw at Wuke Mountain." "Yes, Chief." After the guard finished his report, Chief Xian'an listened, then looked at the photos of the scene. His eyes narrowed slightly. There were clear traces of the Kyankan Circle, the treasure of the old Sky Eagle ghost. Damn it! This old ghost actually sneaked into the outer gate. If that were true, his son would be in grave danger. And unfortunately, the old Sky Eagle ghost's wife also came from the royal court. This would be a difficult situation. Chief Xian'an's gaze fell on Hulong Mountain. Could it be, the old Sky Eagle ghost also knew the secrets of Hulong Mountain? Impossible. Hundreds of years ago, the ancestors who entered the ruins wiped out all those who knew the secrets of Hulong Mountain. There was no way the old Sky Eagle ghost knew. He must have other motives for infiltrating. After all, the outer gate of the Kunlun Small World is quite large. Chief Xian'an calmed down. His gaze fell on Hulong Mountain, watching the stream of people entering the purple mansion within. He said coldly, "Give the orders, everyone, take your positions." In 3 days, the formation will be activated. 2 figures appeared in a flash within a cloud-green mountain. Xiao Xianger glanced behind her and said, "Changsheng, we're far enough away from Wuke Mountain. Furthermore, we have the image-destroying powder from our Xianxi division on site. Our presence will erase any traces of our presence. Even if the Xian'an and Xianing tribes reach Wuke Mountain, they won't be able to track us." "Alright, then we'll rest here for a while." Fu Changsheng nodded. This time, he was thankful to have brought Xiao Xianger with him. If it weren't for the other party, he would never have been able to completely erase the aura of Wuke Mountain. He was especially terrified after hearing that the 2 heirs bore the royal blood of the Eastern Wasteland Royal Court. The Eastern Wasteland Royal Court was on par with the Great Zhou dynasty. The 2 of them opened up a cave and set up the formation. Xiao Xianger handed 3 storage bags to Fu Changsheng. They belonged to the 2nd young master of the Osprey tribe, the 6th elder of the Osprey tribe, Yu Xiangjian, and Elder Kui of the Xian'an tribe. In their haste, Xiao Xianger hadn't checked. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the left bag. "Xianger, if it weren't for you setting up the magic circle, we wouldn't have been able to capture all 3 of them. The remaining 2 bags are yours." He had already exchanged for intelligence on the way, and the necessary items were in the 2nd young master of the Osprey tribe's storage bag. Xiao Xianger didn't hesitate. "Okay, then these 3 corpses are yours." The 3 of them combined were worth nearly 5,000 imperial merit points. Fu Changsheng accepted them with a smile. They each entered the newly created secret chamber and set up the magic circle. Fu Changsheng had the green dragon guard outside. With a thought, he appeared atop the sacred mountain in the 5 elements dimension in an instant. With a wave of his sleeve, the 3 corpses were reduced to their heads. Squeak, the skeleton demon vine that had followed and cheered and approached. Fu Changsheng said, "All 3 corpses are yours, don't worry." Now that the green dragon had broken through to the peak of the 3rd stage, the next step would be the 4th stage. These purple mansion corpses were of no use to it. The skeleton demon vine cheered. In the previous battle, it had been severely injured by Elder Kui and was in desperate need of sustenance. But then, its body trembled. A surge of green light surged. Then, countless slender vines, like nimble snakes, instantly penetrated the 3 corpses. The energy contained in the corpses, as if drawn by an invisible suction force, was greedily devoured by the skeleton demon vine at an extremely fast rate. With a continuous influx of energy, the previously broken vines regrew at a visible speed. The new growth was fresh and vibrant, swaying gently in the air. At the same time, Fu Changsheng's mind trembled slightly, and a line of text appeared: Skeleton Demon Vine, late third stage, 50/400, clearly. The previous serious injury nearly caused the skeleton demon vine's cultivation to collapse, but now it has finally recovered. Seeing this, Fu Changsheng turned and walked towards the thatched cottage. He glanced at the message tree, but found no message on it. Arriving at the cabin, his eyes fell on the storage bag and he took a deep breath. "Please don't let me down." He raised his hand and patted the bag. Instantly, a ray of light flashed, and then a dozen boxes appeared like shooting stars, neatly arranged on the wooden table. Fu Changsheng quickly formed hand seals, and one magic spell after another, like wielding silk threads, was precisely injected into each box. With a creaking sound, the first box slowly opened, and a faint, sweet aroma emanated from it. He looked closely. Inside the box, a fist-sized fruit lay quietly. Its skin was a deep, pale blue, like a vast starry sky, and faint silver light shone on its surface, like star trails. "It really is the heavenly soul fruit." Fu Changsheng's eyes lit up with ecstasy. The heavenly soul tree grows in a land of extreme yin, absorbing the cold energy of heaven and earth, as well as the essence of the sun and moon. It takes 300 years to mature, and only every 200 years thereafter does it bear fruit. When ripe, the heavenly soul fruit emits a strange light, attracting the soul energy of heaven and earth. The fruit, imbued with a powerful soul essence, is an essential ingredient in refining the soul-guiding pill, imbuing it with the power to focus the mind and soul. Then, the second, third, fourth, and sixth boxes appeared, each filled with heavenly soul fruit. A single furnace of soul-guiding pill only requires 2 heavenly soul fruits. In other words, the heavenly soul fruit before him could be refined in 3 furnaces. Fu Changsheng's gaze fell on the remaining boxes. The soul-guiding pill contained more than just the heavenly soul fruit. He took a deep breath, then cast a spell, releasing the box's restrictions. A faint silvery mist rose. Amidst a mist, a plant resembling a divine herb came into view. Its silvery white body, its leaves as light as gauze, each leaf gleaming with faint soul patterns. Gintama grass. Fu Changsheng's smile was uncontrollable. Gintama grass grows in cold and gloomy lands, absorbing the yin energy of the earth's veins and the free spirit energy between heaven and earth for centuries before it can mature. Its medicinal properties are unique, stabilizing a cultivator's spirit. Combined with the heavenly soul fruit, it is an essential ingredient in refining soul-guiding pills. It's truly a quest for gold. As the remaining boxes opened, individual Gintama grass plants came into view. He estimated that the 2 ingredients combined could produce 3 furnaces of soul-guiding pills. Handing them over to Mei Zhen, they could produce at least 10. This would ensure Yao Yao, Chang Lei, and the others had a path to break through into the Purple Mansion. Not bad, not bad. This trip to the ruins had been a huge success. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ling, you have purchased 3 furnaces of soul-guiding pills for the family, earning 5,000 family contribution points." Immediately afterwards, the family contribution points on the dashboard suddenly climbed to 35,100. The system upgrade still requires more. Fu Changsheng checked again and found that the most valuable item in his storage bag was the soul-guiding pill. The rest consisted of a few bottles of mana-restoring elixirs. After putting the items away, he took an elixir from his storage bag and began meditating to restore his mana. He was already satisfied with the considerable gains he had made in this visit to the ruins. With only a few days left before the Kunlun small world closed, and having already plundered the surrounding resources, he felt better off cultivating peacefully within this space. As for Hulong Mountain, it was a dangerous place. Almost half of the outer sect's purple mansions were flocking to it. As cultivators of the Great Zhou, they dared not venture into such troubled waters. Hulong Mountain, but they saw a number of purple mansions gathered around the mountain. Glancing warily at one another, Tian Yanghun of the Qingyang tribe muttered to the second elder, Tian Yangming, standing beside him, "Second brother, judging by this scene, I'm afraid more than a third of the entire outer sect's purple mansion has arrived. Has a rare treasure truly appeared on Hulong Mountain?" "It's true. A wave of treasures have already appeared not long ago, including a magical weapon. And those are just the starters. It's said the real grand finale is an innate spiritual treasure. Treasure hunting rituals used by people from several major tribes have confirmed the existence of rare treasures here. Seeing this, Tian Yanghun's initial uneasiness calmed down a bit. One person might make a foolish move, but with so many people gathered, it's impossible for everyone to do the same. Tian Yanghun muttered, in that case, second brother, how about we join forces with the Yunshan tribe? No, we can't trust anyone in this situation. Wait a minute, second elder Tian Yangming was about to say something when suddenly, the entire Hulong mountain shook with a sudden rumble. Then, suddenly, a brilliant light shot up from the mountain, and treasures burst forth from the ground, landing one after another throughout the forest. The crowd, previously onlookers, half believing and half doubting, now witnessing the treasures materialize with their own eyes, lost all hesitation and rushed into the sacred mountain, harnessing their various spiritual instruments. The two men from the Qingyang tribe watched for a moment. Seeing that the people entering the forest had indeed obtained genuine treasures, the second elder, Tian Yangming, immediately called out, third brother, let's go. At that moment, a Kyankan ruler descended from the west. The two men immediately swooped down, disappearing into the forest. However, the moment they entered the forest, Tian Yanghun immediately sensed a chilling, murderous aura. The scene before him was no treasure forest, it was clearly an ancient battlefield, blood splattered across the ground. Second brother, we've been tricked, roar. Before the two could fully grasp their surroundings, countless blurry vengeful spirits emerged from all directions. These spirits were shrouded in a black mist, faintly shimmering with eerie runes. The air seemed corroded wherever they passed, emitting a pungent odor. They bared their fangs and claws, emitting a chilling shriek as they lunged towards the two. Tian Yanghun swept his consciousness around them. His face paled. Damn it, second brother. These spirits are all third level. What the hell is going on? Stop talking nonsense and focus on the enemy. Second elder Tian Yangming was now filled with regret. Watching the spirits fly towards him, he dared not delay even a moment. He quickly formed seals with his hands, muttering something to himself. Boom. A massive, ochre-colored shield appeared before the two. The wraiths collided with the shield, making crackling sounds and rippling waves, but fortunately, they temporarily blocked a wave of attacks. Evil creatures, die. Tian Yanghun's expression relaxed slightly upon seeing this. Although these wraiths were of high rank, they seemed dull and their attacks were extremely simple. He hurriedly summoned a longsword emitting a blue glow. With each swing of the blade, it unleashed streams of sharp sword energy, dispelling the approaching wraiths. With this opportunity to turn the tide, second elder Tian Yangming quickly glanced around. Third brother, we can't stay here for long. The power of these wraiths is too strange. We must find a way to break out. Tian Yanghun, while fending off the wraiths, responded, second brother, but all around is blocked. There's no way out. The same scene played out in every corner of the ancient battlefield. However, the area was so vast that they couldn't even see each other. Meanwhile, west of Hulong Mountain, with a resounding roar, 100-foot-tall altar slowly rose. A sullen-faced Cheyenne chieftain sat at the altar's head. Below, on the stone steps, seated at various points, sat over 20 Cheyenne tribe purple mansion masters. Dressed in black, they exuded a solemn, murderous aura, their eyes gleaming with determination and fervor. Chieftain Cheyenne glanced up at the sky, only to see the last glimmer of sunset fade in the west. With a flick of his sleeve, an ancient token, engraved with incomprehensible blood-red runes, suddenly hovered before him. A faint dragon's roar echoed, the time has come, begin. Yes, a command was given. Below, over 20 purple mansion masters responded in unison, forming hand seals and chanting. Blood spills across the earth, souls wail, bones shatter, tendons shatter, spirits burn. Wrathful spirits and evil spirits gather, the bloody force soars to the heavens. I open this path with my blood, and the blood dragon spirits will quickly submit. The curse fell. Boom. Black spiritual energy surged from their bodies, spreading up the stone steps and converging on the altar. Buzz. Nourished by the spiritual energy, the runes on the altar glowed brighter and brighter, emitting a dazzling blood-red light. Within the light, the shadows of countless wronged souls emerged, emitting shrill cries. These souls seemed forcibly awakened from the depths of the earth, filled with pain and resentment. Chief Cheyenne seized the opportunity. He cast a spell on the ancient token in his hand. The token trembled slightly, then precisely inserted into the groove in the center of the altar. Boom. The token fit perfectly into the groove, instantly unleashing a powerful force. This force, centered on the altar, spread outward, enveloping the entire west side of Hulong Mountain in an eerie blood-red glow. With the blood as the guide, souls as the sacrifice, the blood sacrifice formation is activated. Chief Shangguan pressed the seal against the altar. The curse fell. Rumble. A dull rumbling sound emanated from the ground, as if some immense being were awakening. The ground began to tremble violently, and cracks spread from the altar to the surrounding areas. From these cracks, black smoke continuously poured out, mingled with a pungent smell of blood. On the ancient battlefield, Xianyang, the second elder of the Xianyang tribe, and Xianyang's face changed as the vengeful spirits around them instantly dissipated. This, Xianyang felt no joy. Instead, he looked westward toward Hulong Mountain, a look of horror on his face. Second brother, what is that? How can there be such a powerful power fluctuation? Xianyang sensed a deathly aura rapidly approaching him and made a quick decision. Third brother, I will use the Xianyang secret technique to send you away. Quick. Second brother, no. Once the forbidden Xianyang secret technique is unleashed, the user sacrifices their life, leaving no chance of survival. Xianyang didn't wait for Xianyang to stop him. He immediately formed a spell and chanted a mantra. With a bang, a bloody mist erupted from him, forming a teleportation vortex in the air. Go, Xianyang shouted. Xianyang's eyes filled with tears. Second brother, he gritted his teeth and immediately swung himself into the vortex. Just as it closed. Boom. A powerful suction force emerged from the west. Like a black hole, it pulled everything inward. Third brother, you must survive. Tianyang uttered the thought before. With a bang, he was instantly dragged into the altar. Simultaneously, the remaining Purple Mansion cultivators on the battlefield employed their skills to flee westward. But the suction was too strong, even the most advanced Purple Mansion cultivators could not escape, and were instantly drawn into the altar. As more and more Purple Mansion cultivators were sacrificed, the power of the blood evil sacrifice formation grew stronger. The rumbling beneath the ground grew louder. Rumble. Rocks flew. Roar, accompanied by a furious roar, a massive blood dragon spirit rose from the depths of Hulong Mountain. A thick blood mist enveloped the spirit, shimmering with mysterious runes. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the entire Hulong Mountain. Seeing this, Chief Xianyang's eyes flashed with excitement. He pulled out a magical weapon, a golden bowl. The bowl emanated a soft golden light, its surface engraved with various mysterious runes. Collect. Chief Xianyang raised the bowl and chanted a spell, attempting to draw the blood dragon spirit into the bowl. The blood dragon spirit, sensing the bowl's threat, twisted its body in anger and spewed a torrent of blood toward the bowl. Boom. The blood column collided with the bowl with a dull thud, and the bowl's golden glow instantly dimmed. Chief Xianyang's expression changed, and he increased his spiritual power, trying to stabilize the bowl. However, the blood dragon spirit's power exceeded his imagination. With a fair slash of its tail, the blood dragon spirit slammed directly into the 20 or so Purple Mansion cultivators on the altar. Puff, puff, puff. These 20 or so Purple Mansion cultivators, normally powerful figures in the world, could call the shots. But now, it was instantly sent flying, gushing out mouthfuls of blood in midair, instantly wounded. Evil beast, how dare you be so presumptuous? Chief Xianyang poured his magical power into the golden bowl, and the bowl's light shone brightly, falling on the blood dragon spirit, weakening its momentum. Conquer it. Chief Xianyang was overjoyed and activated the golden bowl again, veins bulging on his forehead. Roar, the blood dragon spirit would not yield so easily. It swung its tail violently, preferring death to disgrace, and slammed it hard into the golden bowl. The bowl was instantly sent flying, and its tail was also directly blown away by the golden bowl's light. Without the golden bowl's suppression, the blood dragon spirit turned its head and glared at Chief Xianyang fiercely. With a single blow, it swept over a dozen severely injured Purple Mansion cultivators of the Xianyang tribe below. A flash of blood flashed from its body, and it disappeared into the void, vanishing in an instant. No. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.